Tang Dongfeng traversed the Delua continent and awakened the flame martial soul on Sea God Island, facing expulsion from the island. At the beginning, he applied for the Seahorse Sacred Pillar test. In his moment of despair, he awakened the nuclear peace system and inadvertently triggered nuclear fission, culminating in the eruption of a mushroom cloud and the shattering of the Sacred Pillar. Thus, the Delua continent entered the era of nuclear peace. Tang San. Can my Tang sect's most potent hidden weapon, the Buddha's Fury Tang Lien, unleash such power? Tang Hao. Did I annihilate all soul rings for this level of damage? Qian Daolu. Dongfeng Dolua remain calm. Calm down. Ning Fengji. A son should be like Tang Dongfeng. A daughter should marry Tang Dongfeng. Qian Renshua. With Tang Dongfeng alone, what need have I for the world? See God. Brother, cease your games and ascend to the divine throne. Master this. This defies logic. Chapter 1. The Rising Mushroom Cloud, Innate Soul Power, Level 3. Gazing at the faint glow on the soul power crystal, Tang Dongfeng felt disheartened. He had been in the Dolua continent for 6 years, yet he awakened a worthless martial soul. He was born in the revered holy land of Sea Soul Masters, Sea God Island. However, he awakened a flame martial soul, deemed an aberration, and was thus expelled from Sea God Island. You shall leave the island tomorrow. The elder responsible for his martial soul awakening spoke coldly. Every year, there are those who awaken martial souls, not belonging to the sea. They are all cast out. For the followers of the sea god, must all be sea soul masters. Can one who controls flames still be called a sea soul master? The sea god's decree, those who pass the sacred pillar test may remain on Sea God Island. Tang Dongfeng Ziplit Defianti. He was on the precipice of inheriting the sea god's legacy, starting with the awakening of fire martial soul and facing expulsion. With his meager strength, could he truly traverse the sea and reach the land? Ultimately, death was inevitable. Thus, he resolved to take a chance with the sacred pillar. Have you considered the possibility of death? The elder Su gazed at him in surprise. Although, in principle, all sea soul masters have the opportunity to participate in the sacred pillar test, even the most basic white-level test requires an innate soul power of Level 5. With Tang Dongfeng's mere Level 3 soul power, death was certain. Do you think I can survive if I leave the island? Tang Dongfeng fixed a cold stare at the elder. In a world where martial souls dictate fate, the mightiest fist is the law. He was weak, thus devoid of rights, his life as insignificant as grass. Follow me. Elder Su sighed. He was merely a low-ranked soul master in yellow robes, a lowly figure on Sea God Island. This child was likely doomed, both pitiful and tragic. Understood. Tang Dongfeng clenched his fists tightly, resolute in his acceptance of death, and followed. After approximately 15 minutes, they arrived at the center of the sea. Elder Su reverently bowed to the seahorse sacred pillar, while Tang Dongfeng remained unmoved. What merit did a Sea God Island that could not even accept and possess? He required no faith. For God's only tower above, gazing down upon mortals. The seahorse sacred pillar before him was one of the 7 sacred pillars of Sea God Island. The sea god conveyed his will through these pillars. Here, too, was the closest proximity to divinity. Meanwhile, the seahorse Daw, meditating beside the seahorse sacred pillar, slowly opened his eyes. A formidable aura surged forth, forcing Tang Dongfeng to retreat repeatedly until he fell to the ground. To report to Lord Seahorse, the castaway of Sea God Island, Tang Dongfeng, has come to accept the trial. Elder Su knelt on one knee, speaking with respect. You have been expelled thus. You must complete the trial according to the requirements set for Land Soul Masters. With a wave of his hand, the Seahorse Daw conjured a blue barrier that enveloped Tang Dongfeng alone. At this point, Elder Su had already taken his leave. Then, the Seahorse Daw flipped his palm, and a series of fierce winds materialized above the center of the sea. The winds above were capable of shredding a soul king, their lethality astonishing. Below lurked tentasandier soul beasts, poised to strike. No matter where he turned, Tang Dongfeng found himself in a perilous situation. Yet, he had no alternative. At the age of 6, facing the boundless sea, there was no chance of survival. Only by coming to me can you qualify for Lord Sea God's trial. The seahorse Delua sat cross-legged, not even sparing him a glance. What right did one who is not even a soul master have to approach him? Before Tang Dongfeng lay only death. No one can deprive me of my right to exist, not even a god. If ants can strive for survival, how much more so a human? Tang Dongfeng stepped into the sea, plunging downward. He inhaled deeply, allowing the water to envelop him. First, he filled his lungs with air, attempting to float. Then, he swam gradually toward the seahorse sacred pillar. Though slow, he was ever advancing. Glub. 10 seconds later, Tang Dongfeng sank again. The water of the center of the sea was unlike that of the outer seas. Here, without the support of soul power, one would be pulled inexorably to the depths by an unseen force. Tang Dongfeng was in grave danger. Beep, monitoring host temperature drop. Heart rate plummeting. Nuclear peace system activated prematurely. Beep, monitoring host on the brink of death. Initiating emergency protocol. Newbie package converted to emergency package. Automatically opening. Congratulations, host has obtained a Soul King experience card for 10 minutes, automatically applied. Congratulations, host has completed the Martial Soul's Origin, raising soul power to level 10. Automatically filled. Congratulations, host has acquired a 500-year Golden Crow Soul Ring. Automatically absorbed. Congratulations, host has gained Divine Skill, handcrafted nuclear bomb, automatically releasing. The screen filled with system notifications, flashing by in a mere 0.01 seconds. Following this, Tang Dongfeng surged uncontrollably from the depths. Soul King level soul power erupted forth like a flood breaching a dam. Beneath his feet lay only a ring of yellow soul rings, though his rings were slightly larger than those of others. Next, his right hand's ice blue flame martial soul was unleashed in an instant. A strange golden hue emerged within the sea blue flames. Sea Heart Flame? The Seahorse Dolua exclaimed in shock. Which fool would cast out a soul master of the Sea Heart Flame martial soul from Sea God Island? The Sea Heart Flame, as its name suggests, is born from the ocean's deepest depths. It emerges from a most extreme coldness. This flame, like the sea itself, is tumultuous, even devoid of discernible temperature. Yet it possesses the capacity to melt all metals and even ice at absolute zero. It is a top-tier martial soul, exceedingly rare among sea soul masters. How could they dare expel such a one? Suddenly, Tang Dongfeng moved in midair. Refine. Tang Dongfeng slowly opened his right hand. The uranium ore beneath the ground evaporated into gas at a visible rate. The lightest portions converged into his palm, enveloped by the Sea Heart Flame. The Sea Heart Flame is what elevates it to the ranks of supreme martial souls. It lies in its ability to infinitely compress and elevate the temperature of flames, thus producing an extraordinary explosion. Boom! Suddenly, the core fission, a blue flame orb of uranium-235, in Tang Dongfeng's palm, could no longer be contained. He hurled it directly into the ocean. With a resounding bang, a colossal mushroom-shaped bubble erupted, akin to a monstrous creature from the abyss, breaking through the surface of the sea. A vast volume of seawater surged skyward, reaching hundreds of meters in height. The violent energy stirred up towering waves, crashing outward in all directions. Even the hurricanes above and within the ocean were dispersed by the force. In an instant, they evaporated into a white mist. The ancient soul beast residing in the depths of the ocean transformed instantly into black soul rings. Tang Dongfeng was also propelled by the terrifying aftershock of the explosion, hurtling through the air and crashing heavily against the seahorse sacred pillar. The seahorse Daw spat out a mist of blood, his body being thrown several meters by the residual force. Utilizing the barrier created by the seahorse sacred pillar, he absorbed all the energy from the explosion, including nuclear radiation. Now, the Seahorse Daw found not only his internal organs displaced, but also discovered several fissures along the towering seahorse sacred pillar. In the blink of an eye, the massive seahorse sacred pillar suddenly glowed anew. The sky darkened, and the winds shifted dramatically, revealing clouds of white, yellow, purple, black, and red. Simultaneously, a beam of yellow light shone down from the heavens upon Tang Dongfeng. Chapter 2. The 9 trials of the sea god Tang Dongfeng's body gradually ascended within a radiant yellow column of light. Miraculously, all the injuries to his meridians from the previous explosion had completely healed, as his form hovered at the midpoint of the seahorse sacred pillar. The heavens and earth shifted in hue, and a tempest brewed. An ominous black cloud loomed, threatening to engulf the city, evoking an inexplicable sense of grandeur akin to the shimmering scales of a golden dragon glinting in the sun. Above, within the rolling black clouds, serpentine flashes of lightning danced, and thunder roared. Suddenly, the yellow beam of light transformed instantaneously into a brilliant red hue, casting its vivid glow across every corner of the sea god island. Countless devotees of the sea god fell prostrate in worship, for red on the sea god island symbolized the pinnacle of supremacy. The seahorse Doloa was utterly astonished. He gazed at the silhouette suspended in midair, a trace of crimson still lingering at the corner of his mouth. In that moment, he had become mere backdrop. The esteemed seahorse Doloa, wounded by the hand of child. Concurrently, at the pinnacle of the sacred pillar, 9 cards materialized. Tang Dongfeng's body descended from the sky. The 9 golden cards from the summit of the sacred pillar transformed into streaks of light, piercing into his forehead, forming a golden trident mark. The 9 trials of the sea god? Before the seahorse Doloa could utter a word, Tang Dongfeng had already discerned the answer. What was this? The favor of the sea god? Just moments ago, he had been on the verge of expulsion from Sea God Island. Yet now he found himself named as the heir to the sea god. Is this not absurd? You are indeed correct. What you must endure is the 9 trials of the sea god. A voice, ethereal and elusive, seemed to arise from nowhere. In the distance, the sea god temple suddenly erupted with a towering beam of light, enveloping both it and the seahorse sacred pillar in a golden sheen. A woman, cloaked in a flowing crimson robe, gracefully descended from the light. Her long sea-blue hair cascaded down her back, nearly reaching the ground. Her delicate features suggested she was no older than 30. She exuded an air of nobility, elegance, warmth, and gentleness. In her right hand, she held a 3-meter-long staff, resplendent in gold. Intricate magical patterns were carved along its length, and the staff's head jutted out like a spear, with a diamond-shaped ruby embedded 5 inches below its tip. Judging solely by her visage, she was undoubtedly a rare beauty, and her demeanor was beyond reproach. Even the most meticulously retouched images of celebrities from previous lives paled in comparison to her. What astonished Tang Dongfeng the most were her eyes, crystal-clear blue orbs, deep as the ocean itself. She was none other than the sea god Doloa, Poseidon. Greetings, great deity. The seahorse Doloa knelt respectfully. Only Tang Dongfeng stood calmly to the side, unmoved. Perhaps once, he had felt a sense of belonging to Sea God Island. But ever since his martial soul awakened and he was cast out, his feelings towards the island had dulled. Sea God Doloa, Tang Dongfeng clasped his fists in greeting, foregoing the customary rituals of Sea God Island. As the heir of the sea god, no one on Sea God Island could afford to return his greeting. The concentration of soul power in the vicinity was astonishingly doubled compared to before. Poseidon gazed deeply at Tang Dongfeng, pondering how he had achieved this. Not only had he, as a soul master, severely injured a tidal daw, but he had also managed to elevate the soul power concentration in a 5-mile radius to twice its previous level. Even she, Poseidon, could not comprehend this feat. From henceforth, Tang Dongfeng's status on Sea God Island would be equivalent to mine. No one may slight him. Except in his trials, all his requests must be met. Poseidon learned his name from the whispers of the sea dragon Doloa. The one she had waited a century for had finally appeared. Great deity, I wish to leave Sea God Island. Yet, Tang Dongfeng had no intention of staying. The first trial of the sea god required traversing through the sea god's light and ascending 333 steps within a decade. There is no rush, she replied. Why? Poseidon halted, surprised by his response. She had never imagined the sea god heir would wish to leave the island. I have been expelled from Sea God Island. It is only natural that I depart, Tang Dongfeng stated nonchalantly. His mindset had transformed entirely from when he first awakened his martial soul. Without a system, the inheritance of the sea god was his only option. However, with a system, his choices expanded significantly. The sea god was merely a level 1 deity, not to be compared with the god king. Tang Dongfeng understood that the city of slaughter harbored the inheritance of the Shura god. Why must he inherit the sea god? He could cultivate other paths before deciding. Moreover, the tidal Duluos of Doloa continent were truly weak. Previously, the nuclear fission he had conjured merely extracted uranium-235 from the depths of the earth. Was that all? He had effortlessly injured a tidal Doloa and created a massive fissure in the seahorse sacred pillar. How strong could this so-called mystical Doloa really be? Rather than entangle himself with a deity, it would be wiser to delve into the nuclear equilibrium system. Who knows? In 10 years, he might master nuclear fusion and obliterate the divine realm in one fell swoop. Why toil to inherit the sea god's position? Seahorse, Poseidon gave him a look, and the seahorse Doloa immediately understood. He departed to return, coming back with the head of Su Lao in hand. Tang Dongfeng, you must complete the first trial of the sea god within 10 years. Otherwise, the backlash of the sea god's mark will be such that even I cannot save you. Poseidon cautioned kindly. The great deity has said there is still 10 years left. Who can say what I will become in 10 years? I do not wish for someone to sacrifice themselves for me. The world is vast, and I desire to see it. Tang Dongfeng found Poseidon to be quite agreeable. Such a delicate beauty would indeed be a loss if she perished. I shall have the sea dragon Delaw escort you out, Poseidon said, slightly taken aback. He knew everything? Was he perhaps the sea goddess' son, secretly visiting? Otherwise, how could a martial soul like the sea heart flame manifest within a mortal? Even the sea god had not awakened such a top-tier martial soul. The sea heart flame represented the pinnacle of humanity. The following morning, Tang Dongfeng boarded a vessel with the sea dragon Doloa, embarking on his journey. Uncle Sea Dragon, you may return to Sea God Island. I do not require protection. After a long journey of over 10 days, they finally reached land. However, the sea dragon Doloa clung to him like a stubborn plaster, much to Tang Dongfeng's annoyance. The great deity is worried about you. Do you think I want to? The sea dragon Doloa replied disdainfully. His strength was considerably diminished on land. Back on Sea God Island, he was the strongest title Doloa beneath the great deity, but on land, his advantages disappeared. Uncle Sea Dragon, how many seahorse Doluos do you think you could defeat? Tang Dongfeng mused about the strength of the sacred pillar guardians of Sea God Island. Those seahorses are mere fish. I could take on 100 of them. The sea dragon Delaw was the strongest among the 7 sacred pillars, while the seahorse Delaw was the weakest. The disparity in strength between the two is glaringly evident. But you are not particularly strong either. Tang Dongfeng Vima Dit Daifun. The seahorse Delaw was gravely injured by the nuclear fission of uranium-235. The sea dragon Dolawa claimed he could defeat 100, yet he was merely worth 1 at best. Is that truly impressive? It is pathetically weak indeed. Chapter 3. Do you think the Dolawa continent could simply cease to exist? I found myself at a loss for words. Perhaps in the eyes of the sea dragon Dolawa, he indeed did not possess sufficient strength. After all, Tang Dongfeng, having just awakened his martial spirit, had already severely wounded the seahorse Dolawa. Even if he could defeat 100 seahorses, it would still be rather unimpressive. Dongfeng, have you decided where to go? The sea dragon Dolawa hastily changed the subject. As the strongest title Dolawa among the 7 sacred pillars, he felt a sense of shame for the seahorse. Yet, this young lad was already the heir to the sea god, possibly even a divine child sent by the sea god himself. In their eyes, perhaps the Sea God Island truly seemed rather feeble. First, I need to find a place to rest. For over 10 days, he had been in constant company with the sea dragon Dolaw, leaving him no time to thoroughly study the nuclear equilibrium system, fearful that his peculiarities might be discovered. Exercising caution is not a vice. It seems he could not shake off the sea dragon Dolaw. Alas, having a title Dolaw as his bodyguard was quite the predicament. At the Grand Ocean Hotel, Tang Dongfeng lay on his bed, inhaling the sea breeze that wafted in through the window. It was the essence of freedom, akin to the vast sky allowing birds to soar. System, check attributes. Tang Dongfeng lazily turned over, gazing at the white light screen before him. Name, Tang Dongfeng. Age, 6 years. Soul power, level 11 martial spirit. Sea heart flame soul skills. First soul skill, 500 years golden crow flame. Enhances flame temperature. No upper limit. Divine skill. Handcrafted nuclear bomb. Current. Nuclear fission. Points. 20 items. 100 golden soul coins. The attributes were quite detailed, though the points were disappointingly scant. He distinctly remembered that launching someone 10 meters would double his points. Thus, merely launching a title Doloa would only yield 10 points. This title Doloa seemed rather cheap. Let's set a modest goal, to launch a God King 100 meters. As for the sea god, a mere first-level deity, he was not worth his attention. Nuclear fission of uranium-235 produces a significant amount of nuclear radiation, yet Poseidon stated that the surrounding soul power concentration had increased. Tang Dongfeng furrowed his brows, sensing that this Diluwa continent was rather unexpected. Should I consult Uncle Sea Dragon? Without hesitation, Tang Dongfeng closed his eyes, using his mental strength to probe the nearby uranium mine. After a thorough search, he found only a minuscule amount, insufficient to purify much uranium-235. It was merely about 1% of what he had last time, with limited power. Tang Dongfeng condensed the sea heart flame in his right hand, enveloping the uranium-235. For now, he could only handcraft nuclear fission. Once his strength increased, he would be able to handcraft nuclear fusion. Nuclear fusion requires high temperature and pressure, which is precisely what the sea heart flame is suitable for. Born in the coldest depths of the sea, under immense water pressure, it was still far from enough. The subsequent soul rings he acquired must prioritize temperature and pressure enhancement. Uncle Sea Dragon, come out and assist me. Tang Dongfeng knocked on the door of the Sea Dragon Daw, holding the uranium-235 aloft. Good heavens, are you trying to kill me? The Sea Dragon Doloa's face paled. Could such a thing, capable of gravely injuring a tidal Doloa, be trifled with? Fear not. Its power is minimal, Tang Dongfeng explained. To handcraft nuclear fission, he first needed to extract uranium-235. Uranium was scarce on the Doloa continent, and purification was particularly challenging. Handcrafting nuclear fusion would be much more convenient. Atomic nuclei could be directly extracted from seawater. The sea heart flame inherently possessed oceanic characteristics. Dongfeng quickly put that away. If it explodes, the hotel will be obliterated. The seahorse Doloa was terrified that he would reduce the hotel to rubble. Uncle Sea Dragon, take me to an uninhabited place. I need to conduct an experiment. Tang Dongfeng said bluntly. In truth, his status was even above that of the Sea Dragon Doloa. Furthermore, he had already proven his strength from the beginning, earning the respect of the Sea God Island. Thus, the Sea Dragon Doloa led him to a deserted island, where they could experiment without affecting the Grand Ocean City. Standing beside him, the Sea Dragon Doloa watched as Tang Dongfeng held the magnificent vortex in his hand. Nuclear fission. Tang Dongfeng's expression turned serious as he cast it away. As neutrons collided with the uranium-235 atomic nuclei, fission commenced, releasing nuclear energy. Simultaneously, several new neutrons were generated, impacting other uranium nuclei. This initiated a chain reaction of continuous fission, subsequently releasing vast amounts of nuclear energy. A loud explosion erupted, soil flying in all directions, accompanied by the onset of nuclear radiation. Although the power was minimal, that bit of uranium-235 could at most injure a Soul King. However, it sufficed for the investigation of soul power concentration. Uncle Sea Dragon, can you sense whether the surrounding soul power concentration has increased? Meanwhile, Tang Dongfeng began to circulate the unique energy within his body. In mere moments, he restored the expended soul power. In principle, his energy reservoir could no longer be termed an energy reservoir, but rather a tokamak reactor. His dantian was occupied by a circular container, forged from the sea heart flame, with all soul power swirling around its exterior. This container operated similarly to a tokamak reactor, where an exceedingly slow nuclear fusion reaction was occurring within him. Each fusion event rapidly replenished his strength. However, harnessing the power from those fusion reactors proved quite challenging. The soul power concentration had increased by approximately 1%. 7 seconds later, the Sea Dragon Doloa provided his answer. He was now utterly convinced that Tang Dongfeng was indeed the illegitimate son of the sea god. Otherwise, why would he wash ashore on the Sea God Island? The position of the sea god had been directly bestowed upon him. There was no other explanation. It seemed my suspicions were not unfounded. Tang Dongfeng felt exceedingly peculiar on the Sea God Island. This world ostensibly focused on cultivating soul power. Yet with a single nuclear explosion, how could it enhance soul power concentration? It turned out that what they referred to as soul power was, in fact, nuclear radiation. No wonder the soul beasts of the Doloa continent were so diverse. They had mutated under the influence of nuclear radiation. Moreover, Tang San's Xiantian skill could actually cultivate to the level of tidal Doloa. A treasure from a second-rate sect could reach such heights? Now everything made sense. It is likely that the Doloa star is a planet that has experienced a nuclear explosion. Later, civilization arose on Doloa star, and they mastered the means of utilizing nuclear radiation. Thus, the esteemed profession of Soul Master came into being. It appears that the assertion made by online commentators regarding Doloa being a fantasy underbelly is indeed accurate. It is at best on par with martial arts standards. As for the deities, Tang Dongfeng had not encountered them directly, making it difficult to assess their strength. However, they likely wouldn't be too formidable, allowing for nuclear parity. Dongfeng quickly launch a larger one. The Sea Dragon Law discovered that following Tang Dongfeng appeared to accelerate his own cultivation. As long as the surrounding soul power concentration increased, so too would the speed of cultivation. It was not any less effective than the Sea Dragon's Sacred Pillar. A minor issue, and most we have lost together. Last time at the Sea Horse Sacred Pillar, I nearly caused Tang Dongfeng's demise. Had it not been for the Sea Goddess trial, he would have likely survived, albeit bettered for a year and a half. I should delve deeper into how to preserve oneself amidst a nuclear explosion. The force of something like a sea horse is substantial. The Sea Dragon Doloa raised an eyebrow at him. The Sea Horse Doloa, however, turned adversity into fortune. Not only seizing a prime territory at the Sacred Pillar, but also receiving the blessings of the Sea Goddess Air. System, may I exchange for uranium-235? Tang Dongfeng Inguit, filled with anticipation. Extracting uranium ore and purifying uranium-235 from nature is exceedingly tedious, a task that could drain one's life force. Does the system not claim that all things are exchangeable? Yes, came the prompt reply. System, first procure 10 tons for me. Tang Dongfeng's expression grew increasingly sinister. Imagine, if this 10 tons of uranium-235 were to undergo nuclear fission explosion, would the Doluo continent cease to exist? Chapter 4. An encounter in the Stardoe Forest Beep. Insufficient balance for the host. Price per uranium-235, 1,000 points. Uranium-235 storage unit, 10,000 points each. Damn, this is robbery. A single storage unit costs a staggering 10,000 points, equal to the total price of 10 uranium-235. Such an amount could severely injure a superdaw, and with a weakness, potentially cause death. It seems that nuclear fusion is my pathway, the primary direction of my future research. Tang Dongfeng realized that the system's pricing leans towards being environmentally friendly and pollution-free. The nuclear fusion reactor within his Dantian currently operates at a very sluggish pace, unable to provide substantial energy. Instead, the soul power drawn from the outside world would be assimilated by the reactor. Dongfeng stopped dawdling. The Sea Dragon Doluo had waited long enough without witnessing an increase in soul power concentration from a nuclear explosion. Uncle Hailong, I can only conjure a nuclear explosion with 1/10 of the force of the Sea Horse Doluos. Please make do with it for now. Tang Dongfeng slowly closed his eyes, extending his spiritual power. He began extracting uranium-235 on the island, inducing nuclear fission and increasing nuclear radiation. It must be said, the uranium mines on the Doluo continent are lamentably scarce. The uranium-235 refined from these ores is even rarer, rendering the power of nuclear fission quite limited. The conditions for nuclear fission are too restrictive, and uranium-235 is not easily obtained or stored. As for nuclear fusion, its power far exceeds that of nuclear fission. Moreover, nuclear fusion can be executed simply by employing his sea heart flame. The sea heart flame, birthed from the depths of the ocean, harbors nearly infinite deuterium and tritium, supplying the nuclei for nuclear fusion. Regrettably, the temperature within Tang Dongfeng's fusion reactor is severely insufficient, and the constraining pressure is also lacking. The feeble fusion reaction occurring within him can be nearly disregarded. Subsequently, Tang Dongfeng unleashed a nuclear fission explosion, causing the surrounding soul power concentration to rise once more. The uranium-235 on this island was essentially depleted. A hydrogen bomb seemingly harnesses the power of nuclear fission to trigger a fusion reaction. Nuclear fusion is indeed the trajectory for Tang Dongfeng's future development. Regarding soul power cultivation, can nuclear radiation surpass that from nuclear fusion? Even if one reaches the tidal Doluo level, how much intensity of a nuclear explosion can be resisted? Take the level 91 Sea Horse Doluo as an example. A mere 001 uranium-235 could inflict severe injuries. As for the level 95 Sea Dragon Doluo, even 1 uranium-235 could potentially gravely wound him. How much nuclear explosion could even a level 99 unrivaled Doluo withstand? 10 or 100. Moreover, this is merely the most basic form of nuclear fission. Tang Dongfeng's ambition is nuclear fusion. Nuclear fusion not only can bestow him with terrifying power, but can also create even more formidable nuclear explosions. The two spent 4 years training on the island, during which they sank multiple islands. Until a few days ago, when Tang Dongfeng's soul power broke through to level 20. He resolved to hunt for his first spirit beast in the Stardow Forest. Under the guidance of the Sea Dragon Dolo, the two made their way to the Stardow Forest in 3 days. This place is one of the most renowned gathering spots for spirit beasts on the Doloa continent, also known as the Human Forbidden Zone. Dongfeng, have you decided which spirit beast you desire? Over the years, the Sea Dragon Doloa had not been idle. He absorbed a wealth of knowledge regarding terrestrial spirit masters. Now, he not only boasts soul power at level 96, but he's also a learned scholar, well-versed in the knowledge of both terrestrial and marine spirit beasts. Tang Dongfeng, however, did not delve into the knowledge of spirit masters during his training, considering it a waste of time. I plan to augment my second spirit ability with a defensive spirit ability. Uncle Hailong, do you have any recommended spirit beasts? Tang Dongfeng was not well acquainted with spirit beasts, knowing only some ferocious creatures and those that appeared in the original work. The mighty gorilla and the mammoth stone elephant are renowned for their strength and defense. The sea dragon Delua pondered for a moment. These two spirit beasts do possess considerable defensive capabilities and aggression. However, the sea heart flame, being an elemental martial soul, combining it with a purely defensive spirit ring may be inappropriate. What about the three-headed scarlet demon hound? Tang Dongfeng contemplated for a moment. The Scarlet King appearing in Doloa 2 is essentially the three-headed Scarlet Demon Hound. He is one of the kings of the Stardow Forest, possessing a portion of true dragon bloodline. Its attributes align closely with the ultimate fire, complementing his sea heart flame. The three-headed Scarlet Demon Hound? The Sea Dragon Doloa was slightly taken aback. Such a formidable spirit beast is rarely hunted, almost only existing in name. Moreover, the three-headed Scarlet Demon Hound is not known for its defense. Is it? Uncle Hailong, it would be best if it could enhance both attack and defense simultaneously. Tang Dongfeng could guide the attributes of the spirit ring through the nuclear leveling system by spending points, roughly determining the balance of attack and defense increments. Alright, let us split up and search. Contact me if anything arises. As soon as the Sea Dragon Doluo finished speaking, he vanished from Tang Dongfeng's side. Should there be concern for Tang Dongfeng's safety? For years ago, the boy who could severely injure the sea horse Doluo with his newly awakened martial soul. Would he truly be in danger? Moreover, within Tang Dongfeng resides an aura that even super Doluos find unsettling. The Sea Dragon Doluo even felt that the High Priest Poseidon did not exert as strong a sense of pressure as this young lad. Finally, peace at last. How delightful. Tang Dongfeng twisted his neck, finally free from the Sea Dragon Doluo, feeling light as a feather. If he had recklessly conjured nuclear explosions, it is uncertain the extent of destruction it could have wrought. With the increasing frequency of fusion reactions occurring within his nuclear fusion reactor, he was no longer the rookie who nearly perished 4 years ago. The second spirit ring must enhance defense. Otherwise, he would constantly be injuring himself with each explosion. Tang Dongfeng sighed deeply. Creating nuclear explosions harms the enemy 1,000, while he suffers 800 in return. It could be said that he could defeat anyone. Yet no one could defeat him. If only he could maintain distance, a single nuclear explosion could annihilate anyone. It is merely a matter of quantity. However, if he drew too close, while the opponent might perish in the explosion, he too would face a similar fate. Mutual destruction is not a desirable outcome. The nuclear fusion reactor within him can almost provide limitless power. Yet, Tang Dongfeng can presently only utilize the strength equivalent to that of Soul King. Exceeding this limit would result in his body being unable to withstand the pressure and exploding. Therefore, he eagerly seeks a defensive spirit ring to resolve this issue. Let us head over there and take a look. For years have passed. He ascended from level 11 to level 20, a total of 9 levels, which indeed appears rather unimpressive. However, within Tang Dongfeng, nuclear radiation is merely waste, an unavoidable absorption of refuse. His body exhibits a strong rejection of nuclear radiation, making it challenging for him to store it in his dantian. Most of Tang Dongfeng's soul power at level 20 is retained within his meridians. This explains why it has taken him 4 years merely to reach level 20. Have you not seen Sea Dragon Doluo, who advanced from level 95 to 96? Such a monumental concentration of soul power. Were it not for his body's rejection, Tang Dongfeng would have reached at least level 50. Suddenly, 2 figures darted out in front of him, followed by a mass of brown, presumably a soul beast. The duo, a young man and woman, displayed remarkable speed, with the girl being dragged along by the boy, likely fleeing from a fierce encounter during a soul ring hunt. "Run!" the man shouted as he unexpectedly grabbed Tang Dongfeng and fled in a frenzy. What is happening? Tang Dongfeng's mind was flooded with questions. "Brother, we are strangers. I'm merely passing through. Little brother, I implore you, buy us some time." The man summoned his martial soul, revealing himself as a soul king, his martial soul resembling a wolf. "Teacher Qin Ming, I won't leave. I will heal you," Yi Lingling declared, halting in her tracks as two yellow soul rings illuminated beneath her feet, summoning the 9 Hearts Begonia. "Qin Ming? Yi Lingling?" They seemed to be a teacher and student from the Tiando Royal Academy. It was unimaginable that Qin Ming entrusted Yi Lingling to this stranger. What kind of soul beast was pursuing them? Before long, the brown soul beast collided with Qin Ming, its true form becoming unmistakably clear. Chapter 5. The soul ring delivered to their doorstep. Before them stood a colossal bear, towering over 2 meters, its eyes devoid of emotion, exuding coldness and cruelty. Its body was cloaked in dark golden fur, with arms exceptionally robust, resembling city walls. At the ends of its arms were razor-sharp, dark golden claws, each nearly a meter in length, slicing through the air with a faint hissing sound. The dark golden claw bear? Tang Dongfeng was taken aback, uncertain of its authenticity, as his knowledge of soul beasts was minimal. "Little brother, quickly take Lingling away. I will hold off this dark golden claw bear." At this moment, Qin Ming had resigned himself to his fate, recklessly attacking the beast. Meanwhile, Yi Lingling's 9 Hearts Begonia was tirelessly tending to Qin Ming's injuries, her healing abilities fully engaged. Regrettably, their flight had already depleted nearly all of their soul power. Assisting the level 59 Qin Ming with her level 30 soul power was exceedingly arduous. "You must escape now." Yi Lingling was prepared for the worst. If it weren't for her, Qin Ming would not have ventured into the Stardow Forest to hunt soul beasts. Had they not sought a soul beast, they would not have encountered the dark golden claw bear. If it weren't for her inadequacy, Qin Ming would not have been hindered. In fact, Qin Ming could have fled alone, yet he chose not to abandon his duty as a teacher, willing to sacrifice his life in the process. Tang Dongfeng thought, "What is happening? I am merely passing through, and you are putting on a tragic performance?" Alas, he had no intention of granting them that opportunity. How many years had the dark golden claw bear existed? Tang Dongfeng stood beside Yi Lingling, observing the bear with growing satisfaction. Does it truly matter which ferocious beast it belongs to? The dark golden claw bear, with its formidable attack and defense, was perfectly suited for his second soul skill. Comparable to a soul beast over 20,000 years old, if they did not flee, none of them would escape. Yi Lingling was already at her limit, her energy completely drained, while Qin Ming was being overwhelmed by the dark golden claw bear. A long gash marred his left shoulder. That was nearly 2,000 years. Perfectly fitting for my second soul ring. "Miss, keep your teacher alive." Tang Dongfeng stepped forward, shielding Yi Lingling behind him. "Release that dark golden claw bear. I shall take over." As he spoke, a yellow soul ring slowly descended beneath his feet. This display nearly caused Yi Lingling to spit blood in frustration. "You, a mere soul ring master, no matter how noble your intentions, are merely offering yourself as a meal to the dark golden claw bear." However, their expressions swiftly changed. A cerulean flame rapidly coalesced in Tang Dongfeng's right hand. "Ah, the Stardow Forest is indeed remarkable, containing such abundant uranium ore." As the flame penetrated the ground, a multitude of uranium-235 atomic nuclei were swiftly extracted. Gathered within the flame's vessel, a neutron struck the atomic nuclei, gradually initiating a fission reaction. From an initial soul master aura, it soared to the level of soul respect and then instantly ascended to the terrifying realm of a soul king. Then, it surged upward, entering the formidable domain of the soul emperor. Sensing the overwhelming power in Tang Dongfeng's right hand, Qin Ming swiftly adjusted his course, channeling all his strength into his legs to flee for his life. Explode. The circular flame in his right hand began to twist, barely containing the energy produced by the nuclear fission. The fission created by Tang Dongfeng was uncontrollable. Once unleashed, it would result in a catastrophic explosion, accompanied by nuclear radiation, obliterating everything in its vicinity. Ironically, nuclear radiation was beneficial for the inhabitants of this world. as the soul power cultivated by soul masters stemmed from the radiation produced by nuclear explosions. With a thunderous roar, a mushroom cloud erupted into the sky. The terrifying shockwave flung Qin Ming, who was closest to the explosion, through the air, shattering several trees thick enough for two people to embrace. He spewed blood, hurled dozens of meters away. Had it not been for Qin Ming's swift escape and Yi Lingling's desperate healing, he might not have survived. In contrast, the dark golden claw bear lay bloodied and battered within a crater 10 zhang in diameter, emitting a pitiful groan. Coughing violently, Tang Dongfeng had shielded himself with the power of the sea heart flame before detonating the nuclear explosion. Both he and Yi Lingling were protected within the cerulean flames. Standing behind him, Yi Lingling suffered minimal harm. "Are you all right?" she asked, staring in disbelief at the enormous crater before her. She could hardly fathom that the soul beast that had chased them to the brink of despair now lay motionless in the pit, while her teacher, Qin Ming, a level 59 soul king, was nearly incapacitated by the fallout of a soul master's technique. "You only need to hold on for a few breaths." Tang Dongfeng coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood, his frail physique having nearly succumbed to the blast. The nuclear explosion of mere soul saint level almost left him gravely injured. The primary function of the Sea Heart Flame's first soul skill was to increase the flame's temperature. It did not offer substantial protection against damage. This was why he desperately sought a defensive soul ring, preferably of a ferocious beast type, to facilitate the activation of his nuclear fusion reactor. While the intensity of the power he could manipulate was not exceptionally high, Tang Dongfeng possessed near-infinite strength. It is akin to possessing an expansive ocean while one's veins resemble mere water pipes. Although the water that flows through these pipes is but a trickle, they remain connected to an infinite sea. "You have bled profusely." Yi Lingling is profoundly concerned about Tang Dongfeng's injuries. Were it not for their involvement, Tang Dongfeng would not have resorted to such secretive methods. To summon power that surpasses that of a soul king utilizing a soul master's body comes at a potentially irreversible cost. One becomes accustomed to frequent losses. As soon as Tang Dongfeng's words fell, a circle of purple soul rings manifested above the dark golden terror claw bear. Yi Lingling exclaimed, "This is utterly unreasonable." In truth, Tang Dongfeng's injuries are not severe. They can only be classified as minor wounds. Over the past 4 years, he has endured injuries countless times, perhaps 800, and has long since grown accustomed to it. Such small-scale nuclear fission remains well within his expectations. Those uncontrollable nuclear reactions could grant him power rivaling that of a tidal Doloa. Everything could be a 50-50 chance. Either you die, or he dies, or both perish. "Uncle Hailong, please assist in saving the young lady's teacher and provide me with protection while I absorb the soul ring." Within Tang Dongfeng's perception, he sensed that Hailong Doloa had arrived. His awareness of Hailong Doloa did not stem from an overwhelming mental power, but rather from a sensitivity of the nuclear fusion reactor within him to nuclear radiation. Even the slightest trace could be felt. "Dongfeng, what commotion have you stirred up? I thought you had encountered 100,000-year soul beast." Hailong Doloa descended from the sky, effortlessly casting a barrier around Tang Dongfeng. He then approached Qin Ming, infusing his soul power into him to stabilize his injuries temporarily. "He won't die. As for future treatment, what does it concern me? The lives of these land soul masters hold no significance for me." Hailong Doloa's motivation for saving him was merely out of respect for Tang Dongfeng. "Thank you, senior." Yi Lingling's vision blurred, her body weakened, and she finally succumbed, collapsing before Hailong Doloa. Hailong Doloa exclaimed, "What are you all doing?" Chapter 6, Second Soul Skill. "Dark Golden Guardian, you truly know how to create trouble for me." Hailong Doloa's lips twitched as he walked directly to Tang Dongfeng's side, quietly protecting him. The fates of the other two held no concern for him. Were it not for Tang Dongfeng requesting assistance to save a life, he would have ignored Qin Ming entirely. As a sea soul master, he harbors a strong aversion to land soul masters, who once attempted to invade Sea God Island. Despite the eventual retreat of the land soul masters, the sea soul masters suffered considerable losses. His decision to intervene was already an act of goodwill. Time passed slowly, and Hailong Doloa found himself exceedingly bored. Tang Dongfeng sat absorbing the soul ring while the other two lay unconscious, a sight that was disheartening. After approximately an hour, Tang Dongfeng finally completed the absorption of the soul ring. A purple soul ring enveloped the yellow one. The combination of yellow and purple defied the norms of the Soul Master world. Moreover, Tang Dongfeng had not yet begun the divine examination. He had relied solely on his limits to absorb the second thousand-year ring. Dongfeng, is this the soul skill you desired? Hailongda suddenly perked up, eager to leave. As he detested the Stardow forest. In this forest, his strength diminished significantly. If he could wield 120 of his power in the ocean, here he was limited to only 90. This innate reduction left him exceedingly displeased. Perhaps he would feel invigorated in the extreme north. Indeed, it is a defensive soul skill. Tang Dongfeng was greatly pleased with the defensive enhancement granted by the Dark Golden Terra Claw Bear. He no longer needed to fear being easily harmed by his own nuclear explosions. Very well, let us depart. Within the Stardow forest, Hailongda felt as if unseen eyes were fixated upon him, causing a sense of trepidation. Uncle Hailong, will you simply drop them on the ground? Tang Dongfeng shot a glance at Hailongda, exclaiming, surely you can find a tree for them to lean against for comfort. No wonder you're still single at your age. You lack any understanding of compassion. Why should I? Hailongda replied with utmost seriousness. Tang Dongfeng found himself at a loss for words. He couldn't deny that Hailong was not entirely wrong. Uncle Hailong, take that man and let us exit first. At present, Tang Dongfeng's strength was insufficient to confront ferocious beasts directly. Even with Hailongda's assistance, the Stardow forest posed a significant danger to them. Moreover, having just slain a Dark Golden Terror Claw Bear would attract a horde of soul beasts. He concentrated the Sea Heart Flame onto his blade, deftly slicing off the bear's paw. Such a delicacy could not be squandered on soul beasts. Tang Dongfeng approached Yi Lingling, bending to lift her into his arms. She was a few years his senior and had fully matured. Consider this a repayment for your assistance in luring the Dark Golden Terror Claw Bear. Abandoning them in the Stardow forest would be tantamount to indirect murder. With Qin Ming grievously injured, and Yi Lingling merely a support soul master lacking combat strength, it would be a grave injustice. Having undergone 9 years of compulsory education, the exemplary Tang Dongfeng upheld his core values as his guiding principles: prosperity and democracy, civility and harmony, freedom and equality, justice and rule of law, patriotism and diligence, integrity and kindness. Such acts of indirect murder were utterly unacceptable to him. He was not like Tang San, that misguided rogue from the Tang sect. Despite being spared time and again, due to others' affection for him, he repaid their kindness with betrayal, resulting in death. Anyone who caused harm to Xiao Wu would face dire consequences. The cruelty of his methods was befitting of the Tang sect's notoriety, reviled by the righteous. Let us hope that with his presence, such tragedies may never recur. My sincerest apologies, Tang San. Your position as sea god has been usurped. After walking for some time, with Yi Lingling on his back, Tang Dongfeng suddenly coughed. Upon awakening, Yi Lingling found herself resting on someone's back, unable to muster any strength to move. You are awake? Within Tang Dongfeng's perception, he noted that Yi Lingling had regained consciousness. Thank you for saving us. Yi Lingling's body gradually regained sensation, her delicate features flushing a discernible crimson. This was her first experience being so close to a man. Her body pressed tightly against Tang Dongfeng's back, her thighs skin unimpeded, cradled by his palm. To her left stood a man with sea-blue hair, appearing to be of similar age to teacher Qin Ming, albeit with the latter being hoisted by the collar as if he were a small chick. Not me. Could it be a ghost? Tang Dongfeng's lips quivered slightly, and considering her beauty, he chose to overlook her remark for the moment. Have you absorbed the soul ring of the Dark Golden Terror Claw Bear? Yi Lingling's mouth fell agape in astonishment. Had her body been capable, she would have instinctively covered her mouth with her hand. Indeed, you two have come to hunt soul beasts. He suddenly remembered that Yi Lingling was also there to hunt soul beasts, making this trip seem futile. Perhaps next time. Having survived this ordeal, Yi Lingling felt quite content. Now that Qin Ming was gravely injured and Tang Dongfeng was carrying her, it was already quite a burden for him. Ensuring their safe passage out of the Stardow forest would be enough of a kindness. Dongfeng, let us rest for a moment. The young lady's body is nearing its limit, the sea dragon Duo remarked, keeping a close watch on them. Yi Lingling's physique was extremely fragile, being a support soul master after all. Very well, we should be safe on the outskirts of the Stardow forest, Tang Dongfeng replied, gently lowering Yi Lingling against a nearby tree trunk. Meanwhile, the sea dragon Delua immediately released his hold, causing Qin Ming to collapse onto the ground. Had he not still been breathing, one might have thought he was lifeless. Dongfeng, you should have some capacity for self-protection by now, the sea dragon Delua commented. Casting a glance at Tang Dongfeng and the delicately featured Yi Lingling, sighing softly. At just 10 years old, Tang Dongfeng ought to have more interactions with Land Soul Masters. As long as they did not encounter a 100,000-year soul beast, it would not be a major issue. His second soul skill, Dark Golden Guardian, could envelop his entire body in a layer of dark golden defense, akin to an invincible golden body. Unless the opponent's power exceeded his by threefold, the Dark Golden Guardian would remain unbroken until his strength was exhausted. Though merely a rank 2 Great Soul Master, Tang Dongfeng possessed a nuclear fusion reactor within him, capable of unleashing Soul Emperor-level power. This meant he could currently manifest a nuclear explosion capable of threatening a tidal Delua. Of course, such an explosion would be uncontrollable, with the outcome being a 50-50 chance of survival for either party. I shall return shortly, the Sea Dragon Delua declared before vanishing. Tang Dongfeng sat down beside Yi Lingling, retrieving a bare paw from his storage soul tool. He then drew a short knife, infused it with the sea heart flame, and sliced off a piece of bare paw meat, suspending it above the sea heart flame to begin roasting. I am Yi Lingling, a student of the Tiando Royal Academy. She introduced herself, swallowing hard, her stomach grumbling due to excessive exertion. I come from overseas, Tang Dongfeng replied, dividing the bare paw meat in half. One portion for Yi Lingling and the other for himself. High-quality delicacies require no condiments. The only seasoning needed, salt, was naturally provided by the sea heart flame. Sea Soul Master? Yi Lingling exclaimed in surprise, realizing that the legendary Sea Soul Masters were indeed formidable. No wonder it was rumored that several tidal Deluos had perished under the Sea Spear Hall. Indeed, both my uncle, the Sea Dragon, and I are Sea Soul Masters, Tang Dongfeng said with a self-deprecating smile. In this world, without strength, human life is as fragile as grass. Just because his awakened martial soul was unfamiliar to the old man, he had been cast out from Sea God Island. How could a 6-year-old child drift to the mainland? With bad luck, they could end up as prey for soul beasts. With slightly better fortune, they might become pirates. Are you quite powerful among Sea Soul Masters? Yi Lingling innocently inquired, for after all, she was merely a child in her teens. The boy before her, though younger, harbored an immensely terrifying strength. If all Sea Soul Masters were as powerful as him, what need would there be for the Spirit Hall? It was well known that the Spirit Hall had lost several tidal Deluos at sea. The fact that even such formidable beings had fallen illustrated the ocean's peril and the complexity of Sea Soul Masters. Perhaps, Tang Dongfeng pondered, momentarily taken aback. Unsure how to explain, he couldn't very well say, "Did you not notice the trident mark on my forehead? That is a gift from the Sea God. In the entire world, only he and Tang San might possess it. It seemed he needed to make a trip to Tiando City to acquire the Sea God as protection. Without it, Tang San and his companions would never receive the Sea God as inheritance. At best, they would become servants to the Sea God. Let be," Yi Lingling said, taking a hearty bite of the bear paw meat. The flavor is quite good, seasoned with salt. Yet, he had not added any salt. Was it perhaps from the water used to wash the meat? Suddenly, a massive object plummeted from the sky, crashing nearby and creating a great pit where a 1,000-year soul beast lay, barely clinging to life. "Little girl, kill it," the Sea Dragon Delua instructed, taking a seat beside Tang Dongfeng. He snatched the roasted bear paw from him and began devouring the meat with gusto. Whoa, he barely had a single bite. "Tang Dongfeng et Galim, inso dulo. Could you be any more of a bandit? I'll report you. Who was the real bodyguard here?" He was practically acting like a lord, not only demanding nuclear explosions daily, assisting the rogue in training, but now stealing his food as well. "Shall we leave now?" The Sea Dragon Dolua's face brightened. "Feel free to lodge a complaint. Go find a grand offering and tell him about me. As long as you return to Sea God Island, everything can be resolved." Years ago, Poseidon had recognized that Tang Dongfeng did not wish to remain on Sea God Island, for it was a place of sorrow for him. Even as a sea god, he held no fondness for the island. The Sea Dragon Delua's task was to protect Tang Dongfeng while persuading him to return. "Forget it. I shan't hold it against you," Tang Dongfeng consoled himself, recalling the adage that adults should not bear grudges against children. Is being a tidal Dolua truly so impressive? It's not all that grand. If he did not engage in a life-and-death struggle with the sea dragon Doloa, he would have to keep everything bottled up, maintaining harmony and goodwill. He would not get angry, but would wait for the chance to retaliate later. Thank you, Elder. Yi Lingling never anticipated that the sea dragon Doloa would actually assist her in finding a soul beast. Although the soul ring from the Nine-Heart Sea Peach had only one effect, healing, its efficacy depended on the quality of the soul ring and the type of soul beast. The radiant unicorn the sea dragon Doloa had procured was undoubtedly an excellent choice. Thank the Dongfeng. I merely encountered this soul beast along the way. Who am I? The sea dragon Doloa, to require gratitude from a little girl? Dongzi, I have no means to repay you. If my benefactor does not mind, Yi Lingling's face flushed as she plunged her dagger into the unicorn's head. Soon, the radiant unicorn would draw its last breath. Wait, do not offer yourself in return. I prefer women who can conquer me. Tang Dongfeng interjected hastily. Yi Lingling was indeed beautiful, but he was merely 10 years old. What could a child of 10 possibly offer? They were still in elementary school. These antiquated individuals, upon encountering handsome heroes, would exclaim, "A small girl has no means to repay. If my benefactor does not mind, I am willing to offer myself." Yet, if the hero were a burly figure, akin to Zhang Fei, they would immediately alter their tone. A small girl has no means to repay. In this life, I cannot return the favor. In the next life, I am willing to be a servant. It was, indeed, a world where appearances held sway. Tang Dongfeng admitted that were it not for Yi Lingling's beauty, he would have left without a second thought. Rescue? What could a mere soul master do to save them? Their deaths had no bearing on him whatsoever. In his previous life, he had not mastered much, but he had certainly learned to observe from a distance. Dongfeng, I wish to convey that should you venture to Tiando City, I shall extend my hospitality. Yi Ling gazed at him with a hint of reproach. She acknowledged that Tang Dongfeng was quite charming, possessing formidable strength, and the trident mark on his forehead was undeniably cool. However, the crux of the matter was that they had only just met, and being of tender age, it was far too premature to entertain notions of matrimony. Yi Ling had always maintained a detached stance towards the infatuated youths within the academy. At such a young age, instead of striving to enhance their soul power, they were ensnared by the whims of desire. Even if they were to attain a titled rank in the future, their mindset would surely bear flaws. Well, the weather is quite pleasant today, Tang Dongfeng remarked awkwardly, lifting his gaze to the towering trees that obscured much of the sunlight. Ha ha, Tang Dongfeng. It seems you two can be quite self-deluded, chuckled the sea dragon Doloa, reveling in the irony of his usual proud demeanor being so easily humbled. A heroic rescue, only to be handed a good person card. Uncle Hailong, don't think I'm oblivious to your secret affections, Tang Dongfeng retorted with a cold smirk. I'm not afraid of you. We can go 50-50 and see who falls first. Watch your words, you little rascal. How could I possibly harbor a crush on the Grand Offering? On Sea God Island, the hierarchy was rigorously enforced. For instance, the Grand Offering in red robes and the black-robed guardian of the Holy Pillar represented an insurmountable chasm. Even though Hailong was a level 96 super Doan now, harboring any other thoughts toward Poseidon would be seen as a profound disrespect to the sea god. The Grand Offering of Sea God Island dedicated their entire life to the sea god and served as his earthly emissary. Any act of desecration towards Poseidon was tantamount to blasphemy against the sea god, deserving of severe punishment. As Tang Dongfeng sparred verbally with Hailong Doloa, he kept a vigilant eye on Yi Ling's progress in absorbing her soul ring. Approximately 10 days later, the four of them appeared outside Heavendo City. Tang Dongfeng escorted Yi Ling and Qi Ming back to the city. She was but a young girl, an auxiliary without any support. If she encountered danger on the road, her life could be irrevocably ruined. Yi Ling was not like Ning Rongrong. She did not have a father like Ning Fengji to meticulously plan everything for her. Heavendo City was surprisingly more prosperous than Haima City. Tang Dongfeng mused. Indeed, it lives up to its reputation as the capital of the Heavendo Empire. It was not unexpected that Heavendo City, being the Empire's Fa Ade, would surpass Haima City in grandeur. However, the disparity left him somewhat reflective. His Haima City was not as splendid as his own Sea Dragon City. Hailong Doloa scoffed, expressing his disdain for Haima City. Although it may not appear as prosperous as Heavendo City, it was still the most thriving city within Sea God Island. Moments later, The four adjusted their direction to first return Yiling to the Royal Academy of Heaven Do. Yiling, farewell for now. For them, the bustling city was not conducive to cultivation, as it hindered high-yield nuclear explosions. In such a vibrant city, each nuclear explosion was bound to attract a host of troubles. Wait for me, Dongfeng. I'll take you around Heaven Do City, Yiling insisted. After all, they had saved her life in the Stardow Forest and returned her to the academy. It would be remiss of her not to extend her hospitality. Meanwhile, a lavish carriage emerged from the Royal Academy of Heaven Do. As it passed by Tang Dongfeng, a voice from within called out, "Stop the carriage." Chapter 8. Approachable Shui, Qinghe. Everyone paused momentarily, their gazes shifting towards the carriage curtain. Hailong Doluo, standing beside Tang Dongfeng, furrowed his brow. Within his perception were two titled Doluos nearby. Although they were as inexperienced as the Haima Doluo, they were indeed genuine titled Doluos. Who could be inside the carriage, accompanied by two titled Doluos? Was it another heir to a deity? Dongfeng, remain vigilant, Hailong Doluo discreetly transmitted. As the carriage curtain was drawn back, a pale, delicate hand came into view. This slender, tender hand was such that even Yiling, being a woman herself, felt a pang of envy. Soon after, a young nobleman appeared before them, around 20 years of age, clad in splendid attire made from cloud-patterned silk and other luxurious fabrics, adorned with golden and silver ribbons, embroidery, and an array of decorative embellishments. Yiling, what brings you here? Shui Qinghe stepped down from the carriage, casting a discreet glance at Tang Dongfeng. He emanated a mysterious aura that sent shivers down her spine. Your Highness, we encountered soul beasts in the Stardow Forest, and teacher Qin Ming sustained serious injuries. Yiling disclosed without reservation, recounting their encounter with the dark golden terraclaw bear and the ensuing chase, merely mentioning in passing that it was Senior Hailong who had saved them. On behalf of the Royal Academy of Heaven Do, I extend my gratitude to the two of you for rescuing teacher Qin Ming and Yiling, Shui Qinghe articulated, bowing respectfully without any hint of princely arrogance. He possessed an aura that felt refreshing, akin to a gentle spring breeze. It was merely a matter of convenience, Hailong Doluo replied nonchalantly. Let us host a banquet at the Heaven Do Grand Hotel to welcome our esteemed guests and show our appreciation, Shui Qinghe suggested, casting a furtive glance at Tang Dongfeng, intrigued by the peculiar boy. Your command is my wish, Tang Dongfeng replied with an air of indifference. Accompanying the esteemed prince of the Heaven Do Empire suited his identity as the heir of Poseidon perfectly. Dongfeng, Hailong Doluo's expression tightened, as though sensing something extraordinary about the prince. It was common knowledge that the Heaven Do Empire lacked titled Doluos. Even if there were any, they would be servants of the empire. It was implausible for them to be tasked with protecting the prince. Over the years, the experiences of nuclear explosions had honed Hailong Doluo's sensitivity to soul power, allowing him to detect the two titled Doluos. Not a problem, Tang Dongfeng mused, eager to see what the renowned saintess of the Spirit Hall, the most beautiful woman on the Doluo continent, intended to pursue. It was evident that she was approaching him with a specific purpose. Although Hailong Doluo had not been overlooked, he had become more of a background figure. Dongfeng, Brother Hailong, would you mind sharing a carriage with Qinghe? Shui Qinghe offered warmly, as if they were long-lost friends. Go ahead, I'll explore on my own, Hailong Doluo stated, and in an instant, he vanished, his speed astonishingly swift, leaving Shui Qinghe momentarily stunned. She herself was no slouch in terms of strength, yet he moved with such speed that she could barely catch a glimpse of him. Was he an agile attack type, Soul Master? That brief moment of surprise was quickly concealed, and she extended an invitation to Tang Dongfeng to join her in the carriage. Without hesitation, he accepted and boarded Shui Qinghe's carriage, heading towards Heaven Do City. Brother Dongfeng, who is that Hailong elder? Shui Qinghe initiated the conversation, as though they were old acquaintances. His demeanor exuded composure and grace. That old coot? Just a proud super Doluo, Tang Dongfeng replied, keeping a watchful eye on Shui Qinghe. When Shui Qinghe learned that Hailong was a super Doluo, she was momentarily taken aback. It turned out that he was a crowned one, and she felt somewhat remiss. Maintaining her astonished demeanor, she pondered the implications in her mind. Clearly, she had not anticipated that among the two individuals she encountered on the road, one would be a super Doluo. Furthermore, this super Doluo had surely never registered with the Spirit Hall. Otherwise, she would have known his name. Your Highness, there's no need to be anxious. Uncle Hai Long is rather affable. Tang Dongfeng remarked nonchalantly. Your Highness, you have a peerless Doloa for a grandfather. Unless Poseidon or Tang Chun personally arrives. Who among your grandfather's peers could possibly challenge him? Brother Dongfeng, where did you acquire that trident sticker on your forehead? It looks quite exquisite, Xue Qinghe inquired. She sensed an incredibly terrifying aura emanating from the trident, a sensation she had only previously felt from that woman and her grandfather, seemingly deriving from a divine source. Just an old man who coerced me into inheriting his estate. I refused, and he insisted on marking me. If I do not return in 10 years. He threatened to obliterate me. Tang Dongfeng shrugged. He had no intention of returning to Sea God Island. He was merely indulging himself. As for the sea god annihilating him, perhaps it was feasible now, but a decade hence, no one could predict the outcome. 10 years later, the reactor within him would likely possess the power to threaten the entire Doloa continent. Sea god, do try to eliminate me. The consequences of my demise would be beyond what even a deity, such as yourself, could bear. This notion was akin to international diplomacy from his previous life, where dignity resided solely at the edge of a sword, and truth was confined within the range of a nuclear explosion. The nuclear fusion reactor within him could, upon his death, potentially drag the entire Doloa continent, and perhaps even the divine realm, into oblivion. Even if you were a celestial deity, you would have to concede to such a reality. An old man? Brother Dongfeng, your words are truly amusing. Through their conversation, Xue Qinghe gleaned a wealth of information, particularly regarding the super Doloa named Hai Long. The secret archives of the Spirit Hall contained a passage concerning Demon Island, where everyone revered the sea god, whose weapon was a trident. Among the 7 sacred pillars of Sea God Island, one was named the Hai Long Sacred Pillar. Xue Qinghe never imagined that someone from Sea God Island had ventured to the mainland. Not an old man. What else could he be? He nearly caused my demise simply because my awakened martial spirit was fire. That wretched place intended to drive me away to feed the sharks, haha. Tang Dongfeng's cold chuckle illuminated Xue Qinghe's thoughts. Thus, it appeared that Tang Dongfeng harbored grievances against Sea God Island, which was why he had come to the mainland, and the Super Doloa likely bore the responsibility of monitoring and protecting him. Brother Dongfeng, since we have arrived in Tiando City, let us take our time, and I shall extend my hospitality to you, allowing you to experience the local customs and culture. In Tang Dongfeng, she saw a glimmer of hope for alliance. Moreover, Xue Qinghe was almost certain that he, like her, had encountered divine inheritance, as the energy fluctuations emanating from the trident on his forehead felt far too familiar. Your Highness, this is rather inappropriate. You are a busy person, and I am merely a humble commoner. Tang Dongfeng appeared quite troubled. As the saying goes, a graceful lady is a gentleman's desire. Furthermore, behind Qianrenxue stood the entire Spear Hall. Although he had no intention of hunting for prestige, he found himself increasingly intrigued by women of higher status. Brother Dongfeng, I am a few years your senior. If you do not mind, you may call me Brother Xue. Let us omit the title of your Highness. Xue Qinghe's words were pleasing to the ear, leaving him with little room for rebuttal. Your Highness, there exists a distinction between monarch and subject. Dongfeng is but a mere commoner. Tang Dongfeng shook his head. Though they appeared to delight in each other's company, each harbored ulterior motives. In the original text, Qianrenxue was willing to pay the price of 2 title de law to recruit Tang San, illustrating her prioritization of self-interest and her willingness to resort to any means to achieve her ends, even setting aside the vendetta against her father. Cultivating a friendship with her was akin to seeking the skin of a tiger. However, should one underestimate Tang Dongfeng, the consequences could be dire. Brother Dongfeng, you are neither a subject nor a king. Though Brother Xue may not possess formidable strength, he still holds a degree of influence within the confines of Tiando City. Rest assured, you shall not suffer. Xue Qinghe maintained a fade of calmness, yet her mind was racing. She had nearly deduced Tang Dongfeng's identity. His most glaring flaw was the trident mark. Given Xue Qinghe's status, befriending a divine heir indeed conferred advantages. One need not mention a mere imperial prince. Even the Emperor of the Snowy Night would fall short in comparison. Beyond the 3 unparalleled Duluos, only she and Bibi Dong, also divine heirs, held the qualifications to befriend Tang Dongfeng. If she could secure his allegiance, she would possess leverage against that woman in the future. To refuse further would seem overly pretentious. Tang Dongfeng offered a sheepish smile while contemplating how to convey the information regarding Hai Long being a super Delaw to the Emperor of the Snowy Night. Presently, Xueqinghe was undoubtedly the most viable channel. Once he acquired the Oceanic Universe shield, what did the Tiando Empire matter to him? Upon entering Tiando City, Xueqinghe remained enthusiastic, recounting the city's history. Soon, their carriage arrived at the Tiando Grand Hotel. Dongfeng, is Hai Long Delaw present? Xueqinghe halted before the hotel, calling out his name with familiarity. In merely the distance from the Tiando Royal Academy to the Tiando Grand Hotel, they had transformed from strangers to friends. Onlookers gazed at Tang Dongfeng, questioning his identity. Who was he to receive such personal attention from the Crown Prince? Let's proceed inside. There is no need to mind Uncle Hai Long. He has taken all my treats, so I shan't starve. Tang Dongfeng's lips twitched. Hai Long Delaw was notoriously shameless, not only bombarding him with nuclear explosions daily, but also frequently pilfering his delicacies. Though this man did protect him, he was also quite a nuisance. Very well, please enter. Xueqinghe casually inquired. As for courting Hai Long Delaw, that was mere folly. The sea god island worshipped the sea god, and attempting to win over Hai Long Delaw paled in comparison to securing a relationship with the divine heir before her. As long as she maintained a good rapport with Tang Dongfeng, who would dare to challenge her on the Dolawa continent? The Spirit Hall governed the continent, yet they would surely struggle against Sea God Island at sea. Even if she ascended to divinity, she would not necessarily gain the upper hand. After all, the sea god achieved divinity through faith, possessing immense strength. Dongfeng, what are you gazing at? Xueqinghe followed Tang Dongfeng's line of sight and spotted a little girl. The girl was adorned in splendid attire, her delicate face framed by long legs, promising years of play. Dongfeng, do you fancy such a type? Xueqinghe smirked inwardly. She recognized the girl across from them. Though pretty, her figure resembled a washboard, lacking the allure of the older girls. Tang Dongfeng pointed to several girls in kipeos welcoming guests at the entrance of the Tiando Hotel. They were all around 17 or 18, exquisite in appearance and possessing enviable figures, devoid of even a hint of excess weight. People do grow up, after all. Ning Rongrong has been a beauty since childhood, and she is undoubtedly stunning as she matures. After all, Tang Dongfeng is merely around 10 years old. Go fetch Rongrong, Xueqinghe instructed his attendant, adopting a demeanor akin to that of a matchmaker for Tang Dongfeng. This is what it means to cater to someone's preferences. Regardless of her dissatisfaction with Tang Dongfeng, she would not exhibit it outwardly. Xuege, do you know each other? Tang Dongfeng inquired, slightly taken aback. The individual before him was none other than Ning Rongrong, the young lady of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. What extraordinary fortune! He had ventured out only to encounter so many characters from the original narrative. She is the daughter of my mentor and the young lady of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. She seems quite compatible with you. Xuege as a mediator, coupled with your uncle's immense strength as a super Delaw, the prospect of a union appears promising, Xueqinghe remarked, playing the role of a facilitator. If Ning Rongrong and Tang Dongfeng were to become involved, establishing a rapport with Tang Dongfeng would effectively align the Sea God Island with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Thus, the Spirit Hall's domination of the continent would not be far off. I believe Xuege has misunderstood. While I do appreciate the beauty of women for sheer enjoyment, we are still young and should prioritize our cultivation over romantic pursuits, Tang Dongfeng replied. Romance? What nonsense! At 10 years old, what can one accomplish in solitude? Not to mention, there are still 6 years until the Sea God's first trial, and the 10-year term will soon arrive. He must grow to a point where the Sea God will concede within these 6 years, which requires relentless effort. Later, the trio shared a meal before parting ways. Before they left, Xueqinghe gifted Tang Dongfeng a personal token representing his identity. Ning Rongrong, however, regarded it with indifference, not considering Tang Dongfeng significant. With a soul power of level 21 at 10 years old, he appeared decent enough, likely possessing innate soul power around level 8 or 9. In contrast, Ning Rongrong, now 10.5 years old, boasted soul power at level 23. Tang Dongfeng couldn't even surpass an auxiliary soul master. What prospects could he possibly have? After meeting Tang Dongfeng, Ning Rongrong promptly forgot him, dismissing the encounter as merely a meal. On the other hand, Xueqinghe returned to the prince's residence and sat at his desk, deep in contemplation. Elder CTN, Elder SHMO, Xueqinghe softly called out, and two tall figures immediately appeared before him. Young Master, these two titled WOs held great respect for Xueqinghe, not only because she was the granddaughter of the Grand Offerer, but also due to her potential to ascend to godhood. It could be said that she was born standing on the pinnacle of others, destined for divinity. What are your thoughts on Tang Dongfeng? Xueqinghe pondered the implications of Tang Dongfeng's presence. His arrival could be both beneficial and detrimental, potentially impacting her plans. This individual possesses average talent and a fatal weakness for beauty, lacking any remarkable traits, save for the formidable title Delaw by his side, remarked the Serpent Spear Delaw. I truly fail to comprehend why a mere child merits the young master's attention. Aside from his uncle, a title Delaw, what assets does he possess that warrant courting? Like Duguyen, he is merely the relative of a title Delaw, with personal capabilities peaking at Soul Delaw. Elder CTN, what say you? Xueqinghe shot a glance at the Serpent Spear Delaw, appearing incredulous. It was baffling how he had managed to cultivate to such a level. Could it be that he was all brawn and no brains, solely focused on training? Young Master, Tang Dongfeng is a profound enigma. Although he seems to display vulnerabilities, he maintains a distance from the young master. However, one thing perplexes me. Why would a youth of limited talent have a title Doluo as his protector? Elder CTN, being more astute, recognized some of Tang Dongfeng's peculiarities. Elder CTN, you are mistaken. That is not merely a title Doluo, but a super Doluo, Xueqinghe replied. Her brow furrowed. Despite their lengthy discussion, Xueqinghe gleaned little useful information. The identities of the two were still deductions she made from the secret history of the Spear Hall. As for Tang Dongfeng, he remained an enigma, shrouded in mystery and eluding her understanding. What are your true intentions? Xueqinghe mused, resting her chin on her hand, gazing at the moonlight filtering through the window. Lost in thought. Chapter 10. The Great Lynx and the Little Fox. Xueqinghe promptly penned a letter and entrusted it to Elder CTN. She needed to inform Qian Daolu of the heir of Sea God Island arrival on the mainland. For the power of Sea God Island was significant enough to influence the entire continent, especially concerning the Spirit Hall's ambitions for dominance. Having been undercover in Heaven Do for over a decade, she could not allow her efforts to be in vain due to Tang Dongfeng alone. After Elder CTN departed, the Serpent Spear Do remained to guard Xueqinghe. If that Super Do were to act, the Serpent Spear Do would be powerless to stop him. Therefore, the days ahead required heightened vigilance. Meanwhile, at the Heaven Do Hotel, Tang Dongfeng leisurely crossed his legs, admiring the scenery outside. The Sea Dragon Do nearby wore a displeased expression. He detested the presence of Land Soul Masters. Dongfeng, what exactly are you planning? The Sea Dragon Do was perplexed. He had clearly warned Tang Dongfeng about the prince's dubious nature. The two titled Duos trailing behind him were evidently not affiliated with the Heaven Do City's powers. One could suspect that this prince was also a counterfeit. They were attempting to swap the prince for a lynx, aiming to overturn the entire Heaven Do empire, a scheme that sent chills down his spine. In the Sea Dragon Deloa's perspective, it was best to avoid this murky water. Uncle Hailong, I have my own considerations. Tomorrow, you will accompany me to the prince's residence, Tang Dongfeng replied. Was he unaware? As a transmigrator well-versed in the original work, he understood better than most who Xueqinghe was. His sole curiosity was about Qian Rinchue's appearance. As for Qian Rinchue's intentions to utilize him to achieve the Spirit Hall's unification of the continent, he believed that in this world there are no eternal enemies, only everlasting interests. Ultimately, he and Qian Rinchue were of the same ilk, merely using one another. The following morning, the two arrived at the gates of the prince's residence. Please announce that Prince is expecting Tang Dongfeng, he instructed. Before parting the previous day, Xueqinghe had given him a token, yet he chose not to use it. Relishing in the game. Go away. The prince is not someone you can just see at will. The guards at the prince's residence had been replaced by members of the Spirit Hall, and they were not about to allow him entry. Without Xueqinghe's token, unless Emperor Xue Yi himself came, no one would be permitted inside. Guards were too indifferent to acknowledge someone as obscure as Tang Dongfeng. I am a friend of your prince. You can inquire with him, Tang Dongfeng continued. Get lost. If you're a friend of the prince, then I'm a friend of the Pope. The guard sneered, entirely dismissing Tang Dongfeng. He had seen many young scions seeking recognition at the prince's residence. The idea of a mere child knowing their prince was utterly ludicrous. Uncle Hailong. A smirk unconsciously played on Tang Dongfeng's lips, quickly subdued. He observed the sea dragon Delaw stride toward the guards. With each step he took, a soul ring descended. By the time he stood before the guards, he bore 9 soul rings, 2 purple, 6 black, and 1 red. A brilliant crimson light enveloped the entire street, causing the guards to kneel in awe and drawing the attention of countless onlookers. The guards were startled. Could it truly be the crown prince they sought? The youthful, dashing figure before them was none other than a titled Delaw, adorned with a 100,000-year soul ring. Such a formidable presence. They must notify others immediately. Tang Dongfeng exchanged a glance with the sea dragon Delaw, who promptly concealed his soul ring. After all, the sea dragon Delaw was a product of the 6th rank in the black level trials, and such an impressive soul ring configuration was not uncommon. It was likely that news of the crown prince's acquaintance with the titled Delaw would soon spread throughout the Tiando Empire. He had not only assisted Xue Qinghe in overtly bolstering his position, but had also captured the attention of the Emperor Xue Yi, who would undoubtedly urge Xue Qinghe to cultivate ties with them. To win over a titled Delaw with a 100,000-year soul ring, one must display sincerity. The most exquisite offering from the Tiando Empire would be the Hanhai Qian Kuinjia, an artifact that others might dismiss as useless or even malevolent. Brother Dongfeng, Your Excellency's Sea Dragon, Xue Qinghe extends his greetings, Xue Qinghe exclaimed as he rushed from the crown princess palace. With such a commotion outside, how could he not exhibit enthusiasm? You chat among yourselves. I shall take a stroll outside. No sooner had he spoken than the sea dragon Delaw vanished without a trace. Brother Xue, the sea dragon does not favor strangers. Forgive me for the awkwardness, Tang Dongfeng remarked. His objective had been achieved. Whether or not the sea dragon Delaw remained was of little consequence now. Dongfeng, did I not give you a personal token yesterday? What is this fuss about? Xue Qinghe, incredulous, could hardly believe Tang Dongfeng would lose such an item. Yet, for what purpose could it have been misplaced? Surely, it was not merely to enhance his own standing. Apologies, Brother Xue. I seem to have mislaid the token. Tang Dongfeng feigned embarrassment, knowing the token likely lay within his soul guide, destined to gather dust. Dongfeng, this careless nature of yours cannot lead to further losses. This jade pendant is a cherished item I have worn since childhood. It is unique. Xue Qinghe reached beneath his neck, retrieving a golden feather-shaped pendant and offering it to Tang Dongfeng. This pendant was universally recognized within the crown prince's residence, applicable in both the worship hall and the elder hall. I shall not refuse. Tang Dongfeng accepted the pendant, feeling a faint aura of light emanating from it, along with a subtle fragrance reminiscent of milk. He then tied the pendant around his wrist, lifting his left hand to display it to Xue Qinghe, signaling that he would not misplace it again. Come inside, Dongfeng. Allow me to show you around the crown princess residence, Xue Qinghe said, eagerly grasping his wrist to lead him to the palace. If he could secure Tang Dongfeng within his circle of influence, all efforts would not be in vain. Brother Xue, perhaps another time. I have come to bid you farewell today. Tang Dongfeng suddenly halted, refusing to enter the palace. As the saying goes, haste makes waste. At his tender age, he should focus on cultivation, preparing for the unfolding plot before stepping into the fray. Having inquired carefully with Yi Lingling, Tang Dongfeng estimated that it would be over a year before Tang San and the others would enter Shrek Academy. To be candid, he was not particularly fond of this feeling of being out of control. Lacking foresight, he intended to keep a low profile and enhance his strength. Dongfeng, have I neglected you yesterday? Are you upset with me? Xue Qinghe's expression shifted slightly. He could hardly let go of a godly air so easily. If the spirit hall possessed 2 deities alongside the sea god Tang Dongfeng, would the world not be within their grasp? Brother Xue, you must be mistaken. I have been sneaking out for nearly 5 years. Just a few days ago, Sister Xiao she sent word to Uncle Sea Dragon to bring me back home. It seems my next escape may not occur for another year or 2, Tang Dongfeng replied, his eyes dimming, reflecting a sense of melancholy and reluctance, akin to a child unwilling to return home, grappling with rebellious thoughts. Such a pity, Xue Qinghe mused, wishing to show him around Tiando City for a few more days. Once I manage to sneak out again, I will certainly come to find Brother Xue, Tang Dongfeng replied, resembling a playful child eager to escape familial constraints, yet bound by his tender age. Very well, Brother Dongfeng. Do not forget me when you return home, Shueqing said. His spirits dampened at the prospect of losing such a valuable ally before securing a bond. Rest assured, Brother Shui, I shall never forget you. Tang Dongfeng waved his feathered pendant-adorned left hand in farewell and departed. When the great lynx and the little fox reunited, it would be more than a year later. Chapter 11. An unremarkable great soul master since Tang Dongfeng and the sea dragon de Loa had departed, they ventured to a small island near the coastal city. It was only after a year and 4 months that they re-emerged on the continent. In the Balik Kingdom, Soto City, 2 figures, one large and one small, strolled leisurely down a wide official road. Dongfeng, are we not heading directly to Tiano City? What is the purpose of coming to this wretched place? The sea dragon de Loa questioned, perplexed. Upon departure, Tang Dongfeng had clearly stated their intention to seek out Shueqing in Tiando City, aiming to acquire the Hanhai Qian Kuanjia from the Tiando royal family. I have heard that there exists an academy nearby Soto City that only accepts monsters. I wish to take a look, Tang Dongfeng replied. Over the past year, his soul power had increased by 2 levels, barely reaching the admission criteria for Shrek Academy, an 11-and-a-half-year-old with a 23rd level assault system soul master. It sounded quite promising. He just wondered if Shrek possessed the capacity to accept him. A monster? You are hardly that. You are a prodigy at worst, the sea dragon Door replied earnestly. In his eyes, no academy could adequately teach Tang Dongfeng, not even the institution on Sea God Island, which was unworthy of instructing a divine heir. Is that so? Tang Dongfeng's lips curled into a slight smile. In the eyes of the sea dragon Door, he was indeed a prodigy, a revered heir to divinity. Yet, to the broader populace, he was merely a budding genius. It is worth noting that true geniuses often achieve the rank of soul elder by the age of 12. By the time he reached 12, he would likely possess a soul power of 24. His growth was scarcely more than 1 or 2 levels each year. His soul power was not something he could easily suppress. Upon entering Soto City, the sea dragon Doloa vanished once more. This super Doloa seemed to harbor a social phobia, avoiding crowds at all costs. Once within the city, he frequently vanished from sight. I shall find a hotel to stay, Tang Dongfeng said, selecting an ordinary establishment, not encountering Dai Mubai, who seemingly had been bested by countless protagonists across various realms. This time, consider it a stroke of luck for him. Alone, Tang Dongfeng had no reason to book a couple's hotel. Is it possible that he would engage with someone at a couple's hotel or directly flirt with a waitress? Such a lack of decorum is unbecoming of Tang Dongfeng. No matter how unfortunate his circumstances, he remains the heir to the sea god, destined to ascend to divinity. In the entirety of Dolua continent, there are only a handful of individuals he truly respects. The following morning, Tang Dongfeng rose early. After a brief wash and a hasty meal, he set off towards the outskirts of Soto City. After navigating through winding paths, he finally arrived at a dilapidated village, the site of Shrek Academy, the legendary institution where 7 deities once studied. Tang San, I wonder if the sea god's trials will allow you to inherit other divine positions? As he stood in line for the assessment, his thoughts lingered on Tang San. The so-called Shrek's 7 monsters were hardly paragons of virtue. Dai Mubai abandoned his fiancée, and became a deserter, indulging in a life of debauchery in Soto City. Can such behavior truly be forgiven? Does the teacher not care at all? As for Ma Hongjun, his reputation as a frequenter of brothels is well known. How could someone like him win the affection of Bai Qinxiang? It baffles Tang Dongfeng. Regardless, he finds it impossible to comprehend. As for Tang San, he epitomizes double standards. However, he is genuinely kind to his brothers. Yet the moment anyone touches Xiao Wu, he turns rabid, snapping at everyone around him. As a transmigrator who has witnessed Dolua too, Tang Dongfeng feels a deep sense of injustice for Hui Yuhao. From start to finish, he has merely been a pawn in Tang San's game. Even his daughter is merely a means to Tang San's ends. Such a person, Tang Dongfeng can only declare, paths divergent cannot conspire together. The registration fee is 10 gold soul coins. Soon, it was Tang Dongfeng's turn. Here, one pays the registration fee before learning whether they will be accepted. This is a quintessential act of banditry. Even those not admitted are charged. What a farce. Tang Dongfeng produced 10 gold soul coins and placed them in the box. Extend your left hand, said Li Yusong, his expression devoid of emotion. The boy before him appeared frail, likely lacking in strength. Following the elder's request, Tang Dongfeng extended his left hand. The elder felt his wrist a few times. Assessing his bone age, under 12 years old, he then requested his name, martial spirit, and soul power. Li Yusong resumed his seat. Shrek Academy accepts only 1 to 3 students each year, so they are quite discerning. Tang Dongfeng, martial spirit, Sea Heart Flame, a level 23 assault system battle soul master. Following the elder's instructions, Tang Dongfeng unleashed his martial spirit without revealing the soul rings. A level 23 strength might be considered genius in an ordinary primary academy. Yet at Shrek Academy, it is merely average, ranking at the bottom. Mubai, take him to the second round. Li Yusong gestured for Dai Mubai to handle the matter, while he continued to enroll the next applicants. Follow me, Dai Mubai said curtly, leading Tang Dongfeng to the second round of assessments without further conversation. Upon arriving at the second round, they encountered Uncle Oscar, the sausage vendor, who appeared to be in his 40s. In contrast, Sea Dragon Uncle, who was under 40, looked significantly younger. Delicious sausages for sale. However, Tang Dongfeng paid no heed and walked past Oscar's stall to queue for the second round. This round primarily tests whether the martial spirits meet advanced standards. Students whose martial spirits are inadequate, even if they reach level 20, possess little talent. Soon, it was Tang Dongfeng's turn. Release your martial spirit. What is your innate soul power level? Xiao Xian busily recorded notes, as he eliminated 90% of the applicants in this round. Fire element martial spirit, innate soul power level 7. Tang Dongfeng released his martial spirit, casting a glance at Xiao Xian. Fire? Xiao Xian scoffed, shaking his head. You call this fire? It lacks even a hint of warmth. How utterly unremarkable. You barely pass. Proceed to the next area for the third round. Tang Dongfeng's martial spirit appeared quite ordinary, and his soul power was likewise mediocre, barely passing. Whether he could advance depended on his soul rings. With a resigned shrug, Tang Dongfeng continued toward the next round. After a short distance, he arrived at the third round, where only a few individuals awaited. Minutes later, it was his turn again. Release your soul rings and explain their specific effects. Lucci Bean took a sip of water. The previous martial spirits were decent, yet their soul skills were dreadful, failing to qualify for the next round, let alone Shrek. Oh! Tang Dongfeng summoned Sea Heart Flame with his right hand, revealing 1 yellow and 1 purple soul ring at his feet. 1,000-year soul ring? Lucci Bean, who had been quietly sipping tea, suddenly fell from his seat in disbelief. He rubbed his eyes, hardly able to believe that it was indeed a 1,000-year soul ring. How did you achieve this? Your second soul ring is 1,000 years old? Lucci Bean swallowed hard, astonished at this young prodigy, whose second soul ring could absorb 1,000 years. Even with an inferior martial spirit, possessing 1,000-year second soul ring offsets many disadvantages. The distinctions among 100-year, 1,000-year, 10,000-year, and 100,000-year soul rings are significant. Even a mere difference of 1 year between 9999 and 10,000 can lead to vast disparities. If Tang Dongfeng's second soul ring is 1,000 years, then his fourth soul ring should be capable of absorbing 10,000 years. Have I passed? Tang Dongfeng's gentle voice pulled Lucci Bean from his astonishment. Yes, you have passed. I'll take you to the fourth round. Lucci Bean personally escorted Tang Dongfeng to find Zhao Wujia. A talent with 1,000-year second ring is precisely what Shrek seeks. Even if his martial spirit is unremarkable, Shrek is confident in transforming him into an extraordinary powerhouse. Upon their arrival at the fourth round, 4 individuals were already present. As Tang Dongfeng entered, a girl in a flowing green noble outfit, with long hair and striking gemstone-like eyes, fixated her gaze upon him. Chapter 12. The Specialist in Endurance. Oh, we have a little fellow who passed the first 3 rounds. Zhao Wujia expressed mild surprise. The previous 4 candidates had soul power exceeding level 25, advancing directly to the 4th round. In contrast, the last candidate arrived after overcoming all challenges. This is akin to a direct admission student compared to those who passed through rigorous examinations. Though all 5 have reached the 4th round, Tang Dongfeng's soul power is certainly below 25, yet it is unlikely to be too weak. Old Zhao, we nearly overlooked this little fellow. He will surely surprise you. Lucci Bean remarked mysteriously, piquing Zhao Wujia's interest. What kind of youth could garner such praise from a soul emperor? Little fellow, join the other 4. As long as you can endure for a stick of incense, you'll have passed. Zhao Wujie settled down, lighting an incense stick and allowing the five to strategize. Tang Dongfeng did not hesitate to step forward. He cast a glance at Tang San, whose appearance was utterly unremarkable, far inferior to the reader's expectations. The girl beside him was rather charming, yet not Tang Dongfeng's type. Remaining were two young ladies. One possessed an alluring figure, akin to a magnificent feline, while the other bore the visage of a refined lady. Teacher Zhao was a soul saint, and we had to unite our strengths. Otherwise, we stood no chance at all. Let's now introduce our respective martial souls. Tang San immediately took on the role of the backbone as a control-type soul master, the very soul of our teamwork. I am Xiao Wu. My martial soul is the soft-bone rabbit, a level 29 powerful assault soul master. I am Tang San, with the blue silver grass as my martial soul, also a level 29 control-type soul master. Zhu Qing, the spectral cat, is a level 27 agility-type soul master. Ning Rongrong. My martial soul is the 7 treasure glazed tower, which can augment everyone's attack and speed by 30%. Before Tang Dongfeng's arrival, they were already acquainted. This introduction was merely a formality due to Tang Dongfeng joining us, as we would soon reconfigure our tactics. Tang Dongfeng, with a fire element martial soul, is a level 23 battle soul master, he casually remarked. Subsequently, Tang San laid out his plan. To be precise, there was little in the way of collaboration. He would control, Ning Rongrong would assist, Xiao Wu and Tang Dongfeng would be the main attackers, while Zhu Qing would harass from the side. What technical prowess was there to speak of? Wasn't this merely routine? I must add, Ning Rongrong, you will remain behind me at all times. Otherwise, should anything happen to you, I will have no way to explain it to Brother Shui. Tang Dongfeng's martial soul had a rather singular mode of attack. In essence, his soul skill merely reinforced the flames themselves, lacking any defensive or offensive soul skills. All offense and defense were predicated on the flames alone. Tang Dongfeng, whom do you underestimate? Ning Rongrong, always proud, was a prodigy of the 7 treasure glazed sect, cherished by 2 titled Duos. She could hardly fathom that she might be eliminated easily, let alone be harmed by Zhao Wujie. For Brother Shui's sake, I'll give you a warning. Whether you heed it or not is your business. Tang Dongfeng was reluctant to engage with her, viewing her as merely a spoiled little girl. In terms of status, was the 7 treasure glazed sect truly more formidable than the Spirit Hall? In terms of cultivation, what talents did Qian Renxue possess compared to his own? Qian Renxue had not displayed arrogance in his presence. How could a mere child be so presumptuous? Others might fear the 7 treasure glazed sect, but Tang Dongfeng did not. Was the sword Doluo truly formidable? Go and challenge a deity on Sea God Island and see how that fares. Tang Dongfeng, I hope you will follow my commands, otherwise we stand no chance of entering the academy. Tang San frowned, dissatisfied with Tang Dongfeng. The 2 girls had higher ranks than him and were quite obedient, yet he, a level 23 burden, could only boast. Your ability to enter the academy is of no concern to me, if you are so capable. Why not dual teacher, Zhao, instead of relying on teamwork? Tang Dongfeng scoffed. What a preposterous display. Those hidden weapons of yours. How effective are they against one who wields supreme fire and water? He merely needed to envelop himself in a layer of sea heart flame, and all those projectiles would melt away in an instant. We are now a team. We rise and fall together. Tang Dongfeng, do you not wish to enroll? If not for the entrance examination, Tang San would have preferred to ignore Tang Dongfeng altogether. However, given their limited strength, confronting a soul saint was tantamount to throwing stones at a mountain. The addition of one more person meant an increase in power. Once they had overcome teacher Zhao's test, he would settle matters with Tang Dongfeng through more direct means. Tang Dongfeng, very well, I will heed your advice. But you must not divulge my presence here to Brother Shui. Ning Rongrong's expression grew strained. Should Qinghe learn of her presence at Shrek, her father would surely find out immediately. The intelligence of this little demoness leaves much to be desired, without your father's consent. How could you come to Shrek Academy? Or do you believe that as a pretty support-type girl, no one would take notice? Your smooth passage here is simply due to someone shielding you. What are you laughing at? Ning Rongrong was furious, feeling mocked by someone she deemed inferior. Little monsters, have you reached a consensus? It's time to begin. Zhao Wujie stood imposing, his aura shifting to one of aggression. A soul saint, Indeed, a perfect opportunity to test strength. The corners of Tang Dongfeng's mouth curled slightly, having devised a plan. The 7 treasures glazed tower brings forth brilliance. The first is strength, the second is speed. Immediately, Ning Rongrong, standing behind Tang Dongfeng, utilized her 7-treasure glazed tower to amplify their abilities. With a resounding boom, Zhao Wujia's massive fist struck the ground. Had he aimed to attack them, that colossal fist could have severely injured a great soul master. Zhao Wujia struck the earth with both hands, dispersing his force to avoid causing real harm to the 5. Ning Rongrong, place your palm against my back. Tang Dongfeng rubbed 3 fingers of his right hand together, igniting a sea blue flame at his fingertips. Following this, 2 soul rings, 1 yellow and 1 purple, materialized beneath him. Ning Rongrong stepped forward, grasping his shoulder with one hand, uncertain of her motivations. As long as she obediently complied, she would not be exposed, and thus all would be well. Good lad, 1,000-year second ring. Zhao Wujie erupted into joyous laughter. No wonder Lu Qibin had been so mysterious earlier. It turns out this level 23 lad possessed 1,000-year second ring. He likely had neglected soul power cultivation in order to absorb the 1,000-year soul ring. Yet, these were trivial matters. How could this be? Was the teacher's theory wrong? Tang San felt a wave of confusion wash over him. This was impossible. The teacher had stated that a second soul ring could last a maximum of 764 years. This had to be an illusion crafted by Tang Dongfeng, a simulation of a soul skill. The second soul skill, Great Strength Diamond Palm. Concurrently, Zhao Wujie summoned his martial soul, unleashing his second soul skill directly at Tang Dongfeng. He was careful, employing only the equivalent soul power of a level 23. The second soul skill, Dark Old Guardian. Instantly, the flames enveloping Tang Dongfeng's right hand spread forth like scales, covering both him and Ning Rongrong. The originally sea blue flames transformed into a dark golden hue. Zhao Wujie's colossal Great Strength Diamond Palm collided with Tang Dongfeng's comparatively smaller left hand, producing a resounding metallic clang. The soul skill aimed at Ning Rongrong collided with her, merely destabilizing her stance. Good lad, receive another strike, gravity enhancement. Zhao Wujie, brimming with confidence, activated his third soul skill, illuminating his third soul ring beneath him. An invisible pressure swept through the area, enveloping a 5-meter radius. With the release of Zhao Wujie's third soul skill, gravity enhancement, Tang San could distinctly feel his body immobilized. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing found their speed severely hindered, rendered motionless under the weight. However, Tang Dongfeng and Ning Rongrong remained steadfast, unyielding in their positions. Young man, let us see how you will defend against this. Zhao Wujie's second soul ring glimmered once more. That enormous hand descended directly towards Tang Dongfeng. Throughout this ordeal, Tang San merely floated along, while Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing had no opportunity to strike Zhao Wujie. Was the soul sage really this weak? Tang Dongfeng sculpt beats me seen. With such an offensive strength, even given 100 incense sticks worth of time, you could never breach the Dark Old Guardian. The Dark Old Guardian is a soul skill that embodies both offense and defense, enhancing as the soul power grows. As long as he can maintain his soul power, it is nearly impervious to dissolution. The name of this soul skill, Dark Old Guardian, is merely a ruse employed by Tang Dongfeng to mislead his adversaries. His first soul skill amplifies the fire attribute through the sea heart flame, achieving an extreme temperature. The second soul skill augments the gold attribute, allowing the flames to temporarily transform into the gold property, approaching the pinnacle of gold for both offensive and defensive applications with commendable efficacy. Such a little rascal. Zhao Wujie immediately increased his strength, elevating from Great Soul Master to Soul Zone. No matter how talented Tang Dongfeng may be, he could hardly withstand a force exceeding 2 major realms. Could he? Clang! The pure metallic clash reverberated through the air, yet Tang Dongfeng remained utterly unyielding. Under the ultimate defense, even Zhao Wujie's might appeared insignificantly diminutive. Now it is my turn. Tang Dongfeng's expression grew solemn, an aura of imminent peril enveloping him. Zhao Wujie's heart jolted. He sensed a life-threatening danger emanating from a mere Great Soul Master. The first soul skill, Golden Crow's Fiery Flame. With a swift motion, Tang Dongfeng surged toward Zhao Wujie, unimpeded. Under the enhancement of the Golden Crow's fiery flame, the Sea Heart flame morphed into golden flames, reaching an apex of scorching heat. In contrast, Ning Rongrong's dark gold hue was gradually fading. The once rich dark gold was dissipating at a visible rate. It was likely that within 3 seconds, she would be exposed to Zhao Wujie's gravitational amplification. The first soul skill, immovable king body. Zhao Wujie's complexion shifted slightly. He immediately employed his first soul skill. Just as Tang Dongfeng's hand made contact with him, a searing wave of heat surged, causing the surrounding temperature to skyrocket. Boom! A torrent of blistering heat surged forth. As the hand enveloped in golden flames lightly struck Zhao Wujie's chest. As Zhao Wujie's soul power erupted, the immense recoil sent Tang Dongfeng flying back, landing right in front of Ning Rongrong. She swiftly placed her hand on his shoulder, replenishing the once dim dark gold aura surrounding her body. Little monster, the temperature of your flames rivals that of true phoenix fire, Zhao Wujie exclaimed, overjoyed. This little rascal was destined to become a staple of Shrek Academy. With flames more terrifying than Ma Hongjuan's, he could not be allowed to escape. The phoenix fire, in terms of temperature, paled in comparison to the Sea Heart flame. The so-called phoenix fire was merely a top-tier martial soul, at best denoting a form of ultimate flame. The original Ma Hongjuan was but a second-tier deity. In contrast, Tang Dongfeng's Sea Heart flame martial soul directly attracted the sea god S9 trials, indicating its superior quality. Even when compared to certain divine-grade martial souls, it was not lacking in any regard. Furthermore, while divine-grade martial souls were fixed, his Sea Heart flame was a growing entity, becoming increasingly formidable as his strength enhanced. Little monster, I must take this seriously. Zhao Wujie could not afford to be careless. This boy struck with a ferocity that was truly alarming. The seemingly gentle palm, which appeared harmless, concealed an unimaginable power. The residual heat alone reached the pinnacle of fire. No wonder he held disdain for phoenix flames. Even Zhao Wujie's defense as a soul sage was compromised by Tang Dongfeng's first soul skill. Beneath the protection of soul sage-level defense, a dark imprint marred Zhao Wujie's chest. Had they not separated immediately, he would have suspected that the gentle hand could char his flesh. The fourth soul skill, target tracking. Since Zhao Wujie's soul skill could not inflict damage from a distance, he would close the gap and engage in close combat. Zhao Wujie's defensive capabilities were astounding, particularly suited for melee combat. He merely needed to avoid a direct confrontation with Tang Dongfeng. I shall also take this seriously. Everyone else, retreat 1,000 meters. Tang Dongfeng declared. He was not one to simply endure blows. If it were to be a serious brawl, would he allow himself to be a mere punching bag? Perfectly poised to test his nuclear fission reaction against a soul sage without inflicting collateral damage. As for those uncontrollable measures, he would not dare employ them recklessly unless faced with the brink of life and death. Inflicting 1,000 points of damage while sustaining 800 points of self-harm could plunge him into a greater crisis. Tang Dongfeng, should I leave? Ning Rongrong swallowed, astounded by his inhuman prowess. A seemingly gentle palm could inflict harm upon a soul sage. Moreover, that dark gold defense had allowed her to withstand Zhao Wujie's soul skill unscathed. If you wish to perish, keep your distance from me. Tang Dongfeng coalesced a flame in his right hand, this time not in the usual sea blue hue, but rather a manifestation of the ultimate fire. Enhanced by the Golden Crow's fiery flame. Under the extreme temperatures, this flame possessed formidable destructive power. Uranium-235 coalesce. As the surrounding uranium or rapidly vaporized, the lighter uranium-235 was isolated. However, to confront a soul sage, Tang Dongfeng did not require an excessive amount of uranium-235, approximately 1 milligram, merely 0.001 was sufficient, and he completed the coalescence in an instant. In the next moment, a chain reaction erupted within the golden flame. An increasing number of atomic nuclei underwent fission, spiraling out of control, emitting a distinctly destructive aura. Move aside. Zhao Wujie could hardly believe this little fellow could conjure such a terrifying phenomenon. Martial soul manifestation. Without hesitation, he activated his martial soul and charged forward to withstand the nuclear explosion. Go! Tang Dongfeng felt the nuclear fission in his hand spiraling out of control and swiftly hurled it toward Zhao Wujie. A golden sphere flew toward him, expanding as it released an aura that reached the standards of Soul Sage. As the formidable teacher, Zhao Wujia lunged at the golden sphere, concentrating all his might in front of him, enveloping the golden orb. Xiao Wu, Tang San channeled all his energy into ghost, shadow, misty steps, racing toward Tang Dongfeng and Ning Rongrong. Only by standing close to them would he remain unharmed. Xiao Wu turned and fled, lamenting her level 29 status, wishing for teleportation skill. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing unleashed her full soul power, sprinting towards Tang Dongfeng, confident that such soul skills would not harm her. Dai Mubai activated his first and third soul skills, strenuously rushing toward Tang Dongfeng. On the other side, Zhao Wujia had already tackled the golden sphere, doing his utmost to mitigate the explosive damage to those around him. Accompanied by a sharp crack, the golden sphere struck the ground, unleashing a terrifying shockwave of explosion. Perhaps this was the manifestation of Tang Dongfeng's childhood dream to blow up a school. Chapter 14. Either be a slave or die. With a thunderous roar, the surrounding wooden structures were instantly reduced to ruins. The blinding white light and deafening explosion rendered everyone momentarily sightless and deaf. The devastating shockwave obliterated everything in its path. The chaotic noises rose and fell around them. As the dust settled, Zhao Wuji's figure had long since vanished. Dai Mubai was hurled away, bloodied, lying amidst the ruins. Were it not for the faint remnants of breath, one might have thought him lifeless. In contrast, Tang San and Xiao Wu found themselves in dire straits. Tang San desperately shielded Xiao Wu with his blue silvergrass, yet he could not mitigate much harm. The violent shockwave from the nuclear explosion sent Xiao Wu flying, leaving her on the brink of death. Fortunately, being a beast martial soul endowed her with remarkable physical resilience. Otherwise, she would have perished. As for Tang San, his speed was remarkable, allowing him to swiftly take refuge behind Tang Dongfeng and Ning Rongrong. He placed his palm on Ning Rongrong's shoulder. Yet his body did not transform into the dark golden hue he had anticipated. Thankfully, hiding behind Ning Rongrong limited his injuries, rendering him the least harmed among them. True to his status as the protagonist of the original tale, he still stood upright. Zhu Zhuqing, being an agile attacker, immediately fled with all her might following the explosion. Thanks to her distance, her injuries were second only to Tang San's. Xiao Wu, Tang San's eyes blazed crimson, emanating a murderous aura, as if he were Shura risen from the depths of hell. With a swift motion of his hands, he unleashed several dragon whisker needles from his fingertips. His most potent hidden weapon, these needles were specifically designed to penetrate protective auras. Due to their diminutive size and the element of surprise, they traveled at an astonishing speed, targeting Tang Dongfeng's vital spots. A series of crisp clangs resonated almost simultaneously as the needles struck Tang Dongfeng's dark golden exterior, failing to stir even the slightest ripple. Even if the dark golden barrier were breached, there remained an exquisite layer of flame within. Such trivial projectiles would instantly melt upon encountering the ultimate fire. Tang Dongfeng's expression shifted slightly as he gathered a sphere of sea heart flame in his right hand and hurled it towards Tang San. I warned you to leave. If you refuse and are injured, blame no one but yourselves. The nuclear explosion was beyond his control. This technique of conjuring nuclear blasts was merely his standard offensive maneuver. Suddenly, a colossal Haotian hammer descended from above, creating a massive crater in front of Tang San, effectively obstructing Tang Dongfeng's flame. The intense fire was extinguished by the force of the Haotian hammer. A child dares to bully my son, Tang Hao. Emerging from the air was a disheveled middle-aged man. As he approached, 9 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 1 red, descended in succession. Haotian Doluo? Tang Dongfeng regarded him coldly, recognizing the tendency of the Tang family to wield their power against the weak. The murderous intent radiating from Haotian Doluo was entirely focused on him. You have harmed my son today. You must provide an explanation. Tang Hao grasped the Haotian hammer with one hand, resting it on his shoulder in a display of arrogance. Huh, your son attempted to kill me, and now you demand an explanation? Tang Dongfeng turned to flee. The power from a nuclear fusion reactor within him surged down to his feet. As for Shrek Academy, he had no ties to it. He was merely there to see if the legendary institution that nurtured deities was worthy of his presence. Moreover, the information he would bring back to Qianren Xue could serve as leverage. After all, in her eyes, Tang Hao was her father's murderer. Hao Qianluo did not hasten after Tang Dongfeng, but instead entrusted Tang San to Ning Rongrong's care before leisurely following Tang Dongfeng outside Soto City. Meanwhile, a soul saint with an owl martial soul from Shrek Academy pursued them. Tang Dongfeng's speed was notably slow, a persistent weakness of his. High above, the hidden sea dragon dog swiftly kept pace with Tang Hao, undetected even by him. Outside Soto City, Tang Dongfeng stood quietly within the woods. In his right hand, he rapidly condensed uranium-235, a material that was undeniably consumable. He had drained the vicinity around Shrek Academy and had no choice but to relocate. Since you've come, you might as well all reveal yourselves, whether one or two, it is all the same. Tang Dongfeng spoke Gunli. In his perception, there were three entities radiating nuclear energy, one of which was familiar. Boy, you detonated my Shrek Academy. Should you not provide an explanation? The four-eyed owl, Flender, appeared not far from him. In Flender's view, this young man had grievously injured Zhao Wujin despite his status as a great soul master. Upon returning to the academy, he found the area within a kilometer to be in ruins, with old Zhao lying bloodied among the debris. Since this is an assessment, if the teacher exerts their full strength, should I not do the same? A hint of disdain flickered in Tang Dongfeng's eyes. Flender had not sought monetary compensation from him. Rather, he desired to utilize him to elevate Shrek's reputation, akin to a wolf in sheep's clothing. History proved that in the original story, Flender successfully garnered the fame of Shrek Academy through 7 extraordinary talents. Should Tang Dongfeng join Shrek Academy, it would undoubtedly enhance their renown across the continent. Having passed the assessment, you are now a student of Shrek. Come with me. Flender had no intention of letting Tang Dongfeng escape. Otherwise, he would lose both the woman and the soldiers. The academy could be rebuilt, or they could exploit others, as long as the name of Shrek was preserved. However, if Tang Dongfeng left, he would establish an insurmountable rival for the little monsters. Oh, I wonder if Dean Flender can deter Hao Qianluo from his murderous intent? Tang Dongfeng remarked with a hint of mockery. You are merely a soul saint, only slightly stronger than Zhao Wujin. With your status, you cannot alter anything. Boy, if you swear by your martial soul to remain forever loyal to Shao San, I shall spare your life. Tang Hao descended from the sky, landing before Flender, his right hand gripping the Haotian hammer, poised to strike. Initially, witnessing Tang San's injuries, Tang Hao had indeed contemplated ending Tang Dongfeng's life. However, the boy's extraordinary talent was too remarkable to be wasted on Tang San. Your Excellency Haotian, Flender bowed humbly. The presence of a 10,000-year soul ring was unmistakable, and as a mere soul saint, he dared not offend a title de loi, especially one who had slain the former pope. Moreover, if Tang Dongfeng became Tang San's servant, inviting Tang San into Shrek would be a mutually beneficial arrangement. Do you think you can enslave me? Tang Dongfeng sneered at Flender. It is either servitude or death. Tang Hao had already crossed Tang Dongfeng's line. He could not allow him to flourish. Should Tang Dongfeng join the Spirit Hall in a few years, he would inevitably pose a threat to both Shao San and the Haotian sect. Individuals like Tang Dongfeng, possessing such monstrous talent, could either be utilized for one's benefit or eliminated. I choose for you to perish. In his right hand, Tang Dongfeng had already condensed uranium-235, its fission reaction yet to commence. However, this quantity would not pose a threat to Tang Hao. Even severely wounding the seahorse Doal would be a challenge. Moreover, Tang Hao had witnessed his nuclear explosion and should be prepared. Immediately after, Tang Dongfeng waved his left hand, conjuring a sphere of sea heart flame in his palm, filled with deuterium and tritium nuclei. Previously, there was much superfluous dialogue, merely to buy time in order to extract deuterium and tritium from the sea heart flame's nuclear fusion reaction. Tang Dongfeng clasped his hands together, forcibly compressing a small golden flame ball and a small azure ball. He then hurled it towards Tang Hao. Chapter 15. The area of 50 miles is reduced to ruins by heavens. Flender exclaimed, his complexion ashen. Was this truly merely a grand soul master? The object he cast forth instilled fear even in soul saints. No wonder old Zhao suffered. The true form of the martial soul. Without hesitation, Flender unleashed the true form of the four-eyed cat eagle. He accelerated his soul technique, infusing all his soul power into a pair of wings. Subsequently, He soared into the sky with remarkable speed, leaving a trail of flame in his wake. The soul power, consumed recklessly, erupted from beneath his feet like the most brilliant fireworks. Had he known, Flander would not have pursued this child. This time, he feared he had dug his own grave. The true form of Hao Yin. Simultaneously, the Hao Yin law below also activated his martial soul's true form. Originally, Flander had thought that the contraption Tang Dongfeng devised was fearsome enough. He could never have imagined that those two diminutive fireballs could pose a threat to a title Doloa. Moreover, it was the youngest title Doloa in history. The Hao Qian Tang Hao, who at the age of 44 had brutally defeated the former pope. As Tang Hao's seventh soul ring grew increasingly radiant, a colossal red Hao Yin true form materialized behind him, wielding an oversized Hao Yin hammer, mirroring Tang Hao's every movement. With a flourish, Tang Hao did not dare to slacken his efforts, swinging the hammer through the air, generating a powerful airflow that formed a protective shield before him. In contrast, the two fireballs compressed against one another, instantly bursting forth in a searing white light, with a ring of milky smoke shooting up to a height of 1,000 meters. The extreme red heat incinerated everything, causing the clouds above to evaporate. The terrifying explosion resembled a stone cast into a tranquil lake, rippling outward in all directions. The immense shockwave struck Tang Hao, who was closest. He continued to swing his Hao Yin hammer wildly, having already unleashed his 80th strike in the previous exchange. The most powerful blow was sent forth as the shockwave approached. A creamy cloud filled with terrifying miniature explosions continued to churn, accelerating until it reached the stratosphere. Flander, attempting to escape from a height of 1,000 meters, was propelled away by the rolling milky airflow. Even at that altitude, he still felt the effects of the nuclear explosion. After being thrown hundreds of meters, he finally stabilized his form, tasting the metallic tang of fresh blood at the corner of his mouth. Cough, cough, cough. Flander stared blankly at the scene below, utterly stunned. What on earth was that? He could only vacantly return to Shrek, unwilling to provoke that little demon again. Meanwhile, Tang Hao, who faced the nuclear explosion head-on, was not faring well. Beneath his martial soul's true form, the defense field created by the flurry of hammers was beginning to falter. At a critical moment, Tang Hao detonated his first 4 soul rings, temporarily acquiring immense power. He then struck the ground with the great Sumeru hammer, using the rebound force to distance himself from the explosion's epicenter. The protective field formed by flurry of hammers was insufficient to withstand the nuclear blast. Tang Hao's old injuries had not yet healed, and now, with this explosion, his internal organs felt as if they were on the verge of rupture. In the aftermath of the explosion, he sensed a powerful aura and promptly fled towards Soto City. Within a 50-mile radius of the explosion, all structures and trees were reduced to rubble. It was difficult to fathom what sort of price that 20-something child had to pay to cause such catastrophic destruction. As Tang Hao surmised, Tang Dongfeng's situation was dire. In the instant of the nuclear explosion, he immediately activated the red dust protection, a 9th-level soul guidance device that had cost him over 1,000 points to exchange. For 4 years, he had rarely used it, resulting in a meager accumulation of points. The points he spent on the red dust protection were earned from defeating the Sea Dragon Doloa. However, as the Sea Dragon Doloa's strength increased, he became adept at anticipating Tang Dongfeng's attack patterns, making it difficult to be blown away far. Dark Gold Guardian. After using the red dust protection, Tang Dongfeng immediately activated his second soul skill to its utmost limit. As long as the nuclear explosion's force reached 3 times the output of his defensive power, the Dark Gold Guardian would shatter. Tang Dongfeng had initially harbored the intention of perishing alongside Tang Hao. Thus, the nuclear explosion he created was a result of nuclear fission triggering nuclear fusion. Although the explosion was not particularly massive in this world, it was sufficient to threaten super Doluos, even limit Doluos. The problem was, he too was enveloped within the nuclear explosion's radius. If Tang Hao could not withstand the nuclear blast, could he? As the nuclear explosion's shockwave approached his body, the red dust protection held for approximately 3 seconds before shattering and dimming. This 9th-level soul guidance device possessed the characteristic of withstanding a strike from a tidal Doloa. However, it could only be used once within a day, with a lengthy cooldown period. Subsequently, the shockwave of the nuclear explosion collided with the surface of his body, crashing against the dark gold shields. It felt as if he were struck by a truck, sending him hurtling backward. Fortunately, the one in the sky acted promptly. The sea dragon de Luo activated his martial soul's true form, transforming into a sea god dragon, wrapping around Tang Dongfeng's body and desperately fleeing to safety. Good heavens! The nuclear explosion this brat created could truly kill a super Doluo. Had Tang Dongfeng not been the sea goddess heir, he would have fled long ago. 60 miles away, the sea dragon Duo reverted to human form, spitting a mouthful of blood mist. I've suffered a huge loss. The sea dragon Doluo hurriedly sat cross-legged to stabilize his injuries. Although he had shielded Tang Dongfeng from the majority of the damage with his own body, Tang Dongfeng had played a dangerous game, barely preserving his life, while the injuries he sustained were even more severe. Thankfully, the faint radiance from the sea god's mark protected his vital points, sparing him from immediate death. Otherwise, this time, Tang Dongfeng would not only be injured but perhaps even dead. Thank you, Uncle Sea Dragon. Tang Dongfeng was drenched in blood, feeling a searing heat within his internal organs that made it painfully difficult to breathe. You little rascal, though my strength on land is not formidable, I could still hold off that tidal Doluo for a time. Are you trying to blow us all to smithereens with such a massive nuclear bomb? The sea dragon Doluo was furious. He had been following Tang Dongfeng and had planned to intervene at a critical moment when Tang Hao emerged, or at the very least, to rescue Tang Dongfeng. Yet what happened? Tang Dongfeng had unleashed a super nuclear explosion, nearly costing them their lives. This was why the sea dragon Doluo had always kept his distance during Tang Dongfeng's fights. He was terrified of the nuclear explosions. Nuclear explosions were astonishingly powerful, yet indiscriminate. Once unleashed, the balance of the battle could shift in an instant. It was a matter of either your death or mine, or perhaps both would perish. We shall proceed to the prince's residence. Tang Dongfeng uttered a single phrase before succumbing to unconsciousness. In the recent battle, he distinctly sensed his own inadequacies. He found himself woefully lacking in controlling abilities, rendering him incapable of detaining Tang Hao, not to mention the fleeing Flander. The explosive power he wielded was formidable. Yet if it failed to strike its target, it ultimately served little purpose. In the future, when Tang Hao fortified his defenses, it would become increasingly challenging to eliminate him. Thus, the Han Hai Qian Kuan shield had become an indispensable goal for him. Simultaneously, the long-awaited system finally chimed with notifications. Congratulations, host, for launching Zhao Wujia 1. 300 meters away. Reward multiplied tenfold. Earning Chapter 16. Life is a play. All depends on the performance. Congratulations, host, for launching Zhao Wujia 1. 300 meters away. Reward multiplied tenfold. Earning 150 points. Congratulations, host, for launching Dai Mubai, 576 meters away. Reward doubled, earning 40 points. Congratulations, host, for launching Xiao Wu 39 meters away. Reward doubled, earning 100 points. Congratulations, host, for launching Zhu Zhuqing 13 meters away. Reward doubled, earning 30 points. Congratulations, host, for launching Flander 820 meters away. Reward doubled, earning 30 points. Congratulations, host, for launching Tang Hao 24 meters away. Reward doubled, earning 100 points. Congratulations, host, for launching Tang San 31 meters away. Reward doubled, earning 200 points. A series of notifications echoed within Tang Dongfeng's mind. Unfortunately, at that moment, he had already lost consciousness. Otherwise, he would have certainly marveled at Tang San's value. Launching Tang Hao only netted him 100 points, while Tang San amassed a staggering 200. It seemed the nuclear system was calibrated based on the protagonist-antagonist dynamic, establishing foundational points. It was evident that in the future, he would have to bombard Tang San and his companions from the Shrek 7 monsters. After all, when Tang Dongfeng had previously launched the Sea Horse de Loa, the base point was merely 10. Tang San's foundational score was undoubtedly over 100, equating to the effort required to launch the Sea Horse de Loa 1,000 meters. Under ordinary circumstances, if not for the extraordinary defensive capabilities of Soul Master, being blasted 1,000 meters away would likely result in death. Tang Dongfeng remained unconscious for a full 3 days. Upon awakening, he felt as if every bone in his body had shattered. He turned his head and coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body utterly depleted. The sea dragon Delua handed him a glass of water, his face pale. After 3 days, only a tenth of his injuries had healed, and he would need at least a month of recuperation to fully recover. The Sea Dragon Doloa had exhausted himself to protect Tang Dongfeng, preserving his life. "Thank you," Tang Dongfeng murmured as he leaned against the side of the carriage, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. "What Tang Hao? What a Haotian Doloa! This feud has been sealed." He scoffed. "What were you thinking? A Grand Soul Master challenging a title Doloa? You nearly blew yourself to bits. Are you satisfied now?" In the eyes of the Sea Dragon Doloa, Tang Dongfeng's actions were quite foolish. "You are the heir to the Sea God, destined to become a deity. Why seek revenge on someone who has wronged you? Once you ascend, you can annihilate their entire family if you wish. Is that not preferable? Uncle Sea Dragon, deities differ in strength. If I merely become a god under your protection, I cannot withstand those who achieve divinity through their own might. It is akin to comparing a soldier trained in a greenhouse to one who has fought on the battlefield. A substantial disparity exists between them." Tang Dongfeng did not wish to become indecisive or timid. When the time came to fight, he would do so with fervor. Only by forging ahead with the heart of a true warrior could he emerge as a genuine powerhouse. Unlike the original text, where Qian Rinxue repeatedly spared her enemies. Even falling in love with one, such a path was utterly inadvisable. Once an enemy was identified, they must be eradicated. If a great soul master could not accomplish it, then a soul sovereign would step in, and if that failed, a soul sect would follow. One day, all adversaries would fall at his feet. "Enough. 5 years have passed, and I have not altered you in the slightest. We are nearing the prince's residence. What is your intention?" The Sea Dragon Doloa, feeling a headache coming on, was disinclined to engage in further conversation. This fellow rarely divulged his plans, only instructing him on what to do. The Sea Dragon Doloa had brought Tang Dongfeng to Tiando City, but beyond that, he was left in the dark. "Uncle Sea Dragon, please make an appearance and then recuperate." "I am fine," Tang Dongfeng replied, his expression firm. He intended to make Tang Hao understand that opposing him would result only in death. Initially, he had no desire to interfere in the grievances between the Spirit Hall and Haotian sect. However, since Tang Hao relished killing, he had no qualms about wielding the Spirit Hall as a sword to strike at the Haotian sect. "Understood." The Sea Dragon Doloa's expression turned cold as he disembarked with Tang Dongfeng, both heading toward the prince's residence. Without a doubt, they were soon intercepted. "I demand an audience with His Highness the Prince," Tang Dongfeng declared, brandishing the now bloody golden feather pendant. For over a year, he had worn this pendant without removing it. The faint scent of milk that once lingered had long since faded. Perhaps he should ask Xue Qinghe to replenish it. After all, that refreshing aroma was invigorating. "Sir, please hold for a moment." This time, Tang Dongfeng was not obstructed. The guards promptly rushed to inform Xue Qinghe. The golden feather pendant was a personal possession of Xue Qinghe, said to have been given to a mysterious individual a year prior. Today, it had finally reappeared. "Uncle Sea Dragon, you should depart swiftly," Tang Dongfeng said dismissively, now that they had arrived at the prince's residence. The Sea Dragon Doloa's pretentiousness was more of a hindrance than a help. If he inadvertently exposed his plans, it would be a costly mistake. With Tang Dongfeng's words, the Sea Dragon Doloa vanished. As long as he was not faced with life-threatening danger, the Sea Dragon Doloa would remain hidden, as per their agreement when departing the island. "Brother Dongfeng, you finally remembered your older brother Xue." Xue Qinghe emerged from the prince's residence, a radiant smile illuminating his face, creating an exceptionally pleasant aura. "Brother Xue." As Xue Qinghe approached, Tang Dongfeng's body weakened, and he fainted once more. Alarmed, Xue Qinghe swiftly caught him, preventing him from falling. "Summon the physician, and send someone to the Tiando Royal Academy to fetch Yi Lingling." Xue Qinghe's soul power probed into Tang Dongfeng's body, and he was taken aback. How could he have sustained such severe injuries? His organs have all shifted, and the soul power in his dantian is in utter disarray. Over a dozen meridians had been severed. It was unfathomable what he had endured. By the way, wasn't he accompanied by Super Doloa? He pondered. What happened? As Xue Qinghe supported Tang Dongfeng, he led him toward a guest room, inquiring about the details from the guards along the way. The guards informed him that Tang Dongfeng and another man, both covered in blood, had appeared outside the prince's residence. After delivering Tang Dongfeng, the man had immediately departed. Xue Qinghe instantly sensed something was amiss. Had both Tang Dongfeng and his companion encountered danger? Only a Super Doloa could inflict such harm. The Super Doluos of the Spirit Hall remained sequestered in the Worship Hall for rigorous training. Who could have possibly injured Tang Dongfeng? Is it the dust heart of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, the old tyrant of the blue lightning tyrant dragon, or perhaps the reclusive Hao school? Regardless of which faction among the top 3 sects, it is indeed auspicious news for the Spirit Hall. Approximately an hour later, the royal court's imperial physician, a healing-type soul saint, had attended to Tang Dongfeng's injuries. Regrettably, the results were not satisfactory. Only minor ailments were addressed, leaving issues such as broken meridians and chaotic soul power unresolved. Subsequently, Yi Lingling arrived, unleashing her full healing prowess. It was only then that Tang Dongfeng's severed meridians were fully restored, though he would need to regulate his own chaotic soul power. After an hour of treatment, Tang Dongfeng finally regained consciousness. Brother Dongfeng, do you feel any better? Who could have inflicted such injuries on you, rendering even the royal physician powerless to heal you? Thankfully, Yi Lingling's 9 hearts sea peach managed to assist in your recovery. In Shueqing's eyes, Tang Dongfeng's worth was second only to that of the Heaven Do Empire. After all, a divine heir would most likely ascend to godhood and work alongside her in the divine realm. It is always preferable to have an ally than to acquire another foe. Thank you, Brother Shui, for aiding my recovery. I must take my leave now. I cannot burden you further. As Tang Dongfeng attempted to rise, he suddenly stumbled and fell towards Shueqing. Brother Dongfeng. Shueqing hurriedly rushed forward, reaching out to support him. She could not let him leave without extracting more information. If Tang Dongfeng returned home, would she then have to venture to Sea God Island in search of the Sea God heir? Clearly, that plan was unfeasible. With one hand gripping Tang Dongfeng's elbow, his hand inadvertently pressed against her chest. She froze, momentarily at a loss for words. Brother Shui, I'm not belittling you, but with your slight frame, you cannot withstand the same punishment I can. Staying at the prince's residence would only bring you trouble. Tang Dongfeng formed his hand into a fist and playfully punched Shueqing's flat chest. It must be said, the angel set was indeed remarkable. Not only could it simulate martial souls and alter appearances, but it could also replicate body shapes. Had he not known that Shueqing was Qianren Xue, he would not have suspected her. Even the astute Ning Fengji had not discerned her true identity. Brother Dongfeng, since you are here at the prince's residence, I shall ensure your safety. Even though the Heaven Do Empire lacks a title Doluo, it is not a place where just anyone dares to offend. Shueqing swiftly grasped Tang Dongfeng's wrist, guiding him back to the bed. On the surface, she remained composed, but internally, she was a tempest of embarrassment, anger, and conflicting emotions. Brother Shui, the individual I've offended is a mad dog, one who would not care for the Heaven Do Empire's retaliation. Tang Dongfeng appeared conflicted, feigning concern for the Empire. In truth, Tang Hao would not dare to seek him out. Firstly, he possessed the ability to threaten even a super Doluo with nuclear-level power and was covertly accompanied by super Doluo. If Tang Hao had not fled quickly, he would have believed he would perish in Soto City. Who else but the Spirit Hall would dispatch a title Doluo to protect a prodigious disciple? This burden was rightly placed upon the Spirit Hall. Within the entirety of Doluo continent, the only title Doluo he did not recognize would likely be those of the Spirit Hall. The top 3 sects were interconnected, with mutual acquaintances. The old tyrant of the blue lightning tyrant dragon family rarely left the sect. Meanwhile, the 2 representatives of the 7-treasure glazed tile school had historically been one accompanying Ning Fengji, while the other remained at the sect. As for the title Doluo of the Hao school, were they not all kin? There was no room for error. The Spirit Hall was the sole culprit. Brother Dongfeng, if you still acknowledge me as your elder brother, remain in the prince's residence to recuperate. I will plead with my royal uncle to lend me the poisoned Doluo for a time. After a moment of contemplation, Shueqing had declared, with a title Doluo by his side, if he could still be grievously injured, then the assailant could only be another title Doluo, otherwise they would lack the strength. Brother Shui, it is not that I underestimate Senior Dugu, but among the title Duluos, none can best him. Tang Dongfeng leaned against the bed, his lips twitching. Looking across the entire Heaven Do Empire, it seemed that only the 7-treasure glazed tile school possessed the strength to protect him. The sword Doluo and bone Doluo, alongside the super support of Ning Fengji, formed a combination capable of safeguarding Tang Dongfeng from Tang Hao. Someone, prepare the carriage. We are heading to the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Shueqing commanded, immediately setting preparations in motion. Since the poison Doluo was not an option, and neither were the snake spear and spike porcupine, Their only recourse was to seek assistance from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. You will stay within my carriage. Even if he is a title de law, he would not dare to recklessly provoke the dignity of the royal family. In this world, title duos were indeed formidable. However, they were not invincible. To stand against an empire was a foolish endeavor. The likes of the Star Luo Empire and Heavendo Empire undoubtedly had the backing of sections. As the saying goes, cutting off someone's means of livelihood is akin to killing their parents. The interests between empires and sects are not something a single title de law can easily disrupt. Thus, even without a title de law, the Heavendo Empire remains robust. Brother Shui. Tang Dongfeng wore an expression of guilt, feeling utterly helpless. Yet, Shui Qinghe was resolute, insisting on having him assisted onto the carriage. While others may fear title duos, Shui Qinghe harbored no such trepidation. Not only did she have a limit Doluo grandfather, but she also had several super Doluo uncles in attendance. Moreover, as the holy maiden of the spirit hall, few would dare to harm her. Otherwise, their sects would face the endless retribution of Qian Daolu. With the death of Qian Daolu's son, his granddaughter was all that remained. Any who dared to sever the lineage of the Qian family would be courting death. It was precisely for this reason that Qian Daolu, fully aware that Bibi Dong had slain Qian Xuanji, chose not to retaliate. For everything Bibi Dong possessed would eventually fall into the hands of Qian Renxue. About an hour later, the prince's carriage arrived at Seven Treasure City, alarming Ning Fengji and the Sword de Law. Brother Dongfeng, we have arrived in Seven Treasure City. This is the territory of our teacher, and no one would dare to harm you here. Inside the carriage, Shui Qinghe's gentle face bore evident concern for him, while Tang Dongfeng leaned against the side, feeling as though his bones would shatter from the bumpy ride. Brother Shui, how can I express my gratitude to you? You could have safeguarded yourself, yet you chose to involve yourself in this matter. Tang Dongfeng sighed, displaying an expression of helplessness towards Shui Qinghe. I am your elder brother. How could I abandon you? Shui Qinghe patted his shoulder, resolutely determined to draw Tang Dongfeng into her camp. She had extended a helping hand during his most desperate times, and even when her true identity is eventually revealed, she hoped they would not become adversaries. She wished for additional strength and confidence when facing Bibi Dong in the future. If only you knew that the one who harmed me is the Hao Yin Dao, Tang Hao, you would not harbor such thoughts. Leaning against the carriage, Tang Dongfeng appeared forlorn and helpless. Dongfeng, do you not have a title de law by your side? Could he not obstruct Tang Hao? Shui Qinghe furrowed her brow. Was her father's murderer truly that formidable? So powerful that he was beyond comprehension? At present, it appears that she and Tang Dongfeng share at least a common adversary. Brother Shui, you may not be fully aware that the Haotian sect possesses a secret technique which allows them to temporarily gain powers far beyond their own through the use of explosive rings. I estimate that only Sister Xiaoxi could contend with Tang Hao's explosive rings. Tang Dongfeng clenched his teeth, portraying the essence of a young boy who had run away from home, feeling no sense of belonging to his family and utterly alone. Tang Hao is a member of the Haotian sect. Will that pose a problem when you visit the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? Shui Qinghe, considering Tang Dongfeng's perspective, worried that Ning Fengji might hand him over due to Tang Hao. So far, she remained unaware of the grievances between Tang Dongfeng and Tang Hao. However, since they both share the surname Tang, is it possible that Tang Dongfeng is affiliated with the Haotian sect? She knew that her grandfather, Qian Daolu, was acquainted with Poseidon and Tang Chun. Moreover, she had heard her grandfather mention that Tang Chun and Poseidon seemed to have romantic feelings for one another. Thus, the appearance of members from the Haotian sect on Sea God Island wouldn't be entirely out of place. But why would Tang Hao seek to kill Tang Dongfeng? What hidden secrets lie within this matter? It should not pose too significant a problem. Uncle Hailong will return soon. Though he may not be able to defeat Tang Hao will not be able to keep him either. One day, I shall personally annihilate the Haotian sect, declared Tang Dongfeng vehemently, his eyes radiating a murderous intent that chilled the air. Your Highness, we have arrived at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. A soldier driving the carriage announced respectfully from outside. At the entrance of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji awaited alongside the Swordal Chun Exai. After all, Shui Qinghe was also the crown prince of the Tiando Empire, and such formalities had to be observed. Brother Dongfeng, let us descend. I will certainly persuade my teacher to ensure your safety, Xue has said, stepping out from behind the curtain of the carriage, followed closely by Tang Dongfeng. Ningfeng he, with his refined features and gentle demeanor, appeared to be in his 40s, exuding an aura of an ordinary man. His long, flowing black hair cascaded down his back, presenting a casual yet unpretentious appearance. Beside him stood the elderly figure of Chun Exing, the Sordaw, clad in immaculate white robes with hair and beard as white as snow. His silver locks were neatly arranged behind him, and his face bore an ageless, delicate quality. His expression remained indifferent, as if he could perceive nothing, merely standing in silence, yet emanating an air of supremacy over all. Xue had met his teacher and the crown master before. He consistently embodied the image of a modest gentleman, while Tang Dongfeng, upon disembarking from the carriage, failed to capture the attention of the two eminent figures. For one, Tang Dongfeng was merely a great soul master, not warranting particular interest from such luminaries. Additionally, his pallid complexion suggested he had overindulged. Ning Fengji held little regard for such a debauched youth. Qinghe, it is rare for you to visit your teacher at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Will you not introduce your friend? Ning Fengxi inquired. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School had always maintained a close relationship with the Tiando Empire. As both the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and Xue Qinghe's mentor, Ning Fengji would see Xue Qinghe ascend to the throne, thus becoming the empire's esteemed educator, with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School serving as its national faith, akin to the secluded Haoyan sect that silently supported the Xinghua Empire. Ning Fengji was skeptical that their connection had entirely ceased. Teacher, allow me to introduce my brother, Tang Dongfeng, a talented soul master whom I met 2 years ago. Xue Qinghe said. However, this introduction failed to garner Ning Fengji's attention, as he regarded Xue Qinghe's talent with indifference, believing that Xue Qinghe's notion of genius was not particularly valuable. Individuals like Ning Rongrong, revered as a once-in-a-century prodigy within the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, were of a different caliber. Tang Dongfeng, having cultivated to the 23rd rank before the age of 12, could be considered a youthful genius. Tang Dongfeng bowed respectfully to both Ning Fengji and Chen Xian, acknowledging their presence. Chen Xian, a formidable title Doloa, would rank highly even across the entire Doloa continent. Qinghe, your friend appears to have sustained severe injuries, Ning Fengji observed keenly, finally noticing Tang Dongfeng's condition. He promptly summoned the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Tower to employ its healing soul skills. Under the vast radiance of healing light, Tang Dongfeng's injuries began to mend rapidly. With a bit more time for recuperation, he would fully recover. Thank you, Sect Master Ning, Tang Dongfeng replied with a demeanor of respectful confidence. Even in the presence of Poseidon, he maintained this composure. Thus, it was no surprise when addressing Ning Fengji. The so-called top 3 sects were merely those sanctioned by the Spirit Hall, while Sea God Island was not inferior to the Spirit Hall, merely situated off the continent. Teacher, I wish to entrust Dongfeng to your care for a few days, Xue Qinghe expressed, revealing no reservations to Ning Fengji, as they were on the same side. Oh, Ning Fengji pondered momentarily. Who exactly was Tang Dongfeng that warranted Xue Qinghe's personal delivery? Moreover, the request to have the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School provide care seemed far from simple. Brother Dongfeng is being pursued by enemies, Xue Qinghe explained after careful consideration. And I believe the safety of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is paramount. In theory, among the Super Doloa, it was quite challenging to kill one another. Even Tang Hao might struggle to defeat the Sea Dragon Doloa, as both possessed a 100,000-year soul ring. Unless Tang Hao utilized explosive rings, he would have little means to threaten the Sea Dragon Doloa. If the Sea Dragon Doloa were determined to escape, Tang Hao would be unable to capture him. Thus, with just a few days, once the Sea Dragon Doloa evaded Tang Hao, he would return to seek out Tang Dongfeng. If possible, Xue Qinghe hoped to have the Sea Dragon Doloa as a publicly available ally, facilitating the Spirit Hall's actions within the Tiando Empire, which the elders, Xi Miao and C.I. Tun, would find inconvenient. However, the foundation of all this rested upon her establishing a solid relationship with Tang Dongfeng, forging a bond of profound friendship. Undoubtedly, the moment she risked her life to protect Tang Dongfeng, the game was already in motion. Oh, what manner of enemy could provoke such concern from you? Qinghe, Ning Fengji inquired as the 4 of them proceeded into the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, discussing matters concerning Tang Dongfeng along the way. Brother Dongfeng, would you prefer to share your tale, or shall I? Xue Qinghe hesitated, glancing at Tang Dongfeng before revealing another secret. If she were to speak, she would undoubtedly be truthful, but if it were Tang Dongfeng, he might fabricate a story at will. There is nothing I cannot disclose. The incident occurred a few days ago. I heard of an academy in Suatoa City that only accepted monsters, so I enrolled. Unfortunately, my qualifications were limited. I exerted tremendous effort to reach the fourth challenge. It was at Shrek Academy that I encountered Sect Master Ning's daughter, Ning Rongrong, whom I had met 2 years prior. Our fourth challenge involved 5 students working together to withstand a soul sage teacher for the duration of a stick of incense. I felt compelled to give my utmost effort, considering my opponent was a soul saint. Thus, I unleashed my self-created soul skills, which I could not fully control, inadvertently injuring a young student named Xiao Wu. After a few days of rest, she recovered. However, another student named Tang San became frenzied, intent on taking my life. Initially, I refrained from resistance, but his relentless pursuit forced me to retaliate, resulting in an accidental injury to Tang San. At that moment, Tang San's father descended from the heavens, and without hesitation, sought to end my life. I was utterly astonished to discover that Tang San's father was the renowned Hao Yindoa. Subsequently, I fled desperately, pursued by Tang Hao and Dean Flender. The dean was utterly incapable of ensuring my safety against Tang Hao, and I had no desire to await my demise. Therefore, I resorted to a secret method to escape from Soto City. Yet, Tang Hao relentlessly demanded that I choose between servitude or death. Enraged, I questioned how a titled Doluo could so brazenly bully me. Fortunately, Uncle Hailong arrived just in time to rescue me, though I was rendered unconscious by the aftermath of their battle. Upon regaining consciousness, I found myself delivered to the residence of Prince Xue by Uncle Hailong. Tang Dongfeng recounted the events candidly. Meanwhile, Xue Qinghe pondered, realizing that Tang Hao had a son named Tang San. Tang Hao, you have slain my most esteemed father. Therefore, I shall take the life of your most beloved son. Unable to eliminate Tang San himself, she resolved to have the Spear Hall do it. At that point, she would frame Tang Dongfeng, binding him to her faction and achieving 2 objectives in one stroke. Wenji, I maintain that we cannot allow Rongrong to remain as Shrek. I shall retrieve her without delay. Jian Deluochenshin was deeply concerned for his precious Rongrong. What would he do if anything befell her? Even if he were to kill Tang San, it would not restore Rongrong. The illustrious Hao Qianluo had remained hidden for years. Yet he sought to kill a mere teenager over a trivial matter. His son resembled him entirely. In sparring, injuries were inevitable, yet he sought to take a life. Both father and son were steeped in bloodlust. Jian Duo dared not allow Ning Rongrong to stay by Tang San's side. Who could guarantee that if she were to express her displeasure, she would not be buried alive? Chapter 19. The initial meeting of 3 cunning old foxes, Uncle Jian. Do not be hasty. Let us inquire further into the specifics. Ning Fengji remained relatively calm, having received word from the Soul Saint assigned to protect Ning Rongrong just yesterday. The message indicated that she had entered Shrek Academy, which boasted abundant soul power nearby, rivaling even the blessed grounds of the sect. In Ning Fengji's view, Tang Hao would not kill Tang Dongfeng, nor would he harm Ning Rongrong. After all, as the princess of the 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda, she had the entire sect backing her. If Tang Hao wished to avoid conflict with the 7 treasures glazed tile sect, he would refrain from harming Rongrong. What nonsense! If anything were to happen to Rongrong, could you bear the responsibility? Jian Duo, without further ado, stepped onto the 7-killing sword and flew towards Soto City. He was not afraid of Tang Hao's potential aggression. As long as Tang Hao retained his faculties, he would not harm Rongrong. However, Jian Deluo was concerned that Tang San might, due to the girl named Xiao Wu, take extreme measures against Ning Rongrong. Conflicts are inevitable among girls, especially considering Rongrong's fiery temperament. Should Tang San kill Ning Rongrong, who would he turn to for justice? To eliminate that slim possibility, Jian Deluo insisted on bringing Ning Rongrong back. Tang Dongfeng had the backing of a titled Deluo, allowing him to escape. As for Ning Rongrong, a support-type soul master, accompanied only by a soul saint, how could she withstand the murderous intent of the Tang father and son duo? Qinghe, Dongfeng, my young friends, I apologize for the trouble. Ning Fengji said with a resigned smile. Rongrong has indeed been spoiled by these 2 old men. It seems the plan to let her experience hardship at Shrek is now impossible. However, if Tang San is truly as formidable as Tang Dongfeng claims, he cannot be judged by ordinary standards. Such a person, if made a friend, would be a brother for life. Yet, once in conflict, it would be a fight to the death. A narrow-minded individual is not a good companion. Teacher, it is indeed unsafe for Rongrong to remain at Shrek alone. It is better for her to attend the Royal Academy of Tiando, where she will be cared for by several members of the Education Committee. You need not worry. In the domain of the Tiando Royal Academy, the 3 members of the committee were all under Shui Qinghe's influence. In short, the academy was entirely within her control, and nothing would escape her notice. Apologies for disturbing the head of the Ning sect, Tang Dongfeng remarked politely, showing respect towards his elders. Of course, if someone sought to kill him or held a grudge against him, it would be a matter of life and death. Not all. During this time, young brothers should rest and recuperate at the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect. Perhaps I will even become acquainted with your uncle. Ning Fengji radiated a benevolent smile, resembling a kindly elder. Alas, the head of a Ning sect may be disappointed. Uncle Hailong and I are both sea spirit masters. Our purpose for coming to the mainland was primarily to seek out Brother Shui. I merely passed through Shrek Academy, found it intriguing, and decided to take a look, never anticipating such an incident. A faint, enigmatic smile lingered at the corner of Tang Dongfeng's mouth, leaving Ning Fengji astonished. He sensed that Tang Dongfeng was far from the harmless individual he appeared to be. Teacher, you may not be aware, but His Excellency Hailong is a super Doluo with a 100,000-year spirit ring. Shui Qinghe's simple statement revealed a wealth of critical information. Firstly, a 100,000-year spirit ring is not something just anyone can obtain. It is the most coveted treasure in the realm of soul masters. Across the globe, there are scarcely a handful of titled Doluos with such a spirit ring. The 2 titled Doluos of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect, both at level 95, possess a configuration of 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black rings. Even the illustrious Qinshin, wielding the world's most powerful attack type martial soul, the 7 Killing Sword, has a 9th spirit ring that only approaches 90,000 years, falling short of the 100,000-year mark. Yet, Shui Qinghe inadvertently disclosed that the Sea Dragon Delaw accompanying Tang Dongfeng possessed a 100,000-year spirit ring. Hence, the power behind him must include at least 2 titled Doluos. One titled Delaw alone cannot suppress a 100,000-year spirit beast. It is necessary for a soul master to take a life. This indicates that the forces behind Tang Dongfeng are not weaker than those of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect. Dongfeng, as you are both a brother to Qinghe and acquainted with Rongrong, you may call me directly by name. Treat the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect as your own home. Whatever you need, do not hesitate to inform Uncle Ning. Ning Fengji adjusted his initial demeanor. There was one point that he struggled to comprehend. Why was a super Doluo shadowing Tang Dongfeng? Even when Ning Rongrong ventured out, he could not allow Jian Uncle and Bone Uncle to accompany her. While Ning Rongrong was important, she could not be compared to the entire sect or to him as the sect leader. Normally, 2 titled Doluos would be assigned, one to follow him and the other to guard the sect. What merit did Tang Dongfeng possess to warrant the personal protection of a super Doluo? Thank you, Uncle Ning, for your hospitality. Once Uncle Hailong arrives to fetch me, I shall move to Brother Shui's residence to avoid imposing further on you. Tang Dongfeng adeptly shifted his address, articulating his intentions with neither subservience nor arrogance. Meanwhile, Shui Qinghe, behind his impassive facade, could not help but reveal a subtle smile. Ning Fengji was evidently attempting to win over Tang Dongfeng, yet she had placed her bets over a year ago. Moreover, observing Ning Fengji's contemplative manner, it is evident that he is particularly keen to discern the forces backing Tang Dongfeng. Regardless of the circumstances, a power possessing 3 titled Delaw is undoubtedly a worthy ally for the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. I seem to have forgotten, Uncle Ning, that I am of an older generation. You and Qinghe are contemporaries. However, since you have arrived at the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, it is only proper for me to extend my hospitality. Ning Fengji promptly summoned individuals to arrange a banquet. He was intrigued by how a Grand Soul Master like Tang Dongfeng managed to endure against a titled Delaw until another titled Delaw arrived. From Tang Dongfeng's perspective, it was likely not as simple as it appeared. Ning Fengji preferred to believe it was due to Tang San harboring murderous intent towards Tang Dongfeng. whose displayed talents instilled fear in Tang Hao. Thus, Tang Hao resorted to bullying the young, seeking to eliminate Tang Dongfeng to clear the path for Tang San. Yet, Tang Hao never anticipated that as a title Delois, his attempt to kill a Grand Soul Master could falter. Tang Dongfeng remarkably held on until the arrival of the Sea Dragon Doa. Although he was saved, he sustained severe injuries and nearly perished at Tang Hao's hands. As for Tang Hao's bloodthirst, it was merely a fade intended to intimidate. Once hailed as the twin stars of Haotian, Tang Hao's unparalleled talents made it inconceivable for him to strike against a junior, unless Tang Dongfeng exhibited extraordinary gifts at such a tender age. Should he be allowed to continue maturing, Tang San would inevitably become a stepping stone for Tang Dongfeng, prompting Tang Hao to take drastic measures. Of course, there existed another speculation, that Tang Dongfeng was a traitor to the Haotian school, yet this notion had already been dismissed by Ning Fengji. Within the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, an old fox accompanied a large raccoon and a small fox along the bustling streets. Not far from them stood a gaunt, almost corpse-like elder, quietly observing their movements. The faint fluctuations of soul power emanating from him imparted a strong sense to Tang Dongfeng. He surmised that this must be another formidable individual tidal bone within the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. However, it remained uncertain which was stronger, the ancient banyan tree's bone dragon or the sea dragon Delois' sea god dragon. Meanwhile, within the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, preparations for a sumptuous banquet were underway. On another front, the frantically racing Chun Xin finally arrived at Shrek Academy. Yet, the scene before him caused his eyes to widen in disbelief, prompting him to hurl the seven-killing sword to the ground. Chapter 20, Grandfather Sword. That person is Tang San. In Soto City, at Shrek Academy, despite a minor incident during the recent enrollment, Flinder had resolved the matter. During the astonishing explosion, he witnessed Tang Hao departing wounded. Subsequently, Flinder searched the area several times, yet he could not locate Tang Dongfeng. It was a tragic loss for an unparalleled prodigy to perish at the hands of a title Delois, leaving no trace behind. Flinder felt a profound sense of regret. However, Shrek Academy still housed the ticking time bomb that was Tang San. Had Tang San not been the disciple of Yu Xiaojiang, Flinder would have long since sought alternative paths with the others. In the face of adversity, one must lower their head. Although the loss of the prodigious Tang Dongfeng was grievous, Shrek Academy still held numerous other exceptional talents. On the first day of classes, he adhered to the original plan, instructing Ning Rongrong and Oscar to run 20 laps first. True to the original narrative, Ning Rongrong secretly ventured into Soto City to indulge in a feast. Upon her return, confronted by Flinder's inquiries, her temper flared once more. After receiving a scolding from Flinder, she secluded herself to weep. Even Oscar, who harbored feelings for her, was reluctant to befriend her. On the first day of school, Flinder led everyone to the Grand Soul Arena for practical training. Following a period of introspection, Ning Rongrong resolved to shed her lofty demeanor and forge friendships with her peers. She had long been accustomed to being treated with deference at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Even Tang Dongfeng, whom she once looked down upon, had agreed not to disclose her whereabouts to Xue Qinghe. Had Ning Rongrong known that at that moment Tang Dongfeng was deriding her as foolish, she might have reconsidered her perspective. That night, Ning Rongrong deliberately awaited the return of her companions at the entrance of Shrek Academy. In her desire to assimilate into the group, she recognized that she must first learn to humble herself. Alas, the first person to return was Dai Mubai, a cowardly tiger who lashed out due to Zhu Zhuqing's disdain. While Ma Hongjuan's martial soul presented challenges, his frequent visits to the brothel were merely survival tactics, albeit with some enjoyment. However, what was Dai Mubai's excuse? Indulging in reckless abandon day in and day out, he was even more carefree than Ma Hongjun. How could he expect Zhu Zhuqing to treat him kindly? From a moment he abandoned Zhu Zhuqing in the Star Luo Empire, fleeing to Shrek. He had never considered the peril she faced alone against her sister's relentless pursuit, risking her life. Initially, one might hope to find an ambitious fiancé at Shrek Academy. Yet in reality, Dai Mubai was nothing more than a burden, thoroughly detestable. At the entrance of Shrek, Ning Rongrong stood with her hands clasped behind her back, presenting an adorable fade. She aspired to alter her image in the eyes of her companions, deliberately adopting a more approachable demeanor. Unfortunately, fate was not on her side. Even her charming exterior would eventually fail her. Ning Rongrong, do not test my patience. This is Shrek Academy, not your home. Dai Mubai, filled with rage, confronted Ning Rongrong, venting his frustrations. Oscar, standing by, found himself unable to interject. He was merely an auxiliary soul master, lacking both status and strength. It was rather pathetic that he could not handle a mere girl. To be frank, Ning Rongrong was indeed infuriating and held a dismissive view of Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai frequently pursued women, yet when Zhu Zhuqing appeared, he attempted to adopt a pure persona, which was utterly repugnant. I warn you, while others may fear your seven-treasure glazed tile school, I do not, Dai Mubai exclaimed vehemently. Regardless, he was already doomed. The heirs of the Star Luo Empire were locked in a bitter feud, and either he and Zhu Zhuqing would perish, or his older brother and Zhu Zhuqing's sister would face the same fate. Though Dai Mubai was born later and possessed great talent, his strength could not match his elder brother's. Should they fail to win in the Continental Soul Master Elite competition, their fate would be sealed. Clearly, their chances of victory were nearly negligible. As the saying goes, those with nothing to lose fear no consequences. What did Dai Mubai have to fear? Anger me, and I swear to strip you bare, take you first, and then slay you. Flames filled Dai Mubai's eyes, teetering on the brink of losing control. He despised Zhu Zhuqing's indifferent attitude and detested Ning Rongrong's haughty demeanor, knowing full well that he was on a path to destruction. What did Dai Mubai have left to lose? Besides, the seven-treasure glazed tile school was merely a fleeting concern. While the seven-treasure glazed tile school was powerful, it relied upon the support of the Heaven Do Empire. Had the Spirit Hall not intervened, the Star Luo Empire, with its formidable military might, would have long since unified the continent. Furthermore, the Star Luo Empire stood backed by the unparalleled Haotian school, the very entity that saved Tang San wielded the Haotian hammer. From the outset, Dai Mubai and Tang San were aligned in the same camp. As for Oscar, a support soul master lacking in combat prowess, how could he possibly protect Ning Rongrong? What a fine institution Shrek Academy is. Yet lurking in the shadows, one wishes to observe whom Ning Rongrong awaits, the Sword Do Law. Unable to contain his fury, the seven-killing sword came crashing down, fortuitously intercepting Dai Mubai, who was advancing toward Ning Rongrong. Grandfather Sword. Upon seeing the seven-killing sword, Ning Rongrong burst into tears, feeling utterly aggrieved. She had merely lowered her stance to tease Dai Mubai, and yet this uncouth man had resorted to harsh insults and even threats on her life. The fearless Ning Rongrong was not one to be intimidated by this ailing feline. However, in that moment, she truly felt that Dai Mubai intended to kill her. Do not cry, Rongrong. Grandfather's sword has arrived. No one shall bully you. The Sword Law embraced Ning Rongrong, gently patting her back, acknowledging the hardships she had endured in recent days. She had journeyed alone from Heaven Do City to Soto City, only to encounter this bloodthirsty classmate. Are you Tang San? The Sword Law shielded Ning Rongrong behind him, his sword intent enveloping the surroundings. Beneath his feet, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black soul rings descended. You boast of your strength in offense, agility, control, and defense, yet Xian has no interest in you. If you are dissatisfied, then fight. If you cannot win, it is merely a reflection of your lack of effort or talent. But to bully a support-type soul master, what kind of ability is that? Even if Ning Rongrong has erred, did it warrant such murderous threats? Could it be, as Tang Dongfeng stated, that Tang San will resort to killing at the slightest disagreement? Though Ning Rongrong possessed a bit of a young lady's temperament, her nature was not wicked. Yet, to threaten lives at the drop of a hat, was that truly the conduct of a human being? Grandfather Sword, that person is Tang San. While he is Dai Mubai, Ning Rongrong pointed toward the seemingly mediocre Tang San, with Tang Dongfeng having heavily injured soul Saint Zhao Wujia. She had little regard for Tang San. However, how did Grandfather Sword know she had come to Shrek Academy? Moreover, he had mistaken Dai Mubai for Tang San. How absurd. Younger Tang San, it is an honor to meet the Sword Law. Tang San greeted respectfully. Beside him, Xiao Wu clung tightly to Tang San's garments, cowering behind him, trembling in fear. Chapter 21. The 100,000-Year Soul Beast, Xiao Wu. You are Tang Hao's son, Tang San? The sword Doloa's piercing gaze scrutinized Tang San, as if stripping him bare of all secrets. Xiao Wu, hiding behind Tang San, only revealed her two rabbit ears. Senior Sword Doloa, do you know my father? Tang San asked eagerly. On that day, although Tang Hao had saved him, he had immediately pursued Tang Dongfeng and had not returned since. Had it not been for Dean Flinder's assurance that Tang Hao was safe, Tang San would have believed something dreadful had befallen him. Indeed, when your father encountered me, he had to address me as Uncle Sword, the Sword Doloa said with a hint of pride. He possessed not only immense strength but also a high status, enjoying a distinct advantage. Senior, do you know where my father has gone? Tang San pressed further, realizing the peculiarity of his own lineage. Why had he been born in Holy Soul Village? Why did his father disdain soul masters? In his memories, his father was merely a drunken old fool in the village, often chastised by the village elder, never reforming. It was only during a lesson at home, when Tang Hao had taught him the chaotic windhammer method, that he understood his father's extraordinary nature. After Tang Hao left when he was 6, he did not return until 6 years later, when Tang San had nearly perished at the hands of Tang Dongfeng. That man had appeared as if a deity descending from the heavens to save him, only to vanish shortly thereafter without a trace. I do not know, the Sword Doloa replied coldly. Even if he did know, why would he divulge it to Tang San? When Ning Rongrong was bullied moments ago, Tang San had stood by silently, merely observing Dai Mubai's violent confrontation with her. Was he perhaps hoping for a front-row seat to the unfolding drama? The Sword Doloa's icy gaze shifted toward Dai Mubai. Sword Doloa, do you intend to bully the weak? I'm the third prince of the Star Luo Empire. Should you kill me, can your 7-treasure glazed tile school bear the consequences of a war between our two nations? It was impossible for Dai Mubai to claim he was unafraid. He was no Tang Dongfeng, who dared to confront a titled Doloa outright. At this moment, if he did not invoke the name of his family, when would he? Grandfather Sword, let's teach him a lesson. Ning Rongrong tugged at the Sword Doloa's sleeve, fearing that if Chun Xian struck down, Dai Mubai would perish. The prowess of her grandfather Sword was a well-known fact throughout the continent. I, Chun Xian, would not stoop to engage with a mere child. Do you think I am like Tang Hao, relentlessly pursuing the life of a junior? The Sword Doloa did not disdain Tang Hao's unique behavior. Those who were super geniuses either had to be utilized or eliminated. Otherwise, they could become formidable foes. The most absurd part was that a titled Doloa like Tang Hao would bully a child barely 12 years old and still return empty-handed. What a disgrace to the titled Doloa's reputation. Senior Sword Doloa, the Tang Hao you mentioned, is he my father? Tang San was taken aback. How could a titled Doloa not be able to kill a mere 12-year-old child? Who exactly was Tang Dongfeng? Not only had he severely injured teacher Zhao, but he had also managed to evade his father's wrath. Tang Hao sought to kill Tang Dongfeng, likely to protect the identity of this girl. The Sword Doloa seemed to grasp the sequence of events. It appeared that Tang Dongfeng had discerned Xiao Wu's secret as a 100,000-year-old beast through special means, prompting Tang San to strike at him. Tang Dongfeng, unwilling to sit idle, had chosen to retaliate, but at that moment, Tang San was no match for him. Tang Hao had hurriedly rushed to the rescue, aiming to eliminate the one who knew their secret. Unfortunately, he had never anticipated that this young lad would possess methods capable of stalling him for a time. Ultimately, he managed to hold out until Sea Dragon Dalaw arrived to aid him, allowing Tang Dongfeng to escape unharmed, while Tang Hao unleashed a relentless pursuit against them. If he could not eliminate them, he would merely be creating formidable enemies for the Haotian school. The Haotian school had already been forced into seclusion by the Spear Hall. With the addition of Tang Dongfeng and his backing, the Haotian school would likely have to seal its gates permanently. Senior Sword Doloa, what has happened to Xiao Wu? Tang San was entirely unaware that Xiao Wu was a 100,000-year soft-bone rabbit who had chosen to assume human form to seek a path in the human world. This 100,000-year rabbit I shall take with me, the Sword Doloa declared, appearing beside Xiao Wu in the blink of an eye. He unleashed a surge of soul power, sealing Xiao Wu's abilities. Return and inform your father that Tang Dongfeng is a distinguished guest of my 7-treasure glazed tile school. Grasping Ning Rongrong with his right hand, he swiftly stepped onto the 7-killing sword and soared toward the 7-treasure glazed tile school. As for Tang Hao seeking revenge, unless he wished to confront 3 titled WOs of over level 95, along with his super support, he would do well to reconsider. Due to the implications of Sword Doloa's words, it is manifestly clear that Tang Dongfeng is entangled with the interests of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Does it truly matter whether this is factual? 100,000-year soul beast? Tang San was instantly struck dumb. The companion he had lived with for 6 years, Xiao Wu, turned out to be a humanoid soul beast. Dai Mubai and Oscar were left astounded. Was this truly how things unfolded? They had always believed that Xiao Wu and Tang San shared an innocent childhood bond, even considering her as a childhood bride. However, with Xiao Wu's identity now revealed, Tang San's father, Tang Hao, also came under scrutiny. It was inconceivable that Tang Hao was unaware of Xiao Wu being a 100,000-year soul beast. This implies that Tang Hao raised Xiao Wu beside Tang San with the intent to hunt her down at an opportune moment. Furthermore, recalling Tang San's desire to kill Tang Dongfeng for Xiao Wu and subsequently Tang Hao's emergence to eliminate Tang Dongfeng, all signs seem to point towards the family's practice of raising soul beasts. Moreover, Tang Hao possesses a 100,000-year soul ring. Could this be the source of it? Soaring through the skies with his sword, Sword Law held Ning Rongrong in one arm while lifting Xiao Wu with the other, propelling himself towards the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School with all his might. Although, according to Tang Dongfeng's claims, Sea Dragon Doluo was engaged in a standoff with Tang Hao. Sword Doluo had to exercise caution, fearing Tang Hao might be lurking near Shrek Academy. With Ning Rongrong in his grasp, he was unable to confront Tang Hao. Sword Doluo flew at full speed, knowing that once they returned to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, they would be safe. Grandpa Jian, is Xiao Wu truly a 100,000-year soul beast? Ning Rongrong stared at the figure of Xiao Wu ahead, unable to believe her eyes. The adorable bunny girl was, in fact, a genuine rabbit. One could not help but wonder if this 100,000-year rabbit would be delicious when roasted with a sprinkle of cumin. It is said that only a tidal daw can discern the true form of a 100,000-year soul beast, and since this rabbit has been raised beside Tang San, it is destined to become his soul ring in the future. Sword Doluo spoke solemnly. A 100,000-year soul beast, particularly one devoid of any resistance, could indeed be deemed a supreme treasure. If he possessed a 100,000-year soul ring, he would be capable of effortlessly defeating the Bone Old Man. Yet, Xiao Wu appeared indistinguishable from us. Ning Rongrong gazed at Xiao Wu with curiosity, captivated by the 100,000-year soul beast. Rongrong, what are your thoughts on Tang Dongfeng? Sword Doluo pondered the potential benefits that Xiao Wu could bring to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. If he were to present Xiao Wu to Tang Dongfeng, could it forge a friendship with the power behind him? Yet, Chunshi felt uneasy about this. The optimal solution would be a union between Tang Dongfeng and Ning Rongrong. Given that Ning Rongrong could only reach level 79 in her lifetime, she would be unable to absorb a 100,000-year soul ring. Thus, finding an exceptionally gifted battle spirit master became the paramount task for the direct disciples of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Grandpa Jian, how did you know I was at Shrek Academy? Did Tang Dongfeng inform Brother Shui of my whereabouts? That untrustworthy scoundrel has infuriated me. After enduring a scare, Ning Rongrong felt a mix of gratitude and anger towards Tang Dongfeng for his unreliability. As for Tang Dongfeng himself, apart from being somewhat annoying, his strength was truly admirable. Chapter 22. The young lady who wept in anger go back to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School and confront him. Chunshi affectionately ruffled Ning Rongrong's hair, believing that the disputes between the younger generation should be resolved among themselves. He was not like Tang Hao, that uncouth wretch who would bully the weak and return empty-handed. Even if Xiao Wu remained at Shrek Academy, it was only a matter of time before Tang Dongfeng's powerful ally, a tidal daw, would seize her. After all, Sea Dragon Doluo was also present at Shrek Academy. It was unlikely he overlooked the existence of a 100,000-year soul beast like Xiao Wu. Perhaps he simply lacked the time to act. I shall see how he explains himself to me. Ning Rongrong placed her hands on her hips, her expression brimming with indignation. Yet, there was no trace of fury in her eyes, only the remnants of her earlier fear. She had encountered numerous unforeseen dangers after stealthily leaving, with Dai Mubai attempting to kill her, followed by a 100,000-year soul beast taking human form. It seemed that Shrek Academy resembled a peculiar sanctuary. During their journey, Chunshi elaborated on the ruthless competition within the imperial family of the Xinglua Empire, emphasizing that it was a matter of life and death. He also touched upon the Zhu family, who possessed a martial soul fusion technique bound to the royal family. It was no wonder that Dai Mubai reacted so strongly against Zhu Zhuqing. She was, after all, his fiancée. If they could not wield the martial soul fusion technique, they would have no chance of resistance. Ning Rongrong contemplated the situation, deciding against seeking revenge for the deceased. But the matter of Tang Dongfeng exposing her whereabouts could not be overlooked. The following morning, Tang Dongfeng awoke feeling groggy. It was uncertain whether it was due to his injuries or his aversion to disingenuous social niceties. He understood that Ning Fengji was merely interested in Sea Dragon de Loa and the power behind him. Even if Tang Dongfeng lacked influence, the presence of a wild tidal de Loa and a 100,000-year soul ring would undoubtedly indicate formidable strength, perhaps even surpassing that of Dugabo. If Tang Dongfeng had no backing, Ning Fengji would surely be able to rest easy, for it would imply that Tang Dongfeng could be bound to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. However, even if direct ties to Sea Dragon de Loa were unattainable at present, they could still indirectly forge connections through Tang Dongfeng. At the banquet, Ning Fengji, both overtly and covertly, sought to establish a rapport with him. Xue Qinghe, on the other hand, ostensibly urged Tang Dongfeng to remain with the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, continuously referring to him as Brother Dongfeng and claiming that the prince's mansion was his home. All night, Tang Dongfeng indulged in the feast while navigating through the social labyrinth. Yet, just as he drifted into a deep slumber the following morning, he was abruptly awakened by a sharp voice. Moments later, someone entered the room. Tang Dongfeng, you shameless scoundrel! How dare you sleep? Ning Rongrong, the little demoness, wasted no time and attempted to pull back his covers. However, Tang Dongfeng instinctively braced himself, particularly in another's abode. His uncle, Sea Dragon, was nowhere to be found and would not return for several days. Ao, Tang Dongfeng, Ning Rongrong cusped, as she felt a hand reach out from beneath the covers and grasp her wrist. She experienced a sharp pain, unable to muster any strength against it. Tang Dongfeng, startled by the commotion, was jolted awake. What the? Ning Rongrong, why are you in my dream? He exclaimed, quickly releasing her hand. The fact that he had dreamt of Ning Rongrong puzzled him. Was it due to not having encountered Qianrenshua and Bibi Dong? Yet, he had met Poseidon before. Why did he dream of Ning Rongrong, and in his own bed, no less? Ning Rongrong gently protested, Tang Dongfeng, that hurts. This was indeed the little demoness, and he suspected she was jesting. He had not harmed her in any way. What was there to be hurt about? You dare to pinch this lady's hand? Ning Rongrong glared at him, her expression a mix of grievance and fury. It was clear that she felt wronged, having been deceived while he was the one who had broken his promise. This truly embodies the temperament of a young lady. Tang Dongfeng let out a long sigh, relieved that this dream was not entirely fictitious. You scoundrel, Tang Dongfeng. You clearly promised me not to disclose my whereabouts to Brother Xue. Yet you have broken your word and even caused me pain. Ning Rongrong crouched down, feeling wronged. The grievances she had endured over the past few days had been bottled up inside her, with no opportunity to explode. She did not wish for her father and grandfathers to see her cry, so she maintained her usual mischievous demeanor. However, she had never interacted with others before and was unaware of how to forge friendships. No one had taught her, nor had anyone befriended her. Previously, Brother Xue would often invite her to the palace to play with Xue Ku, but later, Ning Fengji forbade her from going to the palace. She had no friends, so how could she know how to make friends? Crying is futile. I, Tang Dongfeng, am accustomed to being unyielding. As the ancient said, the more adorable the girl, the longer she cries after being struck. Truly, I am not deceived. Furthermore, your two arguments are invalid. Firstly, I only promised you not to inform Brother Xue, and indeed I have not told him. I directly spoke to Uncle Ning, so this does not constitute a breach of promise. Secondly, when you suddenly attacked me, I had no way of knowing your intentions. My instinct was to retaliate, and fortunately, you did not use your soul power. Otherwise, with the protection of the mundane world, I would have been severely injured at the very least. Tang Dongfeng spoke, rendered speechless. When had this young lady returned to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, shedding tears in his room? It seemed as though he had bullied Ning Rongrong, which was quite exasperating. With Ning Fengji inquiring after his well-being and trying to extract information about his backing, and Ning Rongrong creating mischief, it appeared she genuinely desired a true friend. Oof. I shall not cry. You have broken your promise. Do not attempt to argue. Ning Rongrong wiped away her tears. Crying would never resolve anything. Upon arriving at Shrek Academy, she had come to understand many things. Those petty tactics that worked well within the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School were insignificant in the eyes of outsiders. They might fear the powers behind her, but it would not lead them to regard her as a true friend. Could she genuinely believe that as a support-type soul master, she could safely traverse from Heavendo City to Shrek Academy? Tang Dongfeng donned a nearby garment, realizing that having a girl in his room was quite troublesome. What do you mean? Ning Rongrong felt a jolt in her heart and hurriedly followed Tang Dongfeng as he moved toward the door. Did her proud demeanor hold no weight at all? Why was Tang Dongfeng so unassuming, capable of severely injuring Zhao Wujia while accompanied by a titled Doluo? She could foresee that had Zhao Wujia not lunged at him, those around them might have perished. Even if Tang Dongfeng had held back, they would have likely been gravely harmed. Initially, when Tang Dongfeng urged everyone to leave quickly, no one paid him any heed. After the incident, however, Tang San attempted to stab him in the back, leaving her utterly stunned. In retrospect, it was likely Tang Dongfeng's unintentional display of strength that instilled fear in Tang San. Previously, Tang San had reached rank 29 through his blue silvergrass, becoming an object of admiration for Xiao Wu. Yet suddenly, someone had intruded into their world, more formidable and extraordinary than Tang San. Would Xiao Wu, who had always been by his side, shift her affections elsewhere? After all, Xiao Wu was merely his sister. Chapter 23. A special gift, am I foolish? Tang Dongfeng was utterly speechless. How could anyone inquire with such clarity? To him, a person with even a modicum of intelligence would comprehend the disdain embedded in his words. You, a support-type soul master above rank 20, really think Ning Fengji would allow you to venture out alone? I truly do not understand where Ning Rongrong derives her unfounded confidence. Tang Dongfeng, how dare you call me foolish? You infuriate me. Ning Rongrong placed her hands on her hips, glaring at him with a faux ferocity that lacked any real threat. She found herself at a loss in dealing with this boy. The tactics that had always been effective for her now seemed like mere jest in his presence. If she were to leverage Ning Fengji, Sword Duo, or Bone de Luo against him, it would undoubtedly tarnish her father's and grandfather's reputations. Counterproductive to her efforts to win over Tang Dongfeng. Were it anyone else, it might have sufficed, but judging by Sword Grandfather's intentions, he likely wished for her to marry Tang Dongfeng, and Ning Fengji had tacitly approved of this notion. Even if she were to report this, she would surely gain no advantage, leaving her with no choice but to handle things herself. If she, Ning Rongrong, were a battle soul master, she would have charged the sharp-tongued Tang Dongfeng without hesitation. Ning Rongrong, are you contemplating how to deal with me? Tang Dongfeng instinctively took a few steps back. The little girl who had just been angrily standing with her hands on her hips, as if ready to devour him, had suddenly quieted. Something was amiss. You. Tang Dongfeng, are you serious? I am a support-type soul master. How can you retreat from me? Was she truly that fearsome? Why did no one wish to befriend her? Ning Rongrong had previously believed that her lack of friends stemmed solely from her status. Yet her father had clearly stated that Tang Dongfeng likely hailed from a force not weaker than the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Moreover, behind him, including the Sea Dragon Delaw, who had thwarted Tang Hao, there should be 3 titled Doluos. Based on that 100,000-year soul ring, Ning Fengji deduced the conclusion. He would rather overestimate everyone than underestimate anyone. This was Ning Fengji's principle, yet Ning Rongrong had not learned this lesson, always looking down on others. What if you strike me? I cannot very well retaliate, so maintaining distance is the best course. Tang Dongfeng awkwardly remarked. Within the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, he was a guest, while Ning Rongrong was the host. What sort of matter was it to brawl with the host? Do I appear that fierce? Ning Rongrong found herself questioning her own appearance. Recalling over a year ago, when she chanced upon Xue Qinghe and Tang Dongfeng in Heavendo City, she realized that Tang Dongfeng's attention had seemingly been fixed on Xue Qinghe the entire time. She had merely played the role of a backdrop, dining alongside them. It dawned on her that from that moment, Tang Dongfeng had not regarded her at all. It was no surprise, given his terrifying talent and uniqueness. In his eyes, even a prodigy like Ning Rongrong, with innate soul power of level 9, likely appeared no different from an average person. You are indeed not fierce. You simply lack a bosom. Tang Dongfeng swiftly departed, leaving Ning Rongrong behind as he accelerated away. His speed was 70 miles per hour, his mood carefree. In his perception, He sensed that the Sea Dragon Doluo had already arrived at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Yet, including Sword and Bone title Doluos, no one within the entire sect could detect his presence. Tang Dongfeng, you rogue, I will make you pay. At that moment, Ning Rongrong stormed out his room, filled with rage. Unbeknownst to her, the little girl had somehow produced a small whip, clad in high heels, relentlessly pursuing him. Second soul skill, Dark Golden Guardian. Tang Dongfeng was no pushover. He immediately activated his soul skill. Ning Rongrong had witnessed the power of this soul skill at Shrek Academy. The explosive force capable of severely injuring Zhao Wujuan cannot possibly breach this soul skill. It is utterly absurd to contemplate. Is this truly a second soul skill? She distinctly sensed the tremendous shockwave surging towards her like an overwhelming tide. Yet, the dark golden hue enveloping her body stood resolute, akin to a majestic mountain, shielding her from all harm. Tang Dongfeng, you shameless rogue, are you incapable of playing fair? Retrieve your soul skill at once. Ning Rongrong seethed, baring her teeth in frustration. Throughout her life, she had never endured such indignities as she did today. However, she found herself subconsciously comparing Tang Dongfeng to Dai Mubai and Tang San. She perceived Tang Dongfeng as remarkably loyal. They had only met once, yet he was willing to protect her for the sake of Brother Shui. In contrast, Dai Mubai, who indulged in the pleasures of life and abandoned his fiancée to face danger alone, was a coward she could not bear to associate with. During her time at Shrek Academy, Ning Rongrong had believed that Flinder's words held truth. On the battlefield, if she did not flee, she would meet her demise. As a support-type soul master, retreating was instinctual. Yet, as a man, Dai Mubai's choice to abandon his fiancée and escape was unforgivable. As for Tang San, it was better left unsaid. He kept a 100,000-year soul beast by his side, coaxing it to fall in love with him, a sinister intent that sent chills down her spine. I shall wield my soul skill at my discretion. You need not concern yourself with me, Tang Dongfeng replied dismissively, turning away from her as he sought an audience with Sea Dragon Dolaw. As for the young lady Ning Rongrong, she was merely here to throw a tantrum out of boredom. Thankfully, he had slept in his clothes last night. Otherwise, it would have been a significant loss. Tang Dongfeng, wait for me. Don't leave yet. I have matters to discuss with you. Ning Rongrong suddenly recalled something and hurriedly pursued him. In her obsession with Tang Dongfeng's betrayal, she nearly forgot the pressing issue at hand. Just as Tang Dongfeng had suggested, her departure from home could not have escaped Ning Fengji's notice. Otherwise, how could her father have trusted her to Shrek Academy? And how could Flinder dare to discipline her so fiercely without Ning Fengji's tacit approval? Considering Flinder's avaricious nature, would he have let her go otherwise? Nonetheless, Ning Rongrong recognized her mistakes and was striving to amend them. Young lady, you must be up to no good if you're seeking me, Tang Dongfeng remarked, quickening his pace to distance himself from her. Meanwhile, the concealed Sea Dragon Delaw observed with a hint of amusement. Normally fearless, Tang Dongfeng, who would dare to unleash nuclear devastation at the slightest provocation, now appeared apprehensive in the presence of Ning Rongrong. Perhaps this was an example of one force countering another. Upon encountering Ning Rongrong, Tang Dongfeng was akin to a mouse cornered by a cat, unable to evade. Tang Dongfeng, it is not merely my desire to find you. My grandfather, the Sword Awe, has a gift for you, Ning Rongrong called out, summoning the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda and amplifying her speed with her second soul skill, quickly closing the gap. How clever of her to apply her newfound knowledge so swiftly. This speed enhancement would certainly outpace ordinary running. In truth, Flinder's theory held no validity. Even if she encountered an enemy on the battlefield, should they be an agility-type soul master, Ning Rongrong would have no chance of escape. Against other types of soul masters, her self-augmentation and speed would not surpass that achieved through sheer physical prowess. Once her soul power was depleted, could she outrun a soul master relying solely on stamina? The so-called physical training was merely a means to endure mightier soul rings and thus grow stronger. Why does the Sword Doluo seek me? Surely he does not intend to take me as his disciple. I have no inclination to train in swordsmanship. Tang Dongfeng regarded her skeptically, sensing a hidden motive. His unremarkable cultivation talent surely could not attract the attention of a titled Doluo seeking a disciple. As for the formidable explosive capability derived from his hand-formed nuclear bomb, It bore no relation to soul power. Tang Dongfeng, my grandfather has brought you a present. Hee hee, I'll let you in on a little secret. It's a woman. The gleam of mischief in Ning Rongrong's eyes did not escape Tang Dongfeng's notice. The sword Doloa hardly seemed the type to gift a woman. Could it be that he intended to bestow Ning Rongrong upon him? The mere thought sent shivers down his spine. In a previous life, such actions would have warranted imprisonment. Chapter 24. Ning Fengji's decision. Ning Rongrong, I never expected you to be such a person. Tang Dongfeng's expression was one of despair. During dinner the previous evening, he had been non-committal regarding Ning Fengji's overtures, neither accepting nor outright rejecting them. In his view, the cunning old fox, Ning Fengji, could not have been oblivious to his intentions. Now, however, he was being offered a woman. He was merely 12 years old. The sword de Loa had no familial connection to him and had scarcely acknowledged his presence since his arrival at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. How could he suddenly present him with a gift? It was merely that Ning Rongrong had revealed his prowess, attracting the sword de Loa's attention. Otherwise, why would the guardian of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School bestow gifts without reason? Tang Dongfeng, what is your issue? My grandfather is the one giving the gift. What does that have to do with me? Ning Rongrong was exasperated. She could not overpower Tang Dongfeng, leaving her with few options. In contrast, had it been anyone else, Ning Rongrong would have summoned her family to gang up on him. Let us see what sort of woman your grandfather intends to bestow upon me. Tang Dongfeng followed Ning Rongrong towards the residence of the Sword de Law. Along the way, Ning Rongrong fumed in silence, unwilling to speak to Tang Dongfeng, for every exchange only served to infuriate her further. The sea dragon de Loa, hidden in the shadows, trailed closely behind them. As they neared the sword de Loa's courtyard, the sea dragon de Loa refrained from advancing further. To trespass into the domain of a title de Loa would be an act of provocation. Grandfather Sword, I have brought Tang Dongfeng, Ning Rongrong announced loudly as they reached the entrance. She then pushed the door open and entered the sword de Loa's courtyard, leaving Tang Dongfeng to survey his surroundings at a leisurely pace. The sword de Loa's residence was simple and unadorned, starkly contrasting with the opulence of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. This was likely the disposition of a swordsman wholly devoted to the path of the sword, regarding material wealth as inconsequential. Rongrong, quickly bring in little brother Dongfeng. A voice resonated from within, calm and authoritative. In the sword de Loa's eyes, Tang Dongfeng had transformed from an inconsequential figure into a younger brother. The disparity in treatment was indeed considerable. Tang Dongfeng, could you move a little faster? Are you a turtle? Slower than even an auxiliary soul master. Ning Rongrong seized the opportunity to taunt him, feeling emboldened now that they were in the sword de Loa's courtyard. She could not believe Tang Dongfeng would dare to continue provoking her in front of her grandfather. With newfound confidence, a victorious smile crept onto Ning Rongrong's lips. I am merely at the 23rd rank, naturally inferior to the illustrious Miss Rongrong, Tang Dongfeng retorted sarcastically. Being at the 23rd rank was a fact. Having endured 4 assessments at Shrek Academy, how is it possible you're only at the 23rd rank? Ning Rongrong swallowed hard, her disbelief apparent. How could such a powerful soul master be merely at the 23rd rank, making her feel like a mere pretender? Indeed, little brother Dongfeng's soul power is only at 23. The sword de Loa interjected, appearing beside Ning Rongrong and affectionately ruffling her hair. Grandpa Jian, am I truly useless? Tears glimmered in Ning Rongrong's eyes as she questioned her worth after days of self-doubt. The talents of her peers at Shrek Academy overshadowed her own, yet their peculiar dispositions left her feeling uneasy. None seemed quite normal. Brother Dongfeng's body was infused with an enigmatic and formidable energy. Jiandao observed him intently, sensing the danger that surrounded this individual. Yesterday, he had failed to uncover Tang Dongfeng's uniqueness, which explained why Old Bone had cautioned him against antagonizing the boy upon his return. This individual appeared as a volatile energy sphere, capable of instilling fear even in titled Doluos. Tang Dongfeng's physique seemed to contain and suppress this energy, preventing it from being released. Jianhua speculated that the might with which Tang Dongfeng had injured Zhao Wujia might stem from this immense reservoir of power. Jiandolua, with his keen insight, found no surprise in Dongfeng's ability to reveal his uniqueness. It would not be an exaggeration to describe him as a walking nuclear bomb. Each time he initiated a fusion of energy, it was merely a fraction extracted from a much larger source. Rongrong, You need not compare yourself to him. His ability to injure a soul sage does not rely on soul power. Jian Delua's curiosity regarding Tang Dongfeng's identity deepened. The energy he harbored within was likely at the pinnacle of Dolua level, albeit currently inaccessible to him. The trident mark upon his forehead instilled a sense of dread in Jian Delua, who felt it was unwise to probe further. It was hard to believe that such an oppressive aura emanated from a mere 12-year-old child. Miss Rongrong, I do not wish to discourage you, but since awakening my martial soul at 6, I have not practiced. Otherwise, with my innate level 10 soul power, I would have at least approached the soul master rank. Tang Dongfeng shrugged, not wishing to boast. Over the past 6 years, the Sea Dragon Delua had ascended to the rank of 96th level Super Delua within the realm of nuclear radiation. Had he practiced soul power, reaching the ranks of Soul Master or Soul King would have been as effortless as drinking water. What an impressive young man. No wonder you managed to escape from Tang Hao. The Haotian sect must be thoroughly apprehensive now, lamented Jian Dolua. The situation on Dolua continent was unpredictable, with the Spirit Hall harboring grand ambitions while mysterious forces approached from the sea. Once a glorious first sect, they had offended both of these powerful factions. 12 years ago, Tang Hao had slain the former pope of the Spirit Hall, Qian Xuanji, leading to a devastating retaliation against the Haotian sect. 12 years later, Tang Hao had attempted to eliminate a key figure from the mysterious force, but returned in defeat. In the future, if Tang Dongfeng could not locate Tang Hao, the consequences would undoubtedly fall upon the Haotian sect. Even if he were to kill Tang Hao, the Haotian sect might not escape unscathed. Jian Delua's tone grew grave. I am generally accommodating, merely an envoy of nuclear peace, capable of delivering a nuclear reprisal if necessary. Tang Dongfeng's demeanor was unperturbed, as if he regarded the Haotian sect with disdain. Jian Delua furrowed his brow. In Tang Dongfeng, he saw no reverence for life. Perhaps, in his view, those who wished for his demise deserved annihilation. One can only hope so. Jian Delua discerned a different meaning in his words. The peace Tang Dongfeng spoke of likely diverged greatly from the peace he understood. Even Jian Delua, if pursued inexplicably, would not remain calm. Those who are most composed in the face of mortality can be the most terrifying. Brother Dongfeng, you are a distinguished guest of my 7-treasure glazed tile school. You and Rongrong have known each other for years. Her temper may be a bit hasty, a result of the indulgence from me and Old Bone during her upbringing. However, Rongrong possesses a kind heart, and her temperament can be refined over time. She is the sole heir of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Wen Ji and Old Bone wish to entrust Rongrong to you, and we shall also present the sincerity of our sect. Jian Delua sensed that Tang Dongfeng possessed a power even more formidable than his father, the 97th level Super Delua. Thus, he resolved to arrange for Ning Rongrong's betrothal, confident that the 7-treasure glazed tile school would not be reluctant in this endeavor. In Jian Delua's estimation, Tang Dongfeng's ability to injure Zhao Wujia and escape from Tang Hao was no mere coincidence. Otherwise, with Tang Hao's formidable weapon, how could he have failed to eliminate Tang Dongfeng? Such a terrifying figure must either be courted or extinguished in the cradle. Tang Hao had already demonstrated that the latter path was futile. He could not drag the 7-treasure glazed tile school into the depths of despair. I oppose this marriage. Suddenly, the voice of the sea dragon resonated through the air, followed by the appearance of a cerulean figure beside Tang Dongfeng. Uncle Hailong, you've arrived, Tang Dongfeng said with a slight smirk, teasingly. Surely, this fellow did not believe his concealed presence could escape his senses. Not only could he perceive the 96th level Super Delua, even Poseidon would not elude Tang Dongfeng's awareness. His sensitivity to nuclear radiation surpassed that of even the most exceptional 99th level Delua. Chun Xin, Martial Soul 7 Killing Sword. 95th level attack type title Delua, known as the Sword Delua. Jian Delua proclaimed his title with vigor, as 9 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black, descended around him. Even if there were no battle now, there would be ample opportunity in the future. According to Ning Fengji, Tang Dongfeng's uncle was a powerful Super Delua with a 10,000-year soul ring. Jian Delua was filled with fighting spirit, having grown weary of his encounters with Bone Delua. Lin Tan, Martial Soul Sea God Dragon, 96th level attack type Super Delua, known as the Sea Dragon. Following him were 9 soul rings, 2 purple, 6 black, and 1 red, falling at the feet of the sea dragon Doloa. How could the first soul ring be purple? Ning Rongrong gazed in astonishment at the sudden revelation. Meanwhile, Jian Doloa's pupils constricted slightly. He had only heard his great-grandfather speak of such advanced soul rings. He never expected that today he would encounter the sea dragon Doloa, who possessed a similar extraordinary soul ring configuration. His great-grandfather had mentioned that those who acquired such advanced soul rings were either immensely powerful or had undergone divine trials. Jian Doloa could almost rule out the former possibility, as the sea dragon Doloa's first soul ring was not merely 1,000 years old, but rather 3,000 years old. The soul ring that others would only dare absorb at the 4th level had appeared as his first. Thus, the conclusion was singular. The sea dragon Doloa hailed from a superpower with divine heritage, and it was highly likely that Tang Dongfeng was the one most poised for ascension to divinity, or perhaps he had already embodied the essence of a deity, which warranted the protection of a super Doloa. What is the fuss about? It's merely a 3,000-year soul ring. Tang Dongfeng shot a glance at Ning Rongrong, chiding her naivety. You are the illustrious young lady of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, yet a mere 3,000-year soul ring has left you in shock. You are the one being naive. Your soul rings are only one yellow and one purple. Ning Rongrong immediately retorted, insisting she was not naive at all. How could she be considered naive? I merely pointed out your lack of experience. While my first soul ring is 510 years old, it originates from the golden crow, a now extinct soul beast, and my second soul ring is 2,500 years old, derived from a dark gold terraclaw bear. Do you understand? Tang Dongfeng pouted, sensing that a confrontation between the two was unlikely. Here, in the 7-treasure glazed tile school, if the sea dragon Doloa wished to engage in battle, he would first have to contend with Ning Fengji, Sword Doloa, and Bone Doloa. As for the rules of the martial world, such rules dictate that one cannot engage in a group fight. It is strictly a matter of one-on-one combat. Brother Dongfeng, you have absorbed the dark golden fearsome bear's spirit ring. No wonder your soul skills are so extraordinary. He recalled hearing Ning Rongrong speak of Tang Dongfeng's soul skills on their way back. His first soul skill amplifies the attack of his martial spirit, while the second enhances defense. As long as Ning Rongrong stayed close to Tang Dongfeng, she entered a state akin to invincibility. During their previous encounter in the Stardow Forest, he had inadvertently come across a dark golden fearsome bear and effortlessly rescued Yi Lingling and teacher Qinming. The Crown Prince, in gratitude, invited him to dine in Heaven Do City, where he fortuitously met Miss Rongrong, leading to their acquaintance. Tang Dongfeng Sut Nun Jialen, grandfather sword. Is the dark golden fearsome bear truly formidable? It seemed that Miss Ning Rongrong was quite unaware of such spirit beasts, likely due to her lack of diligence in training and reading. However, her theoretical knowledge surpassed that of Tang Dongfeng. Even the Forest King, the Titan giant ape, might not be its match. These super spirit beasts are typically too overwhelming for ordinary individuals to absorb. And a 2,500-year-old dark golden fearsome bear spirit ring is comparable to absorbing a 250,000-year-old ordinary spirit ring. This was what truly terrified Sword Doloa. It was likely that Tang Dongfeng's first spirit ring was of this caliber. The first spirit ring equated to one of 5,100 years, and the second to 25,000 years. Was he even human? Moreover, with the cultivation level of a great soul master, he had severely injured the renowned defensive Zhao Wujia. Such a prodigy, if he were to persist without falling, would undoubtedly dominate the Dolua continent in the future. At this moment, Sword Dolua's intention to entrust Ning Rongrong to Tang Dongfeng intensified. Could you two title Dolua calm yourselves? While I am unharmed, Miss Rongrong is clearly distressed. He noted the way Ning Rongrong's face flushed under the pressure of their imposing presence. Dongfeng, you cannot agree to this marriage, the sea dragon Dolua stated, conceding to Tang Dongfeng's position by retracting his martial spirit, yet still holding his ground. Sword Dolua faced him, unwilling to release his imposing aura, as he valued his granddaughter dearly. I say, Uncle Sea Dragon, I haven't even expressed my stance yet. Why the undue concern? Tang Dongfeng felt as if he were witnessing a case of urgency where none was warranted. The socially anxious Sea Dragon Dolua had unexpectedly surfaced due to the matter of his marriage. Brother Sea Dragon, this matter ought to depend on Brother Dongfeng's wishes. The dowry prepared by our 7-treasure glazed tile school will surely meet your approval, Sword Dolua confidently proclaimed. After returning the previous night, they had deliberated thoroughly. Ultimately, they resolved to arrange this marriage for Ning Rongrong, a union of strength. It was not merely a question of dowry or the concerns of the seven-treasure glazed tile school. It was simply that Dongfeng was still young and his mind not yet fully matured. The Sea Dragon Delois had made several visits to Sea God Island, bearing the task of monitoring Tang Dongfeng. It was not that they intended to marry them off immediately. A betrothal could be arranged now, with the wedding to follow later. Sword Delois was quite progressive. A betrothal would essentially announce their intentions to the world. Hold on. I haven't even spoken yet. Tang Dongfeng in does it? Feeling the overwhelming pressure of their plans for an arranged marriage. Although Ning Rongrong would undoubtedly grow into a beautiful woman, could she rival Qian Rinxue in beauty? This was the real world, and Qian Rinxue was regarded as the most beautiful woman on the continent. Moreover, he was acquainted with Qian Rinxue, and who knew how things might develop in the future. Dongfeng, before you depart, the Grand Priest specifically instructed that you must not engage in frivolous affairs, particularly with land-based soul masters. The inhabitants of Sea God Island harbored disdain for land-based soul masters. The Grand Priest's instructions were entirely reasonable. If the heir to Sea God Island were to be lured away by a land-based soul master, it would be quite the laughingstock. Uncle Sea Dragon, please clarify what you mean by frivolous affairs. I, Tang Dongfeng, am an honest person. Are you fabricating stories? When I left, Sister Xiaoxi merely advised me to visit home more often. Over the years, they had visited Sea God Island several times, but Grand Priest Poseidon had only engaged him in casual conversation, nothing more. Brother Sea Dragon, our seven-treasure glazed tile school is sincere. Sword Doll waved his hand, lifting the black cloth that obscured the iron cage, revealing a girl within. Or rather, a transformed 10,000-year spirit beast, the soft-bone charm rabbit. This is the gift we present to you from the seven-treasure glazed tile school, Sword Dolois declared grandly. In his view, the allure of a 10,000-year spirit beast was unparalleled. No one could resist the temptation of a 10,000-year spirit ring. Take the Sea Dragon Delois, for instance. Possessing a 10,000-year spirit ring undoubtedly bestowed him with formidable combat prowess. Even the Haotian Delois would likely find himself at a disadvantage in battle. After all, Tang Hao's pride rested on two main points. One was the 10,000-year spirit ring, and the other was the secret technique of the Haotian sect, the Grand Subtle Hammer. The Haotian sect's strength stemmed from this self-created soul skill, allowing it to overshadow other sects and rise to become the foremost sect in the land. A mere 10,000-year spirit beast, the Sea Dragon Dolois scoffed. He was indeed somewhat tempted by this 10,000-year spirit beast, but who was Tang Dongfeng? He was the heir of the sea god. In the future, would he lack for 10,000-year spirit rings? In the vast, boundless ocean, while 10,000-year spirit beasts may not be ubiquitous, they were certainly not rare. Moreover, there existed a 990,000-year deep-sea demon whale king. Even Grand Priest Poseidon would think twice before claiming victory against it, considering it once stood as a rival to the sea god. The soft-bone charm rabbit could provide both the skills of nullity and invincible golden body. Tang Dongfeng gazed intently at Xiao Wu. She shrank back, avoiding the gazes of those present. Apart from the two familiar faces, the presence of the other two instilled fear within her. Brother Dongfeng, how does our seven-treasure glazed tile school's dowry fare? Sword Delois inquired confidently. You've witnessed our strength. We can even present a 10,000-year spirit beast. Well, it's just a 10,000-year spirit beast, and its attributes do not align with mine, Tang Dongfeng replied, shaking his head. His aspirations did not lie with Xiao Wu. Otherwise, he would have devised a way to capture her long ago, despite Tang Hao being constantly by Tang San's side. If the Sea Dragon Delois were to distract Tang Hao, he could easily seize Xiao Wu. A mere Tang San was not a match for him. Little brat, do you disdain the 10,000-year spirit beast, or look down upon our seven-treasure glazed tile school? Sword Delois had never encountered someone so audacious. How could a 12-year-old child possess such bravado? Did he truly believe that a 10,000-year spirit beast was as common as cabbage, available at his beck and call? Capturing Xiao Wu would entail incurring the wrath of Tang Hao. Yet this child had the audacity to say it was merely so-so. Even a spirit hall would not dare to utter such nonsense. Dongfeng speaks the truth. Even I possess a 10,000-year spirit ring. Would he truly lack for yours? Hailong Do Luo disdainfully remarked. On Sea God Island, we have 8 titled Delois and our grand offering is a 99 level peerless Doloa. Is capturing a 10,000-year soul beast truly difficult? Senior Chinshin, to be frank, 10,000-year soul beasts on Doloa continent are rather common. Xiao Wu emerged from the Stardow Forest, where the Lake of Life houses the Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape, both of which are 10,000-year soul beasts. Unfortunately, they are not my preferred choices for soul rings. Tang Dongfeng harbored a nagging suspicion that these three soul beasts held significant issues, possibly related to the divine realm. In the ultimate Tang sect, after the sacrifice of the auspicious beast king Xiaoer, a unique blood soul ring was formed, devoid of any residual soul. Yet, in the first part of Doluo continent, after Xiao Wu's sacrifice, her soul remained within the soul ring. This implies that either Xiao Wu is entangled in divine schemes, and these three soul beasts are a boon for Tang San, or there exists another possibility. In the second part of Ultimate Tang sect, Tang San might have intervened, erasing Wang Qiuer's soul to prevent Hui Yuhao from resurrecting her. If he could scheme to use the auspicious beast to shield Tang Wutong from calamity, he could just as easily obliterate Wang Qiuer, allowing Tang Wutong to monopolize Hui Yuhao. You're still selecting attributes for a 10,000-year soul ring? Jiando Luo scoffed, finding it ludicrous. He had never encountered someone so arrogant. Despite being formidable at merely over 20 levels, that was still a 10,000-year soul beast. Heralded as the continent's greatest treasure alongside the soul rings and bones it produced. My first soul ring embodies ultimate fire, the second ultimate gold, the third ultimate wood, the fourth ultimate water, the fifth ultimate earth, the sixth ultimate light, the seventh ultimate darkness, the eighth ultimate ice, and the ninth ultimate space. Tang Dongfeng's Haixin Yin does not necessitate specific soul techniques. It amplifies the flame itself without requiring techniques for combat. He recalled the events in Battle Through the Heavens, where strange fires formed over millennia by blending different attributes. Hanfeng's Haixin Yin was a fusion of fire and water, while Xiao Yan's Lingji Yin was a combination of fire and wood. Thus, Tang Dongfeng's martial soul trajectory is to enhance Haixin Yin through attribute fusion, rather than merely relying on those skills. Eastwind, are you serious? Hai Long Do Luo swallowed hard, hearing of such soul ring enhancements for the first time. Could this fellow be playing himself into a corner? However, given his ties to the sea god, he would likely have means of remedying any mishaps. Do you have any idea what you're saying? Jiando Luo had never encountered such methods for augmenting soul rings. It was utterly absurd. Senior Chinshin observed this flame, Tang Dongfeng said, flicking his fingers to produce a cluster of azure flame. When this flame appeared, it exuded no temperature, as if it were non-existent. Your martial soul is indeed extraordinary, Jiando Luo remarked, leaning in to scrutinize the flame closely, enveloping his hand with soul power as he reached into the fire. When his fingers penetrated the flames, it felt as though he had plunged them into water. My martial soul, Haixin Yin, is a rare entity born at the juncture of the ocean's depths and volcanic activity. Its fire and water elements are in perfect balance, resembling a natural vessel, and I can continue to augment its attributes. Subsequently, Tang Dongfeng's first soul ring illuminated, and Haixin Yin underwent an instantaneous transformation, unleashing a searing heatwave. Jiando Luo quickly positioned himself in front of Ning Rongrong, using his soul power to shield against the heat. Is this truly the first soul skill? He wondered, as he felt the heat wave slowly searing through his soul power. In a brief moment, the difference in soul power might not be apparent, but prolonged combat would inevitably expose the disparity. Second soul skill, Dark Golden Fire. As Tang Dongfeng's second soul ring shone, the flames took on a dark golden hue. The fusion of gold and fire attributes lent the flames a newfound sharpness. Hai Long Shu, unleash your sixth soul skill upon me. Tang Dongfeng abruptly turned to challenge Hai Long Do Luo. He remembered that Jiando Luo likely lacked binding soul skills, rendering it impossible to showcase the potency of Haixin Yin. Hai Long Do Luo silently nodded, revealing his 9 soul rings adorned with 2 purple, 6 black, and 1 red. As Hai Long Do Luo's 6th soul ring lit up, he hesitated to strike. Eastwind, should I go all out? Perhaps we should relocate our battleground? Hai Long Do Luo suddenly paused, fearing that their clash might devastate Jiando Luo's home. You're merely asked to use a binding skill. Do you actually wish to fight me? Tang Dongfeng's expression darkened. This fellow truly intended to become the ultimate destroyer in someone else's abode. With that, Hailong Do Luo's sixth soul skill activated once more, and he struck without giving Tang Dongfeng a moment to react. Sixth soul skill, high-pressure divine dragon whirl. A shadow of the sea god dragon solidified behind him, materializing into a water dragon that surged toward Tang Dongfeng like an arrow released from a bow. Faced with an attack from Super Delaw, Jiando Luo dared not be careless and swiftly took action. Second soul skill, Spirit Sword Guardian. A powerful sword aura emanated from Jiando Luo, forming a protective barrier 2 meters in diameter around him. This was his sole defensive soul skill. The greater the output of soul power, the stronger its defense. Ning Rongrong sheltered behind Qinshin, peeking out to watch the two combatants. She could hardly believe that Tang Dongfeng had the audacity to directly engage a titled Doluo in battle. Moreover, judging by Hailong Do Luo's demeanor, this was not his first encounter. Locking type binding soul skill, Jiando Luo mused, instinctively simulating strategies in his mind to counter this soul skill. Although he was uncertain how Tang Dongfeng would respond, he knew that if it were Qinshin, he would undoubtedly interrupt Hailong Do Luo's casting and seize the opportunity to counterattack. Suddenly, the immense sea god dragon, stretching 10 feet long, nimbly darted toward Tang Dongfeng. As it approached, the dragon chose to coil around his body, utilizing its form for both offense and defense in a formidable soul skill. Just as the water dragon was about to collide with Tang Dongfeng, it solidified into ice and crashed down violently. This is not merely a binding soul skill. It's evidently an attack-sealing soul skill. Yet, Tang Dongfeng remained unperturbed, leisurely raising his right hand. Second soul skill, Dark Golden Fire. Initially, this skill merely augmented Haixin Yan. The flame in his hand suddenly blazed with golden brilliance, fully enveloped in golden fire. With a decisive motion, Tang Dongfeng gathered the flame in his palm and struck the dragon's body, disregarding the dragon's head hovering above, gazing intently at him. The two forces collided without unleashing any catastrophic energy. Like ice meeting a scorching iron, the water dragon's form was effortlessly pierced by Tang Dongfeng's palm, severing Hailong Do Luo's connection to the soul skill. The massive dragon head in the sky transformed into a mere ice sculpture, crashing down to the ground. Without the enhancement of soul power, such a forceful attack would likely only be effective against those below the rank of soul masters. The eighth soul skill, Ocean's Domain, was unleashed. Subsequently, the sea dragon Awe did not relent. Rather, the eighth soul ring beneath his feet, a hue nearing crimson, suddenly illuminated. His eighth soul ring, akin to Qinshin's ninth soul ring, was nearly 90,000 years old, thus wielding considerable power. Grandfather Jian, is Sea Dragon Senior intending to kill Tang Dongfeng? Ning Rongrong exclaimed sharply. A super Daw engaging a great soul master, and he directly activated his eighth soul skill. Why not try summoning his martial soul's true form as well? Perhaps he merely sought to teach him a lesson. Sword Doloa was equally perplexed. What was this pair of uncle and nephew intending? They were on the verge of demolishing my home. Does Sword Doloa not have any dignity? With determination, Tang Dongfeng unleashed his first soul skill, Golden Crow's Flame. No longer holding back, he activated his first soul skill. As two attributes merged, the Sea Heart Flame transformed into a conflagration of gold, red, and blue. In Sword Doloa's courtyard, under the might of Sea Dragon Daw's eighth soul skill, everything was consumed by the ocean. The eighth soul skill of Sea Dragon Doloa resembled a domain-type soul skill. Within this ocean, he could move instantaneously, akin to infinite teleportation. Furthermore, his attributes surged threefold. Should he summon his martial soul's true form, he could surely contend with Tang Hao. You cannot escape my perception. Tang Dongfeng was enveloped in the tricolored flames. The water surface beneath his feet evaporated visibly. The sea dragon Doloa, clad in dragon scales, suddenly appeared behind him. Tang Dongfeng bent down to evade the attack, countering with a fiery fist. However, by the time his fiery fist struck, Sea Dragon Doloa had vanished. Tang Dongfeng, without warning, swung at the air. As his fiery fist surged forth, it collided precisely with Sea Dragon Doloa's claw. The impact sent Tang Dongfeng staggering back 4 steps before he could regain his footing. Now that you're here, there's no way you can leave. Tang Dongfeng propelled himself forward with a powerful leap, delivering a fierce punch. The first soul skill, Water Element Control, was activated. Sea Dragon Doloa did not dare to underestimate him. His first soul ring glowed, and a massive water element coalesced in his hand to counter Tang Dongfeng's blow. Having taken a direct hit earlier, the dragon scales adorning his hand had turned pitch black. The temperature of the sea heart flame had become unfathomably terrifying. Even as a titled Doloa, he dared not confront Tang Dongfeng head-on with his physical body. My flames are the progenitor of all fires. The sea heart flame clinging to Tang Dongfeng's hand had surpassed the pinnacle of heat. Supported by an unending supply of soul power, it could even disregard his opponent's defenses. Under the enhancement of the first two soul skills, the sea heart flame could almost ignore the defenses of those below the rank of soul sage. Whether it was defensive or binding soul skills, they would be obliterated by a single punch. After all, the sea heart flame, under dual enhancement, possessed the characteristics of burning soul power and manipulating space. The encounter of fire and water was not as violent as one might expect. The sea heart flame, at that moment, dimmed significantly, while the water element conjured by Sea Dragon Doloa began to boil. Burning mountains and boiling seas. Tang Dongfeng exerted his full strength to spread the sea heart flame across the entire ocean's domain. In an instant, sparks flew. The once profound ocean now resembled boiling water, emitting an abundance of white steam. Grandfather Jian, I can't see clearly. Ning Rongrong wrinkled her nose. Before her lay a vast expanse of white, akin to bathing in winter, with mists swirling around. Although Sea Dragon Brother had not unleashed his full strength, Tang Dongfeng's power was indeed formidable. Perhaps even a typical soul sage could meet their end at his hands. Of course, Sword Doloa did not believe Tang Dongfeng could surpass Zhao Wujin. That was merely Zhao Wujin testing his students without employing lethal force. After Tang Dongfeng unleashed a large-scale explosive soul skill, he had to intervene to protect the students, or the outcome could have been unpredictable. Zhao Wujin himself was a ruthless individual, even as a soul emperor. He had remained unharmed while being pursued by dozens of soul emperors from the Spear Hall. Is Tang Dongfeng truly so formidable that he might disdain me? Ningrongrong pondered, feeling a twinge of melancholy. She had always perceived herself as superior, destined to become a powerful support-type soul master. Her 7-treasure glazed tile was the finest on the continent, and surely no one would despise her. Yet upon witnessing Tang Dongfeng today, a hint of inferiority arose within her. He was barely at the 20th level and could already slay soul sages. Would he truly require her assistance once he reached level 90? Foolish child. Sword ruffled her hair, noting that the little princess had changed considerably upon her return. Meanwhile, the battle on the other side had entered a frenzied climax. The 7th soul skill, Sea Dragon True Form, suddenly illuminated beneath Sea Dragon Doloa's feet. Grandfather Jian. Sea Dragon Doloa can't be serious about killing Tang Dongfeng. Ning Rongrong increasingly sensed something amiss. He had even activated his martial soul's true form. Typically, one would only summon their martial soul's true form during a life-and-death struggle, as it significantly enhances a soul master's power. Once Sea Dragon Doloa activated his martial soul's true form, the water mist enveloping the ocean's domain dissipated at a visible rate. In the state, Sea Dragon Doloa's abilities were quadrupled, and the consumption of soul skills was reduced by 65%, evolving his attributes into the essence of ultimate water. A layer of ice ring armor automatically formed over his body, capable of absorbing 85% of damage. Such was the terror of the god-given soul ring. Should the battlefield shift to the ocean, Sea Dragon Doloa's capabilities would directly enhance eightfold. During the previous battle at Sea God Island, Sea Dragon Doloa, with a strength of level 94, had dared to clash head-on with a level 96 Super Doloa. Now, at level 96, activating his martial soul's true form, he would not easily concede in a battle against a level 98 Super Doloa in the ocean. Rongrong, do not fret. Sea Dragon Brother knows his limits. Sword Doloa, invigorated by the display of Sea Dragon Doloa's might, felt an overwhelming urge to stretch his limbs. Sea Dragon Uncle, you shameless scoundrel, bullying an 11-year-old child. Tang Dongfeng's expression turned grave, his form barely shielded by the dark golden armor. The ocean's domain had undergone a transformation. His feet were ensnared beneath the water surface, as though entangled by seaweed, which absorbed his soul power. All is fair in war. Sea Dragon Doloa replied with pride. Each time he sparred with Tang Dongfeng, he unleashed his full power, Otherwise, a sudden surprise from Tang Dongfeng could leave him nursing injuries for a long time. Let me test my new technique on you. Tang Dongfeng gathered a sea heart flame in his left hand, activating his first soul skill as a unique elemental force infused into the flame. The azure fire was instantly tinged with red and blue. Simultaneously, his right hand transformed into a flame of gold and red as his second soul skill ignited. Are you trying to blow up the Seven Treasure Glazetile sect? Sea Dragon Dolua's heart raced as he prepared to dart away at incredible speed. He still remembers the nuclear explosion orchestrated by Tang Dongfeng in Soto City, which obliterated the surrounding area for 50 miles, leaving no trace of life. Had it not been for his robust physique, he might not have emerged alive. It was merely a friendly spar. Yet such devastating techniques were employed. What was the meaning of this? There was no need for alarm. This was my self-created fusion ring technique, capable of at most claiming the life of a soul saint. Tang Dongfeng hastily called out to Sea Dragon Dolua, with the opponent having fled. Where could he throw his attack? He certainly couldn't aim it at Sword Dolua's face, fearing retribution. Had he known earlier, he would have prepared to flee with all his might. Only those who had truly witnessed a nuclear explosion could grasp its immense power. Even if he were to run now, the shockwave would send him flying. Given that Tang Hao had to detonate his ring to escape, one could only imagine the formidable strength of this nuclear explosion. When Tang Dongfeng acquired his second soul skill, he pondered ways to enhance his combat prowess. The nuclear explosion was too unpredictable, leading him to consider Xiao Yan's Buddha's Fury Lotus, the violent force produced by the generated considerable destructive power. Tang Dongfeng referred to it as a substitute for the nuclear explosion. He proceeded to compress two flames of different attributes together, continuously applying his strength. As the saying goes, where there is oppression, there is resistance. The more thorough the oppression, the more terrifying the eruption. A tricolored fire lotus began to rotate slowly in his palm. This self-created fusion ring technique, the Buddha's Fury Lotus, was thrust forward toward Sea Dragon Dolua. The flames beneath him erupted, freeing him from the grasp of the seaweed. Following that, a gust of wind surged beneath his feet, propelling him behind Sword Dolua and Ning Rongrong. Subsequently, the second soul skill, Dark Gold Protection, was activated. Standing behind Ning Rongrong, he maximized his defense with the utmost gold. In terms of defensive capability, Earth attributes would typically offer greater resistance to damage. Unfortunately, he could not recall which fierce beast possessed Earth attributes. Perhaps there were none. He could not remember clearly and would look into it later. A crack echoed, akin to the shattering of an eggshell, resonating in everyone's ears. The petals of the tricolored fire lotus slowly unfurled, spinning rapidly. A terrifying wave of destruction caused a brief distortion in the surrounding space. The tricolored fire lotus detonated directly before Sea Dragon Dolua. A horrific shockwave erupted, materializing a towering fire lotus phantom post-explosion. The overwhelming energy crashed against Sword Dolua's soul sword protection, instantly altering his expression. You little brat, are you trying to dismantle my Seven Treasures glazed sect? Sword Dolua intensified his output. Despite Tang Dongfeng appearing relatively weak, he possessed formidable techniques, comparable to a Soul Dolua. However, under his full offensive, his own strength was still lacking. His initial two soul skills were merely on par with a Soul Emperor. As for the nuclear explosion, that was beyond the realm of soul skills. Even a deity could fall victim to a nuclear explosion. Tang San's Guanyin tears could slay gods. And Tang Dongfeng felt his nuclear explosion could obliterate the divine realm. If it had not been for insufficient quantity, he would have succeeded. After all, the world of Dolua continent was not particularly strong. Ahem, you nearly made me choke on my breath. A moment later, Sea Dragon Dolua reappeared before everyone. The vast expanse of oceanic territory had returned to normal. At this moment, the courtyard of Qinshin was in disarray, but fortunately, its core remained intact. Most of the Buddha's Fury Lotus's power had been absorbed by Sea Dragon Dolua's oceanic domain. Next time, they would have to engage seriously. This was someone else's territory, and it would not be wise to destroy it. Tang Dongfeng dissipated his martial soul and made his way back up the mountain. It was his first time using the fusion ring technique, and he was uncertain of its potency. Thus, he had only thrown a small fire lotus when he saw Sea Dragon Dolua activate his pseudo-domain. Engage seriously? Are you planning to use a nuclear explosion against me? Well, have I ever offended you? See Dragon Daw nearly spat blood in frustration, wondering if they could not coexist peacefully and amicably. That's not the case. But I wish to grow stronger swiftly to deal with Tang Hao, Tang Dongfeng replied resolutely. That man sought to kill him, and he would not hesitate to harbor other intentions. Should I notify the Grand Elder, so we can seek justice together? See Dragon Doluo was quite incensed. After all, Tang Dongfeng's identity as the heir of the Sea God meant that any assault by the Haotian sect was a provocation against Sea God Island. Let us consider some clever ideas. Sister Xiao Shi and Tang Chun have a history, and she will surely request me not to destroy the Haotian sect. What do you think I should agree to or not? According to Tang Dongfeng's thoughts, he would simply drop a nuclear bomb on the Haotian sect to settle matters once and for all. You decide. I'll be waiting at the prince's palace. As soon as Sea Dragon Deluo finished speaking, he vanished as if he had evaporated from the mortal realm, leaving even Sword Deluo unable to trace his whereabouts. Moments later, Ning Fengji and Bon Deluo appeared in the courtyard. Chapter 29, Tang Dongfeng. Do you disdain this young lady? Uncle Jian, what transpired here? As the leader of a sect, Ning Fengji was quite concerned about the happenings within his domain. The earlier commotion had been sensed by Bon Deluo when Sea Dragon Deluo unleashed the oceanic domain. Bon Deluo had quickly sought out Ning Fengji to head to Qinshin's courtyard together. They initially thought Tang Hao had come to reclaim the 100,000-year soul beast. Aside from Xiao Wu, was there anything in the Seven Treasures glazed sect worth the Haotian Doluo's attention? Fengji Old Bones. It was merely a spar between young brother Dongfeng and brother Sea Dragon. Sword Deluo dissipated his soul sword protection, pulling Ning Rongrong from behind him. Daddy, they are so impressive, Ning Rongrong lamented. In Shrek Academy, she was the weakest among them. At least they had others to compare themselves with. Tang San and Xiao Wu both possessed innate full soul power and were battle soul masters, making their rapid progress entirely reasonable. Their ultimate goal was to become title Doluo, while Ning Rongrong's limit was merely soul saint. The Seven Treasures glazed tower had an inherent flaw, preventing it from ever surpassing level 80 to become a soul Doluo. Zhu Zhuqing, this little girl, had been pursued and left helpless, driven solely by a desire to grow stronger. Those who entered alongside Ning Rongrong were indeed more accomplished than her. As for Ma Hongjun, while his martial soul was repulsive, it was undeniably a top-tier martial soul, and he would surely become a formidable figure in the future. Oscar, being a support soul master with innate full soul power, was another she could not compare with. Dai Mubai had become a soul master at the age of 13, and Ning Rongrong felt that with effort, she could still achieve something. Perhaps her talent could only match Dai Mubai's. Zhu Zhuqing, though the least talented, was the most diligent. What frustrated her the most was the presence of Tang Dongfeng. Clearly the only one to have experienced the 4 tests. One would assume his talent should be inferior to theirs. Yet what was the reality? At the 23rd level of soul power, he severely injured a soul saint, a great soul master escaping from the true form of a title Doluo's martial soul. His first 2 soul skills could compel a super Doluo's martial soul to reveal its true essence. Each of these events struck her deeply, and Ning Rongrong suddenly felt a profound sense of inadequacy. Not only is her talent lacking, but her temperament is also poor, apart from her attractive appearance. She is devoid of any merit. Ning Rongrong no longer wishes to continue in this manner. She aspires to earn the recognition of others, rather than merely being referred to as the young lady of the 7 Treasures glazed tile school. Dongfeng, were you just engaged in battle? Was that commotion caused by you? Ning Fengji inferred the situation from the Sword Deluo's protective stance and Ning Rongrong's expression. It was nothing. Uncle Hailong was merely being lenient. If I didn't hold back, I would have been utterly defeated by him, Tang Dongfeng chuckled. Their dramatic display was intended to demonstrate to Ning Fengji that his talents surpassed expectations. It was not merely a 100,000-year spirit ring that could win his favor, especially considering that this spirit beast brought its own troubles. I heard that a 50-mile stretch of forest outside Soto City was leveled. Surely that was your handiwork. Ning Fengji, well informed, had his own network within Soto City. Last night, he received news of a suspected clash between 2 title Doluos. Given the Sword and Bone Deluo's strength, their battles typically affected only a 10-mile radius. If 2 title Doluos at level 95 could cause such destruction, could it possibly be a clash of unparalleled Doluos? Forgive me for the spectacle, It was merely a minor technique of Sister Xiaoxi to preserve my life. Had it not been for Uncle Hailong's timely arrival, I might not be standing here. Tang Dongfeng admitted. That nuclear explosion, if faced head-on, could have left Tang Hao gravely injured or even dead, while he would have perished instantly. Fortunately, the Hailong Doa mitigated much of the damage. The Hailong Doa, possessing a top-tier beast martial soul, significantly enhanced his own abilities. Although Tang Hao was formidable, as a weapon soul master, his defensive capabilities paled in comparison to those of the Hailong Doa. The most powerful nuclear explosion Tang Dongfeng unleashed could at most rival a self-detonation by a level 95 tidal Doloa. May I inquire about this Sister Xiaoxi you mentioned? Ning Fengji asked, intrigued by the mysterious figure who provided such a formidable means of protection. Who was she to possess such terrifying power? If the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School had sought to harm him at their initial encounter, would they have faced nuclear annihilation? Sister Xiaoxi is simply Sister Xiaoxi. Tang Dongfeng ziplit gasu. Do you expect me to divulge all details so easily? Meanwhile, the sword law subtly moved his lips, seemingly conveying a message to Ning Fengji. Fengji. The noise was caused by his sparring with the Hailong Doa. He communicated. He referred to that Sister Xiaoxi, who is honored as the grand offering by the Hailong Doa. I estimate her strength to be at least level 97 or above. The atmosphere became distinctly peculiar. The sword Doloa and Ning Fengji exchanged glances, while the bone Doloa observed silently. Ning Rongrong, the clever girl, nudged Tang Dongfeng's arm. What are you doing? Tang Dongfeng queried, puzzled by her sudden approach. Was she once again putting on airs as a refined young lady? He was not blind. He remembered her earlier antics. Are we friends, Tang Dongfeng? Ning Rongrong asked nervously. Would he disdain her for her poor temperament or lack of strength? I, Tang Dongfeng, only befriend those who are my equals, either astute like your father or powerful like your grandfather, he remarked, glancing at her petite frame and shaking his head. Associating with a support-type soul master would offer him no advantage. If he were to unleash a nuclear explosion, the counterpart would perish alongside him. As for him bringing a support type along, that would merely be an added burden. In the midst of a nuclear explosion, he would need to expend considerable energy to ensure his survival, leaving no time to worry about a support soul master. The strong do not require companionship to thrive. You infuriate me, Ning Rongrong exclaimed, incensed by his lack of decorum. What about that prince? Apart from being approachable, he lacks the cunning of my father and is merely a soul master. Why would you choose to befriend him? Suddenly, she recalled the time at the Tiando Hotel, where Tang Dongfeng had been laughing and conversing with Xue Qinghe, appearing as if they were long-lost friends. Moreover, when Tang Dongfeng was pursued, Xue Qinghe spared no effort to protect him, even going so far as to bring him to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School to request Ning Fengji's protection, thereby incurring a significant debt of gratitude. Xue Qinghe was indeed peculiar. Despite knowing nothing of Tang Dongfeng at the time, he felt the urge to befriend him. In contrast, Tang Dongfeng had not overthought it and naturally became friends with him. I am perfectly content, Tang Dongfeng replied with a dismissive smirk. What you do not realize is that this so-called prince is nothing more than an impostor. Even your astute father cannot see through him. As for strength, he is destined to attain divinity, the only innate 20 level on the Doloa continent. What further explanation is necessary? Tang Dongfeng, you look down upon me. Ning Rongrong, exasperated, suddenly charged at him. Naturally, Tang Dongfeng would not surrender easily. He dashed away. However, he never anticipated that during this playful chase with Ning Rongrong, he would encounter a particularly special little girl. Chapter 30, The Silver-Haired Girl. Ouch. Tang Dongfeng, what are you doing? Ning Rongrong unexpectedly collided with his back. He had abruptly halted after leaving the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Yet, the culprit showed no intention of acknowledging her. Ning Rongrong picked herself up and followed his gaze, discovering a 5- or 6-year-old girl outside the gates of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. The girl was exquisitely beautiful, with long, silky hair. Her face, though dirty, could not conceal the pallor of prolonged malnutrition. Clad in a soiled purple outfit, tattered and worn, she resembled a refugee. What is the matter? Ning Rongrong questioned, puzzled as to why Tang Dongfeng was staring blankly at the girl. Such refugees were numerous on the Doloa continent, and many gathered outside Tiando City. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School occasionally offered them porridge, so it was not unusual to see one. Little sister, Where are your family members? Tang Dongfeng ignored Ningrong. Instead, kneeling before the girl, she instinctively took a few steps back, creating distance between them. Ha ha ha. Tang Dongfeng, you call me a little witch. You look like a creepy uncle. No wonder she's afraid of you. Ningrong laughed heartily. She suddenly found herself fond of the little girl for having outwitted Tang Dongfeng. Do not be afraid. Your brother is not a bad person. Where are your family? Tang Dongfeng asked, his brow furrowing as he pressed on. At that moment, he wished he could place a heavy stone on Ningrong's chest and deliver a punch to show her the harsh realities of the world. The more beautiful a girl is, the more she ought to cry. Moreover, Ningrong, as a young lady, was only concerned with her own happiness. They are gone. The silver-haired girl replied meekly. She was far too hungry and had followed the refugee uncle here. Are you hungry? Tang Dongfeng gently poked the girl's forehead, a slight smile creeping onto his lips. Perhaps, even if a different title were to be bestowed upon Delois, it would not reveal the girl's uniqueness. She emanated a peculiar aura, a quality that transcended mere soul power, reminiscent of the divine energy stored within the sea goddess Trident. The silver-haired girl silently nodded. After wandering for quite some time, she had yet to locate the soup kitchen. Having been hungry for far too long, she had resorted to squatting on the ground to alleviate her hunger pangs. Come, let me take you to find something to eat, Tang Dongfeng said as he reached out to embrace her. The girl stiffened in his arms, as if gripped by fear. Tang Dongfeng, I never imagined you to be such a person. How could you lay hands on such a small child? Ningrong's face flushed crimson. It seemed she had unearthed the true reason for Tang Dongfeng's unwillingness to engage with her. It turned out that he did not merely favor beautiful women. Rather, he preferred a child bride. What a lunatic! As Tang Dongfeng carried the silver-haired girl towards Seven Treasure City, he dismissed Ningrong's concerns, feeling they were of no consequence to him. Upon leaving Seven Treasure City, he intended to take up residence at the prince's manor, avoiding any stay at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School where he found no peace, even in sleep. The girl he held shivered in his embrace. She had heard of human traffickers before, but today she found herself in such a predicament. Yet, after enduring hunger for so long, the thought of being sold for food and drink surprisingly brought her some willingness. Little sister, do you have a name? Tang Dongfeng set her down, taking her hand and imparting a measure of soul power to her. With the boost of soul power, the girl regained some strength, though her hunger still lingered. My name is Nar. The silver-haired girl, Guyuna, fluttered her eyelashes slightly. Just as Tang Dongfeng had surmised, it appeared that with his arrival, the original trajectory of this world had undergone subtle alterations. The Silver Dragon King, Guyuna, had sealed her memories and powers prematurely, entering the realm of humanity. Could this be attributed to Tang Dongfeng's early arrival garnering attention from various factions? I am Tang Dongfeng. Remember this from now on. You are my sister. He tousled Guyuna's hair, which was as soft as if it had been treated with the finest conditioner. Having found Guyuna by the roadside, his life was destined to become increasingly intriguing. If I am to be your sister, can I have steam buns every day? Guyuna's clear, innocent eyes gazed up at him. In that moment, he felt as though he might melt entirely. Of course, if I, Tang Dongfeng, have a meal, you shall have yours as well. He intended to indulge in food and drink at the prince's manor that evening, taking Guyuna along for the journey. Tang Dongfeng, wait for me. I want to go too. Ningrong, dragging the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda behind her, sprinted towards them. After being scolded by Tang Dongfeng in front of her own home, she squatted down, feeling a wave of grievance welling within her, almost to the point of tears. However, she soon realized that Tang Dongfeng was entirely oblivious to her presence. Whom was she crying for? Thus, Ningrong swiftly resolved to accelerate her pace, pursuing the direction of Heaven Do City. Tang Dongfeng had only two destinations, either Seven Treasure City or Heaven Do City. The Sea Dragon de Loa had returned, and it was illogical for Tang Dongfeng to remain at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to evade his enemies. Therefore, it was highly likely they were headed for Heaven Do City, and certainly to the prince's manor, for reasons she could not articulate. Ningrong felt an unshakable intuition that there was an unspeakable secret between Tang Dongfeng and Shueqinghe. Lady Rongrong, why did you follow us? Tang Dongfeng, holding Guyuna's hand, maintained a carefree pace of 70 miles per hour, with a divine companion by his side. He felt no need for the sea god's legacy. As for the Shura god's legacy in the city of slaughter, he thought to himself, perhaps one day, when he was in a foul mood, he might venture there for an explosive experiment. You are prohibited from using soul skills. You cannot use soul power either, yet I shall still prevail. Tang Dongfeng, how could you be so inconsiderate? How can you eat without inviting me? Ning Rongrong observed Guyu Na discreetly, noting that the girl seemed to be of similar age to her. Apart from her striking beauty, she appeared rather unremarkable. Was Tang Dongfeng truly taking her home? Was he really going to make her a child bride? Are you lacking food in your own home? Tang Dongfeng's incredulous expression drove Ning Rongrong to the brink of frustration. How could there exist such an ungracious man in this world? Was it not possible to engage in normal conversation? Brother, Nar is afraid. Guyu Na timidly hid behind him. Nar, be good. We shall ignore her. Later, I will lend you the sea dragon uncle to play with, and if anyone dares to bully you, you can ask him to teach them a lesson. Tang Dongfeng caressed Guyu Na's silvery hair. The small head of the divine being was simply delightful. Guyu Na had been quite adorable as a child, albeit a touch too delicate. Lady, you frightened my sister. Tang Dongfeng pulled Guyu Na away from Ning Rongrong, creating some distance. You truly are formidable, instilling fear in your peers and making children cry. You infuriate me. Ning Rongrong exploded in response to Guyu Na's antics. This little green tea was already vying for attention at such a tender age. She would surely cause trouble for Tang Dongfeng in the future. No, for the sake of saving Tang Dongfeng from the clutches of this little green tea, I, Ning Rongrong, shall sacrifice myself to drive her away. Otherwise, their plan to abduct Xiao Wu as a dowry, risking the ire of Tang Hao, will be foiled. In any case, Tang Dongfeng must remain bound to the seven-treasure glazed tile school. Even if it meant Ning Rongrong would have to become a sacrifice, she was willing to do so. With a sweet smile, Ning Rongrong embraced Tang Dongfeng's arm. This time, she would employ her ultimate strategy. Chapter 31. Because I like him. Dongfeng Yi. Just take me with you. I promise I will be very obedient. Ning Rongrong's so-called ultimate strategy was to cling to Tang Dongfeng and act cute. No one could refuse the charms of Ning Rongrong's endearing demeanor. All right, stop shaking. Let go quickly. Men and women should maintain a respectful distance. You may accompany us, but you must not bully Nar. She, like Sea Dragon Uncle, is quite shy. Tang Dongfeng's lips twitched at the sight of their social anxieties. Glancing at Ning Rongrong, she was the epitome of social prowess, unperturbed by anyone, even if it were the emperor himself. I promised my father that I would become good friends with you. Dongfeng Ge, you wouldn't want to break your promise to Rongrong, would you? Ning Rongrong cheerfully declared, though she had made a promise to Ning Fengji. She genuinely desired a friend. I'm more than willing. Throughout the journey, Ning Rongrong playfully teased Tang Dongfeng, while Guyu Na's silver eyes observed the myriad wonders of Heavendo City. It was her first visit to such a bustling city, and with the heart of a child, she found herself captivated by the experience. The wealthy young lady promptly purchased items that piqued Guyu Na's interest, declaring them gifts for Nar. Since coercion and temptation were ineffective with Tang Dongfeng, she resolved to appeal to his emotions. Being of similar age to Tang Dongfeng, this challenging task now fell to her. Unable to sway Tang Dongfeng directly, Ning Rongrong set her sights on Guyu Na. Tang Dongfeng is particularly concerned about the girl he encountered on the road, undoubtedly harboring secrets unknown to her. Much like the inexplicable bond shared between Xue Qinghe and Tang Dongfeng, their apparent fraternal affection conceals deeper intrigues and personal agendas. Nar, let us visit this restaurant. Shuege once took me here, and the cuisine was quite delightful, Tang Dongfeng announced as he stood before the Tindo Grand Hotel, promptly taking Guyu and Ar by the hand and heading inside. All right, I will follow my brother's lead, Guyu and Ar replied, her wrist adorned with a spatial storage soul guide bracelet, where she kept the items purchased along the way. Furthermore, Tang Dongfeng had generously bestowed upon her 1,000 gold soul coins, instructing her to spend freely in return for more. Unfamiliar with the true purchasing power of 1,000 gold coins, the naive Guyu and Ar was oblivious to the fact that, in an ordinary household, it could take months to spend just 1 gold coin. The sum Tang Dongfeng provided could sustain her for a decade if she merely sought to meet her basic needs. Nar, you are nearing 6 years of age. Upon our return, I shall have Uncle Hailong assist you in awakening your martial soul. You will become a formidable soul master. If your brother is not by your side, You must take care to protect yourself. Remember, those who are strikingly attractive often wield deception as their weapon. Be wary of their words. Tang Dongfeng cautioned with a knowing glance. In this world, betrayal was not in his nature. He reserved his trust solely for those closest to him, those with whom he shared a bond of life and death. Who are you implying with your veiled remarks? Tang Dongfeng? Ning Rongrong retorted, hands on her hips, glaring at him like a feisty hedgehog. See, I merely spoke in passing, yet you took it to heart. Women excel at disguise. Caution is prudent, he replied, ruffling Guyu Nr's hair, imparting wisdom in his role as a mentor. Guyu Nr grasped the underlying message. Ning Rongrong, still bristling, attempted to counter his statement, but was swiftly silenced by Guyu Nr's sharp retort. Little green tea. You've deceived me with numerous gifts while being a little traitor. You claim you won't grow up to be a beautiful lady. At the entrance to the Tiando Grand Hotel, a young attendant abruptly halted Tang Dongfeng and Guyu Nar. Esteemed guest, our establishment has rules. Those in disheveled attire are not permitted entry. The attendant cast a disparaging glance at Guyu Nar, who appeared unkempt, as if she had rolled in the dirt. Miss Rongrong, your influence appears limited. If you intended to treat us, perhaps we should seek a meal at the prince's residence instead, where no one will obstruct us, Tang Dongfeng remarked, stroking the feather pendant on his left wrist. This talisman was unique to Qianrenshua, ensuring that neither the martial Soul Hall nor the royal family would dare to disrespect him. During their journey, he had already selected several exquisite outfits for Guyu Nar, but they had yet to find an opportunity to cleanse her and don fresh attire. Esteemed sir, I fail to recognize your significance. Please do enter. The attendant's demeanor shifted dramatically from indifference to obsequiousness. No need, Tang Dongfeng replied, pulling Guyu Nar along as they turned to leave. If this establishment was unwelcoming, they would simply find another. Why would you seek to regain your dignity by spending money in a place that looks down upon you? Tiando City is replete with dining options. Ah, Tang Dongfeng, you wouldn't truly consider loitering at the prince's residence for a free meal, would you? If not, we could return to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. My father would be delighted to host you. Ning Rongrong suggested as the pair made their way away from the Tiando Grand Hotel, evidently uninterested in entering. These establishments bearing the name Tiando were, for the most part, affiliated with the royal family, which relished in stratifying society into hierarchies to showcase their nobility. Ordinary individuals had no right to enter the Tiando Grand Hotel. Ascending further required nobility status. Last time, Xueqing's presence had granted them unimpeded access, but this time, Tang Dongfeng and Guyu Nar were regrettably intercepted. Tang Dongfeng was a man who harbored grudges. He intended to inquire with Xueqing about the ownership of this establishment and ensure that the responsible party felt the consequences. If it were the Emperor of the Night, he would relish the opportunity to exploit any weaknesses. As for other nobles, none were worthy of his consideration. In the Tiando City, at the prince's East Palace, Tang Dongfeng and Guyu Nar entered without hindrance. Ning Rongrong, trailing behind, sensed something was amiss. It appeared as though the guards were familiar with Tang Dongfeng. Where is his highness? Tang Dongfeng called out to one of the guards, inquiring with earnest intent. Sir, his highness has gone to the palace and will return in approximately half an hour, the guard replied with utmost respect. Recalling the last time they witnessed the prince carry this man into the palace. Please arrange a room for my sister, and have a couple of maidens prepare a bath for her, along with some food. Tang Dongfeng made himself at home, treating the prince's residence as if it were his own backyard. Understood. The guard did not question further and promptly departed. Soon, Guyu Nar was escorted for her bath, while Tang Dongfeng and Ning Rongrong settled by the lotus pond, leisurely sipping tea. Brother Dongfeng, I sense there's something special between you and Xue Ge. What is the reason for this? Ning Rongrong pondered, contemplating the disparity in treatment between herself and Xueqing. She had been present at the banquet where Xueqing hosted Tang Dongfeng. This time, Xueqing had brought the injured Tang Dongfeng to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School for treatment, a fact she had heard her father mention. It was evident that Tang Dongfeng held a unique place in Xueqing's heart, and Xueqing indulged him immensely. Do you truly wish to know? Tang Dongfeng asked with a solemn tone. Yes, Ning Rongrong replied eagerly, her thirst for knowledge palpable. My father once said, to form relationships, one must cater to the other's preferences. First, you must understand what they like and dislike. Knowing oneself and one's adversary enables one to grasp their standing in the other's heart, Tang Dongfeng elaborated. Of course, it's because I like him, he declared, just as Shui Qinghe entered the room. It was uncertain whether he had overheard the conversation. Brother Dongfeng, you yist. Shui Qinghe stumbled slightly, nearly losing her balance. Caught off guard by Tang Dongfeng's unexpected remark. Given her current guise, she was presenting herself as a man, and if Tang Dongfeng were an old fogey, it would have posed a significant dilemma. Shuigu, you finally returned. While you were away, Tang Dongfeng has been bullying me, Ning Rongrong exclaimed, rushing to Shui Qinghe and clinging to her arm in a playful manner. Since she could not contend with Tang Dongfeng, she sought to enlist Shui Qinghe to reprimand him. Rongrong, how delightful to see you taking the time to visit Shui Ji's home. Shui Qinghe feigned warmth, while inwardly smirking at the irony. Ning Fengji, the cunning old fox, would never consent to Ning Rongrong associating with her. She was the East Palace's princess, destined to become the future emperor of Tiandou. Ning Fengji was her mentor, and that relationship was to remain strictly professional, as he was also the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and wished to avoid entanglements with the royal family. In the original narrative, when Shui Qinghe's plans were at risk of being exposed, it was ultimately the timely assistance of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect that preserved the imperial family of the Tiandou Empire. What was the outcome? After Shui Qinghe ascended to power, he devoted all his efforts to supporting the Tang sect, which resulted in the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect becoming virtually obsolete, reduced to a mere vassal of the Tang sect. Considering this, it might have been wiser to aid Shui Qinghe in his rebellion. At least the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect could have secured its existence. Brother Shui, I wish to join as well, but I have to attend school, and during the holidays, I find myself unwilling to move from my home, Ning Rongrong said, vaguely deflecting the topic. Their conversation should have focused on Tang Dongfeng. Your brother Dongfeng is likely to stay with me for a while, so do visit often. Shui Qinghe, being exceedingly astute, recognized that Tang Dongfeng could return to the prince's residence with impunity, displaying a relaxed demeanor. It was likely that the sea dragon Doluo had already returned. However, it was unclear whether that scoundrel Tang Hao had met his demise. You are indeed cut from the same cloth. Tang Dongfeng is utterly despicable. Determined to leave the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, Ning Rongrong could not comprehend what was so appealing about the prince's residence. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect was wealthier than a nation, overflowing with luxury, far more comfortable than the prince's residence. Rongrong, you wouldn't be a spy sent by the teacher to win over Brother Dongfeng, would you? Shui Qinghe jested, yet inwardly she scoffed. She had cultivated her rapport with Tang Dongfeng through her own merit, unlike those with ulterior motives. When they first met, she had no inkling of the formidable title Doluo standing behind him. Ning Fengji and his associates merely sought to curry favor with the powerful title Doluo behind him, which created a stark contrast in their intentions. Moreover, in Qian Renshua's eyes, Tang Dongfeng's significance outweighed that of the sea dragon Doluo. Titled Doluos, such powerful beings, may be rare in the world, but they were not uncommon within the Spirit Hall. They could easily summon a dozen titled Doluos with a mere flick of the wrist. No matter how formidable the sea dragon Doluo was, could he rival her grandfather, Qian Daolu? Could he surpass the second enshrined? What Qian Renshua valued was that Tang Dongfeng had already acquired divine inheritance before the age of 12. This left her perplexed. By mere talent, Tang Dongfeng was rather mediocre, having reached only level 25 by age 12. Such talent was inferior even to Ning Rongrong, let alone someone like her with innate level 20. Yet, the trident etched upon Tang Dongfeng's forehead clearly bore the power of divinity. That power was present within her, as well as in her grandfather and mother. She possessed it due to the soul bones absorbed from the angel set. The simulation skill allowed her to mimic Shui Qinghe, altering her form and voice to become indistinguishable. Brother Shui, what are you pondering? You wouldn't be trying to win me over too, would you? Tang Dongfeng said half-jokingly. He remained steady, biding his time for Shui Qinghe to take the bait. He doubted the Night Emperor could resist the allure of a wild titled law. They had even gone to great lengths to bind a solitary Guyu to the Tiandou Empire. How much more for a wild super Delaw, who was not even recorded within the Spirit Hall? Brother Dongfeng, since you've already guessed, I shall speak candidly. Initially, I wished our relationship to be devoid of any ulterior motives, But today, upon visiting the palace, my father entrusted me with an important task. He learned of my acquaintance with you and instructed me to win over the Sea Dragon Duke who stand behind you, Xue Qinghe expressed with a hint of reluctance. She portrayed an exquisite blend of unwillingness and helplessness. It must be said, Qian Rinchue's acting skills were remarkable, making it difficult to find fault. No way. Tang Dongfeng was first noticed by our seven-treasure glazed tile sect. Ning Rongrong swiftly distanced herself from Xue Qinghe, returning to Tang Dongfeng's side. This prince was indeed a schemer. Rumors of Prince Xue Qinghe's eagerness for talent and affable nature gave one a refreshing sense of ease. It was precisely for this reason that he attracted a cadre of ambitious individuals to his side. Before leaving, Ning Fengji had warned Ning Rongrong that Xue Qinghe was likely to attempt to win over Tang Dongfeng. She had inadvertently forgotten this detail. Xue Qinghe sending Tang Dongfeng to the seven-treasure glazed tile sect was a gamble, wagering that the Sea Dragon Doloa would come to no harm. As it turned out, it was not an easy task for a Super Doloa to encounter trouble. The Sea Dragon Doloa returned as promised, merely a day later. Rongrong, do not make a fuss. Brother Dongfeng has his own choices. Regardless of his decisions, I shall respect them, Xue Qinghe stated as he settled onto another stone bench, where the three gathered by the pond to enjoy the flowers and sip tea. Ning Rongrong snorted, finding him yet another green tea, adept at manipulating words. He laid the groundwork so thoroughly, yet feigned that he would not pressure Tang Dongfeng. What a farce! Ning Fengji often remarked that serving a monarch was akin to accompanying a tiger, and today she had witnessed it firsthand. No wonder Ning Fengji had previously advised her against entering the palace. She truly struggled to navigate the treacherous waters. With the likes of the scheming Gu Yu and the predatory Xue Qinghe lurking, her task of winning over Tang Dongfeng was daunting indeed. It was entirely possible that the cunning Xue Qinghe would seize the opportunity first. Brother Xue, I understand your intentions. His Majesty and Sect Master Ning both wish to leverage my position to gain favor with Uncle Sea Dragon. We come from overseas and are unfamiliar with this continent. Indeed, we require allies to facilitate our future endeavors. This is a mutually beneficial scenario. Tang Dongfeng clarified his thoughts succinctly. Tang Dongfeng, our seven-treasure glazed tile sect is sincere in our intentions. Both Grandpa Jian and Grandpa Gu are titled Duluos of level 95. If you're seeking allies, the seven-treasure glazed tile sect should undoubtedly be your first choice, Ning Rongrong proclaimed proudly. The resources that the seven-treasure glazed tile sect could offer were beyond the reach of the Tiando royal family. While the Tiando royal family appeared to be the mightiest empire on the surface, it was in fact not strong in arms at all. Had it not been for the Spirit Hall's intervention, they would have long since fallen. Moreover, the Tiando royal family lacked any titled Duluos, making it impossible for them to provide Tang Dongfeng with substantial support. Brother Dongfeng, choose freely, do not consider my feelings. At most, I will face a few scoldings from my father for being incompetent, and I can bear that, Xue Qinghe said, patting Tang Dongfeng's shoulder, implying that he should choose the seven-treasure glazed tile sect. If my father lays blame, I will take it upon myself. If you wish to win over Uncle Sea Dragon, you must cater to his tastes. Uncle Sea Dragon has a penchant for rare and extraordinary items, and the seven-treasure glazed tile sect has much to offer that would entice anyone. Brother Xue, why not return and inquire with the Knight Emperor about what leverage he can provide? That would greatly assist me in my negotiations with Uncle Sea Dragon. He was merely a junior, lacking any formidable treasures to leverage in his discussions. Tang Dongfeng adhered to his principle of offending neither party, refraining from disclosing what the seven-treasure glazed tile sect specifically offered. It was akin to an auction, where each party presented their maximum bid, and the highest bidder prevailed. Chapter 33. Brother, Nar is all clean. I shall convey your words to His Majesty, Xue Qinghe replied nonchalantly, for the cost would ultimately be borne by the Knight Emperor. The individual she cared about most was not the Sea Dragon Doloa. In her perspective, the Sea Dragon Doloa's presence was akin to that of the two elders, Shi Biao and Si Xue. Their existence was solely to protect her, who bore the potential for divinity. The Super Doloa, Sea Dragon, was likely present to safeguard Tang Dongfeng as well. Her true interest lay with Dongfeng, not with Sea Dragon. Brother Dongfeng, does this mean you have agreed to my request? Ning Rongrong smiled with delight, confirming that her visit was not in vain. In her perspective, The Tiando royal family could never produce a treasure comparable to a 10,000-year soul beast. Not to mention, the Tiando Empire lacks a title de law, even if they possessed one. Hunting a 10,000-year soul beast is no trivial feat. Creatures like Xiao Wu, resembling human form, are exceedingly rare. Shueqinghe's expression hardened slightly. What sort of price had the 7-treasure glazed tile school paid? Even the great Emperor Shui, ye could not present anything of comparable value. Yes, you. I have said nothing that warrants your assumptions. I will not join any faction. Tang Dongfeng held no interest in these powers. You may fight as you wish. I shall deal with my foes alone. It would be far more agreeable to remain unencumbered, serving as a messenger of nuclear peace. Brother Dongfeng, I heard you brought back a girl, Shueqinghe remarked. Upon her return, the guards had informed her of the particulars. She was certain that beside Tang Dongfeng, only the sea dragon Doluo accompanied him. The girl who entered was filthy and emaciated, as if she had been picked up from the streets. Her Name ist now Air. I found her along the way. I thought her quite adorable, so I claimed her as my sister and will keep her close, Tang Dongfeng casually mentioned. A young master picks up a divine being. Aren't you impressive? In the divine realm, both the sea god and the angel god were merely first-tier deities. The sea god, having ascended over 20,000 years ago, likely grew weary of the divine realm and wished to pass his mantle to someone else. Alas, Tang Dongfeng refused to undergo the sea god's 9 trials, preferring to wait for the sea god to attempt to eliminate him through the Trident's mark. He was eager to see whether the sea god's mark or the system proved superior. In a few years, his internal nuclear fusion would reach an extraordinarily formidable level. His demise could potentially lead to the extinction of civilization on the Doluo continent. Am I not adorable? Why do you always leave me behind? Ning Rongrong gritted her teeth, wishing fervently to bite Tang Dongfeng, this foolish boy who blindly believed in the words of a green tea princess. How could such a splendid girl not warrant a few more glances? You? Forget it. I would rather converse with the Sword de Loa and Bone de Loa, seeking their guidance. Tang Dongfeng cast a casual glance at her, unperturbed. The little witch's temperament was not one he could tolerate. Brother Shui, why do you explain so clearly to him? Don't you find her silly demeanor amusing? Tang Dongfeng reclined leisurely against a pillar, crossing his legs. Life is meant for enjoyment. Living in such a strenuous manner, calculating endlessly, when death arrives, it all amounts to nothing. In his past life, he developed a character that embraced the flow of life. When it was time to enjoy, he would not exert himself. When it was time to strive, he would not hesitate. He played with abandon and worked with diligence. As for the outcome, he would leave it to fate and do his utmost. Brother Dongfeng, bullying a girl is not befitting of a gentleman, Shueqinghe remarked, his lips twitching in response to her absurdity. Did he truly bully her out of affection? Can grace be consumed as sustenance? The young lady is accustomed to a life of luxury. It is remarkable she does not bully others. I am merely acting on behalf of justice. Tang Dongfeng wore an expression suggesting he disdained her for her own good, leaving Shueqinghe at a loss for words while Ning Rongrong glared at him. Her eyes filled with rage. Brother Dongfeng, might I inquire whether the sea dragon is present? Shueqinghe had consulted the elders, Blood Spear and Serpent Spear, but they could not sense the sea dragon Doluo's presence. It was evident that the sea dragon Doluo excelled in concealment, while the 2 elders had likely exposed themselves. After all, they had accompanied Shueqinghe during their first meeting. Was Tang Dongfeng drawn to her out of mere curiosity? Qianren Shui could not ascertain this, but for now, it seemed Tang Dongfeng bore no ill will towards her. It should not interfere with the plans of the Spirit Hall, so she opted for a wait-and-see approach. Should problems arise, she would have to manage them herself, hoping not to involve her own faction. Otherwise, it would lead to a conflict between the Spirit Hall and Sea God Island, with no one able to contain the fallout. Currently, the 3 most formidable titled Doluos included Tang San from the Haoyan sect, who had vanished long ago. Next was Poseidon, the Grand Priest of Sea God Island. And finally, her grandfather, Qian Daolu, the Angel Daloa. Overall, the Spirit Hall held an advantage over Sea God Island. However, Land Soul Masters would find their strength diminished on Sea God Island, while Sea Soul Masters would experience a significant boost. The outcome remained uncertain. Even if all the powerful members of the Spirit Hall attacked Sea God Island, it was not guaranteed they could breach its defenses, should circumstances escalate to that point. Once Tang Dongfeng ascended to divinity, he would undoubtedly settle accounts with the Spirit Hall, with her and Bibi Dong bearing the brunt of it. No one could assure which side would complete their divine trials first. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, Qian Renxue would not seek hostility with Tang Dongfeng. This was no longer solely her matter. It was a conflict between two superpowers and two deities. Uncle Sea Dragon usually stays by my side. Brother Shui, if you have any matters to discuss, please feel free to inform me. Uncle Sea Dragon dislikes interacting with strangers. Tang Dongfeng glanced at the hidden position of the Sea Dragon Doloa. This fellow still loathed land soul masters, unwilling to step forward and engage in conversation. Unfortunately, he was neither a sea soul master nor a land soul master. At that moment, a petite figure captured everyone's attention. With long silver hair cascading down her back, bangs brushing her eyes, and pupils shining like the bright moon, she wore a flowing white garment, graceful as a startled swan. An indescribable beauty emanated from her, surpassing any words or descriptions. Especially when a hint of confusion flickered in her gaze. It evoked a natural instinct to protect her. Brother, is all clean now. Gu Yuna cautiously approached him, her presence illuminating the surroundings. Come sit over here. Tang Dongfeng beckoned to Gu Yuna, then stood to clear his space for her. Strangely enough, there were only 3 stone benches in the prince's manor, and the other 2 were occupied, leaving him standing alone. Gu Yuna cautiously approached Tang Dongfeng, lifting her skirt with care. It was her first time wearing a dress, and she felt somewhat uneasy. The crystal high heels on her feet made her tread carefully. Why have you done high heels? You're still growing, you should wear flats for now. Tang Dongfeng said, pinching Gu Yuna's delicate face as her gaze fixated on the high heels that Ning Rongrong had purchased for her. In the Dolua continent, the people matured earlier. Being 12 years old was akin to being 18 in the past life. The so-called Advanced Soul Master Academies were comparable to universities in the previous life, representing the pinnacle of Soul Master education. Oh, I understand, brother, Gu Yuna replied, gradually bending down to retrieve a pair of flat shoes from her storage bracelet, feeling a wave of comfort wash over her. Allow me to introduce you. This is Brother Shui, the Crown Prince of the Heavendo Empire, and my good friend, Tang Dongfeng said, placing his hands on her shoulders and gesturing towards Shui Qinghe. Upon hearing she was in the presence of the Crown Prince, Nar instinctively attempted to rise, but Tang Dongfeng gently restrained her. As a deity-ranked powerhouse and ruler of spirit beasts, no one here can withstand your courtesy. Sister Nar, since you're East Wind's sister, you're my sister as well. Henceforth, this prince's manor is your home. There's no need for formality, Shui Qinghe said, reaching out to pat Gu Yuna's small head, cautiously probing her with his soul power. He was curious about what made this little girl, aside from her beauty, worthy of Tang Dongfeng's attention. Unfortunately, his soul power seemed to vanish into the depths, severing their connection. This little girl was likely not a mere ordinary character. Nar understands, Gu Yuna said, nodding her head slightly, her small feet swinging in midair. It was unclear whether it was due to nervousness or her cheerful mood. Sister, you must not forget all the things I bought for you. Ning Rongrong decided to change her strategy. Since she could not drive Gu Yuna away, she would instead ally with her, attempting to win her over from Shui Qinghe. Currently, her biggest rival was none other than this crown prince, a student of her father. As for little Nar, she was no longer on the list of competitors. She had already joined Tang Dongfeng's camp, implicitly regarded as a potential ally for the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Sister Rongrong, Nar remembers, Gu Yuna waved her left hand toward the storage soul guide, which contained many trinkets purchased by Ning Rongrong. Brother Shui, do you have any soul awakening stones? If not, I can take her to the spirit hall for awakening. Tang Dongfeng said, handing Gu Yuna some pastries to enjoy. Earlier, he had instructed the guards to prepare food, not for his own consumption, but for her. Yes, I will fetch some right away. There is no need for the trouble of going to the spirit hall, Shui Qinghe replied, nodding. Although she did not have any on her person, others in the prince's manor surely did. She was also curious about what kind of martial soul this girl, whom Tang Dongfeng regarded as a sister, would awaken. I just find a hassle to go out, Tang Dongfeng admitted, a typical lazy soul who preferred reclining over sitting and sitting over standing. Of course, he did not exhibit such lethargy when it came to serious matters. Please wait for a moment. I shall return shortly, Shui Qinghe said, personally getting up to request the awakening stones. Only the 3 of them remained. Who do you think is better, your sister or your brother? Ning Rongrong leaned in, wearing a smile she deemed friendly. "Brother," Guyuna replied without hesitation. Suddenly, Ning Rongrong realized that her appearance seemed somewhat different from what she recalled. This was rather amusing. She had the audacity to ask Nader such a question. "I'm not asking about your brother. I mean between your sister Rongrong and brother Shui. Who treats you better?" Ning Rongrong lamented, tugging at her hair. Had she been this difficult as a child? "Brother Shui," Guyuna said after a brief moment of contemplation, providing Ning Rongrong with the answer she least desired. "After I bought you so many things, you actually think brother Shui is better? You little ingrate, just like your brother. You drive me insane." Ning Rongrong gritted her teeth. "Truly, you are something, little green tea. I pour my heart out only to be met with disdain. How unfortunate for me. Sister's house has no good food," Guyuna remarked, grabbing a piece of osmanthus cake and happily munching away. "You little glutton, have you been won over by just a piece of osmanthus cake?" Ning Rongrong chuckled to herself. She had bought Guyuna so many toys along the way, yet they paled in comparison to the allure of a simple cake. With a few platters of pastries on the table, and having eaten a couple of pieces, Guyuna immediately declared brother Shui to be the best. Where could she seek redress for this? Ha ha! Tang Dongfeng found Ning Rongrong's dismay exceedingly entertaining, especially with Guyuna's innocent face, which radiated confusion. That expression of hers, as if to say, "Is there a problem?" nearly made Ning Rongrong cough up blood in anger. "Tang Dongfeng, you are being unreasonable." Ning Rongrong glared at him, her teeth nearly grinding to dust. Yet, she was merely a support soul master with no combat ability. Even if she were an assault type, she might not be able to break through Tang Dongfeng's defenses. Back at the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, he had dared to confront the sea dragon Doluo head-on. "Young lady, I seldom laugh unless truly unable to contain myself," Tang Dongfeng replied, his laughter echoing as Xueqing he returned with the awakening stones. "Brother Dongfeng, do not keep bullying Rongrong. Let us proceed with the soul awakening," Xueqing he said, shaking her head in mild exasperation as she regarded Tang Dongfeng. After all, they were still quite young, unlike her, who had spent her childhood in foreign lands, plotting and scheming. She had never experienced this carefree existence. "Nair, go ahead. Once you become a soul master, I shall give you a present." Tang Dongfeng patted Guyuna's back encouragingly. On the other side, Xueqing he arranged 6 black awakening stones in a hexagonal formation on the ground. Swan possess. With the release of Xueqing, he's martial soul. A snow-white swan appeared behind her, its 4 soul rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple, indicating her status as a soul master. At 20 years old, a soul master was indeed quite impressive, yet she seemed insignificant in comparison to the super geniuses and prodigies. "Nar, extend your right hand." Though it was her first time assisting someone in awakening, the procedure was quite simple. Any Grand Soul Master could easily help a child awaken their martial soul. "Now, you will undoubtedly become a great Soul Master." Tang Dongfeng felt no trepidation regarding Nar. The Silver Dragon King had prepared everything in advance, ensuring her ability to awaken her martial soul. Instinctively, she extended her right hand, and at that moment, all the radiance from the awakening stones surged forth. A long spear materialized in her palm, emanating a formidable pressure. It even elicited a reaction from Ning Rongrong's martial soul. Divine grade, martial soul? Xueqing he gazed in astonishment at the petite long spear in Guyuna's right hand. Unable to fathom that such a small weapon could provoke a response from her angelic martial soul. The angelic martial soul, as a divine grade essence, possesses an exceedingly formidable quality. Notably, her angelic martial soul is unprecedented, boasting an innate soul power that has reached an extraordinary level of 20. However, today, as she assisted a little girl in awakening her martial soul, it unexpectedly stirred the angelic essence within her. "Brother, is this my martial soul?" Guyuna inquired curiously, her gaze fixed on the petite, long spear that manifested at her call. It was a silver spear, exceeding 12 feet in length, remarkably slender in form. Its delicate body was adorned with intricate silver scales, shaped into hexagons, exceptionally refined and symmetrical. The spear featured a pointed tip, which constituted approximately 1/3 of its length, tapering into a conical form with 12 grooves etched upon it. The formidable dragon's might emanating from it was sufficient to subdue all dragon-type martial souls. Even the blue lightning tyrant dragon would struggle to unleash even a fraction of its power before this silver dragon spear. One impressive martial soul. Nar shall utilize it to safeguard herself in the future, Tang Dongfeng mused, unfazed, for he recognized the little girl before him as the Silver Dragon King, Guyuna. This silver dragon spear was a divine artifact bestowed by Guyuna upon her own split self, Nar, for protection. It was a true artifact, comparable to the angelic holy sword of the angel god. On the Dolua continent, only the Shura blood sword of the Shura god and the trident of the sea god could be deemed as super artifacts. Nar will wield the silver dragon spear to protect her brother. Guyuna nodded, thoroughly pleased with the exquisite weapon. Girls, after all, are drawn to beautiful things, such as the nature of martial souls and humanity alike. It should be your brother who protects you. Hurry and test your innate soul power. Tang Dongfeng affectionately ruffled her hair, enchanted by her soft locks. Nar, place your hand upon the crystal. Xue Qinghe retrieved a crystal capable of measuring up to 30 levels of soul power from his storage soul guide, crouching down to place it before Nar. Beside her, Guyuna pressed her modest palm upon the soul power crystal. Instantly, the entire courtyard was enveloped in a resplendent white glow. Innate soul power level 10. A smile graced Xue Qinghe's lips as he exhaled in relief. Thankfully, it was not at level 20, otherwise her slight advantage would have been nullified. Innate full soul power? Ning Rongrong was utterly astounded. What manner of circumstance was this? A refugee, unable to afford a meal, possessed innate full soul power. Why was Tang Dongfeng's fortune perpetually so favorable? No, it must be that he recognized Nar as exceptional nature, which prompted him to take her along. Thus, all of this stemmed from that individual. Nar, in a few days, brother will take you to the Stark Do Great Forest to acquire your first spirit ring, Tang Dongfeng said, gazing at her with affection, relishing the opportunity to tease her while Guyuna was still young. Teasing the Silver Dragon King was far more entertaining than sparring with Ning Rongrong. Nar, Brother Xue has nothing of value to offer you, but this purple gold card will allow you to dine at any restaurant in Tiando City. Henceforth, your meal shall be covered by Brother Xue. It must be said that Xue Qinghe was adept at winning favor. From the information gathered at the guard post, Nar was likely a wandering refugee. The reason Tang Dongfeng had taken her away was presumably due to his recognition of certain undisclosed qualities within her. It appeared that Tang Dongfeng had discerned Nar's extraordinary talent from the outset, even with only innate soul power at level 10. It was not implausible for Nar to ascend to godhood wielding the Silver Dragon Spear, at least in terms of quality. The Silver Dragon Spear currently surpassed the angelic martial soul. Perhaps only upon her ascension to a title de law and the activation of her true six-winged angel could she contend with it. Such an unparalleled genius must either be courted or eliminated. Unfortunately for Tang Dongfeng, his bond with Nar necessitated a shift in her positioning. A deity, with a high probability of attaining divinity, such power would deter even the Spirit Hall from acting recklessly. Moreover, given how much Bibi Dong despised her, it was unlikely she would offer assistance. Thank you, Brother Xue. Guyuna beamed, unreservedly accepting the purple gold card. Indeed, her instincts had proven correct. Brother Xue was truly reliable. If Ning Rongrong were privy to her thoughts, she would likely be quite distressed. Nar, if you wish, consider joining the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Grandfather Jian's sword martial soul would be ideal for teaching you. As his disciple, you will surely gain renown across the continent, protecting your brother while indulging in the world's culinary delights. Ning Rongrong had a sudden flash of inspiration. She could use food to win over the little gourmand. With a martial soul that instilled fear in the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda, Nar was destined for an extraordinary life. Ning Rongrong, are you attempting to poach my sister? She is my sister and shall not join any faction. Tang Dongfeng harbored no interest in any faction, not even the Sea God Island. Furthermore, Guyuna was the master of soul beasts, and fostering deep attachments with too many humans would not bode well. Once she merged with the slumbering Silver Dragon King, only she would endure the pain. Tang Dongfeng, must you oppose me at every turn? Is it so wrong for me to take Nar out for a bit of fun? Ning Rongrong asserted with the most imposing tone, expressing her heartfelt desires. She genuinely wished to entice Nar, and even if she could not win over Tang Dongfeng, securing an innate, full soul power individual was still a valuable gain. Such geniuses, as long as they did not perish prematurely, were bound to become titled Duos in the future. As Tang Dongfeng, Nader's brother, should he not extend his hand in her time of need? I can't be bothered to deal with you. Tang Dongfeng squatted down, retrieving a fiery red pendant from his bosom. The pendant was circular, adorned on both sides with clusters of rice ears, exquisitely beautiful. Yet, beyond its aesthetic appeal, both Ning Rongrong and Xueqing sensed that it was far from ordinary. Now, remember to wear this pendant at all times, whether you are sleeping or bathing. Tang Dongfeng hung the red pendant around Gu Yuna's neck. This pendant had accompanied him for some time, but comparatively, the fragile Nar needed it more. Once he acquired the Hanhai Qingquan shield, he would not require the protection of the Red Dust Guardian as much. Brother, this jade pendant is so beautiful. Nader will wear it always. Gu Yuna curiously fiddled with the small pendant. Brother Dongfeng, what exactly is this gift for Nader? Xueqing sensed it resembled a soul guide. But was it not true that soul guides had minimal functions beyond storage? Could there be another type of soul guide? Or was this akin to an artifact? This jade pendant is called Red Dust Guardian. It is a trigger-type soul guide capable of withstanding attacks from Tidal Delaw, albeit with a limited number of uses per day. My escape from Tang Hao relied heavily on it. Tang Dongfeng reasonably exaggerated the efficacy of the Red Dust Guardian. Consequently, others would factor in more external elements when estimating his strength, leading to potentially erroneous perceptions. Such misconceptions could prove fatal at critical moments. Only by retaining a plethora of hidden cards could one achieve unexpected surprises, catching foes off guard, and turning the tide against them. Chapter 36, Young Master. You are being foolish. The following morning, before the prince's residence, Tang Dongfeng held Gu Yuna's small hand as they exited the palace. A seemingly unremarkable carriage awaited them outside, though it was quite comfortable within. The carriage was specially prepared for him by Xueqing, considered her private property. Brother Xue, you needn't see us off. If Nar and I don't leave soon, it will be dark, Tang Dongfeng said, fabricating a lie, though it was clearly still midday, with the sun shining brightly. Brother Dongfeng, I understand you find my chatter tiresome, so I shall refrain, Xueqing replied. Take care on your journey, and upon your return, I shall ensure everything is arranged perfectly. He patted Tang Dongfeng's shoulder and affectionately ruffled Gu Yuna's hair. The presence of a younger sister brightened his mood, though he regretted that Xueqing was not her real sister. Ultimately, she would depart from the Heaven Do Empire, leaving behind a nominal puppet empire. As for her sister Xueqing, the child who had always clung to her, Xueqing was at a loss regarding how to deal with her. She could execute the princes without remorse, as there were no feelings involved, yet Xueqing had grown up under her watch, and she hoped not to entangle her in the future. In Gu Yuna, Xueqing saw echoes of Xueqing, which made her somewhat sentimental. Brother Xue, do not overexert yourself. Until we meet again, Tang Dongfeng said as he helped Gu Yuna into the carriage and bid farewell to Xueqing. Nader waved to her from inside the carriage, her excitement palpable on her first long journey. The task Xueqing mentioned involved seeking out the Sea Dragon Delaw to negotiate the terms for allying with him. Once inside the carriage, Tang Dongfeng found a comfortable position, lying back on the floor covered in soul beast fur, which was exceedingly cozy. Gu Yuna, filled with curiosity, began to explore her surroundings. Nar, if you feel tired, there's food over there. For anything else, just call Uncle Sea Dragon. I will rest a bit longer, he said, settling into a cozy corner and soon dozing off. Beside him, Gu Yuna quieted down, peeking her little head out from the curtain. Nar, why are you out here? The Sea Dragon, who was driving, suddenly noticed the adorable Gu Yuna and inquired. He had met Nar the previous night. Regarding Gu Yuna's talent, the Sea Dragon Dolaw could only liken her to her unreliable brother, both being prodigious. The pressure from the Silver Dragon Spear was enough to subdue his Sea God Dragon, significantly diminishing his power. It could be said that the Silver Dragon Spear was a nemesis to all beast martial souls, particularly effective against dragons. Uncle Sea Dragon, I'm sleeping with my brother, so please drive carefully. Gu Yuna smiled sweetly before turning back into the carriage. She lay beside Tang Dongfeng, wrapping her arms around his neck and drifting off to sleep. Humph, neither of you pays me any attention, treating me as merely the coachman, the Sea Dragon Do muttered under his breath. This pair of siblings was truly remarkable. He was a 96th level super Doa, a formidable presence across the Doluo continent. Yet, before these siblings, he found himself relegated to the role of a mere driver, with no one to converse with. Only the soul beast pulling the carriage emitted unintelligible sounds that he could not comprehend. In the Heaven Do City, at the prince's residence, young master. They have already left Heaven Do City. The snake spear doll reported respectfully beside Shueqinghe. There were approximately a dozen titled Doluos in the spirit hall, and he and the porcupine Doluo were the weakest among them. Thus, they had been dispatched to assist Qian Rinxue in her grand ambitions, not daring to oppose her wishes. It was known that she was driven by self-interest. Should they lose their utility, they would become expendable. The snake spear Doluo would rather offend the two elders, Zhu and Gue, than show any disrespect to Qian Rinxue. This was the intimidation that came from her innate level 20, god-level martial soul, and her formidable background. Even if the snake spear Doluo had the desire to kill Qian Rinxue, he would find no opportunity. Qian Rinxue harbored too many secrets. If she wished to escape, no one could capture her. With the simulation ability of that angelic soul bone, finding her would be impossible. A 999-year-old soul bone remained inscrutable even to super Doluos, let alone to a mere 91st level title Doluo. Then let us depart. My father has declared that I am in seclusion, and I shall take Tang Dongfeng's words to see what he offers for an alliance. She descended from the writing desk, and as she did, waves of energy enveloped her, transforming her appearance. Qian Rinxue appeared as a radiant young woman of 18 or 19, her skin as white as snow, with a straight nose and slender phoenix eyes. A small mark rested between her brows, and her golden eyes were as calm as still water. There was no sign of energy fluctuation emanating from her, making her appear as an ordinary person. Adorned in a golden palace dress, the gown was seamless, seemingly woven from golden threads, lacking any excessive embellishments. Its style was simple yet elegant, with a golden collar that protected her long, snow-white neck. Her long golden hair fell freely behind her, unkempt, contrasting sharply with her neat attire. Young master, should we involve the porcupine Doluo? The snake spear Doluo gulped nervously, lowering his head, unwilling to meet Qian Rinxue's gaze. She rarely revealed her true form, yet each time, he found it impossible to look away. Sometimes he felt that giving his life for her would be worth it. No, I have other tasks for him. We shall proceed, Qian Rinxue stated as she entered the secret passage of the prince's residence, which would allow her to depart unnoticed. After some time, a carriage bearing the emblem of the Spirit Hall exited the Spirit Hall sub-branch and made its way straight out of Heaven Do City. Young master, isn't this a bit too risky? The snake spear Doluo voiced his concerns, feeling Qian Rinxue's plans were somewhat unwise, akin to playing with fire. What do you understand? He is far more complex than you perceive, Qian Rinxue replied, having sent someone to Soto City to investigate the situation. Given her understanding of tidal Doluos, leveling an area of 50 miles to the ground was not something a 96-level super Doluo could easily accomplish. Moreover, the previous day, Tang Dongfeng had gifted Nara a jade pendant that could withstand attacks from a tidal Doluo. One could only imagine the wonders he possessed. It was impossible to assess him by ordinary standards. When Tang Dongfeng visited the prince's residence, Shueqinghe had personally examined his injuries. In truth, his condition was dire, with internal injuries far worse than external ones. His organs were displaced, and his meridians were in disarray, yet a mysterious force seemed to hold his life in balance. Just a few days had passed, and he was already lively and energetic. Qian Rinxue even suspected that Tang Dongfeng possessed divine power and could still utilize it. As for his 23rd level soul power, it was hardly worth mentioning. Strangely, this lad was 12 years old. How could he only be at the 23rd level? Similarly, as a successor of the divine, Qian Rinxue had reached the 23rd level by the age of 6, while Tang Dongfeng had almost doubled that time. You fool! I suspect the sea dragon Doluo has already discovered our trail. You are now approaching that boy under the guise of the holy maiden of the Spear Hall. Aren't you just pushing yourself into a pit? The snake spear Doluo earnestly cautioned. He was concerned that Qian Rinxue might dig her own grave, jeopardizing over a decade of effort for the Heaven Do Empire. Chapter 37. The Holy Maiden of the Worship Hall, Qian Rinxue fool, Qian Rinxue coldly admonished, leaving the snake spear Doluo silent, afraid to utter a word. He was not particularly bright and had grown accustomed to being reprimanded by the young master. Whenever the young master was enraged, he would resolutely maintain silence, uttering not a word nor taking any action. His demeanor, akin to a dead pig unperturbed by boiling water, left Qian Rinxue feeling helpless. Unfortunately, the Spirit Hall's title Dua consisted solely of these two inept individuals at her disposal. I approached Tang Dongfeng under my true identity precisely because you two imbeciles had alerted him through the Sea Dragon de Loa's investigation, causing Tang Dongfeng to harbor suspicions against me. Qian Rinxue's cheeks flushed as she cast a glance at her own pronounced bosom. When she was Xue Qinghe, that wretched man had once assaulted her. Though Tang Dongfeng felt nothing, it was indistinguishable from touching a man's body. Yet every inch of Qian Rinxue's skin was acutely sensitive. How could this be? The snake spear de Loa was taken aback. In his eyes, Tang Dongfeng appeared rather dim-witted, with weak abilities, and yet he had the audacity to offend Tang Hao. Was he courting death? Were it not for the protection of his super de Loa uncle, that foolish boy would likely have long since met his demise. Do you have your brain lodged in your posterior? Qian Rinxue now contemplated striking the snake spear de Loa on the head with an illusion of the angelic sacred sword. To so easily overlook a formidable opponent and still survive to this day as a title de Loa could only be attributed to the protection of the Spirit Hall. Young master, what has happened to me? The snake spear de Loa queried, his face a picture of grievance. Every time there was a critical mission, Qian Rinxue never called upon him, entrusting everything to the porcupine de Loa instead. Only the duty of safeguarding Qian Rinxue rested upon his shoulders. He, the snake spear de Loa, was but an emotionless enforcer, constantly berated by his master. To be labeled as the most humble title de Loa was hardly an exaggeration. Fortunately, there was still the poisoned de Loa beneath him, who could only contend with spirit masters below the title de Loa rank. Have you seen the trident mark on Tang Dongfeng's forehead? Qian Rinxue inquired from within the carriage. Perusing an ancient tome, it chronicled the Spirit Hall's assault on Sea God Island, a futile attempt to seize the sea god's legacy. Ultimately, her grandfather, Qian Daolu, was defeated by the sea god Loa Poseidon, resulting in the demise of several titled de Loa from the Spirit Hall, who returned in disgrace. That was the Spirit Hall's sole failure, a plan never to be mentioned again. What is so special about the trident? I find it rather aesthetically pleasing, she mused. The snake spear de Loa, however, felt indifferent. Such markings on people's heads were commonplace. Most individuals did so intentionally, and some sects would condense clan patterns with spirit power, which was hardly surprising. Are you aware of Sea God Island? With a wave of her hand, the projection of the angelic sacred sword materialized in her grasp. As she gently caressed the blade, her aura intensifying. Presently, she could only barely wield the projection of the angelic sacred sword. Even as merely a divine artifact's projection, its power would undoubtedly rival that of the Sword de Loa's 7 killing sword. You mean Tang Dongfeng hails from that demon island? The snake spear de Loa's composure shattered instantly. Before he became a title de Loa, he had heard of the Spirit Hall's attack on Sea God Island, where only a little over 100 individuals managed to escape. The Sea God's weapon was the trident, and the totem of Sea God Island was the same. It was said that there were 7 sacred pillars on Sea God Island, one of which was the Sea Dragon Sacred Pillar, with each pillar guarded by a title Dao. Qian Rinxue intended to maintain a cordial relationship with Tang Dongfeng, hoping to reach a consensus. Before she could execute her grand ambition of overturning the Tiando Empire, she wished to keep Tang Dongfeng and Sea God Island at bay from this coup. So far, her only concern was Tang Dongfeng alone. A year prior, the Sea Dragon de Loa had deliberately revealed his strength, ostensibly to resolve some unnecessary troubles. In truth, the Sea Dragon de Loa sought to convey to her, or perhaps to the Snow Knight Emperor, that a wild title de Loa was present and should be courted. But what was the intention behind this? What did the Tiando Empire possess that was worth scheming over for both Tang Dongfeng and the Sea Dragon de Loa? This was a conundrum Qian Rinxue had long pondered. Young master, that boy is from Sea God Island. We cannot meet him alone. The Spirit Hall and Sea God Island are adversaries, and I cannot protect you on my own. The snake spear de Loa's complexion paled. As a 91st level title de Loa, he could at most contend with the poison de Loa of the bow, encountering the sword de Loa or the Sea Dragon de Loa, both above level 95, would surely lead to his demise. Should anything happen to the young master, the grand offering would undoubtedly reduce him to ashes. Fear not, since he has come to my domain. It is only right that I extend hospitality. In Qian Rinxue's mind, she yearned to ascertain Tang Dongfeng's current strength. A year prior, he bore that trident mark. With 2 spirit rings of 510 years and 2,500 years respectively. Logically, after completing the divine trial, his spirit rings should have increased by at least 500 years, possibly even over 1,000 or 10,000. Though Tang Dongfeng's second spirit ring was purple, it was absorbed from the dark golden Terraclaw Bear's spirit ring. After their departure, Qianren Xue had specifically visited the Tiando Royal Academy to inquire with Qin Ming and Yi Lingling about the particulars. After much questioning, she discovered that Qin Ming had taken Yi Lingling to hunt soul beasts, but they were no match for the dark golden Terraclaw Bear. It was Tang Dongfeng who arrived just in time to rescue them, and at that time, he had only just reached level 20. Nearly 2 years had passed, and Tang Dongfeng was only at level 23, averaging a mere 2 levels of soul power increase per year, which was highly unusual. Ning Rongrong, with her innate soul power of 9, could lazily cultivate 3 to 4 levels of soul power in a year. Yet here was a divine heir who only increased by 2 levels in a year. This was indeed perplexing. The more unreasonable Tang Dongfeng appeared, the more Qianren Xue was determined to uncover the secrets he concealed. The 2 carriages arrived at the inn closest to the Stardow Forest. Tang Dongfeng, Giu Yuna, and the Sea Dragon de Luo were currently seated around a small square table. The table was laden with several large platters of soul beast meat and a variety of specially crafted beverages. "Brother, are you gazing at a beautiful sister?" Gu Yuna followed Tang Dongfeng's gaze, spotting a tall, aloof blonde sister entering through the door. Beside her was a foolish-looking middle-aged man, appearing rather dim-witted. That man seemed to be making a great effort to restrain himself from sneaking glances at their table. "Where's there a beautiful sister?" "My sister is the most beautiful in the world." Tang Dongfeng ruffled her hair and then produced a handkerchief to wipe the grease from her mouth. "The grand offering is the most beautiful." The Sea Dragon Doloa unexpectedly chimed in. "Tang Dongfeng, Sit Dai Fen. Why did he have to mention that? It had nothing to do with the grand offering." "Brother, the name Uncle Hai Long mentioned is quite peculiar. Is there a surname Da?" In Gu Yuna's understanding, Poseidon had the surname Da, and his given name was Gong Feng, whereas her name, Tang Nar, sounded more pleasant. "It's the little sister I mentioned to you. But to your brother, you will always be the most beautiful. Everyone else comes after you." Tang Dongfeng pinched her cheek, as Gu Yuna had not stopped chattering the entire journey. She was perpetually eating, and upon arriving at the inn, she continued to eat. Meanwhile, the inn's door was suddenly kicked open from the outside, and several soul masters strode in. "Brother, another beautiful sister has entered," Gu Yuna exclaimed as she noticed 2 women and a man walk through the inn's entrance. A man and a woman of considerable age, presumably in their 60s or 70s, accompanied a girl of about 20, likely their granddaughter. "Nana, why are you so fixated on the beautiful sister?" Tang Dongfeng remarked as he picked up a handkerchief to wipe the grease from her face. This little one seemed only to care about pretty sisters. It was curious she had never expressed interest in handsome brothers. "Brother, both the beautiful sister and you look splendid." Gu Yuna thought there was nothing wrong with her innocent admiration for beauty. As for handsome men, could anyone in the inn compare to her own brother or Uncle Hai Long? Thus, her attention remained solely on the beautiful sisters, nothing more. "Nana, hurry up and finish your meal. We must depart early tomorrow. Be careful not to oversleep." Tang Dongfeng cast a casual glance at the trio, who did not seem to embody virtuous characters. One appeared to be a soul Dolaw, another a soul emperor, accompanied by a level 30 soul master. They were likely here to hunt for a 3rd soul ring in the Stardow Forest. "I will head upstairs. I will secretly follow Nana tomorrow." Hai Long Doa hastily consumed a few bites before ascending the stairs. He was not going to sleep. He sensed a familiar aura and wished to investigate. "Brother, has Uncle Hai Long aged? He goes to bed so early," Gu Yuna pondered, gazing curiously at him. "Doesn't he usually sleep during the day and cultivate at night?" "Uncle Hai Long needs to be well rested to ensure our safety tomorrow when we hunt soul beasts. You must face them alone. Neither I nor Uncle Hai Long will intervene." Tang Dongfeng wanted Nana to cultivate a strong heart under his protection. As long as it was not a life-threatening crisis, he would refrain from assisting her in hunting soul beasts. "I can do it," Gu Yuna encouraged herself fervently, though deep down she had her doubts. Generally timid, facing fierce soul beasts alone was a significant challenge for her. Tang Dongfeng was not overly concerned. Should she encounter an insurmountable danger, the protection of the red dust would activate automatically. "Wipe your mouth clean. We should retire for the night." He handed the handkerchief to Gu Yuna, who wiped a few times and returned it. Ultimately, It was Tang Dongfeng who took it upon himself to ensure she was clean. Under the sparse starlight and the gentle moonlight, the tranquil night in the Star Doe forest cast soft shadows. On the roof, two titled WOs stood guard, silently preserving the serenity of the land. The following day, everyone rose early and set forth towards the Star Doe forest. Most soul masters would not spend the night in the forest unless absolutely necessary. They generally embarked in the morning and returned by evening. If they did not find soul beasts, they would re-enter the forest the following day. Morning sunlight streamed through the window as Tang Dongfeng lazily opened his door and stretched. The blonde beauty residing opposite him emerged with an icy demeanor. Their eyes met, yet neither uttered a word. What appeared to be a chance encounter was, in truth, a mutual understanding of each other's identities. "Brother, I am ready. Let us depart." Gu Yuna rushed out of her room, carrying a small bag. The previous night, Tang Dongfeng had meditated in cultivation while Gu Yuna slept. He felt uneasy about her staying in a separate room, especially with the peculiar individuals inhabiting the inn. "Oh, isn't that the beautiful sister from yesterday? Is she also hunting soul beasts?" Gu Yuna greeted Qian Renxue with unexpected enthusiasm. Although Qian Renxue appeared cold, Gu Yuna felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as though she had encountered her before. To her surprise, Qian Renxue nodded lightly. Indeed, she had brought the snake spear de Loa to the Star Doe forest with the intention of hunting soul beasts. "My brother and I are also going to hunt soul beasts. Would you like to join us?" Gu Yuna asked candidly. Perhaps it was the sense of familiarity that assuaged her usual apprehension toward strangers. "No, I will venture into the inner circle of the Star Doe forest." Qian Renxue, having reached level 66 months prior, had not found the time to obtain her 6th soul ring. Originally, she planned to find a light attribute soul beast in the Sunset Forest. But upon encountering Tang Dongfeng's situation, she hastened to the Star Doe forest. She had intended to maintain her composure, waiting for a chance meeting with Tang Dongfeng that would prompt him to invite her. Unfortunately, that rogue only cast a fleeting glance her way without uttering a word. "Tang Dongfeng, you are truly unpredictable." Thankfully, there was little sister Nana, who justified her use of culinary delights from Tiando City to entice him. Otherwise, Qian Renxue would have had to feign an accidental meeting with Tang Dongfeng in the forest. "Nana, bid farewell to the sister. We must enter the Star Doe forest." Tang Dongfeng was curious about Qian Renxue's motives. Though they had parted ways not long ago, this big fox had followed them, revealing her true form. Her beauty was undeniably striking. One could say that Qian Renxue was among the most beautiful women Tang Dongfeng had ever encountered. "Sister, goodbye," Gu Yuna exclaimed, taking Tang Dongfeng's hand as they excitedly exited the inn, with Hailong Duo stealthily following behind. "Brother, have I seen that sister somewhere before?" Gu Yuna questioned her own unusual behavior. It was true she admired beautiful sisters, but she rarely initiated conversations unless they were familiar. Just like Ning Rongrong, despite receiving gifts from her, she remained distant. "Perhaps. Nana, have you decided what kind of soul beast you wish to hunt for your first soul ring?" Tang Dongfeng had already provided Gu Yuna with a detailed analysis the previous night. Her silver dragon spear was a divine weapon, possessing immense destructive power, and it would be best to pursue a path of extreme offense. "Brother, I want to follow your example and choose an amplifying soul beast. My first soul ring can be absorbed from 1,000 years, but no more than 2,000. Gu Yuna spoke softly, uncertain of her brother's approval. She understood that her brother, being a grand soul master with 2 soul skills, amplified his martial soul. Your silver dragon spear likely possesses elemental attributes, making it suitable for self-amplification. Let's first enter and see. When we encounter a suitable soul beast, we can deliberate on the decision. Remember, your safety is paramount. If you encounter insurmountable odds, activate the protection of red dust. I will always be there." Tang Dongfeng took Gu Yuna's small hand as they vanished into the depths of the forest. After their departure, Qian Renxue gradually emerged from the inn. "Young master, what shall we do now?" The snake spear de Loa's face was filled with fury. That arrogant boy dared to disregard the young master. Had he not known that Tang Dongfeng was accompanied by Hailong de Loa, he would have confronted him. "We will follow them inside," Qian Renxue resolutely declared, leading the snake spear de Loa to discreetly trail behind Tang Dongfeng and Gu Yuna. Utilizing her subtle sensitivity to divine power, she could approximate Tang Dongfeng's location. As long as they were not too far apart, that unique sense would persist. However, Qian Richue never anticipated she would need to feign an accidental encounter with Tang Dongfeng in the Stardow Forest. The outcome, however, allowed a few oblivious individuals to seize the opportunity first. Chapter 39. Uncle Sea Dragon, teach him a lesson. Goodness, it was those two children from last night. Meng Yiran grasped the garment of the serpent matriarch, pointing towards the two diminutive figures in the distance. Last night, they had a fleeting encounter at the inn. Little did they expect that these two children would venture into the starry forest alone. Children, where are your guardians? Long Gong could not help but pause, inquiring of Tang Dongfeng and Gu Yuna. These two little ones clearly had adults accompanying them. How could they have entered the starry forest unaccompanied? Long Gong even harbored doubts about the man with sea blue hair, whose strength was formidable. For he had caught a glimpse the previous day and discerned that several individuals in the inn possessed realms beyond his comprehension. The little ones before him were certainly among them. Predecessor, we can hunt the soul beast by ourselves. My sister and I are more than capable. So you need not worry, Tang Dongfeng replied with calm assurance. Even without the presence of Sea Dragon Do lurking in the shadows, he possessed this confidence. Little one, did your guardian leave for some matter? If not, why not accompany us to see if there are any suitable soul beasts for you? The serpent matriarch surmised that she was seeking to procure the first soul ring for the young girl. Such a small child must possess innate soul power of at least level 8 or 9. Otherwise, she would not require a soul ring. Little sister, come along with your brother. I too need to hunt soul beasts, Meng Yiran suggested to Gu Yuna. She had likely deduced the intentions of the elders. They were preparing to invest early, or rather, incorporate these two little ones into their family. The two youngsters hunting soul beasts alone appeared no simple task. Gu Yuna was around 6 or 7 years old, while Tang Dongfeng was 11 or 12. He dared to venture forth alone with his sister to hunt soul beasts. He must possess the strength of a soul master at the very least. Otherwise, they would not stand a chance against the higher-ranked, century-old soul beasts. In the original text, the master nearly perished in the soul-hunting forest while leading Tang San to obtain his first soul ring. As for the two children confronting thousand-year soul beasts, they had not even considered that possibility. Nar, what do you think? Tang Dongfeng queried Gu Yuna, who was indifferent. Simply following Long Gong and the serpent matriarch would minimize danger, which was not conducive to Gu Yuna's practical experience. Gu Yuna nodded eagerly. Once she entered the starry forest, she felt an overwhelming tension. Her brother had told her that any dangers encountered must be dealt with independently. Just as Tang Dongfeng had hunted soul beasts without assistance, so must Gu Yuna. Now that they had some support, it was a welcome reprieve, and she readily agreed. You little girl, always looking for an easy way out. This will not be a precedent, Tang Dongfeng, feeling somewhat embarrassed by the enthusiastic invitation, could not refuse. One does not strike a smiling face. In any case, whether two of them or 5, they were all heading in the same direction, especially with a few others still lurking in the shadows. Hee, you're the best, brother. Gu Yuna lightened up, as if she had returned home. The earlier oppressive atmosphere dissipated, leaving her with an indescribable sense of comfort. Little sister, is it just the two of you? Meng Yiran cast a furtive glance at Tang Dongfeng, noting that it was already quite impressive for him to possess the cultivation of a great soul master. Just how formidable could a great soul master be in hunting soul beasts? One hoped they would not squander the little sister's talent, leaving the adults to neglect their duties. Sister, Uncle Sea Dragon has been following us. He will not reveal himself unless we encounter danger. The innocent Gu Yuna divulged the whereabouts of Sea Dragon Da. Someone is following you? Long Gong's expression darkened. He had felt nothing. Could it be a sensitive attack type of soul de law? Uncle Sea Dragon has always been here. Old sir, did you not notice? Gu Yuna looked at him in confusion, for she sensed that approximately 500 meters behind, Uncle Sea Dragon stood right there. Long Gong retorted, if I could sense him, why need to ask you? He felt a profound sense of humiliation. As a renowned soul de la, he had even conducted another search. Where was anyone? Nar, you can still locate Uncle Sea Dragon. This little girl is quite impressive. Tang Dongfeng tousled her hair, astonished by the child's extraordinary perceptiveness. Truly, being a fragment of the Silver Dragon King endowed her with remarkable sensitivity. It was likely that the little girl was not merely using spiritual power for detection, but rather the legendary divine consciousness. Brother, it seems there is another person in that direction, Guyena suddenly pointed to another corner, feeling uncertain but sensing something amiss there. Have you been following us all along? Or must I invite you to reveal yourselves? Tang Dongfeng's expression turned serious as he spoke coldly. Ever since they departed the inn, Qianren Xue and Serpent Spear de Lua had trailed them. Even I can detect you. From a thicket beside them emerged a man and a woman. The former wore a cool expression, filled with astonishment. Not only was she astonished by Tang Dongfeng, but also by Guyena, the little girl, who was truly remarkable for possessing a divine weapon spirit. Princess, have you been following us all this while? Are you perhaps here to hunt soul beasts as well? Tang Dongfeng was indeed taken aback upon encountering Qianren Xue again. Apart from Poseidon, she was among the few who could leave him somewhat mesmerized. As for Guyena, the little one had yet to mature. That could be discussed in the future. Indeed, I am here to acquire my 6th soul ring, Qianren Xue promptly responded, as she was already in pursuit of soul beasts and had fortuitously crossed paths with Tang Dongfeng and his companions. Princess, attaining the rank of Soul Emperor before the age of 20, your talent is truly enviable, Tang Dongfeng complimented. Even in 10,000 years, Qianren Xue's talent would still be astonishing. In the future, during the era of the peerless Tang sect, it seemed that these soul masters would have been somewhat inflated in their prowess. Sister, I did not even perceive your presence. Guyena wrinkled her nose, having only noticed the serpent spear Dlaw beside her, completely oblivious to Qianren Xue. Although she possessed a modicum of divine consciousness, it paled in comparison to the residual divine power emanating from Qianren Xue. Useless, Qianren Xue cast a disdainful glance at Serpent Spear Doloa, clearly unimpressed. It is this incompetent fool who has caused my own presence to be revealed. Princess, do not blame this esteemed one, since you began to follow me. I have always been aware, Tang Dongfeng remarked nonchalantly. You truly know who I am? Qianren Xue expressed skepticism, uncertain whether he was genuinely aware or merely feigning knowledge. The Spirit Hall has 2 princesses, one being the Holy Maiden of the Pope's Hall, Hulaina, and the other, the Holy Maiden of the Offering Hall, Qianren Xue. Am I correct, Lady Qianren Xue? As Tang Dongfeng stepped closer, a sudden barrier was erected before him by Serpent Spear Daw, a towering figure with an intimidating countenance. His 9 soul rings adding a semblance of menace. However, he faced Tang Dongfeng, a formidable individual, a 6-year-old who had been severely injured yet was a titled Dalaw. Uncle Sea Dragon, teach him a lesson. I wish to converse with the Holy Maiden. Tang Dongfeng unexpectedly shouted at Serpent Spear Daw, leaving him visibly flustered. Suddenly, a sea blue divine dragon materialized, its massive head crashing towards Serpent Spear Daw. Suddenly, the Serpent Spear Daw was sent flying, crashing through several large trees before dissipating the immense force. A majestic sea blue figure hovered gracefully in the air, its presence strikingly emphasized by the 2 purple, 6 black, and 1 red soul rings beneath its feet, which instilled a palpable pressure among the onlookers. Chapter 40. Your Highness, what can I gain from you? I have long found you unsatisfactory. The sea dragon Dolaw, suspended mid-air, disdainfully regarded the serpent spear Dolaw. How dare a mere titled Dolaw trail them? Did he not fear for his life? Sea dragon Dolaw, dare you harm the young master? The grand offering will not let you off easily, the serpent spear Dolaw retorted, clutching his painfully wounded chest. You vile scoundrel, your strikes are truly ruthless. My beating you has nothing to do with your young master. The 8th soul skill of the sea dragon Dolaw ignited, instantly unleashing the oceanic domain. In the vicinity, all flora and fauna vanished in an instant, transforming into a boundless ocean teeming with aquatic soul beasts that leaped and surged. The sea dragon Daw's figure vanished from the sky, only to reappear moments later, sending the serpent spear Daw crashing once more. The serpent spear Daw did not dare underestimate this encounter and promptly activated his martial soul's true form. The prowess of a soul master undergoes a qualitative transformation upon reaching the soul sage rank, facilitated by their martial soul's true embodiment, regardless of the soul beast absorbed. The soul skill at the 7th soul ring manifests as the martial soul's true form. The 2nd soul skill, the mysterious water tornado, was unleashed as the sea dragon Doa's 2nd soul ring glowed, conjuring a massive tornado in his palm. Rise, he commanded, slamming his palm onto the oceanic domain, where an underwater vortex formed, its power significantly amplified by the domain's enhancement. The terrifying water tornado surged toward the serpent's spear, spiraling him into a dizzying centrifugal motion. Under the relentless force of the tornado, the true form of the serpent's spear, shattered, reverting him to his normal state as droplets of water splashed onto him, leaving dozens of wounds across the 91st level Doloa's body. Useless, the sea dragon Doa remarked with disdain, observing how easily the second soul skill had rendered him powerless. What a farce! This title Doloa was not even a match for the 6-year-old Tang Dongfeng. Such a person dared to entertain thoughts of violence against Tang Dongfeng. Surely, this was a jest. The sea dragon Doloa's second soul skill, the mysterious water tornado, was less effective against those of inferior strength. It was, after all, a technique designed for the weak to triumph over the strong. Against someone of greater power, the sea dragon Doloa's tornado would fail to lift them at all. Yet it could absorb their soul power, augmenting the might of the oceanic domain. Tang Dongfeng compelled the sea dragon Doloa to release Elder Serpent's spear, commanded Qianrenxue. Her aura erupting as 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black soul ring descended. Her initial soul rings lacked advanced configurations, merely reflecting the optimal configuration within the soul master realm. Be patient, Tang Dongfeng said, approaching her and gently placing his left hand on her exposed shoulder, a habitual gesture. The onlookers were left in astonishment. Long Gong, Shi Pe, and Meng Yuran found themselves at an impasse. Leaving or staying seemed equally fraught. Long Gong felt a pang of frustration. He merely wished to ally himself with an individual. Yet unexpectedly, a holy maiden of the Spirit Hall emerged. One sanctioned by those ancient powers above level 95. The 6-winged angelic martial soul displayed by Qianrenxue unmistakably signified her identity. The Qian family's 6-winged angel was not known to the outside world, and the young girl's connection to the Spirit Hall rendered her untouchable for Long Gong and Shi Pe. Yet, they recognized her talent, while her brother conversed jovially with the Holy Maiden. Meanwhile, the Serpent Spear Doloa was being mercilessly toyed with by another title Doloa. Tang Dongfeng, are you so certain it is I? Qianrenxue pondered, her thoughts a tumultuous mix. The hand that had touched her shoulder was deliberately his left hand. The golden feather pendant on his wrist inadvertently revealed. She could not believe that Tang Dongfeng's gesture was merely casual. In all the world, who else could become a quasi-soul emperor before the age of 20, save for the innately gifted Holy Maiden? Tang Dongfeng did not explicitly affirm this. He simply continued to engage in light banter with Qianrenxue. Are you plotting against the Spirit Hall by instigating the sea dragon Doloa to harm my people? Regarding the serpent spear Doloa's beating, Qianrenxue remained unfazed. After all, she had long wished to strike that fool herself. The sea dragon Doloa merely facilitated her intentions. Is the Spirit Hall truly formidable? Tang Dongfeng lowered his head, leaning close to Qianrenxue's ear, calmly uttering a few words. Do not speak of the Spirit Hall. Even across the entirety of Dolua continent, there is nothing I, Tang Dongfeng, fear. Scoundrel, where are your eyes wandering? Qianrenxue snapped back to reality, her momentary distraction vanishing. Did he dismiss the Spirit Hall so casually because he was confident he would ascend to divinity first? Or was it that the title Dolua from Sea God Island had reached an unfathomable level of power? As Qianrenxue contemplated how to counter Tang Dongfeng's assertive claims, she noticed his gaze drifting below her neck. Their proximity allowed Tang Dongfeng to inadvertently glimpse a most enchanting scene. Linking this with the earlier incident when Tang Dongfeng had ambushed her after sustaining grave injuries, she felt an acute anger rising within her. Your Highness, your attire is quite exquisite. Where might I procure a similar outfit for not? Tang Dongfeng maintained a facade of calm, yet internally he felt a sense of exhilaration. The Holy Maiden possessed a form far more alluring than it appeared. I know you are aware of everything. Do not feign ignorance with me. Angered, Qianrenxue summoned the projection of the angelic holy sword, gripping the hilt tightly. For nearly 2 decades, Tang Dongfeng was only the second man to touch her body. Aside from her grandfather, no one had been permitted such closeness, including the second offerings of the hall, who merely treated her with benign care. To everyone, she was destined for divinity. The angel god represented sanctity and brilliance, noble and inviolable. Your Highness, I am indeed aware that you are the daughter of both the former and current pontiff of the Spirit Hall. You would not wish to eliminate me, to silence me, would you? Tang Dongfeng expressed with keen interest, revealing that no one understood her better than he. Since you know everything, I shall not waste time. I seek your support. Qianren Xue was taken aback, as it seemed even her most profound secrets had been laid bare before Tang Dongfeng. An instinct warned her that this man was formidable in every regard: opportunity, intellect, and strategy. Have you forgotten? The Spirit Hall and Sea God Island are not allies. There exists a deep-seated enmity between them, Tang Dongfeng stated coolly. Although he did not admit to being from Sea God Island, it did not hinder him from acting under its name. After all, Sea God Island venerates the sea god, and sea god Poseidon is a servant of the deity. As the heir of the sea god, Tang Dongfeng borrowing the name of Sea God Island was hardly an issue. In this world, there are no eternal enemies, only perpetual interests. Tang Dongfeng, you must comprehend that we are fundamentally different from them. The starting point we occupy is the destination they have long yearned for throughout their lives. Only by joining forces can we illuminate the path to a brighter future. It is indeed rather amusing that what others covet for a lifetime is within their grasp. Deities and mortals are, after all, worlds apart. Both Qian Ringshu and Tang Dongfeng will ultimately depart from this realm. Your Highness, what can I possibly gain from you? Power, status, faith in women? Do you truly believe that I, Tang Dongfeng, require your provision of these? He retorted. He lived a life of simplicity, primarily wishing to delve into the study of nuclear explosions and to seek out a few rival factions for an extravagant display of fireworks. Nothing more. Chapter 41. Crafting a soul skill, aerial thousand strikes with a thunderous roar, the serpent spear Delaw was once again hurled away by the sea dragon Delaw. This individual resembled a human sandbag. As boastful as he had been moments ago, he now found himself in a pitiful state. He dared to impede Tang Dongfeng without considering his own standing. What good could it do him? Not even a 91st level title Dolaw could withstand Tang Dongfeng, let alone a 96th level super Dolaw. Come on, if you have the ability to bring me down, let's see if I don't knock your teeth out. The serpent spear Dolaw was flung about in the oceanic domain. Each time he attempted to retaliate, a soul skill from the sea dragon would disperse his soul power entirely. It was a tragic sight. As a title Dolaw, he was stripped of all dignity. What a fool! The sea dragon Delaw thought as he stared at the dim-witted creature. How had this imbecile managed to reach the status of title Delaw without being killed by someone? The fifth soul skill, Spirit of the Deep Sea, was activated. Subsequently, the sea dragon Delaw commenced a one-sided massacre. As the fifth black soul ring beneath him illuminated, the phantom of the sea god dragon behind him transformed. Suddenly, the illusion twisted and morphed into a humanoid spirit. The spirit, adorned with colossal dragon horns and a towering stature, hovered in midair, summoning a long spear known as the Deep Sea Dragon Spear. Simultaneously, the sea dragon Dolaw merged with the spirit, significantly enhancing his defensive capabilities and accelerating his soul power recovery. Even his nearby allies benefited from this augmentation, akin to having a support-type soul master at their side. Deep Sea Dragon Spear attack. Suddenly, the enormous spirit appeared beneath the serpent spear Dolaw. In a desperate attempt, he swung his martial spirit toward the spirit, but alas, his strike was effortlessly deflected, followed by a barrage of aerial strikes. The scene turned gruesome as the transformed sea dragon Dolaw hovered above, unleashing rapid thrusts of the spear upon the serpent spear Dolaw. He was ensnared by the Xian water tornado, rendering him utterly helpless. What unfolded was a bizarre sight. The serpent spear Dolaw maintained a half-squatting position to counter the centrifugal force of the Xian water tornado, striving to stabilize himself until this wretched control skill expired. Below him, the sea dragon Dolaw, perhaps intentionally, thrust the deep sea dragon spear toward his vulnerable rear, crafting a soul skill, aerial thousand strikes. With that, the sea dragon Dolaw unleashed his self-created soul skill. Utilizing a powerful control skill to lock on his target, he unleashed violent assaults with the Deep Sea Dragon Spear. In the state of the Spirit of the Deep Sea, his speed surged nearly tenfold, though the duration was brief. Each thrust was executed with precision, striking the same spot repeatedly without deviation. A piercing scream escaped the serpent spear Dolaw, drawing the gaze of all present. They bore witness to an unforgettable spectacle, an azure monster wielding a long spear, delivering a relentless barrage upon a robust man. In mere moments, he had thrust thousands of times, leaving the onlookers in sheer awe. Tang Dongfeng, is this what you call restraint? Qian Rengshu's eyes widened in fury, a murderous intent brewing within her. I didn't anticipate Uncle Sea Dragon to play so fervently. Tang Dongfeng chuckled awkwardly. This was indeed excessive. While it was one thing to strike a man, forcing him into such humiliating circumstances was another. Beside them, Guyana timidly covered her backside, feeling a chill. She resolved to avoid provoking Uncle Sea Dragon in the future, vowing to keep her distance. Who could withstand such a display? Gulp. Long Gong swallowed hard. Despite being merely a spectator, he felt an unsettling tightness. Suddenly, his status as a Soul de Law felt trivial, and the fusion of martial spirits offered no sense of security. "I'm scared." The little snake girl, Meng Iran, clutched the arm of the serpent woman tightly. The brutality of the battle between titled Luos was overwhelmingly gruesome, leaving her fearful of developing psychological scars. "Uncle Sea Dragon, I didn't mean for you to go this far. I only wanted you to teach him a lesson, not turn it into such a grotesque spectacle." Tang Dongfeng's lips twitched. Bringing the Sea Dragon de Law along was never a good idea. Just look at how furious Qian Rengshu appeared, her face radiating irritation. Well done, Dongfeng. This was purely an accident. I intended to stab him in the back, but he presented his rear to me. I couldn't hold back. The Sea Dragon de Law, having exited the spirit of the deep sea, manipulated the spirit to continue restraining the serpent spear de Law in his grasp. The so-called title do resembled a mere chick. "Your Highness, he didn't act with malice. I've already taught him a lesson. Let us leave it at that. After all, you were the ones who followed us first." And the serpent spear Doluo provoked Uncle Sea Dragon. Tang Dongfeng refused to admit that he had instigated the Sea Dragon Doluo to punish the serpent spear Doluo. "I was merely having a civil conversation with your lord. Why did you have to meddle?" Could I possibly refuse?" A hint of anger appeared on Qian Rengshu's otherwise cold visage. She felt exceedingly stifled. Had she known, she would have notified her grandfather, Qian Daolu, to accompany her in confronting Tang Dongfeng. She would relish the opportunity to witness how this insufferable boy dared to bully her in her grandfather's presence. A mere serpent spear Duo proved useless. He was fit only for running errands, while in combat, he could only contend with Dugabo. "Dugabo, am I truly so easily bullied? Then I shall take your agreement as given. Your Highness, we shall part ways here, until fate brings us together again." Tang Dongfeng unexpectedly bowed to Qian Rengshu, preparing to take his leave after having dealt with her bodyguard. "You have injured my protector. How am I to hunt a 10,000-year soul beast now?" Just as Tang Dongfeng attempted to make his exit, he was halted by Qian Rengshu. With the serpent spear Doluo in such a wretched state, barely able to walk, his injuries would surely require a month's recovery. The psychological trauma, however, would likely take a lifetime to mend. "Your Highness, do you not adhere to reason? It was Uncle Sea Dragon who harmed Elder Serpent Spear. What connection does it have to me, Tang Dongfeng?" He adamantly denied any responsibility, unwilling to shoulder the blame for every misfortune. "You incited this." Qian Rengshu's beautiful gaze fixed on him, causing Tang Dongfeng's face to flush with embarrassment. What was it like to be scrutinized by a stunning young lady? In the realm of solitude, Tang Dongfeng expressed his frustration, proclaiming a desire to strike her. "Uncle Hailong, this predicament is of your making. You shall bear the responsibility." Turning away, Tang Dongfeng found himself unable to withstand the sorrowful gaze of Qian Rengshu. The true villain of this affair was the Sea Dragon Doluo, and it bore no relation to him. Should I not simply eliminate him, thus absolving myself of any consequences? Pondered the cunning Sea Dragon Doluo, whose unconventional reasoning seemed valid. With a mere glance, Qian Rengshu, a level 60 Soul King, could do little more than watch, unable to seek revenge against him. "Uncle Hailong, you truly are a remarkable individual," remarked Tang Dongfeng, acknowledging the absurdity of the situation. The Sea Dragon Doluo, indeed, possessed a clear logic. "Dongfeng, you presume that I have not brought a Super Doluo along, do you? While I may not stand a chance against the Sea Dragon Doluo, I am determined to challenge you," Qian Rengshu observed, noting that this impudent boy should be aware of her true identity. At times, Tang Dongfeng's demeanor was overly transparent. Previously, he had suffered greatly at her hands, and now, allied with the Sea Dragon Doluo, he sought to torment her once more. In a moment of exasperation, Qian Rengshu resolved to exert her superiority and teach Tang Dongfeng a lesson. ensuring he recognized who truly held authority. Chapter 42. The malicious woman Qian Ringshiyu, a level 60 Soul King, dared to confront me, a mere 23rd level Great Soul Master? Your Highness, do you not fear becoming a laughingstock of the Wuhuin Temple? Tang Dongfeng's lips twitched in response. He had relished the sight of the sea dragon Deloa overpowering the snake spear Deloa, but now faced with his own predicament, he felt a profound reluctance. Dongfeng, are you afraid? Qian Rixu's lips curled into a sly smile. Before your sister, will you follow your heart, or will you yield? Brother, we must not engage with a wicked woman. She is plainly bullying you. Guyuna tugged at Tang Dongfeng's sleeve, her cheeks puffed in indignation. They were clearly in a position of strength, with Uncle Hailong single-handedly dominating the scene. Why should you duel with a woman so much older? It is simply unjust. Nana, your brother is formidable, Tang Dongfeng replied, crouching to lift Guyuna into his arms. He wondered if the slumbering Guyuna within the core of the Star Do forest could sense Nana's arrival. As a fragment of Guyuna's personality, Nana harbored an intense aversion to humans imbued with divine essence. For instance, the divine aura emanating from Qian Ringshu was unmistakably palpable, even when she masqueraded as Shueqinghe. Tang Dongfeng could only detect a faint trace, which Nana's split persona entirely failed to perceive. As for the sea goddess aura surrounding Tang Dongfeng, he had recently utilized points to conceal it from his system. Little sister, do not speak so carelessly. Your brother has insulted and wronged me. How have I become the villain? Qian Ringshu gritted her teeth. This ungrateful wretch had turned against her, having once affectionately referred to her as Sister Shui. Now before her, he labeled her a malicious woman. Indeed, women could be so fickle. If you wish to harm my brother, then you are indeed a wicked woman. Gu Yuna retorted without hesitation, clutching Tang Dongfeng tightly, preventing him from entering the fray. Nana, you speak wisely. The holy maiden seeks to bully my brother. Thus, she is a wicked woman. Tang Dongfeng affectionately stroked Nana's rosy cheeks. The child, innocent and unfiltered, should not be held to account for her words. She was a delightful little one, deserving of his care. Uncle Hailong, I entrust Nana to you. Please refrain from engaging in any unbecoming antics, should you frighten her again. Retreat to your training and summon the sea witch instead. After handing Nana over to the sea dragon Deloa, a menacing aura enveloped Tang Dongfeng. Regardless of the opponent, once the choice of battle was made, one must give their all. Dragon Lord and Serpent Matron, I beseech you to watch over this moment. Qian Ringshu shall surely express her gratitude thereafter. As a leader, Qian Ringshu could not allow her subordinates to languish idly. She could not delegate the snake spear Daw to the sea dragon Daw. Such a notion would meet with resistance. Tang Dongfeng, possessing the Wuhuan Sea Heart Flame, is a 23rd level master of the assault system. May the holy maiden remember this name. He shall become your inescapable nightmare. With a determined expression, Tang Dongfeng summoned a brilliant azure flame in his right hand. This flame was peculiar. Though it blazed fiercely, it exuded no warmth, resembling an illusion. Qian Ringshu, with the Wuhuan six-winged angel, a 60-level assault system Soul King. If we are to battle, let us agree. The loser must unconditionally fulfill one request from the victor. With no other recourse, Qian Ringshu resorted to this wager to bind Tang Dongfeng. The strong are known to honor their promises. If she, a prospective soul emperor, could not triumph over a great soul master, she might as well abandon her training and accept a life of luxury as a useless being. Uncle Hailong, the wicked woman is clearly plotting against my brother. Why do you not intervene? Though Guyuna was young, her mind was sharp. Brother is so foolish, falling for the provocations of a wicked woman. Were I in his place, I would have commanded the sea dragon Dolaw to seal the wicked woman's soul power, asserting dominance over her. Dongfeng would not engage in a battle without assurance. A mere soul king is no match for your brother. The sea dragon Delaw's eyes narrowed at Qian Ringshu. His mind raced, contemplating strategies to win without a fight. Since the Qian family sought to wager against Tang Dongfeng, it was a scenario ripe for their victory. Perhaps he could suggest that Tang Dongfeng propose a condition that would see Qian Ringshu wed to Sea God Island. With the Wuhuan Temple as her dowry, what could be more delightful? Was that not more valuable than the 100,000-year-soul beasts offered by the seven-treasure glazed tile school? But Uncle Hailong, my brother is merely a great soul master. Gu Aue na was baffled. It was the sea dragon Deloa himself who had claimed that in the world of soul masters, overcoming an opponent of a higher rank was a formidable challenge. Yet now, he asserted that her brother possessed the strength to defeat that wicked woman. In conclusion, the sea dragon Deloa's reasoning seemed muddled, unable to reconcile his own contradictory statements. The atmosphere between the two parties grew tense. All eyes turned to the two proud figures standing before them. One, barely 20, stood on the cusp of becoming a soul emperor, heralded as the greatest talent in the Wuhuan Temple's history. The other, not yet 12, wielded a 23rd level soul power, daring to confront the genius soul king of the Wuhuan Temple. No matter how one viewed it, this promised to be an intriguing duel. Your Highness, I accept. Do not shed tears should you lose. Tang Dongfeng feigned nonchalance, while internally he remained vigilant, underestimating his opponent tactically, yet acknowledging their strength in battle was the key to survival. Angel Domain. With a powerful flutter of her wings, Qian Ringshu ascended into the sky, distancing herself from Tang Dongfeng. Following this, an expansive domain enveloped the area, a gift from her Wuhuan. Utilizing her third soul skill, Divine Light, Qian Ringshu launched an unprincipled assault, employing her advantage against Tang Dongfeng, who found himself at a significant disadvantage. Firstly, Tang Dongfeng possesses only a soul power of 23 levels. Furthermore, his flame martial soul is incapable of flight. Lastly, before Tang Dongfeng could even react, Qian Rinshu had already launched her attack, with the intention of defeating him in one fell swoop. She approached him with an almost stealthy strategy. Be careful, brother. Gu Yuna puffed her cheeks in anger, declaring that this wicked woman was truly malicious. She vowed that once she grew stronger, she would make this villainous woman weep. Just moments ago, they had been engaged in conversation. Yet, without so much as a greeting, Qian Rinshu unleashed a fierce onslaught upon Tang Dongfeng. Bathed in a golden radiance, Qian Rinshu's speed surged tenfold under the light's enhancement, and the power of her soul skills tripled accordingly. Suddenly, her golden wings flared, propelling her forward like a bolt of lightning, and in an instant, she was upon Tang Dongfeng. The projection of her angelic holy sword lunged towards his chest. Although Qian Rinshu was filled with fury, she had no true desire to kill him, merely seeking to rid herself of this disconcerting feeling of being out of control. In the face of Qian Rinshu's relentless assault, Tang Dongfeng stood still, seemingly caught off guard. Meng Yiran covered her mouth in shock, vividly imagining the gruesome scene of Tang Dongfeng being slain by a single stroke. The battle had finally commenced. With a sigh, the sea dragon Deloa performed an act that left everyone astonished. Suddenly, he produced 2 chairs from his soul guide, setting them on the ground before taking a seat himself and urging Gu Yuna to join him. Then, as if performing magic, he retrieved some pastries and dried fruits from his storage soul guide, reminiscent of an audience watching a spectacle unfold. At the center of the battle, a metallic clash resonated, followed by a terrifying wave of energy that surged toward the onlookers. The sea dragon Deloa promptly summoned a protective shield to block the lethal energy backlash that could have annihilated a soul king. In the midst of the fray, Qian Rinshu, like a hurricane, thrust her golden sword into Tang Dongfeng's palm. The immense force she wielded forced him to retreat continually, even shattering a tree that they could both embrace within the Stardow forest. In this moment, Tang Dongfeng appeared somewhat disheveled, caught in Qian Rinshu's maximum speed. He had no time to counterattack. As the saying goes, in the realm of martial arts, only speed is invincible. Qian Rinshu's third soul skill provided her with a significant boost in speed, allowing her to seize an absolute advantage at the onset of the battle. Even Tang Dongfeng found himself unable to respond effectively to her onslaught, quickly falling into a disadvantageous position. Most alarming was Qian Rinshu's angelic domain, which possessed the ability to purify soul power, akin to the repulsive nature of the sea dragon Deloa's soul skills. Princess, your power is formidable, but alas, this is where it ends. Suddenly, Tang Dongfeng's body transformed visibly into a dark golden hue. Second soul skill, Dark Gold Guardian. Activate. Although Qian Rinshu's domain was powerful, she had yet to reach the level of a soul sage and lacked her martial soul's true form, preventing her from unleashing the full might of her domain. With a resounding crash, Tang Dongfeng halted his advance. The overwhelming force was finally dissipated entirely. It seemed that he was innately constrained by Qian Rinshu's abilities. None of his techniques were suited to counter a speed-focused assault. Despite Qian Rinxue being an attacker, her speed surpassed that of agility-type martial artists. First soul skill. Golden Crow Flame. Tang Dongfeng dared not be complacent. The sea heart flame in his right palm swiftly transformed into a vibrant red. This flame then surged along the projection of the angelic holy sword toward Qian Rinxue. Absorb. A playful smile appeared on Qian Rinxue's face as the flames that trailed the angelic holy sword were entirely absorbed by it. How outrageous! Tang Dongfeng was left dumbfounded. His powerful attack soul skill had vanished just like that. How absurd that the angelic holy sword could absorb flames. Had he forgotten that the angels of Deluo continent possessed some abilities of the sun god? Tang Dongfeng's first soul skill simulated solar flames, rendering it vulnerable to Qian Rinxue's attacks. You should concede early to avoid further suffering. The sword in Qian Rinxue's hand pressed down firmly upon Tang Dongfeng. Despite its might, she found herself unable to breach his defenses. Is this truly a great soul master? Are you sure he isn't a defensive soul sage? Tang Dongfeng's expression gradually grew cold. Innately, he held no advantages. His flame martial soul was countered by Qian Rinxue, yet his greatest strength was not his martial soul. He would need to seek a soul beast embodying the essence of ultimate water to balance the attributes of the sea heart flame. Upon absorbing the ultimate water soul ring, he would no longer be purely fire elemental. The sea heart flame thrived in a symbiotic relationship between ultimate water and ultimate fire, but presently, its fire attribute was dominant, leading to its complete suppression. While it might still be countered by the angelic holy sword in the future, the effect would be significantly diminished. Flame Trident. Tang Dongfeng struck Qian Rinxue's sword aside with a palm, and azure flames erupted, coalescing into a trident in his hand. The trident bore a striking resemblance to the sea god's trident, with the sole distinction being that it was composed of fire elements rather than being an authentic divine artifact. Dark golden fire converge. Tang Dongfeng's second soul ring illuminated beneath him. The azure flame trident transformed instantly into a dark golden color. The flames that blazed upon it gradually receded, morphing into mysterious symbols intricately etched upon the trident. Tang Dongfeng's conception of this self-created soul skill stemmed from the sea dragon, a steep sea dragon spear. Without a weapon in hand, he found it increasingly challenging to engage with his opponent. Meanwhile, Qian Rinxue's longsword charged toward him once more at an incredible speed. A flurry of clashing sounds echoed through the forest, akin to a grand symphonic celebration. Gu Yuna, perched on the bench, watched the perilous duel with trepidation. From the very beginning, her brother had been at a disadvantage against the wicked woman, and he remained so. Uncle Sea Dragon is truly despicable, even deceiving children. Uncle Sea Dragon, hurry and help my brother. Gu Yuna tugged at the Sea Dragon Dolua's arm, unable to bear the spectacle any longer, especially as the Sea Dragon Dolua appeared unfazed, while the Snake Spear Dolua wore a grotesque grin. She felt a deep discontent within her heart. Tang Dongfeng's true capabilities had yet to be unleashed. The soul power he possessed was merely superfluous to him. Only those who had truly faced Tang Dongfeng understood the terror he embodied. His boundless strength never diminished. In matters of endurance, one could never outlast Tang Dongfeng. His 23 levels of soul power were nothing short of joke. This fellow had awakened with only 3 levels of innate soul power and, over 6 years, had not cultivated his soul power at all. Even those endowed with innate genius at level 10 lack confidence. Awakening innate soul power at level 3 and managing to cultivate to level 23 by the age of 12 is no small feat. As for not practicing, that is unthinkable. Innate soul power at level 3 without cultivation is tantamount to being worthless. Uncle Hailong, are you trying to deceive me again? Gu Yuna gazed suspiciously at Tang Dongfeng, who was engaged in a fierce duel with Qian Rinxue, neither sustaining injuries. It seemed her brother was indeed formidable. No wonder Brother Shui and Sister Ronron were always eager to ally with him. On the surface, they sought Uncle Hailong, yet their true intentions were far from that. Uncle Hailong appeared more like a mere tool, providing an explanation to the forces behind them. Tang Dongfeng, you must be cautious. Suddenly, Qian Rinxue withdrew, choosing not to pursue him any longer. Instead, she stepped lightly on the air as if riding the wind. Behind her, a colossal angelic apparition materialized. Is it time to unleash my power? A smile graced Tang Dongfeng's face. He had been pondering how to distance himself from Qian Rinxue to gather strength for a counterattack. But with her voluntary retreat, it felt as though a pillow had arrived just as he was falling asleep. He swiftly rubbed his hands together, conjuring two azure flames that coalesced in his palms. The flame in his left hand transformed rapidly into a brilliant yellow, while the one in his right hand morphed instantaneously into a dark golden hue. The two colored flames merged before his chest, forming a petite, dual-colored fire lotus that emanated an aura capable of annihilating the heavens and earth. The expression on the face of the serpent spear darkened considerably as he immediately broke free from the hand of Long Gong that was supporting him. The fifth soul skill, Sacred Sword. Qian Rinxue raised the angelic Sacred Sword projection high, while the massive fire sword in the hands of her angelic apparition executed a powerful downward slash towards Tang Dongfeng. Self-created fusion technique, Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus. Tang Dongfeng's movements were unfaltering as he propelled the petite dual-colored fire lotus toward her. Chapter 44. A True Man, Serpent Spear Doloa. Qian Rinxue's fifth soul skill, Sacred Sword. Formed from the gathering of holy flames into a long sword, could also serve as a handblade. Its offensive power was exceedingly formidable, capable of enhancing the purifying effect of her angelic soul power by 300%. Should an ordinary soul master be struck by Qian Rinxue's sword, their soul power would rapidly dissipate. Coupled with the immense power of the Sacred Sword, the inflicted wounds would be severe enough to leave them battered, if not dead. Unfortunately for Qian Rinxue, her adversary was none other than Tang Dongfeng, a fellow inheritor of divinity. The petite dual-colored fire lotus in his hand advanced toward Qian Rinxue at an exceedingly slow pace. If the speed of the Sacred Sword's descent resembled that of a cunning rabbit escaping captivity, then the Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus moved like a tortoise, steadily approaching the golden giant sword. "Nana, come to my side," Hailong Delaw urged urgently. However, he noticed Gu Yuna was lost in thought and quickly moved closer to her. Immediately, his sixth soul ring illuminated. The sea god dragon apparition behind him solidified, transforming into an exquisite water dragon that coiled protectively around the two. This water dragon fortress shielded them from the residual energy of the battle. Hailong Delaw opted for pure water rather than an aggressive ice dragon to mitigate the aftermath of the confrontation, for his ultimate water could effectively counter Tang Dongfeng's ultimate fire. Qian Rinxue's ultimate light and ultimate fire also had their counters. "Uncle Hailong, brother is so powerful." Gu Yuna's eyes sparkled with wonder as she gazed at the dual-colored fire lotus soaring through the sky. It resembled a fragile piece of art, hurtling toward the massive golden light sword. For some inexplicable reason, she felt a disquieting aura emanating from Tang Dongfeng's fire lotus. This sensation was distinct from her aversion to Qian Rinxue's angelic martial soul. It stemmed from a deep-seated instinct. It was as if this fire lotus might one day pose a threat to her. Yet, this was undeniably her brother's ultimate technique. How could he possibly harm Nana? At that moment, the dragon and serpent figures behind Gu Yuna also sprang into action. Dragon Staff, Serpent Blade, Martial Soul, Fusion Technique, Dragon Serpent Assault. The dragon and serpent positioned their respective weapons before them, their 14 soul rings merging into one. The giant dragon behind the dragon merged with the serpent of the serpent, creating a new entity. Their martial soul fusion technique mutated the dragon into a venomous dragon. The once majestic aura of the dragon now bore a touch of toxicity, amplifying its power manifold. Even an ordinary soul Doloa would find it impossible to withstand the dragon serpent assault. Perhaps only Yang Wudi of the Breakthrough Clan could contend with their martial soul fusion technique. The dragon controlled the enormous venomous dragon, coiling it beside Hailong Doloa's water dragon, providing protection for Meng Yiran. The expressions on both dragon and serpent became gravely serious. They could scarcely believe that a battle between a Soul King and a Grand Soul Master could unleash power comparable to that of a titled Doloa. This was utterly absurd, unfathomably absurd. Even with the combined might of the dragon and serpent using their martial soul fusion technique, they could only hope to match a titled Doloa at best. The so-called comparison to a titled Doloa was merely theoretical. In practice, when Flanders, Liu Erlong were soul saints and a master was a Grand Soul Master, they merely reached this level. The notion of matching a titled Doloa was primarily relevant in engagements with soul Doluos. Even the easily bullied poison Doloa could defeat their martial soul fusion technique. Young master. The serpent speared Doloa's countenance shifted dramatically, his face turning pale. With his titled Doloa strength, he could easily discern the disparity between the two forces. The young master was remarkable, exhibiting the combat ability of a soul saint at the level of a quasi-soul emperor. Even against an ordinary soul saint, he would be victorious. But what in the world was Tang Dongfeng? Was he even human? When the dual-colored fire lotus met the sacred sword, the serpent spear Doloa initially expected the lotus to be consumed by the angelic power. He was too young to grasp the reality. The lotus not only resisted but also collided fiercely with the sacred sword. Sparks erupted from the point of contact like the sound of metal grinding against metal. In the sky, sparks flew, and Qianrenchua's sacred sword was unexpectedly chipped. The dual-colored fire lotus surged forward relentlessly, cutting through the chaotic energy, steadily eroding the sacred sword's might. At that moment, Qianrenchua stood transfixed, staring at the lotus as if she had forgotten to resist. How could this be? The self-assured prodigy found it hard to accept such a result. Her long-anticipated fifth soul skill, amplified within the angelic domain alongside the sacred sword projection, had fallen to a disadvantage. Yet her opponent merely combined their first and second soul skills. If he possessed a third soul skill, could 3 soul skills combined overpower the sacred sword? And if 9 soul skills were fused, could he perhaps achieve the feat of slaying a deity at the level of a titled Doloa? At that moment, panic gripped Qianrenchua. Deep within, a sinister voice urged her to eliminate Tang Dongfeng. Otherwise, even if she ascended to godhood, she would never be able to triumph over him. Yet reason warned her that such an act was absolutely forbidden. Deep within her heart, a voice questioned her. Do you truly wish to kill him? In her subconscious, Qianrenchua longed for a peaceful coexistence with Tang Dongfeng. They were destined to ascend to divinity, to depart from Doloa continent, and to embark upon a journey to a vast new realm. Suddenly a blast. However, Tang Dongfeng, standing resolutely on the ground, uttered a single word. The two-colored fire lotus began to spin with terrifying velocity, resembling an out-of-control machine that had completely lost its equilibrium. As the balance of the fire lotus was disrupted, the energy contained within erupted violently. A deafening roar suddenly erupted before Qianrenchu. A fiery red energy shockwave exploded outward from her, radiating in all directions. For Qianrenchu, Tang Dongfeng had unleashed his most formidable abilities, having refrained from utilizing nuclear fission and fusion. Indeed, had he provided Qianrenchu with a weaker version of a hydrogen bomb, akin to that of Tang Hao, not only Qianrenchu, but even beings like the Dragon King and the Serpent Matriarch would meet their demise. As for Tang Dongfeng and the Sea Dragon Doloa, they would likely sustain severe injuries. After all, the last time, he had failed to annihilate the Sea Dragon Doloa. His ultimate defense of the extreme water was still profoundly formidable. After a considerable time had passed, as the dust from the explosion settled, Tang Dongfeng's figure gradually became visible. At this moment, the dark golden defense surrounding him had entirely dissipated, with traces of blood lingering at the corner of his mouth. Tang Dongfeng's dark golden shield was at most comparable to that of a defense-type soul saint. It could not entirely withstand the impact of the explosion. After all, it contained the full force of both himself and Qianrenchu, resulting in a clash of powers that transcended mere arithmetic. The confrontation of these two high-quality forces had triggered a qualitative change, unleashing a power rivaling that of a titled Doloa. Conversely, Tang Dongfeng found himself unable to locate Qianrenchu. The individual standing at the center of the explosion was, astonishingly, the serpent spear who had been pierced by the sea dragon uncle. His upright posture resembled that of a resilient pine tree atop a precipice, proudly standing amidst the ruins. Chapter 45, Qianrenchu. I shall reclaim victory in the future. Before her stood the serpent spear Doloa, his body battered and bruised, crimson blood staining his golden attire. Behind him, Qianrenchu gazed at him in a daze, unable to fathom that the serpent spear Doloa would come to her aid. She had not anticipated Tang Dongfeng's mercilessness. She was also unprepared for the fact that a mere great soul master could unleash the might of a soul Doloa. All these unforeseen events stemmed from the man before her. What secrets did he conceal? Young master, are you injured? The bloodied serpent spear Doloa turned with great difficulty to inquire of Qian Rengshu. When he noticed her dazed expression, his anger surged. Here he was, gravely injured, and she remained lost in thought. It is just a loss. You can always win again with your exceptional talent. Had it not been for Qian Rengshu's lapse in resisting Tang Dongfeng's lethal strike, the serpent spear Doloa would not have had to endure the wrath of the Buddha's furious fire lotus. Ouch, that really hurts. You don't even care about this old body of mine. I'm fine. Thank you, Elder Spear. Qian Rengshu snapped back to reality and expressed her gratitude to the serpent spear Doloa, acknowledging that it was her predicament that had led to his injury. Why are you two acting so melodramatic in the Stardow Forest? You, a titled Doloa, are merely wounded and acting as if you're on the brink of death. However, an untimely interruption shattered this tender moment. Tang Dongfeng slowly approached, pushing aside the emotional serpent spear Doloa, for he had matters to discuss with Qian Rengshu. The recent explosion had left even him, a great soul master, with only minor injuries. You a dignified title Doloa, resorting to your martial soul's true form for defense. Are you not inferior to Zhao Waoqi? The power of the Buddha's furious fire lotus was comparable to the nuclear explosion Tang Dongfeng had unleashed upon Zhao Waoqi at Shrek Academy. Its might was not overwhelming, merely visually intimidating. Tang Dongfeng, the young master, has already lost. What more do you desire? The exposed serpent spear, the Luo, attempted to block Tang Dongfeng again, unwilling to let this dangerous individual approach his young master. Serpent spear, do you wish to spar with me once more? The sea dragon Doluo, having dispelled his defenses, conjured the deep sea dragon spear, eager for action. He was a specialist in overwhelming opponents. You see, God Island are too arrogant. The serpent spear Doluo's face darkened, rendered helpless in his fury. I'm in this state, and you can't grant me a moment of sentimentality? Must you ruin my grand image in the young master's eyes? Your Highness, rest assured, I exercise restraint. Elder Spear is merely lightly injured. Even if you utilize the six-winged angel to escape the explosion's epicenter at full speed, you would only sustain light injuries. Tang Dongfeng Zima Nun Jialen, for he had no other passions than to indulge in explosions. The system had just notified him that he had injured a title Doluo and awarded him 10 points. You scoundrel, we shall settle this enmity. Tang Dongfeng had initially intended to blast Qian Rengshu away, reasoning that she possessed a significant portion of fortune in Doluo Continent. He believed that by sending her flying, he would earn more points than from the likes of Dai Mubai and Oscar. What was the outcome? The serpent spear Doluo had absorbed the full brunt of the explosion. The Buddha's furious fire lotus merely left Qian Rengshu's hair slightly disheveled. Tang Dongfeng, I owe you a favor. I shall inform you of it later. Qian Rengshu's expression was somewhat forlorn, as this battle had dealt her a significant blow. In her eyes, her once formidable angel martial soul had proven to be of little consequence. During her usual sparring, she had often dominated others. But even the angel martial soul had its days of disadvantage. She bore no resentment toward Tang Dongfeng for injuring Elder Spear, even if she were the one harmed. She held no regrets. Tang Dongfeng's willingness to give his all in this contest was a profound sign of respect toward her. Clearly, she needed to devote herself to more training, free herself from mundane distractions, for she now possessed no advantages. Today's battle was a testament to the angel god's heir being bested by the sea god's heir. By mere chance, had the young master possessed his martial soul's true form and unleashed the might of the angel domain, it would have been she who faced defeat. Were Tang Dongfeng to grasp Qian Rengshu's thoughts, he might have blurted out, I have even more formidable means concealed. However, one must learn to conceal oneself. Once one's trump cards are revealed, their efficacy diminishes. While nuclear explosions hold unparalleled power, they also limit his own safety. He could not simply obliterate his opponent at the cost of his own demise. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, he would refrain from employing such measures, unless he resolved the issue of losing control. The answer to that dilemma lay within the hands of Princess Zuiking, who could procure the vast sea Qingquan shield for him. If the Knight Emperor lacked the resolve to present the vast sea Qingquan shield, he would prefer to strike a deal with Qian Rengshu to acquire it from her. Directly seizing it? Do you know where the national treasure resides? Losing is simply part of the game. I, Qian Rengshu, can accept defeat, and I shall assuredly reclaim victory in the future. Qian Rengshu shook her head, recognizing that Tang Dongfeng's words were mere drivel. by the time she became a soul saint. Tang Dongfeng would not simply wait for her. With 2 soul rings, Tang Dongfeng can create an explosion of the level of a soul Doloa. She is not foolish enough to dream of becoming a soul sage, while Tang Dongfeng has yet to reach the rank of soul master or soul sect. That discussion can be reserved for another time. Your Highness, I bid you farewell. Tang Dongfeng offered a respectful bow to Qian Renxue, preparing to take Nar to acquire a soul ring. After their battle today, he gained a rough understanding of his own strength. It could be said that he is absolutely invincible within his realm. Qian Renxue's power is at the cusp of Soul Emperor, level 60. The maximum output of energy from his Dantian-S nuclear fusion reactor is approximately on par with that. The only distinction lies in the fact that his energy output can be sustained indefinitely, while Qian Renxue and other Soul Emperors experience diminishing returns as their soul power depletes. Hee, brother has defeated the wicked woman, Gu Yuna exclaimed joyfully, bouncing up like a cheerleader. Nar, since brother has triumphed over the wicked woman, you too must conquer a soul beast to obtain your first soul ring. Understand? Tang Dongfeng affectionately ruffled Gu Yuna's silvery hair. He noticed her concern for him, which he found endearing. He suddenly realized that bringing Gu Yuna home was indeed quite delightful. Since she had entered his abode, it would henceforth be only him who could tease her. As for those deities in the divine realm, it would be better if they stayed away. Should they dare to approach, they would meet their demise one by one. You have already been defeated by my brother, and you still dare to call me a wicked woman? Qian Renxue laughed in exasperation. They had only known each other for a few days. Yet Gu Yuna was so loyal to Tang Dongfeng. She began to question the worth of her own identity as a saint, finding that it paled in comparison to the esteem in which the prince of Tiando Kingdom was held in Gu Yuna's heart. If brother is to strike you down, what else could you be but a wicked woman? Gu Yuna continued to retort boldly, clearly intent on leveraging her newfound confidence. With brother and Uncle Hailong present, she could not tolerate Qian Renxue any longer. All right, let us depart, Tang Dongfeng said, pinching Gu Yuna's cheek as he readied to hunt for soul beasts. He decided to forego any chance encounters in the Star Doe forest, preferring to amuse himself by teasing the disguised Qian Renxue. Wait, Qian Renxue suddenly called out to him. Your Highness, what exactly do you want? Tang Dongfeng furrowed his brow, his impatience evident. The intense explosion from earlier would soon attract a multitude of soul beasts, although he was not afraid of them. After all, even Emperor Tian would not dare to confront him. He had no intention of lingering until the soul beasts arrived. Do you not wish to take responsibility for your actions? Qian Renxue challenged. What have I done to warrant such responsibility? Tang Dongfeng felt utterly wronged. It was clearly Qian Renxue who sought trouble with him. Yet she was now turning the tables and accusing him. Women, indeed, are incomprehensible creatures. You incited the sea dragon Deloa to injure Elder Shimiao, and you have harmed me. How am I to hunt soul beasts now? Qian Renxue's cheeks flushed slightly. She noticed Tang Dongfeng's irritation, but was unwilling to return empty-handed, having failed to achieve either of her objectives. Elder Shimiao was gravely injured, and while he could handle ordinary soul beasts, the soul beast Qian Renxue sought to hunt posed a significant risk. Your Highness, do you intend to rely on me? Tang Dongfeng's lips twitched. This was not characteristic of Brother Shui. Should you not consider ways to win me over rather than resorting to threats? Only to find yourself inexplicably enamored with me after sparing my life multiple times? Nar, do not eat anymore. Let us find you a soul beast, Tang Dongfeng said, taking Gu Yun's hand and ignoring Qian Renxue further. Old Dragon, I trust you will take care of Elder Shimiao, Qian Renxue remarked as she swiftly followed Tang Dongfeng and the others. Beside them, Elder Shimiao trembled in the wind, feeling abandoned once more. Young master, you are mistaken. How can you associate with that Tang Dongfeng? He is not a good person. Those who come from Sea God Island cannot be trusted, the sea dragon Doloa warned, filled with animosity. During their battle, Tang Dongfeng had shown no mercy, even appearing to threaten the young master's life. You are courting danger, leaping into an abyss. The sea dragon Doloa resolved to discuss this matter with the Porcupine brothers once they left, intending to report it to the Grand Offering. Soon after, the Dragon Lord led Elder Shimiao, while Elder Shimiao took Meng Yiran and hurried to rejoin the main group. Dongfeng, what kind of soul beast do you plan to find for the little girl? The sea dragon Doloa's heart melted at the sight of Gu Yuna. He had envisioned countless times marrying the Grand Offering and having a daughter as adorable as Nar. I'm not quite sure yet. Let's see how it goes. Nader needs to enhance her soul skills, Tang Dongfeng replied. He could not afford to have Gu Yuna absorb an ordinary soul ring, as it would waste her potential. The higher the quality of the soul beast, the greater the enhancement it would provide. Nader's Silver Dragon Spear is a weapon spirit, following a strong attack route. It would be best to select a soul ring that amplifies strength. What do you think about hunting a Titan giant ape? In the Stardew Forest, Titan giant apes are known as the rulers of the forest, renowned for their strength, making them an excellent choice for Gu Yuna's first soul ring. Uncle Hailong, how can you suggest that? In the Stardew Forest, it seems only the core area has the 100,000-year Titan giant apes. The others are typically killed before they can mature, Tang Dongfeng recalled. If memory serves, the second Ming only survived under the protection of Xiao Wu's mother. This is also why the Titan giant ape called Xiao Wu's sister. Otherwise, it likely would have been beaten to death at a young age. Alternatively, you could accept the dowry from the 7-treasure glazed tile school for the little girl, the Sea Dragon de Loa proposed. The direct descendants of the 7-treasure glazed tile school could not absorb 100,000-year soul rings. Even the Bone Sword duo had already become title de Loa. That 100,000-year soul beast would be more of a hot potato for them. Uncle Hailong, are you suggesting I be sold to the 7-treasure glazed tile school to benefit Na? Tang Dongfeng shot him a glare. Am I worth only a 100,000-year soul beast? Such a creature will become easy pickings in the future. Not to mention the real Gu Yuna does not even require a soul ring. Even the current Nader could not absorb a 100,000-year soul ring. As for having Xiao Wu sacrifice, she is not foolish enough to offer herself for nothing. In fact, accepting the dowry without marrying their young lady would not pose much of a problem. The Sea Dragon de Loa adhered to the typical strongman-esque principle. Simply delaying the engagement would suffice. Eventually, as time passed, Tang Dongfeng would ascend to godhood. In the presence of deities, what significance would the 7-treasure glazed tile school hold? Indulging in the pleasures of the charming Xiao Wu, is it not delightful? Uncle Hailong, you truly are a clever little rascal. It appears that obtaining a 100,000-year soul beast without cost is indeed quite advantageous. With a little care for the 7-treasure glazed tile school, there should be no significant issues. After all, he has always had a fondness for the dual title de Loa. Sword-bone dual extremes from his past life. Sister Nader's soul ring could be the formidable 1,000 June ant, whose strength rivals that of the Titan great ape. As Qian Rinxue quietly listened to their conversation, the absurdity of their claims grew increasingly evident, prompting her to steer them back to the matter at hand. What treasure could the 7-treasure glazed tile school possess that would incite such covetous thoughts in the Sea Dragon de Loa? Surely, it must be an artifact of such allure that even a title de Loa would be tempted. Could it possibly be a 100,000-year soul bone? This possibility is indeed substantial. As for the 100,000-year soul ring, the Sea God Island behind Tang Dongfeng undoubtedly has the capability to hunt for such a prize. In fact, he merely needs to hunt soul rings of over 50,000 years. After divine examination, they would metamorphose into 100,000-year rings. Qian Rinxue's conjecture leans more towards the soul bone, as Tang Dongfeng cannot utilize it, but Gu Yuna certainly can. As a fellow first-level deity, the sea god should possess a set of soul bones akin to that of the angel god. Yet, why does the Sea Dragon Daw urge Tang Dongfeng to accept the marriage proposal from the 7-treasure glazed tile school, when she feels a strong aversion to it? Perhaps it is because Tang Dongfeng is someone she is determined to ally with at all costs. Ah yes, the 1,000 June ant is quite suitable for Nader. But can she absorb a soul ring of 1,000 years? Tang Dongfeng's initial plan was for Nader to absorb a medium-grade 1,000-year soul ring. 4 soul beasts of such potent bloodlines, the power of a 1,000-year soul ring is significantly comparable to that of an ordinary 10,000-year soul ring. As a manifestation of Gu Yuna's persona, Nader should remain unscathed by the soul beast's spiritual impact. The only concern is whether her physical strength can withstand the energy surge within the soul ring. Tang Dongfeng, are you truly intent on endangering her life by allowing her to absorb a 1,000-year soul ring? Qian Rinxue exclaimed with fervor. Even she, having absorbed soul rings of 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black, would not dare to absorb a 1,000-year soul ring for a second. In contrast, Tang Dongfeng's ability to absorb a 1,000-year soul ring is due to his extraordinary physique. One cannot simply measure it by level. She had yet to hear of anyone successfully absorbing a 1,000-year soul ring as their first. Wretched woman, My brother would never harm Nar, Guyuna pouted, clearly displeased with Qianrenxue. The atmosphere was already saturated with unpleasantness, and now she was speaking ill of her brother. Such transgressions could not be forgiven. Nar, have some candy. Suddenly, Qianrenxue produced a confection from her storage soul guide, offering it to the pouting Guyuna. She was determined to see if this little glutton could resist the allure of sweets. No. Guyuna's eyes lit up as she fixated on the candy in Qianrenxue's hand. Yet, why did that lovely visage of hers appear so irksome? Despite her beauty, she exuded an aura akin to a fierce spirit, which Guyuna found difficult to accept. Thus, a scene of her prideful defiance unfolded. Guyuna shoved her hand into her bag, pulling it open and turning her head away. Woe is me! How could this wicked woman possess my favorite candy? During her time at the prince's residence, Xueqinghe had always sent various delicacies to her room. Gradually, Qianrenxue had come to understand Guyuna's taste thoroughly. Little did Guyuna realize that the villainous woman before her was, in fact, her second favorite, Brother Xue. All right, go ahead and enjoy, Tang Dongfeng said as he took the candy from Qianrenxue and placed it into Guyuna's pocket. This little girl, clearly yearning for the treat, was stubbornly refusing her beloved food simply because of him. This is a gift from my brother. Guyuna eagerly retrieved the candy from her pocket, tore open the wrapper, and popped it into her mouth. She was not savoring Qianrenxue's candy, but relishing the sweet bestowed by her brother. Yes, yes. Enjoy your brother-ass candy, Qianrenxue remarked, a subtle smile gracing her lips. This little girl was truly adorable. Her haughty demeanor reminded her of Xuequ. In the future, she would make an effort to bring Xuequ along to play with Guyuna. Their personalities seemed compatible. Let us hasten our journey. We require 3 soul rings and must hunt swiftly. Tang Dongfeng sighed, realizing he should have allowed Uncle Hai Long to take Nader alone to hunt soul beasts. Who knows what challenges lay ahead? The Dragon Lord and the Snake Lady were kind enough to assist them. He could not simply abandon them. Moreover, Qianrenxue's timing for hunting soul rings was peculiar. She had done so earlier or later, but precisely now in the Stardow Forest, which was undoubtedly for his sake. He had already made it clear he was aware of Qianrenxue's guise as Xueqinghe, yet he offered no indication of his knowledge. This only confirmed that he would not concern himself with the matters of the Heaven Do Empire. They could do as they pleased, even if they unified the Doluo continent. What significance would that hold? He bore the legacy of the sea god. If he wished, he could ascend to godhood immediately. The so-called sea god 9 tests were, in his eyes, merely a jest. Tang Dongfeng. We shall not become adversaries, shall we? Qianrenxue approached him quietly, resembling a celestial being emerging from a painting. At that moment, the little glutton Guyuna was tugging at the sea dragon Doluo's garment, joyfully savoring her candy. She surveyed her surroundings, an environment both familiar and foreign, leaving her no time to engage with the two ahead. Your Highness, do you truly desire to stand opposed to me? Tang Dongfeng found himself at a loss for words. Why must she insist on making a choice in her world? Either align with the Spirit Hall, or become its foe. I do not wish for us to be enemies, but the future is uncertain, Qianrenxue declared without hesitation. It was not that she did not desire a rapport with Tang Dongfeng. It was simply that circumstances could dictate otherwise. The Spirit Hall was not solely her dominion. The current pope was her biological mother, Bibi Dong. When it came to geniuses, Bibi Dong had no qualms about eliminating them swiftly if they could not be swayed. What chance did Tang Dongfeng, a prodigious talent destined for divinity, have? If he could not stand with the Spirit Hall, then he must be destroyed. Your Highness, I shall not join any faction. Rather than align with another's power, I would prefer to forge my own. Even the mightiest of forces cannot withstand a nuclear explosion. The Spirit Hall is powerful, yet when he can initiate nuclear fusion, a single nuclear bomb would obliterate Spirit City. What would be the significance of such power? His reason for training was not to oppress others, but to ensure he would not be oppressed himself. As AI Gong said, dignity lies solely at the edge of a sword, and truth exists within the range of cannon fire. He sought strength not to bully others, but to safeguard himself. In any realm, only the powerful earn respect. The weak hold no voice. Tang Dongfeng, if in the future my kin were to seek your life, would you slay me? Qianrenxue hesitated for a moment before uttering this query. If Bibi Dong were to become adversarial towards Tang Dongfeng, how would she choose? Perhaps she would side with her mother. In such a scenario, what face would she have to ask Tang Dongfeng for mercy? Do you truly wish to be my enemy? Tang Dongfeng scrutinized her. She was acutely aware that she would be a formidable opponent, yet continued to deliberate on opposing him. How could he respond to that? I do not wish to. Qianren shook her head. They have known each other for 2 years, and she probably understands Tang Dongfeng's character quite well. Were he not an enemy, he would undoubtedly be her best choice. However, the target of the Spirit Hall is the unification of the continent. This will inevitably involve many forces, including the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, and it is highly likely that some of Tang Dongfeng's friends will be affected. Thus, it stands to reason. If you do not wish to oppose me, I have no intention of going against your Spirit Hall. Who can predict what the future holds? Tang Dongfeng did not provide Qianren with a definitive answer, as he did not wish to deceive her. If hostility becomes a reality, he would not show mercy. If someone desires my demise, discussing feelings with them would be tantamount to self-destruction. I shall consider your silence as consent. If she intends to act against you, I will do my utmost to intervene. Qianren was not concerned about antagonizing Tang Dongfeng. Observing his demeanor, it was evident that he would not interfere in the affairs of the Heaven Do Empire, nor would it impact her plans. As long as everyone coexists peacefully, all matters can be negotiated. System, can you console beasts? At this moment, Tang Dongfeng was oblivious to the joy displayed on Qianren's face. Host, scanning a 100-year-old beast costs 1 point. A 1,000-year-old beast 10 points. A 10,000-year-old beast 100 points. And a 100,000-year-old beast 1,000 points. The system quickly responded, and Tang Dongfeng felt a surge of frustration. To injure a title Dolua, one only received 10 points. Finding a designated 1,000-year-old beast would also require 10 points. What a scam. He resolved to seek out more titled Doluos and, while he was at it, earn points by dealing with the Shrek 7 monsters. The red dust protection he gifted to Guyuna had cost him 1,000 points. With that, he could have sought a designated 100,000-year-old beast. System, scan the Qianjun ant, and while you're at it, scan Na-Er to see if she can absorb it. For safety's sake, Tang Dongfeng decided to have the system check Na-Er's physical strength. After all, Na-Er was merely a fragment of Guyuna's personality, and her physical body was not as powerful as the Silver Dragon King's. Beep, 20 points deducted, remaining points, 752. Most of his points were acquired through Shrek Academy. That one occasion had awarded him an astounding 650 points, equivalent to inflicting damage comparable to 65 attacks on the Sea Dragon Doloa. Scan complete. Guyuna's split personality, Na-Er, can currently absorb a soul ring of 1,500 years. The Qianjun ant has been located. Please check the map. Simultaneously, the system projected a map before him. Approximately 150 miles away, there was a 1,200-year-old Qianjun ant taking advantage of the early hour. Everyone quickened their pace. Tang Dongfeng subtly altered the team's direction, moving towards the Qianjun ant's lair. Chapter 48. Is this what you call a radiant unicorn? Tang Dongfeng, are you truly a Grand Soul Master? Qianren walked alongside him, traversing the lush Star Do forest. In this world, there indeed exist prodigies capable of battling above their level. For instance, she herself could contend with a Soul Emperor and even engage a Soul Sage, remaining undefeated. Enhanced by her innate talent, most Soul Masters were inherently weaker than her. Yet, Tang Dongfeng, this Grand Soul Master, was exceptionally formidable. I began with a soul power of rank 3 and have worked diligently to reach level 23, Tang Dongfeng boasted. Qianren could not help but roll her eyes at him. You speak as if it were given. It is quite a feat for the sea god to choose a successor with a rank 3 innate soul power. Qianren scoffed, unwilling to engage further. Yet, she harbored suspicions that Tang Dongfeng might be cultivating divine power. His divine nature was particularly strong, allowing for slower soul power cultivation while still achieving significant strength. Even as Qianren prided herself on her unparalleled talent, she could not help but feel a sense of admiration. If Tang Dongfeng were aware of her thoughts, he would undoubtedly be impressed. Indeed, Qianren's mind was sharp. He was not primarily focusing on soul power. To be precise, he himself was uncertain whether it could be classified as divine power, but it might be considered so. After all, soul power on the continent resembled the aftermath of a nuclear explosion, while Tang Dongfeng was internalizing a nuclear fusion reactor, albeit with weak meridians that could not bear much force. Otherwise, he could stand toe-to-toe with the peerless Doloa. This was also why he selectively chose soul rings that amplified his own abilities. Princess, is Dugubo currently accompanying Prince Xuexing? Suddenly, Tang Dongfeng had a thought. There seemed to be a rapid method to enhance his physical strength. In Dugubo's herbal garden, there were 2 spirit herbs with ice and fire attributes that would be immensely beneficial to him. Once his physique was strengthened and his meridians fortified, he should be able to withstand the power output of a soul sage, leading to a significant boost in his strength. Currently, his soul emperor-level power could at best create an explosion akin to that of Tang Hao. A typical 95th level title de law, unless defensive, would likely perish instantly. Are you planning to recruit him? Qian Renxue furrowed her brow. He had previously stated he would not join any faction, yet now he was considering forming alliances. Just seeking some herbs. I have a use for them, Tang Dongfeng replied ambiguously. Qian Renxue dismissed her doubts. After all, Dugubo was indeed skilled in poison and medicine. He resides in the Sunset Forest. I am not sure of his exact location, but you can go with the Sea Dragon Doloa to find him. Qian Renxue had no need for concern, as Tang Dongfeng was accompanied by a formidable Doloa. Given Dugubo's level, who could he possibly defeat among the titled Doluos? Thank you. With Tang Dongfeng's current strength, he dared not venture into the depths of the ice and fire Yin Yang well. He would wait until he attained true divine level before making plans. As for the ice and fire Yin Yang well, he could leave it in Dugubo's care. He himself was not well acquainted with spirit herbs, having only seen them in anime, so he had a vague impression. The ice and fire attributes were relatively easier to find, and Dugubo would recognize them. Dongfeng, there is a 1,000-year soul beast with a radiant attribute 3 kilometers northwest of us. Suddenly, the Sea Dragon Doloa, accompanied by Na-Er, discovered the 1,000-year soul beast. He had been utilizing his first soul skill, allowing him to manipulate the surrounding water elements freely. As a result, he sensed the presence of the radiant attribute 1,000-year soul beast from a distance. Uncle Sea Dragon, you are quite perceptive. Tang Dongfeng was pleasantly surprised. He had not anticipated that the Sea Dragon Doloa was keeping such a close watch on Qian Renxue's soul beasts. Quickly slay it and let her depart, the Sea Dragon Doloa coldly remarked. He felt displeased seeing Qian Renxue and Tang Dongfeng so close. Just days prior, it had been Ning Rongrong. Now, it was Qian Renxue. Why did this insufferable boy attract so many women? The high priest had explicitly instructed him not to allow a land soul master to take him away. With so many women approaching Tang Dongfeng, he could hardly oppose them. In the future, the Sea Dragon Doloa would realize that the one he should be most wary of was not whom he currently doted upon. Let us go. We shall take a look. Tang Dongfeng led the group towards the radiant attribute soul beast. Throughout their journey, Qian Renxue remained silent, her thoughts a mystery. As the Elder Serpent Spear had stated, the people of Sea God Island held a strong aversion to land soul masters. This was clearly reflected in the Sea Dragon Doloa's demeanor. However, Tang Dongfeng seems to be an exception. He appears to have no such barriers with land-based spirit masters. Not only is he able to befriend Xuexing, but he also maintains a good relationship with Ning Rongrong, displaying none of the disdain that the Sea Dragon Doloa harbors for terrestrial spirit masters. In fact, Tang Dongfeng has even adopted a girl from the land as his sister. Thus, it seems unlikely that Tang Dongfeng would become an archenemy of the Wuhuan Hall, the Sea God Island, and he cannot be conflated. He may represent the Sea God Island, but the island does not embody him. The followers of the Sea God must be sea spirit masters. Yet the heir of the Sea God is not necessarily one. Qian Renxue has an inkling that this individual possesses a unique insight into the continent's circumstances, and he seems privy to many secrets that send shivers down one's spine. Dongfeng is a radiant unicorn spirit beast over 20,000 years old. The Sea Dragon Doloa, from a distance, could discern the type of spirit beast. The radiant unicorn is a light-type spirit beast, primarily inclined toward healing abilities. Should we? Tang Dongfeng inquired. He was uncertain whether this creature would suit Qian Renxue, as he did not know her well. Let's go take a look, she replied. Qian Renxue was not ready to agree. She needed to assess the abilities of this radiant unicorn. There are 2 types of radiant unicorns. One is entirely snow white with exceptional healing powers, better suited for the 7 Treasures glazed tile pagoda, enhancing its healing effects. The other type has a black coat. Although it is also light attribute, it is a combat-oriented spirit beast. This black unicorn excels in mental attacks and possesses self-healing capabilities. If it were a black unicorn, it would indeed be quite fitting for Qian Rinxue's 6th spirit ring, providing both mental attack and self-healing, which is undoubtedly a commendable spirit ring. Let's go. We shall see together. Leading the way, Tang Dongfeng and Qian Rinxue were followed by Long Gong and Shi Pe, with 2 title de Loa positioned in the middle. This formidable team commanded a presence that deterred nearly all spirit beasts from approaching. This radiant unicorn is quite suitable for me. I choose it, Qian Rinxue declared, her gaze fixed ahead as she spotted the millennia-old unicorn. The radiant unicorn resembled a white horse, adorned with a spiraled horn that symbolized nobility, pride, and purity. Behind it sprouted a pair of wings, emanating a sacred glow. However, this particular radiant unicorn's coat was as dark as ink. Is this truly what you call a radiant unicorn? Are you certain it is not a dark unicorn? Tang Dongfeng's lips twitched. This was absurd. Your radiant unicorn is entirely black, resembling a lump of coal. This is a mutated radiant unicorn, adept at unleashing a roar imbued with mental shock and possessing formidable healing abilities, making it an exceptionally challenging spirit beast to hunt, Qian Rinxue explained softly. The radiant unicorn spirit beasts are quite numerous. Those from the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect favor selecting such creatures. Unfortunately, Qian Rinxue is not a support-type spirit master and cannot hunt ordinary radiant unicorns. This mutated spirit beast, however, could serve as her spirit ring. Isn't that just a toxic healer? Tang Dongfeng mused, recalling games from his past where certain healers deviated from the norm. They were ostensibly healers, but possessed astonishing offensive power and could regenerate their health. No matter how hard one fought, they could not vanquish them, while the healer could wear them down relentlessly. Toxic healer? What sort of creature is that? Qian Rinxue was puzzled, her mind filled with questions. Just think of it as referring to a mutated radiant unicorn spirit beast. Toxic healer is a term for my hometown. He had not anticipated that this light-type spirit beast would indeed suit Qian Rinxue. He thought she might resort to seeking a fire-type spirit beast. Tang Dongfeng, assist me in hunting it. Qian Rinxue realized she could not defeat the mutated radiant unicorn alone. With its self-healing abilities, even if she managed to injure it, she could not kill it. The only solution was to exhaust the unicorn's spirit power before delivering a fatal blow. I'll try throwing a Buddhist Fury Lotus. No matter how strong your toxic healer is, I can eliminate you in an instant, preventing any healing. As long as you cannot heal, your self-recovery ability becomes a joke. Just like Yi Lingling, who possessed the 9-heart begonia martial soul, yet lived under the protection of others. She indeed had formidable recovery capabilities, but if someone killed her, she would be left with nothing. Tang Dongfeng, if you kill it outright, how will I absorb its spirit ring? Qian Rinxue pulled him back just as he was summoning his martial soul. She had a strong feeling that he was doing this deliberately. Uncle Sea Dragon, do not kill it. Tang Dongfeng then commanded, stepping aside to rest. Since he was not needed, he would wait until he was required to work again. Am I the one to act again? The Sea Dragon Doloa shot a disdainful glance at the Serpent Spear Doloa, looking at Long Gong and Shi Pe. It seemed neither of them were particularly familiar. As for Gu Yuna, she had yet to obtain her first spirit ring, making it impossible for her to intervene. 4th soul skill, Deep Sea Dragon Absorption. The Sea Dragon Doloa summoned his martial soul, and his 4th spirit ring glowed. The water elements within a kilometer radius converged upon him. Unfortunately, within the Stardoe Forest, the enhancements he could receive were limited. Compared to his usual performance, he was only boosted by 15 times. If he were at sea, he would directly receive a 45-fold increase. Given the lackluster results, one might wonder why he would release it. The answer was simple. This soul skill granted him extraordinary flying capabilities. Although it could not match Qian Rinxue's 10-fold speed increase, it was still significantly faster than a tidal Doloa in flight. The abundant water elements in the air coalesced behind him into a pair of elemental wings. As Qian Rinxue had mentioned earlier, the mutated radiant unicorn was adept at flight, healing, and mental attacks. To prevent it from escaping, the Sea Dragon Doloa decisively activated his speed enhancement. 2nd soul skill, Mysterious Water Tornado. Immediately, the Sea Dragon Doloa spun like a whirlwind in the air, launching a series of mysterious water cyclones toward the unicorn. The pitch-black unicorn sensed the approaching mysterious water cyclone and prepared to retaliate, unleashing a roar accompanied by a mental shock from its mouth. Such trivial skills. How dare you challenge me? The Sea Dragon Doloa, a dignified title Doloa, was far from intimidated by the mental shock of a 2,000-year-old spirit beast. He enveloped his consciousness with spirit power, continuing to unleash his second soul skill. 8 mysterious water cyclones converged from all directions, encircling the unicorn. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the unicorn spread its wings and launched itself skyward. Just as it seemed poised to escape the reach of the mysterious water tornado, the sea dragon Deloa appeared above it. This is precisely what I was guarding against. He then delivered a powerful kick, sending the unicorn crashing down. The mysterious water tornado below promptly ensnared the mutated radiant unicorn. The serpent spear Deloa had particular authority on the matter of this soul skill. The mysterious water tornado was indeed extraordinary, especially effective against those weaker than oneself. Once caught in the cyclone, the target would be unable to concentrate their spirit power, leading to a gradual depletion of their energy. The subsequent source of spirit power for the mysterious water tornado came from the bound target. All set, you may proceed to eliminate it in a swift and decisive manner. Sea Dragon Deloa subdued the mutated radiant unicorn with 2 soul skills, leaving the nearby snake spear, Deloa, shaken with fear. Could he truly be that powerful? Given Snake Spear Deloa's own capabilities, he would likely need to join forces with Qianren to bring it down, as he could not match the unicorn's speed and might fail to catch it. Uncle Sea Dragon, your efficiency has greatly improved. You must be nearing level 97. Tang Dongfeng remarked in surprise. Having spent so much time together, he had been oblivious to the meticulous control Sea Dragon Deloa had over his power. Once he mastered the art of not wasting even a fraction of his energy, he would effortlessly ascend to the realm of level 97. It is well known that after reaching level 95, every subsequent level becomes exceedingly difficult to attain, and the notion of surpassing one's limits becomes almost non-existent. It is merely luck. All thanks to you, Dongfeng, Sea Dragon Deloa replied modestly. At this moment, he had no desire to return to Sea God Island. Being by Tang Dongfeng's side was a tremendous opportunity for him. On Sea God Island, it would have been impossible for him to achieve 2 levels in 6 years. Sea Dragon Deloa was filled with hope, dreaming of the day he would become a peerless Deloa, standing before Poseidon to confess the words he had long harbored in his heart. All the islands I have sunk were not in vain. Throughout these 6 years, Tang Dongfeng had enlisted Sea Dragon Deloa's help in labor, engaging in nuclear fission experiments every few days. Once they had exhausted the uranium-235 in one location, they would move on to the next, leaving him utterly fatigued. Thankfully, diligence bore fruit, and Sea Dragon Deloa had grasped the threshold of level 97. I remember it all, he said sheepishly. His gratitude towards Tang Dongfeng had, in turn, fostered a fondness for Nar. Otherwise, how could a being of his stature ever find companionship with land-bound soul masters? Is it feasible for you to absorb a soul ring that is over 20,000 years old without risking your well-being? Tang Dongfeng inquired of Qianren, who was preparing to summon the ethereal form of the angelic holy sword to strike the unicorn. No problem, she assured him, although I possess only 1 soul bone enhancement. It does not exceed the optimal age of 5,000 years, and I can withstand it. As soon as Qianren finished speaking, she brandished the projection of the angelic holy sword and advanced towards the radiant unicorn. The maximum absorption limit of a soul ring is contingent upon one's physical condition, and soul bones can enhance such attributes. The soul bone she had absorbed was a 999-year-old angelic armor soul bone, significantly augmenting her physique. Although the preceding soul rings were merely optimal configurations, they exceeded the theoretical limits proposed by her master. Brother Dongfeng, Senior Sea Dragon, Nar has discovered a millennium-old phoenix tail coxcomb snake, suitable for her 3rd soul ring, Nar announced. Indicating her intention to practice, she brandished her spear and charged forward, with Iran and Snake Lady in hot pursuit. I'll remain here with Senior Snake Spear to protect the Saintess. You two should check on Nar, Dragon Gong said, taking a deep breath and relaying Natis' daring pursuit of the phoenix tail coxcomb snake to Tang Dongfeng. He believed that with Snake Lady, a soul emperor, accompanying her, Nar would be safe. Chapter 50. A narrow path for enemies within the Stardow Forest. Guyuna moved with astounding speed, wielding her silver dragon spear. Not far behind her, Snake Lady trailed closely, keeping pace with Meng Iran. Due to the need to look after Meng Iran, Snake Lady's speed was considerably diminished. Although Guyuna had recently awakened her martial soul and possessed great physical strength, her soul power was still limited. She was relying entirely on her raw physical prowess to chase after the phoenix tail coxcomb snake. The trio's speed was insufficient. The phoenix tail coxcomb snake, adept in swiftness, managed to evade them for a considerable distance. No one anticipated that this Millennium Soul beast, after a brief exchange with Guyuna, would suddenly turn tail and flee. The snake sensed an overwhelming fear from Guyuna's silver dragon spear, compelling it to abandon the fight. The aura of that spear gradually depleted its strength, and if the battle continued, it would certainly perish there. Thus, the phoenix tail coxcomb snake instinctively chose to flee at lightning speed. Guyuna, maintaining her focus on the fleeing beast, did not lose track of it. Meanwhile, the Shrek Academy students roamed within the Stardow forest. They stumbled upon the phoenix tail coxcomb snake, which had unwittingly presented itself as a target suitable for Oscar, and they seized the opportunity. "Release my phoenix tail coxcomb snake," Guyuna exclaimed, rushing towards them. To her astonishment, her quarry had been intercepted by a group of individuals. Leading the Shrek Academy was Zhao Wujia. Accompanied by Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, Tang San, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun, while Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu were absent, occupied with matters at the Seven Treasure Glaze Tile School. "You've come alone to the Stardow Forest, little girl?" Zhao Wujia's eyes gleamed with surprise. Could it be that luck had favored him, allowing him to encounter a humanoid soul beast during a casual visit? A girl of 6 or 7, appearing alone in the Stardow Forest, could only be a transformed soul beast. Why should I tell you? Guyuna shot him a glance. The man before her was a towering figure, reminiscent of the guards at the prince's palace. Her brother had instructed her not to engage with strangers, especially those with a sinister grin, clearly not of good intent. She must remember not to answer any of his questions. If danger arose, she would invoke the protection of the red dust. No matter where Tang Dongfeng was, he would rush to her aid at the quickest speed. "What do you mean your phoenix tail coxcomb snake? It was clearly us who caught it," Oscar protested vehemently. He had just reached level 30, allowing him to acquire a third soul ring. The soul beast had willingly approached them, only for someone to suddenly intervene. "It is my prey. You have stolen what is rightfully mine." Guyuna shot a disdainful glance at the group. Their demeanor was as repugnant as ever, exuding an air of superiority. In her past wanderings, even the little beggars who snatched her buns had worn the same expression. Though those buns were gifts from benevolent souls, they were often claimed as unowned, leaving her without even her only source of sustenance. This was why, when Tang Dongfeng offered to take her away, she had asked if there would be buns to eat. Even a simple bun had been a rare treat during her days of hardship. With Tang Dongfeng, she could enjoy regular meals, and she would willingly do anything for him. However, to her surprise, she had not been made a servant. Instead, Tang Dongfeng regarded her as a sister and even had Brother Shui assist her in awakening her martial soul. Fortuitously, she awakened the Silver Dragon Spear, possessing innate soul power at level 10. In the future, she would wield this spear to protect her brother. In Guyuna's heart, only her brother, Uncle Sea Dragon, Brother Shui, and Sister Rongrong were considered good people. As for the others she encountered later, while not particularly detestable, they did not inspire much fondness either. Of course, with the exception of Qian Rinxue, who always seemed to have ulterior motives in her attempts to get close to her brother. Upon encountering this group, Guyuna realized the treachery of human hearts. "Little one, since you've come, why not stay with us? I am eager to see just how much power you possess as a humanoid soul beast after 10,000 years, Zhao Wujia said with a sly smile. Recalling his previous encounter with Xiao Wu, who was also a 10,000-year soul beast. Behind them stands the formidable Hao Qianhua, a force we dare not provoke. Alas, it is a pity that they were still captured by the Sword Doloa. The Seven Treasure Glaze Tile School is a prestigious institution and does not fear Tang Hao. Up to this moment, there have been no reports of Hao Qianhua seeking them out. Recently, I heard from Flinder that Tang Hao has sustained grave injuries and requested their assistance in caring for Tang San. Flinder agreed, yet only during school hours. After all, he is a titled Doloa backed by the Haotian sect, and we at Shrek cannot afford to offend him. Are you truly so bold as to bully a child? As if I do not exist? The Snake Lady, accompanied by Meng Iran, stepped forward. As she approached, 6 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black, descended in succession. Zhao Wujia's expression turned scornful upon realizing he faced a soul emperor. He responded by activating his own 7 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black, charging toward the Snake Lady. I am called Snake Lady, honored by the affection of my peers in the Spirit Master community. The Snake Lady promptly proclaimed her title, unperturbed by Zhao Wujia, a soul sage. It is widely acknowledged that Long Gongmeng Shu and Snake Lady Chao Tianxiang are inseparable companions. Together, they possess a martial soul fusion technique that allows them to traverse their adversaries, as long as they do not encounter a tidal Delua. Sister Nar, did they harm you? Meng Iran hurriedly approached, checking Gu Yuna's condition, fearing she had been assaulted by the group. If they could just wait a moment for my grandfather or other elders to arrive, who would dare cause trouble? A mere soul sage would be reduced to nothing before my grandfather. I'm Fine. They wanted to capture the phoenix tail, coxcomb snake, and claimed I was a 100,000-year soul beast. They must be out of their minds, Gu Yuna retorted disdainfully. These fools must be driven mad by their desire for a 100,000-year soul beast. Grandmother, Meng Iran exclaimed, noticing the unconscious phoenix tail, coxcomb snake lying at Oscar's feet. May I inquire who among you is the soul sage? Might you be willing to relinquish this phoenix tail, coxcomb snake to us? The Snake Lady Chao Tianxiang was not unreasonable. The Shrek members had indeed contributed to the effort. It was their negligence that allowed the phoenix tail, coxcomb snake to escape. I am but a humble man, Zhao Wujia, he replied with an awkward smile. Upon hearing the exchange between Gu Yuna and Meng Iran, he realized she was merely a young girl, not a 100,000-year soul beast. The events of these past days had left him bewildered. First, he was gravely injured by a young boy, then the revelation that Xiao Wu was a 100,000-year soul beast, and now he learned that Tang San is the son of Hao Yindalaw. It is the unmoving King Zhao Wujia. My apologies, the Snake Lady remarked in a businesslike manner. Zhao Laosher, we captured this phoenix tail, coxcomb snake, and cannot let it go. Oscar, standing nearby, did not perceive this as mere pleasantries. A Soul Emperor was still no match for Zhao Laosher. Just as they bullied the Tsanghui Academy, weaker opponents could only endure. After all, the one who strikes is the one who holds truth. I did not realize it was so audacious as to bully my sister. It turns out to be Zhao Laosher from Shrek Academy. Tang Dongfeng and Hailong Thaw descended from the sky, landing beside Gu Yuna, casting a curious glance at the Shrek group. What a narrow path for enemies. Tang San, we meet again. Is that you, Tang Dongfeng? Zhao Wujia's complexion paled, realizing the gravity of the situation. Despite being a great soul master, this fellow was formidable enough to challenge even a soul sage. The little girl, it turned out, was his sister. He initially thought she was a 100,000-year soul beast. Zhao Laosher, your Shrek Academy truly delights in bullying the weak, Tang Dongfeng remarked, ruffling Gu Yuna's silver hair as she clung to his leg. Old Zhao, you bully such a lovely girl. It is no wonder you remain a bachelor. Nar, let your Uncle Hailong see if you are hurt. Why did you pursue the phoenix tail, coxcomb snake alone? Next time, you must bring your Uncle Hailong with you. If anything were to happen to you, Dongfeng would surely tear me apart, Hailong Da said, affectionately tousling Gu Yuna's hair, which was quite enjoyable. Uncle Hailong, they tried to steal my phoenix tail, coxcomb snake, and claimed I was a 100,000-year soul beast, intending to capture me, Gu Yuna lamented, wrapping her arms around Hailong Dalua's leg with a pitiful expression. In his presence, she felt invincible against anyone. They dare to seize the wounded phoenix tail, coxcomb snake from Nar. They truly are shameless. Hailong Dalua scoffed, sheltering Gu Yuna protectively. He was eager to see what this so-called Shrek Academy could do. How could they claim the phoenix tail, coxcomb snake, which we captured? Oscar protested, feeling indignant. It was nothing more than bullying. Yet, the fear instilled by Tang Dongfeng still lingered in his heart. That time, Zhao Laosher had nearly been killed. Zhao Laosher, they're behaving like rascals. That girl, needing the soul ring, is being deceived, Ma Hongjun exclaimed in anger. Is it really acceptable to deceive a young girl? Now, if you are not satisfied, come and challenge me, Gu Yuna declared, summoning the silver dragon spear, devoid of a soul ring. Yet, the might emanating from the spear instilled dread into the hearts of their opponents. The pressure derived from the quality of her martial soul left Zhao Wujia trembling. Good heavens! What extraordinary martial soul is this? Could it be another prodigy like Tang Dongfeng? If the young master prevails, you must join the Shrek Academy, Ma Hongjun remarked. If the phoenix-tailed coxcomb serpent was indeed injured by Guyu Na, it would indicate that she possesses formidable combat prowess. Such exceptional talent should not be squandered. It would be a disservice to her mentor. As a disciple of Flander, after recruiting a super genius, one might wonder if the teacher would generously treat him to a delightful evening at the prestigious establishment. Furthermore, Guyu Na is undoubtedly destined to blossom into a great beauty. Nar, do not converse with the strange uncle. Allow your brother to handle this, Tang Dongfeng interjected, halting Guyu Na's inclination to engage in battle. Why should she join Shrek Academy? She, the illustrious soul beast, sovereign, silver dragon king, a deity-level powerhouse, should not need to stoop to a third-rate academy. In the previous life, Shrek Academy was akin to an unaccredited institution, having deceived its way into acquiring a super genius, only to merge with a legitimate academy and change its name. Such an academy is hardly worthy of subjecting Guyu Na to any form of hardship. Tang San, what a twist of fate. Tang Dongfeng coldly glared at Tang San. He had not sought out this adversary, yet here they were, unexpectedly encountering each other in the Stardow Forest. Without Xiao Wu present, they should not face the Titan giant ape. Thus, allowing Tang San to remain forever ensconced in the forest beauty seemed a tempting option. Tang Dongfeng. Tang San felt a tumult of emotions as he faced this formidable foe. His heart racing. He had never anticipated that Xiao Wu would be a soul beast, nor that she would be raised by his father, Tang Hao. But would he truly slay Xiao Wu to absorb her soul ring? Tang San's heart wrestled with denial and anticipation. It would be impossible to claim indifference toward the 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone. Yet his 6-year bond with Xiao Wu was equally inextricable. Just as he would go to extremes to protect his sister, he wondered if he was any different from Tang Dongfeng in safeguarding Guyu Na. Tang San, we have no enmity, yet you seek my life, and your father does as well. Do you truly believe you can leave here unscathed today? Tang Dongfeng's gaze was icy, as if he were staring at a corpse. In his previous life, he had recognized Tang's sect as a nefarious faction, often at odds with righteous paths. Which righteous sect would resort to poison and deceit? By any measure, Tang San was not a paragon of virtue. Tang Dongfeng, too, was no saint, yet he would not resort to murder over trivial matters. After all, their upbringings were distinct. He had grown up in an era of peace and was an aficionado of nuclear disarmament. Teacher Zhao, you all should leave quickly. I, Tang San, will bear this burden alone and will not implicate you, he declared with conviction, aware that he was no match for Tang Dongfeng. He would not resign himself to inaction when faced with death, even if he were to expend every ounce of his strength and perish. He would ensure that Tang Dongfeng was dragged down with him. Senior Chao Tianxiang, I entrust you to look after Nar for a moment. You return to the Holy Maiden and the Serpent Spear de Law. We may require some time, Tang Dongfeng said as he entrusted Nar to Mangaran. As he watched them depart, his expression grew increasingly serious. Uncle Hailong, the task of halting Tang Hao 1 kilometer to the southeast is yours. Tang San, you must die today. He summoned his martial spirit, his 2 soul rings of yellow and purple shining brilliantly. Chapter 52. Tang Hao's domain of slaughter teacher Zhao Ai. Tang San will take sole responsibility for this matter. If Tang Dongfeng seeks vengeance, let him come at me. The others from Shrek are innocent. Tang San proclaimed with righteous fervor. This conflict was ignited by his own hand, as he had first harbored murderous intent towards Tang Dongfeng. In his mind, there was no question regarding Tang Dongfeng's desire to kill him. The third tenet of the Xiantian treasure record states, once you ascertain that your opponent is your enemy, and they possess the means to end your life, do not show mercy. Otherwise, you will only invite further troubles. Once enmity is established, it becomes a matter of life and death. Yet, Tang San had not anticipated that Tang Hao would follow him covertly and confront Tang Dongfeng. Zhao Wujin hesitated. Leading the children away was undoubtedly the wisest course of action. The battles here were beyond the children's capabilities. Now was not the time for recklessness. He even sensed that during their last confrontation, Tang Dongfeng had held back. Otherwise, he might have already perished. Yet, Tang San was also a member of Shrek. For him, abandoning his students to flee was unthinkable. Mu Bai, you are the oldest here. Take Hongjun and the others and leave. Remember, do not return. Zhao Wujin declared with unwavering resolve. Having chosen to be a teacher, he bore the responsibility that came with it. He could not abandon his students, even in death. He would bring Tang San back to the academy, as it was merely part of his duty as a teacher. Fatty, ensure they return safely. Tang San and I are brothers, and this time I will not flee alone, Dai Mubai said, casting a lingering glance at Zhu Zhuqing. His greatest regret in life had been to act as a coward. That incident haunted him eternally. Thus, no matter the cost, he would not choose to evade again. Even if it meant being shattered to pieces, he would not hesitate. Fools, are you ignoring the teacher's orders? Get out of here. Zhao Wujin's expression darkened. You idiots. Do you wish to destroy Shrek's legacy? Should Zhao Wujin perish, there would still be Flander and the other teachers. But if all the students perished, Shrek Academy would cease to exist. What, then, would be the purpose of Flander's tenacity? Ultimately, old Zhao feared that Tang Hao was not dead and would seek retribution later. He found himself trapped between choices, seemingly resigned to gamble with his life. Zhao Wujin, take Tang San and leave immediately. I will hold them off. A weathered voice resonated through the air. Though the speaker was unseen, Tang Hao descended from the sky. His 9 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 1 red, descending in sequence. The pressure from the 100,000-year soul ring left the Shrek students gasping for breath. In contrast, Tang Dongfeng remained unfazed, as if entirely unaffected. Tang Hao, do you think you alone can protect Tang San? Tang Dongfeng coldly regarded him. The true essence within him gradually erupted. Under the full force of Tang Dongfeng's might, his aura surged to that of a soul emperor. Were it not for the mere 2 soul rings beneath his feet, one might easily mistake him for a soul emperor. At worst, we shall perish together. Tang Hao refused to underestimate Tang Dongfeng, for this was not their first encounter. He was well aware that this young man had the power to devastate an area within a 50-mile radius. When it came to playing with lives, he was no less formidable. In his current state, Tang Hao bore numerous injuries, old wounds unhealed and new ones freshly inflicted. He was truly battered and bruised. It seemed he might reunite with Een sooner than expected. Uncle Hailong, buy me a moment to hold off Tang Hao. I will deal with Tang San first. Tang Dongfeng's eyes glimmered with ferocity. Anyone who dared to impede his quest for vengeance would not escape his wrath. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. If one offends me, they shall surely die. Understood. Hailong Do Luo nodded and subsequently summoned his martial spirit, the Sea God Dragon. The configuration of 2 purple, 6 black, and 1 red soul rings beneath his feet left the onlookers astounded. The divine examination? Tang Hao's face turned pale. Those who could partake in the divine examination were undoubtedly gifted individuals. This middle-aged man, who accompanied Tang Dongfeng, had participated in the divine examination just like Qian Daolu. Did this imply that Tang Dongfeng had possibly received the divine inheritance? Otherwise, how could he, as a great soul master, exude the aura of a soul emperor and possess the means to threaten a title Doluo? It seemed that Tang Hao was merely a breath away from the truth. But if that were the case, could he truly defeat Tang Dongfeng? Even if his strength permitted it, would the deity above allow such a thing? Zhao Wujia immediately urged them to flee, insisting they escape within the shortest possible time. Tang Hao's expression was grim. He feared he might not hold out much longer. Could they truly escape? The corners of Tang Dongfeng's mouth curled upward as a petite, 2-colored flame lotus began to swirl in his hand. Upon noticing Tang Hao, he immediately summoned his martial spirit and conjured this 2-colored flame lotus. This self-created fusion technique, the Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus, was unleashed without a word of warning. The lotus, brimming with terrifying energy, distorted the air as it traversed the atmosphere of the Stardoe forest, reminiscent of the ripples seen on a scorching summer day upon asphalt. The temperature of the Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus had long surpassed that of the most extreme flames. In terms of fire quality, the Sihar flame was far superior to Ma Hongjuan's evil fire phoenix. Even if Ma Hongjun had consumed the divine herb and evolved into the extreme evil fire phoenix, he would still pale in comparison to the Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus. In his true dragon form, Hailong Do Luo wasted no time and activated his martial spirit's true form. At present, he stood at the pinnacle of level 96, a mere breath away from level 97. Meanwhile, Tang Hao was at level 95 and had sustained injuries. Even on land, Hailong Do Luo retained a distinct advantage. Upon entering his true dragon form, all of Hailong Do Luo's abilities were instantly quadrupled, and his attributes evolved into the ultimate water. with a reduction of 65 in soul power output. Relatively speaking, the effect was only half that of his power at sea, yet it remained formidable. Simultaneously, an icy blue armor materialized on Hailong Do Luo's surface. With his 8th soul skill, Oceanic Domain, Hailong Do Luo initiated a similar domain-like technique. Instantly, within a radius of 1 mile, the forest transformed into an ocean, and his attributes were amplified threefold. Following this, his 3rd soul skill, Deep Sea God Dragon Transformation, was activated. This skill, akin to Dai Mubai's White Tiger Transformation, significantly enhanced the attributes of beast martial spirits. Under this soul skill, Hailong Do Luo's attack power surged by 300, while his strength, defense, and speed increased by 200, also amplifying his suppression over dragon-type martial spirits. It bore resemblance to Gu Yu Na's Silver Dragon Spear, which possessed innate suppression against dragon-type martial spirits and soul beasts. Take this, a mighty iron fist. With a flicker, Hailong Do Luo materialized before Tang Hao. Within the oceanic domain, he could teleport to any location. Thus, within a 1-kilometer radius of oceanic territory, he could arrive in an instant. Killing God Domain. Tang Hao's eyes ignited with a fierce glint, and the murderous aura within him erupted like an abyss. Under the enhancement of the Killing God Domain, all of Tang Hao's killing intent solidified instantly. The oceanic domain shattered under the impact of the Killing God Domain. With a thunderous explosion, Hailong Do Luo's fist collided with Tang Hao's Haotian hammer. The two were instantly separated, with Hailong Do Luo being pushed back 3 steps, while Tang Hao also retreated 3 steps. Their initial clash resulted in an equilibrium of power. With multiple enhancements, Hailong Do Luo's might barely match Tang Hao's. Within the Killing God Domain, Tang Hao could exert 110 of his strength, and this ratio would only increase as his soul power grew. Hailong Do Luo's domain-like soul skill was ultimately not a true domain. This was indeed a testament to the first trial bestowed upon the inheritor of the Azura God. The might of the Killing God Domain surpassed that of most domains, and the murderous aura emanating from Tang Hao was terrifying. It was hard to fathom how many lives he had taken. 9th soul skill, Demon Breaking Domain. However, Hailong Do Luo remained unfazed. His 9th soul ring illuminated immediately. With the emergence of the Demon Breaking Domain, the bloodthirsty atmosphere of the Killing God Domain was instantaneously dismantled. One of Hailong Do Luo's 9th soul skills was precisely this Demon Breaking Domain, specifically designed to counter domain's soul skills, rendering all non-divine abilities ineffective. Although it possessed no offensive capability, its supportive nature far exceeded that of other domains. Following this, Hailong Do Luo activated his 8th soul skill, Oceanic Domain, once more. I shall first shatter your domain, then establish my own. Even if you wield the Demon Breaking Domain, you cannot breach my domain-like skill. While the effects of the Oceanic Domain were similar to those of a true domain, it was, in essence, not a domain at all. 5th soul skill, Deep Sea Spirit. Fusion. The shadow of the sea god dragon elongated, while Hailong Do Luo's body gradually melded into the Deep Sea Spirit, resulting in a sea blue deep sea dragon spear manifesting in his grasp. At that moment, Hailong Do Luo resembled the Hulk, impervious to pain. The soul power he expended rapidly replenished within the oceanic domain, sourced entirely from the water elements present in the air. The Stardow Forest, abundant in flora, provided an ample supply of water elements. After all, at the heart of the Stardow Forest lay a life lake, from which immense vitality permeated the surroundings. Haotian 9 Extremes, Shock Word Technique. Tang Hao swung his colossal Haotian hammer toward Hailong Do Luo. The deep-sea dragon spear shot forth like a dragon emerging from the abyss, piercing straight for Tang Hao. The massive Haotian hammer collided violently with the precisely aimed deep-sea dragon spear, resulting in a series of explosive sounds that reverberated through the air. Ethereal shards cascaded from above, drifting down like feathers. At that moment, Hailong Do Luo's deep-sea dragon spear shattered, and the falling debris was the result of the collision between the spear and the Haotian hammer. However, Tang Hao did not gain a significant advantage. His Haotian hammer now bore a small dent. The deep-sea dragon spear, after all, was merely a manifestation of soul power and could not compare to a true martial spirit. Emergence of the abyssal ice dragon. With a thunderous shout from Hailong Do Luo, the sea god dragon behind him rapidly coalesced into a tangible form. Subsequently, the divine dragon expanded exponentially. With a nimble leap, Hai Long Do Luo perched upon the dragon's head. As he landed, the water elemental sea god dragon began to freeze at a visible pace. With the appearance of the ice dragon, the oceanic domain transformed into a realm of ice. The sky was unexpectedly adorned with a flurry of goose feather snow. The temperature in the air plummeted below zero, aside from Tang Dongfeng's lotus of Buddha's wrath. Everything else lay shrouded in ice and snow. The ninth soul skill, Regret of the Dragon, activated once more, and the crimson soul ring of the sea dragon Doluo glowed anew. This was his second soul skill, a formidable offensive technique. In terms of attack power, the water dragon was vastly inferior to the ice dragon. Upon its transformation into the ice dragon, the sea god dragon's previously balanced attributes had all shifted to extreme offense. As Tang Hao's heart tightened, he sensed an aura of annihilation clinging to the 100-meter ice dragon, as if his very soul could be frozen by this strike. With the Haotian hammer in hand, he spun it rapidly, using his toes as the fulcrum. The red Haotian hammer resembled a colossal magnet, drawing in the surrounding soul power. In a whirlwind of motion, Tang Hao transformed into a tempest, charging toward the sea dragon Doluo. Suspended in midair, the sea dragon Doluo remained cold and unyielding. The 100-meter ice dragon beneath him lunged toward the hammer-wielding tempest of Tang Hao. The explosions echoed like fireworks, beautiful and resplendent as the two forces collided. Tang Hao's method of wielding the hammer grew increasingly powerful, capable of reaching a staggering 81 strikes. He swung the Haotian hammer, colliding it with the ice dragon at the apex of his ascent, then utilized the rebound force generated from their clash to propel himself into the next strike. Each subsequent blow exceeded the user's full strength, and this technique allowed for a continuous barrage of 81 strikes. Of course, the sea dragon Doluo was no pushover. The essence of regret of the dragon lay in its very name, for he would exert 7 parts of his strength while reserving 3 for the subsequent attack, stacking that power for a future strike. One could argue that their techniques were fundamentally similar, with the sole advantage resting in the ice dragon's exquisite ice attributes. Each clash with Tang Hao's hammer diminished the speed of his strikes incrementally. In ordinary circumstances, such minor variations bore little consequence, but in a battle of titans, even the slightest alteration could prove fatal. After 64 collisions between the ice dragon and the Haotian hammer, Tang Hao distinctly felt his strength waning. The disparity in speed between his hammer swings and the ice dragon's tail strikes had become painfully evident, and this difference was decidedly lethal. Under the chilling deceleration of the ice dragon, Tang Hao's hammer had accumulated a layer of frost. Alas, the sea dragon Doluo's regret of the dragon grew increasingly ferocious. Should he fail to land the Haotian hammer accurately on the ice dragon again, he would be met with the ice dragon's onslaught. Meanwhile, the battle on Tang Dongfeng's side was escalating. Zhao Wujie faced his Buddha's Wrath Lotus, directly unleashing his martial soul's true form. Although Tang Dongfeng's attacks appeared different from the last encounter, the aura emanating from him remained terrifying. Beside him, Tang San, striving to maintain composure, had conjured several dragon whisker needles. With his exceptional skills in concealed weaponry, he launched these needles at various angles towards Tang Dongfeng's piercing eyes. However, as Tang Dongfeng radiated the Dark Gold Guardian, he became impervious to harm, rendering even the dragon whisker needles incapable of breaching his ultimate defense. Thus, Tang San could only target his most vulnerable point, those piercing, expressive eyes. The battlefield reached a fever pitch as the dual-colored fire lotus surged forth, poised to extinguish Zhao Wujie's soul technique and advance upon Tang San. In that moment, Tang Hao, suspended in the void, could no longer contain himself. The essence of the Grand Sumera hammer, 9 rings explode. With a resolve that surged within him, he detonated the 9 soul rings beneath his feet simultaneously. The combined might of the 9 rings surged into the Haotian hammer, exponentially amplifying Tang Hao's power. He then swung downwards with a mighty blow. Chapter 54, Self-Created Soul Technique, World Annihilation. Entering a state of fury, Tang Hao's strength ascended to a truly terrifying level. Unlike Tang Chen's balanced approach, Tang Hao's soul rings were solely focused on augmenting power. The titanic force unleashed in that moment astonished the sea dragon Doluo. Dongfeng, he's going all out. The sea dragon Doluo exclaimed, hastily redirecting the ice dragon's body for a sweeping tail strike at Tang Hao. Yet, undeterred, Tang Hao seemed intent on attacking Tang Dongfeng. He brazenly disregarded the sea dragon Delua's 65 accumulations of regret of the dragon. In mere moments, the Haotian hammer descended upon the dual-colored fire lotus. The ice dragon, still 3 meters away from Tang Hao, braced for impact. Crack! The colossal Haotian hammer, harnessing the force of gravity, smashed down upon the dual-colored fire lotus. If he did not intercept the Buddha's wrath lotus, it would be impossible for Zhao Wujia alone to shield Tang San. Fortunately, Dai Mu Bai and the others had been urgently summoned away by Zhao Wujia. Otherwise, they too might have perished in this fray. It was hard to fathom that Tang Dongfeng, as a grand soul master, could conjure such a terrifying force. Upon colliding with the Haotian hammer, the dual-colored fire lotus shattered like a mirror. The harmonious energies of gold, fire, and water erupted violently beneath the hammer, producing a thunderous boom and sending soil flying in all directions. A gaping chasm, approximately 10 meters in diameter and unfathomably deep, emerged within the forest. The dark gold protective layer enveloping Tang Dongfeng was instantly shattered, causing him to spit blood. Zhao Wujia, on the other hand, shielded Tang San, absorbing the brunt of the impact. His martial soul was violently disrupted, and blood flowed freely from him. In stark contrast, Tang San remained unscathed. With the rebound effect of the explosion from the Buddha's wrath lotus, Tang Hao unleashed his 65th strike. He epitomized the modern-day harbinger of death, adeptly devising countermeasures in such a brief span. In the heavens above, the 65th regret of the dragon clashed with the 65th chaotic cloak. In a dazzling flash, the ice dragon's massive head was driven downwards by the hammer's might. In a life-or-death struggle, empowered by the essence of the grand Sumeru hammer, Tang Hao could now suppress his opponent. The sea dragon Dolua's expression shifted dramatically as he commanded the ice dragon to unleash a sweeping tail strike. The 100-meter-long ice dragon lashed out like a whip towards Tang Hao. With a resounding crash, shards of ice rained down from the sky. The ice dragon, in its confrontation with the Haotian hammer, began to fragment, yet it remained undeterred, gathering power for another strike. The sea dragon Dolua's strength was significantly diminished within the Stardew forest. Had they been at sea, he was confident he could have slain Tang Hao during the 64th regret of the dragon. Alas, this world offered no room for hypotheticals. Dongfeng, act quickly. I cannot hold on much longer. In the midst of a fierce clash, Sea Dragon Delua was struck by the overwhelming force of the Haotian hammer, causing him to spew blood. In contrast, Tang Hao gained no advantage from this encounter. Each collision left him bloodied and battered, resembling a grotesque figure drenched in his own lifeblood. The icy chill emanating from the ice dragon encased his wounds and blood in frost. Were it not for his unwavering resolve to protect his son, he might have succumbed long ago. Fortunately, as a beast spirit master, Sea Dragon Delua possessed extraordinary physical resilience. His martial soul manifested as an armored shell that could withstand 85 of the damage incurred. Even so, after repeated strikes from Tang Hao, cracks began to appear in his ice armor. Uncle Sea Dragon, Tang Dongfeng called out, and the elder immediately understood. Having lived together for 6 years, a mere glance sufficed for them to grasp each other's intentions. For the 81st time, the ice dragon was about to be obliterated. The previous 80 charges were merely preparations for this ultimate attack, an embodiment of Sea Dragon Delua's desperate resolve, akin to Tang Hao's great Sumeru hammer. This technique unleashed power far beyond its wielder's limits, a true choice for the weak to overcome the strong. Its only drawback was the requirement of accumulating energy for 80 turns, and once unleashed, its after effects were severe. His martial soul would disintegrate after 1 minute and remain unusable for a month. Such a move could only be executed in a moment of desperation. With a fierce determination, Tang Hao gripped the Haotian hammer, his aura radiating indomitable resolve as he struck toward the ice dragon once more. For him, the effort was not without cost. The explosive force of the ring threatened to rupture his very being. He poured every ounce of strength into this strike, intent on severely injuring Sea Dragon Delua. Failure was not an option. Their lives hung in the balance. As for Zhao Wujia, he was of no concern. How could he afford to worry about others when his own survival was at stake? The Stardew Great Forest was indeed a treasure trove. The 129 units of uranium, 235 would suffice. After casting the Buddha's Fury Fire Lotus, he was not merely a spectator of the battle between Tang Hao and Uncle Sea Dragon. Tang Dongfeng silently gathered uranium-235 within a 10-mile radius. By the time Sea Dragon Deloa began his desperate assault, he had amassed 129 units. It was noteworthy that he had only needed a single unit to severely injure Seahorse Deloa on his first attempt. Regrettably, Seahorse was not a significant figure in the Deloa continent, merely a formidable supporting character, resulting in minimal points awarded by the system. The evaluation criteria of this cursed system were entirely based on the world's fortune. A title Deloa's base score was a mere 10 points. The most fortunate was Tang San, the child of destiny, who could easily amass 100 points from a single injury. If he were to kill, would it yield 1 point or perhaps 10? As for the inconspicuous individuals, Tang Dongfeng could hardly be bothered to engage. Their demise would garner no points and only serve to burden his conscience. Meanwhile, with a swift motion of his hands, Tang Dongfeng combined the crimson sea heart flame and the golden-red sea heart flame before him, creating a two-colored fire lotus. He infused a refined uranium-235 into the sealed container of the Buddha's Fury Fire Lotus. Subsequently, with his right hand, he quickly extracted deuterium-tritium atomic nuclei. Deuterium and tritium are isotopes of hydrogen, abundantly sourced from seawater. The sole advantage of the sea heart flame was its ability to harness the ocean's power, allowing for the near-unlimited extraction of deuterium-tritium atomic nuclei to provide raw materials for nuclear fusion. However, with Tang Dongfeng's current strength, he could not meet the conditions required for nuclear fusion due to inadequate temperature and pressure. Thus, he emulated the hydrogen bombs of his previous life, utilizing nuclear fission to create the necessary conditions for nuclear fusion. As the deuterium-tritium atomic nuclei were injected into the Buddha's Fury Fire Lotus, the previously two-colored lotus transformed entirely into a deep ocean blue. It appeared as profound and mysterious as the ocean itself, embodying vastness and grandeur. This was his self-created soul skill, world nuclear peace. A pallor crept across Tang Dongfeng's face as he exerted all his strength to contain the ocean blue fire lotus. Even so, it contained only a limited amount of deuterium-tritium atomic nuclei. Reluctantly, he propelled this lotus, symbolizing the faith in world peace, toward the bewildered Tang San. "How dare you, child?" Tang Hao roared, his blood-red eyes seemingly ready to devour Tang Dongfeng. Even amidst his battle with Sea Dragon Deloa, he remained vigilant of Tang San's situation, uncertain whether Tang Dongfeng could replicate the previous explosion. A high-level soul master threatening a super Deloa was a prospect he could not ignore. The evidence was clear. This suspected inheritor of divinity indeed possessed life-saving measures. Furthermore, this time, the power appeared even more terrifying than that outside Soto City. "Foolishness! You dare to distract me in battle?" Sea Dragon Deloa snorted, brandishing the deep-sea dragon spear alongside the ice dragon, aiming a thrust toward Tang Hao. The ice dragon obliteration was a formidable attack soul skill, but its most remarkable aspect was not its offensive power. Rather, it could freeze the enemy's body, soul power, and even their very essence. This absolute freezing would immobilize any foe for at least 3 seconds, barring encounters with deities. Even Poseidon, the grand offering of Sea God Island, had once been frozen by Sea Dragon Deloa for 3 seconds. Do not underestimate those 3 seconds. They could be fatal for the strong. "Farewell, Tang San." Tang Dongfeng viewed Tang Hao with less concern. A title Deloa, no matter how powerful, had their limitations. Given Tang Hao's rate of growth, he could never pose a threat. Even with Tang San's extraordinary speed, he paled in comparison to Tang Dongfeng. However, since they had encountered each other in the Star Do Great Forest, it was only fitting to send Tang back to the Tang sect for rebirth. No, Tang Hao's spiritual presence enveloped the vicinity. He watched helplessly as the ocean blue fire lotus drifted ever closer to Tang San. Zhao Wujia, regardless of his methods, could not halt the approach of that fire lotus. In the skies above, an immense coldness erupted, plunging the surroundings into an ephemeral state of extreme chill. The ice dragon, controlled by Sea Dragon Deloa, had penetrated Tang Hao's body. Tang Hao's form rapidly transformed into an ice sculpture, visible to the naked eye. The Haotian hammer, radiating a deadly cold, lost its luster. Suddenly, a deep blue spear sliced through the air, piercing one corner of the ice sculpture. Sea Dragon Deloa twisted the spear, shattering portions of the ice sculpture, which cascaded down like snowflakes. Hang in there, Tang Dongfeng. My grandfather is on his way. To everyone's surprise, Qian Rinxue, with her 4 wings unfurled, soared swiftly toward Tang Dongfeng. Having learned from Snake Lady of Tang Dongfeng's peril, she immediately sent word to her grandfather upon discovering Tang San's involvement. If Tang Dongfeng found himself in a precarious situation, then Tang Hao was undoubtedly present as well. She possessed a clear understanding of Tang Hao's strength. After all, his father, the 95th level Qin Xuanji, alongside the titled Duo's Guimei and Zhu Doa, had fallen to the newly ascended Tang Hao. Moreover, Tang Hao's ability to escape from his grandfather is not something Tang Dongfeng can contend with. During the last incident in Soto City, Tang Dongfeng, under the protection of the Sea Dragon Doloa, nearly lost his life. Therefore, upon learning of the situation, Qian Rinxue immediately sought assistance from Qian Daolu. She would not allow any harm to come to Tang Dongfeng. Publicly, by aiding Tang Dongfeng in eliminating Tang Hao, she not only avenged her father's death, but also rendered him significant aid. Privately, considering their future companionship in the divine realm, she could not bear to witness his demise. With Qian Daoliu's speed, he would soon arrive. Even if the Sea Dragon Doloa were to falter against Tang Hao, he would certainly be able to endure for a while longer. Qian Rinxue, what are you doing here? Quickly flee at full speed, Tang Dongfeng exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. He had not considered that Qian Rinxue was still nearby. As Snake Lady departed with Nar, he had sent a message to her, entrusting Nar to be taken to the prince's residence in the Tiando Empire and to return at once, leaving this place. With the speed of the Dragon Knight, Doloa, he had likely already covered a distance of over 100 miles. Even if they had not escaped, he could withstand the shockwave from a distance away from the explosion's epicenter. East Wind, let us go. The 4th spirit ring beneath the Sea Dragon Doloa flared to life, instantly coalescing into a pair of water element wings. He then flapped them vigorously, soaring towards Tang Dongfeng. However, someone was swifter. Qian Rinxue embraced Tang Dongfeng from behind, her 3rd spirit ring illuminating as she activated a 10-fold speed enhancement. 2 pairs of wings behind her flapped violently, generating a golden whirlwind. The intense force propelled Tang Dongfeng slightly forward, while the softness behind him caused his cheeks to flush. With Qian Rinxue's embrace, they flew like a streak of light straight towards the outskirts of the Stardow Forest. Wait for me. The Sea Dragon Doloa hastily flapped his water element wings to give chase. Who knew how many seconds Tang Dongfeng's nuclear bomb would hold before exploding? His ice ring armor shielded him fiercely. In terms of speed, the Sea Dragon Doloa was unable to match Qian Rinxue. Her velocity had reached a level of continuous displacement. Of course, in this state, she could not maintain it for long. Her body could not endure it, nor could her soul power keep up. Meanwhile, Tang Dongfeng, nestled in her embrace, activated the Dark Gold Guardian. 5, 4, 3. Tang Dongfeng calculated the remaining seconds before the enhanced Buddha's Wrath Lotus would detonate. With Qian Rinxue's lightning speed, they had already distanced themselves over 10 kilometers from the explosion's epicenter. If it were an explosion of the same magnitude as the one in Soto City, they would have been safe. Unfortunately, this enhanced version of the Buddha's Wrath Lotus was far beyond what had transpired previously. Last time, he had merely utilized a minimal amount of nuclear fission to trigger a small-scale nuclear fusion, resulting in an explosion akin to that of a hydrogen bomb. This time, he had integrated his self-created soul technique, compressing that power further and utilized a greater quantity of uranium-235 than before. With a resounding boom from behind, Tang Dongfeng felt a buzzing in his ears, as if his consciousness was being shaken. A blinding white light erupted behind him, causing the ground to tremble, crack, and surge. The radiance, akin to 500 suns, illuminated the entire Stardow Forest. Within a few kilometers of the blast radius, all plants, soul beasts, and land that were struck by the intense light vaporized instantly. A terrifying heat wave swept towards them from behind, and the surrounding temperature continued to rise. Even Tang Dongfeng's Dark Gold Guardian began to melt under such extreme heat. At that moment, time seemed to freeze. Following this, a powerful shockwave from a nuclear explosion surged towards them like a tsunami. The azure sky was obscured by black smoke, resembling the onset of night. Yet in an instant, the scorching wave, as if carried by the wind, struck. Now, Qian Rinxue's speed had reached its peak. Unfortunately, they could not outrun the explosion shockwave. In the span of a single breath, they had covered a distance of 20 kilometers. Tang Dongfeng did not hesitate. He did not consider whether they could escape. He resolutely unleashed his most potent nuclear explosion. Just as the shockwave was about to collide with them, a man, appearing to be in his 30s or 40s, seemingly teleported beside them. He grasped Qian Rinchue's arm with one hand while the other slowly pushed forward. A golden shield, resembling an eggshell, enveloped the three of them. The tsunami-like explosion crashed against the golden shield, producing a hissing sound of friction. Chapter 56. The invincible Qian Daolu, the newcomer, possessed a strikingly handsome visage, adorned with a faint smile. His calm and serene aura exuded a comforting presence. Though tall, he was not muscular, clad in a simple gray robe, with neatly arranged black hair cascading down his back. Despite his unassuming attire, his mere presence commanded reverence. Remarkably, he managed to block the shockwave from the nuclear explosion with a single hand, an extraordinary feat. Thank you, Senior. Tang Dongfeng regained his composure and had nearly deduced the identity of the newcomer. After all, few could easily withstand a shockwave from a nuclear explosion several dozen miles away. Yet, if he were placed at the explosion's epicenter, it would be akin to facing the sun itself. Even someone of unparalleled grace could not remain unfazed. Unless, of course, he were a deity in this world. The sea goddess mark? You hail from Sea God Island. The man immediately recognized the trident mark on Tang Dongfeng's forehead. This symbol might be unfamiliar to others, but for Qian Daolu, it was a memorable reminder. Senior, you misunderstand. I am not from Sea God Island, but I do have close ties to it, Tang Dongfeng replied calmly. Given his strength, he had little chance of contending against Qian Daolu. However, as a servant of the gods, Qian Daolu would not dare to act recklessly against the divine heir, as evidenced by Bibi Dong. How is Poseidon? Qian Daolu inquired, momentarily taken aback before shaking his head in resignation. He surmised that Tang Dongfeng feared revealing his connection to Sea God Island, lest it incite hostility. After all, Sea God Island and the Spirit Hall were adversaries, and the Spirit Hall had once invaded Sea God Island. Although that conflict ended in the Spirit Hall's defeat, the animosity persisted. Xiaoxi is doing well. She eats and sleeps every day, Tang Dongfeng replied casually. Poseidon, as a high priest, typically had little to do, merely focusing on meditation and cultivation. The affairs of Sea God Island were managed by the various city lords. Even in the absence of the Sea Dragon Dolaw, the city still had a vice lord to oversee matters, relieving Poseidon of any worry. That's good to hear. If you return home, please send my regards to her. Qian Daolu sighed, a hint of sadness creeping into his heart. In his earlier days, as an elder of the Spirit Judgment, he had briefly visited Sea God Island. During that time, he encountered his lifelong rival, Tang Chun, and that beautiful, extraordinary girl. Regrettably, they were ultimately fated to be apart, leaving him with an enduring sense of regret. Grandfather, you refer to Tang Dongfeng as little brother, so what should I be called? Qian Rinxue shot a reproachful glance at Qian Daolu. She was of the same generation as Tang Dongfeng, and in fact, was a few years his senior. Consequently, her grandfather's habitual address of little brother made her feel as if she had suddenly been demoted 2 generations. Dear child, I am an old friend of his sister, so we shall refer to each other accordingly. You shall call him Elder Dongfeng, and he shall call you Sister Shui. Does that not suffice? Qian Daolu's statement left the 2 young people utterly astonished. What on earth? He is not even 12 years old, and already he is being called grandfather? Can it get any more absurd than this? Grandfather, how irritating. I am of the same generation as Brother Dongfeng. At most, you should address him as little brother, Qian Rinxue huffed. Scrunching her nose, she felt a warm sensation enveloping her, akin to basking in sunlight, as Qian Daolu's soul power flowed into her. The fatigue she had previously incurred was finally replenished. Child, what transpired here? Did a soul beast from the core circle emerge? Qian Daolu raised an eyebrow. The Stardow forest was rife with a terrifying aura. Even he dared not venture deep into the core circle, where a soul beast comparable to a level 99 existed. Much like the legendary deep sea demon whale king, they were merely a step away from godhood and possessed incredible combat prowess. Even he and Poseidon would not dare provoke such formidable beasts, for in their territory, even a peerless Dolaw would be uncertain of victory. Grandfather, you must find Tang Hao and see if he has perished. If he hasn't, I shall finish him off myself, Qian Rinxue declared, her voice laced with resentment. All along, she had believed that her enemy was Tang Hao, the one responsible for her father's grievous injuries and subsequent demise. There is no one there. Qian Daolu shook his head. He had hastened his pace upon sensing the violent commotion, fortuitously encountering Qian Rinxue to help shield them from the overwhelming impact. Tang Hao had suffered a severed arm at the hands of Uncle Hailong, and being at the epicenter of the explosion, he would either be dead or severely incapacitated. Tang Dongfeng descended from the sky. Tang Dongfeng, did you intend to blow yourself up with such a ruckus? Qian Rinxue glared at him in anger. This fellow never considered the consequences for himself. Once they ascended to godhood, who could stop them from annihilating the Haotian sect? Had it not been for your sudden arrival, I would have had Uncle Hailong take me away. I truly did not anticipate such immense power this time. Tang Dongfeng replied as he began searching for the whereabouts of Hailong Da, utilizing his meticulous perception of soul power through the nuclear fusion reactor. After employing a secret technique, Hailong Da would be in a brief period of vulnerability, unable to exert any strength. Without Tang Dongfeng by his side, he might have perished in the jaws of a soul beast. Of course, the recent nuclear explosion had obliterated all soul beasts within a 100-mile radius. Even energy bodies like soul rings have been shattered by the shockwave, transforming into pure soul power. So it was you who instigated the explosion in Soto City. Qian Rinxue smirked mischievously. This fellow had inadvertently confessed, leaving no room for him to argue further. Who would utilize such mutually destructive means unless confronted by a formidable foe? His lips twitched, making Tang Dongfeng wish he could unleash a cataclysmic event. I shall first check on Uncle Hailong. As soon as Tang Dongfeng finished speaking, he dashed towards the southeast. With his speed, it took only a short while to reach Hailong Dolua's location. True to his nature, Uncle Hailong had managed to find a pit to bury himself in at a critical moment. His ice ring armor had gathered in one area, resulting in relatively minor injuries. Hailong uncle, are you there? Tang Dongfeng called out, staring into the dark abyss of the pit. Did Uncle Hailong expend all his strength in creating this hole? Ocean Heart Flame. He rubbed his fingers, conjuring a flame at his fingertip before tossing it into the pit. With Tang Dongfeng's mastery over fire, he ensured that the Ocean Heart Flame would serve solely as illumination. After descending 100 meters, he finally spotted Hailong Da, who was seated on the ground, gasping for breath. Young brother Dongfeng, do you need my assistance? Qian Rinxue's smiling face suddenly appeared before him. If it wouldn't be too much trouble, could you assist me in retrieving Uncle Hailong? Tang Dongfeng replied, feeling somewhat defeated. When would he acquire the ability to fly? It was truly enviable. Is this your way of asking me for a favor? The esteemed princess of the Sacred Hall was indeed quite calculative. The debt incurred was swiftly utilized for such a trivial task. Very well, Tang Dongfeng nodded in agreement. With a flutter of her wings, Qian Rinxue descended into the pit. Simultaneously, Qian Daolu appeared beside Tang Dongfeng without warning, standing side by side with him. Young brother, I have matters to discuss with you. Senior, are we to discuss matters pertaining to Sister Xiaoxi or Princess Qian Rinxue? Tang Dongfeng inquired. Since it was a discussion, it implied negotiation rather than coercion. Qian Daolu, aware of his status as a divine servant, refrained from demanding anything, for he would ultimately devote his life to the heir of the angel. In truth, it concerned Schwer. Qian Daolu shot him a stern glance. I merely had a fondness for Poseidon and pursued her at one time. Must you incessantly bring it up? I am a peerless Delaw. Do I not deserve some dignity? Senior, you must understand that I cannot join the Spirit Hall, nor can I betray the Sea God. Tang Dongfeng stated coolly. He was currently aligned with the interests of Sea God Island. As long as the Sea God's mark remained upon him, Sea God Island would stand by him. While the Spirit Hall boasted the likes of Bibi Dong, Qian Rinxue, and Hulaina, it held little allure for him. He was not a villain like Chow Chow, and had no interest in Bibi Dong, who now resembled a madman bent on world destruction. As for Hulaina, she was merely a little fox, lacking the allure of Guyu. I wish to ask, young brother, that you keep an eye on Schwerer within your capacity. Qian Daolu's life had been somewhat tragic. He was once a paragon of excellence, a rarely seen elder of the Spirit Hall, and later a revered elder of the Doloa Hall, yet he ended up with a son who was the weakest titled Doloa. It was also unfortunate that after being rejected by Poseidon, Qian Daolu had settled for a woman to bear Qian Xuanji. Fortunately, Xue es parents possessit extraordinary martial source. which granted Qian Daolu a glimmer of hope. However, this hope came at the cost of his life. On the day after Qian Xuanji's death, he sensed the power of the divine within Bibi Dong. Having already accepted the divine inheritance, it was highly likely that Qian Rinxue, as her daughter, would also be capable of receiving the inheritance of the angel god. After all, Qian Rinxue bore the exceptional genes of both her parents. In the entirety of the Dolua continent, there has never been another innate level 20. Yet, Qian Daolu remained apprehensive. Bibi Dong harbored a profound disdain for this child, and it was uncertain how their relationship would evolve once she ascended to godhood. Upon encountering Tang Dongfeng, Qian Daolu sought to secure an ally for Qian Rinxue, ensuring that when Bibi Dong took action, Qian Rinxue would not be left without someone to confide in or strategize with. The Holy Maiden, with her intelligence and abilities, seemed quite capable of managing on her own. Tang Dongfeng understood their dynamics. Perhaps Qian Daolu was being overly pessimistic. As long as he eliminated Tang San and his companions, no one would pose a threat to Qian Rinxue in the future. Some matters, young brother, you will comprehend in due time. You possess the potential for divinity. Do not squander Poseidon's hopes. Should you require anything on land, feel free to use this feather to contact me. Qian Daolu handed a feather to Tang Dongfeng, and with a swift flap of his 3 pairs of wings, he vanished into the Stardow forest. Moments later, Qian Rinxue emerged from the cave, landing gracefully before Tang Dongfeng. Here, take this rope. She tossed a rope into his hands, having already bound Sea Dragon Delaw upon descending. I thought you would carry Uncle Sea Dragon back? Tang Dongfeng activated his second soul skill, enveloping his palm in a dark golden shield to avoid injuring himself. With someone so heavy, I can't fly with him. Qian Rinxue shot him a playful glare, implying that she was not someone who could be easily carried. There were distinctions between genders that warranted caution. By the way, has grandfather already left? She quickly shifted the topic, glancing around but failing to spot Qian Daolu's figure. At his speed, he would likely have returned to the spirit hall by now. Yes, he has gone, Tang Dongfeng replied, pulling Sea Dragon Dolua upwards, while Qian Rinxue showed no inclination to assist. It seemed her promise had been in vain. Did my grandfather say anything to you before he left? Qian Rinxue's cheeks flushed. Her sudden summoning of Qian Daolu had been to be with Tang Dongfeng, raising her concerns about what questions might arise. The elder entrusted me with your care, and I casually agreed, Tang Dongfeng said, which was tantamount to an implicit commitment upon receiving the feather. You agreed? Qian Rinxue, unaware of her own delight, found her lips curling upwards. Indeed, but I, Tang Dongfeng, am not one to keep promises. He grinned, having merely spoken casually. He had previously pledged to Poseidon to return promptly to complete his divine trials and inherit the title of sea god. Additionally, he had promised Ning Fengji to seriously consider marrying Ning Rongrong, uniting with the 7-treasure glazed tile school. He had also assured Sea Dragon Dolaw that he would never entangle himself with land soul masters. In truth, he had done none of these. Tang Dongfeng, you are insufferable, Qian Rinxue retorted indignantly. She had never encountered someone so shameless, treating his own words as mere jest. You're quite the troublemaker, she added as Sea Dragon Dolaw grasped the rope and leveraged it to pull himself from the earth. Given Tang Dongfeng's pace, he could only wonder how long he would have remained inside. Look at you now, still wanting to hit me? Tang Dongfeng helped him untie the ropes. This past month, I've been unable to use my martial soul. Will I not be able to take advantage of Sea Dragon Dolaw in the future? Once he returned to Sea God Island, he intended to relay every word spoken to the high priest. The audacity of this fellow to deceive him was intolerable, especially deceiving Poseidon as well. Enough, you two. Cease your bickering. We must leave the Stardow forest first, Qian Rinxue interjected. The commotion would undoubtedly attract the attention of formidable soul beasts. If they lingered any longer, departing would become exceedingly challenging. After all, with Sea Dragon Daw temporarily incapacitated, Qian Rinxue was merely a soul emperor, and Tang Dongfeng still a great soul master. She doubted Tang Dongfeng could summon that nuclear explosion technique immediately. Typically, such an arcane skill required at least 3 days of cooldown. At that moment, deep within the Stardow forest, in a verdant lake, Dition questioned, Master, why must you prevent me from capturing him? He found it perplexing that human is undoubtedly unique and may possess alternative cultivation methods. Such extraordinary techniques could liberate soul beasts from their plight, ceasing their suffering at the hands of humans. When humans no longer require soul rings, soul beasts would no longer face mass slaughter. If this continues, they will inevitably face extinction. Do not question, just proceed, came the curt reply. After Tion departed, Guyuna's eyes glimmered with a chilling resolve. Nar, can you bring me good news? The essence of Nar, a manifestation of Guyuna, was meant to delve into the human world. Staying close to Tang Dongfeng was undoubtedly a wise choice, for he was surrounded by the inheritor of the angel god and a title de law endowed with divine soul rings. Perhaps upon Nar's return, she would bring delightful surprises. Meanwhile, as Tang Dongfeng and his companions exited the Stardow forest, the system's voice suddenly resonated. Ding! Congratulations! Host has annihilated. Chapter 58. Selection reward of 100,000 year soul bone. Congratulations. Host has obliterated Zhao Wujia. Points multiplied by 100, gaining 1,500 points. Congratulations. Host has vanquished Tang Hao. Points multiplied by 100, acquiring 5,000 points. Congratulations. Host has flung Tang San a distance of 17,600 meters. Points multiplied by 20, obtaining 2,000 points. As the system's announcement echoed, Tang Dongfeng abruptly halted. How can this be? He stared in astonishment at the familiar in ahead. Even Tang Hao had been destroyed, yet Tang San remained alive? Was it fair to say this was outrageous? Or should he acknowledge Tang San's exceptional luck as the child of destiny? With the fortune of the Dolua continent shielding him, eliminating him would undoubtedly require considerable effort. Tang Dongfeng, what troubles you? Qian Renshue inquired, her brows furrowing in confusion at his murmurs. Now that they had left the Stardow forest and returned to the inn, they were unlikely to encounter soul beasts again. If such a place, situated outside the Stardow forest, had been prone to soul beast attacks, it would have long been destroyed. Nothing, I just realized I've broken through to level 24, Tang Dongfeng deflected, having absorbed an overwhelming amount of nuclear radiation recently, causing yet another breakthrough. What was to be done? Could he not even maintain a natural growth rate of 2 levels per year? How about we rest a night at the inn and return tomorrow? See Dragon Delois, who had been silent, promptly shifted the topic. It seemed that Tang Dongfeng had discovered something significant, eliciting his surprise. However, not wishing Qian Renshue to be aware, he redirected the conversation. Knowing Tang Dongfeng's perceptiveness surpassed even his own as a super Delois, I want to go in. I must inform Elder Snake Spear of my safety to prevent him from seeking aid from the Spear Hall. Due to the severe injuries inflicted upon Snake Spear Delois, combined with the depletion of his soul power by Sea Dragon Delois, Qian Renshue had entrusted Snake Spear Delois to them during their retreat. In the vast forest of Stardow, as long as she does not confront soul beasts head-on, even a 10,000-year soul beast poses no threat to her. After all, Qian Renshue's speed, amplified tenfold, reaches an astonishing level. Typically, a 10,000-year soul beast wouldn't even catch a glimpse of her silhouette. Take care, princess, Tang Dongfeng said with a respectful bow, turning away without a backward glance as he headed towards the inn. Behind him, Sea Dragon Delois cast a glance at Qian Renshue, shrugged in resignation, and promptly followed after Tang Dongfeng. Qian Renshue's mouth opened slightly, as if she wished to say something, yet words failed her. Tang Dongfeng, you are no man, she finally muttered to herself after a long pause, stamping her foot in frustration before turning to leave. What is this? We're about to part ways. And you just say take care and walk away? You're so nonchalant, not even looking back. What a scoundrel, turning your back on me. In the Stardow forest. It was you who brought me to safety. Meanwhile, after catching up with Tang Dongfeng, Sea Dragon Delois was panting heavily, his complexion pale. Dongfeng, what on earth happened? Sea Dragon Delois asked, feeling quite helpless. He had been weakened for a month and depended on Tang Dongfeng for protection. I blew Tang Hao to smithereens. Tang Dongfeng replied indifferently. He could not comprehend how Tang San could still be alive. After all, he had been blasted over 10,000 meters away. How could he possibly survive? Tang San, is this luck a bit excessive? Sea Dragon Delois sighed in relief. That's quite good. We won't have to fight so desperately anymore. Every encounter with Tang Hao had been a life or death struggle for the three of them, and honestly, he was terrified of facing Tang Hao again. If he hadn't succeeded in killing Tang Hao this time, he would have to remain on high alert every day, fearing Tang Hao might come to invest in Heavendo City. However, Tang San was still alive. In Tang Dongfeng's mind, Tang San's significance was paramount. Even the system's scoring mechanism allocated him a base score of 100, while Tang Hao only received 50. He's merely a great soul master. What is there to fear? To Tang Dongfeng, Tang San was inconsequential, easily dispatched with a mere finger. Without Tang Hao's protection, Tang San was nothing. Unlike Tang Dongfeng, who could flatten several hundred miles when it came to a fight, the situation of surviving an explosion was far from simple. Uncle Hai, you don't understand. Tang San possesses twin martial souls and the potential to ascend to godhood. If he is allowed to grow, he will be far more terrifying than the entire Haotian sect. Tang Dongfeng entered the inn and booked 2 rooms. The system seemed to have provided something earlier, but with Qian Rinchu and Uncle Hai present, he refrained from checking. Upon returning to his room, Tang Dongfeng promptly laid down on the bed. System, please display the rewards for acquiring points once more. He closed his eyes, feigning sleep. In reality, the system's grand screen had already projected itself in his spiritual sea. Congratulations to the host for obliterating Zhao Wujia. Reward: 1 random soul bone of 30,000 years. Congratulations to the host for turning Tang Hao into ashes. Reward: 1 selection box for 100,000 years soul bone. The 2 messages arrived in his consciousness like emails. System, extract the 30,000 year soul bone first. Tang Dongfeng did not rush to check the 100,000 year soul bone. Such treasures deserve to be savored at the end for a sense of ceremony. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the right arm bone of the explosive flame. A small, glowing red bone appeared in his inventory. This soul bone seemed quite promising, accompanied by a soul skill called Flame Explosion Strike. It could unleash a powerful explosive flame attack instantly, with minimal soul power consumption. The Sea Heart Flame is dual attribute. Could it be that I must absorb all attributes from this soul bone? The more Tang Dongfeng pondered, the more dubious he felt. Should he absorb it or not? Absorbing it would undoubtedly enhance his physical strength, allowing him to amplify the energy output from his nuclear fusion reactor, thereby directly augmenting his own power. He decided to hold onto the 30,000 year soul bone for now. System, what options do I have for the 100,000 year soul bones? Tang Dongfeng was skeptical of the system's merchant-like tendencies. Right leg bone of Blue Silver Emperor, right arm bone of the Azure Bull Python. The system's selection box was indeed absurd, presenting him with a choice. The right leg bone of Blue Silver Emperor came with 2 soul skills, self-repair and flight. Self-repair was easily understood, akin to the healing provided by Yi Lingling's 9-heart begonia, which offered self-healing. However, this ability was most effective in areas abundant with blue silvergrass. The flight ability was rather useful in the Dolua continent, unless one was a flying soul master. One had to reach level 90 to fly. Currently at level 24, he was unsure if the energy generated by nuclear fusion could enable flight. The right arm bone of the Azure Bull Python was accompanied by 2 soul skills, Azure Bull's Claw and Azure Silent Thunder. The latter was a soul skill he lacked. Tang Dongfeng flipped over, grappling with his indecision. The Azure Bull's Claw could ignore the physical defenses of enemies, with a locking and pursuit effect. Once it struck an opponent, their 6 senses and physical mobility would be dulled tenfold. This skill lasted up to 10 seconds, but its obvious drawback was the 4 seconds of charging time. If combined with a nuclear explosion, the results would transcend simple addition. This skill could effectively resolve the issue of Tang Dongfeng being unable to control his enemies. Thus, he found himself torn between which 100,000 year soul bone to choose, as both seemed to be essential. Chapter 59, Brother Shui, you almost missed me. The Azure Bull Python soul bone also had a soul skill called Azure Silent Thunder, a potent single-target attack skill that was of little use to Tang Dongfeng. System, I choose the right leg bone of Blue Silver Emperor. In comparison, the skills of the Blue Silver Emperor's soul bone were more practical for him. As for the powerful control-type soul skills, he could plan to acquire them from the Sea God. The Sea God's trident was the core of the ocean's boundless shield, which was accompanied by the Sea God's 13 forms. The first form, Unstable Winds, was an exceptionally strong control skill. With a minimum control duration of no less than 8 seconds and no lengthy charging time involved. Thus, he opted for the self-repair and flight abilities of the Blue Silver Emperor soul bone. Tang San, your bones are now in my possession. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 right leg bone of Blue Silver Emperor. Would you like to absorb it now? The system's voice immediately echoed in his mind. Absorb. As soon as Tang Dongfeng spoke, the absorption of the right leg bone of Blue Silver Emperor was completed. The system's offerings were undoubtedly exquisite. Absorbing the soul bones and soul rings from the system was as simple as equipping a weapon in a game. Without any cumbersome process, it was accomplished with a single click. In the eyes of outsiders, what seemed to be an arduous task of absorbing a 100,000-year soul bone was completed in a mere second. Congratulations, host. Your physical strength has reached the Soul Sage level, and your soul power is now at level 30. You can absorb soul rings up to 50,000 years. Following this, Tang Dongfeng experienced a surge in soul power and physical strength after absorbing the soul bone. Am I absorbing so much nuclear radiation? Tang Dongfeng's expression turned quite peculiar. I find myself grappling with the notion of being a normal person. System, access the control panel. Tang Dongfeng is equally at a loss. He has endeavored to avoid absorbing nuclear radiation, yet his capabilities do not permit such a luxury. A moment of carelessness has caused his soul power to surge dramatically, propelling him directly to the level of a quasi-soul master. Name, Tang Dongfeng. Age, 12 years. Soul power, level 30 martial soul. Ocean Heart Flame soul skills. First soul skill, 510 years Golden Crow Flame. Enhances the temperature of flames, endowing Ocean Heart Flame with supreme fire attributes. Second soul skill, 2,500 years Dark Gold Guardian. Imbues him with Dark Gold defensive attributes. Dark Gold Flame. Endows Ocean Heart Flame with supreme golden attributes. Soul Bone, 100,000 year Blue Silver Emperor Right Leg Bone, Self-Repair. Flight Divine Skill. Handcrafted Nuclear Bomb. Current. Nuclear Fission. Points. 9252 items. Red Dust Sanctuary. NAR. 30,000 year Explosive Burning Flame Right Arm Bone. In light of this, his statistics appear to be quite favorable. Currently, his points are substantial, and it is evident that seeking the original protagonist group for point accumulation is a swift means to wealth. Since Tang San has not perished, he shall serve as the most formidable stepping stone on Tang Dongfeng's journey of point accumulation. System, exchange for the 10,000-year divine bestowed soul ring. Tang Dongfeng intends to absorb the third soul ring, thereby directly ascending to the rank of a soul master. Ding, exchange successful. 1,000 points consumed. Immediately thereafter, Tang Dongfeng felt a warm current coursing through his body. Subsequently, he successfully broke through his level 30 bottleneck. Brother Shui, you shall surely be astonished when you discover I am a soul master. Slowly, Tang Dongfeng rose from his bed and ambled towards the window. 3 soul rings, 1 yellow, 1 purple, and 1 black, lay at his feet. The divine bestowal soul rings from the system are directly matched to his maximum absorption capacity. Thus, the black soul ring possesses a shade of profound depth. Third soul skill, Greenwood Prison. With a commanding shout, Tang Dongfeng observed as the trees in the forest were enveloped in a layer of green flames. Within that verdant blaze, the trees grew wildly, intertwining chaotically in the forest, wreaking havoc in all directions. With a swift motion of his right hand, resilient vines initiated a strangling attack, instantly snapping a tree that required 2 people to embrace. Greenwood Flame. Following this, Tang Dongfeng released his control over the soul skill. The black soul ring beneath him glimmered, and in his hand appeared a vibrant green flame imbued with immense vitality. Could it be that this ability to accelerate plant growth bears similarities to the spirit flame? It seems the spirit flame from Do Pa Tsangxiong also possesses the capability to stimulate the growth of medicinal herbs and plants. Might he venture to the ice and fire yin yang to expedite the growth of those celestial herbs to 100,000 years? Thus, he promptly set off to the neighboring area. Uncle Hailong, let us return to the prince's mansion. I am concerned for Nar. Using Guyu Na as an excuse, Tang Dongfeng prepared for an immediate return. Did you not entrust the snake lady to deliver Nar to the prince's mansion? Uncle Hailong had just finished his bath and was preparing to recuperate when this fellow came knocking at the door. Stop dawdling, acting like a woman. You, the illustrious Hailong Doluo, are being rather sentimental, aren't you? Tang Dongfeng directly pulled Uncle Hailong along, heading downstairs to settle the bill. Upon resuming their journey in the carriage towards Heaven Do City, Hailong Do remarked, "If you wish to dismantle my old bones, feel free to do so." He sat in the carriage, his back nearly giving way. Previously, he had not felt this discomfort, but upon becoming an ordinary person, he realized that the carriages of Do continent are designed for soul masters. Therefore, they are remarkably poor in terms of shock absorption. As a soul master, He felt no discomfort. However, as an ordinary person, he discovered it felt akin to riding a tractor. Look at your pitiful state. Let me assist you in your recovery, Tang Dongfeng said, flicking his finger to conjure a cluster of green flames at its tip. The power of the 100,000-year blue-silver Emperor Soul Bone activated immediately. Drawing upon the life force of plants within a 10-mile radius, he transmitted it to Hailong Doloa. Consequently, the flowers, grasses, and trees along their route withered and dimmed. When did you acquire a recovery soul skill? Hailong Doloa basked in the green flames, feeling utterly comfortable, nearly letting out a moan. The technique of the 100,000-year soul bone, spring breeze revitalizes life, allows for infinite self-repair as long as there are blue-silver grasses and plants nearby. Tang Dongfeng replied nonchalantly, a mere 100,000-year soul bone is nothing remarkable. It is no wonder you look down upon 100,000-year soul beasts, Hailong Doloa retorted with a hint of envy. As a pinnacle super-awe at level 96, he possessed only a single 100,000-year soul ring, one that he acquired post-divine examination, not through slaying a 100,000-year soul beast. Thus, upon encountering Xiao Wu, he had urged Tang Dongfeng to agree to the marriage alliance, seeking to reap the benefits without effort. However, it seems that Tang Dongfeng does not regard the 100,000-year soul ring or soul bone with any significance. Could this soul bone be a divine gift from the sea god? It is likely as he speculates. 3 days later, the two returned to Heaven Do City. Before the prince's mansion, Hailong Doloa appeared to be in good spirits. Over the past few days in the carriage, Tang Dongfeng had tirelessly replenished the flora. In just 3 days, he had entirely alleviated Hailong Doloa's aftereffects. Exercise caution. Do not fall for a beauty trap, Hailong Doloa advised, still reluctant to enter. With this time, he would rather seek out the 7-treasure glazed tile school to challenge the Sword Doloa. Very well, I shall assess how she has fared, Tang Dongfeng declared, striding directly toward the prince's mansion. Meanwhile, Hailong Doloa soared outside Heaven Do City, indeed preparing to confront the Sword Doloa in search of an opportunity to break through to level 97. As Tang Dongfeng approached the prince's mansion, guards notified Xue Qinghe of his arrival. Thus, upon entering, Xue Qinghe greeted him with a warm demeanor. Brother Dongfeng, at last, I have awaited your return. It is a relief to see you unharmed. The emperor is willing to offer. Xue Qinghe was about to divulge the maximum conditions she had negotiated with the Snow Knight Emperor. Firstly, she was not the true prince and aimed to win Tang Dongfeng over, thus seeking to maximize his benefits. However, Tang Dongfeng interrupted her before she could present her terms. Brother Xue, you nearly missed seeing me. As he spoke, Tang Dongfeng leaned into her, feeling a sense of grievance. Due to their height difference, he stood on his tiptoes, his face resting against Xue Qinghe's chest. Although devoid of muscle, her flatness felt somewhat abrasive. Brother Dongfeng, could you please release me? Xue Qinghe's hands hovered in the air, unable to embrace or refrain from embracing him. She was faced with an exceedingly awkward situation and could not express her anger. This insufferable Tang Dongfeng not only leaned against her, but also had the audacity to grasp her posterior. Brother Xue, do you find me distasteful as well? Brother Dongfeng, such closeness between men is inappropriate. What do you think you are doing? Xue Qinghe gritted her teeth, tempted to give him a good thrashing. However, it seemed she could not best Tang Dongfeng, nor could the snake spear Doloa or the spike porcupine Doloa stand against Hailong Doloa. Ah yes, Hailong Doloa had employed secret techniques in the Stardow Forest and could not recover in a short time. Now that only a few days had passed, might she seize this opportunity to teach Tang Dongfeng a lesson? Let him leave without a backward glance, striding away with nonchalance. Brother Xue, I narrowly escaped death in the Starry Forest, and Uncle Hailong was gravely injured. I even lost Nar. Tang Dongfeng held her with a sense of grievance, his demeanor appearing quite disheveled. It is widely known that His Highness, Xue Qinghe, is a gentle soul. Given the immense blow that Tang Dongfeng has suffered, shouldn't you? Xue Qinghe, offer him some comfort? All right, Dongfeng, please share with Brother Xue what transpired. Xue Qinghe embraced Tang Dongfeng, restraining his movements to prevent further chaos. This fellow's behavior seems overly dramatic. A few days ago, Nar, Uncle Hailong, I encountered the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall in the Starry Forest. She is likely the daughter of the former pope, and possesses an angelic spirit. I am certain she is not Hulaina. Brother Shui, let me tell you, that holy maiden is exceedingly brazen. Relying on the title de law at her back, she attempted to coerce me into joining the Spirit Hall. But who is Tang Dongfeng? I am a brother to you, Brother Shui, and without a doubt, I would choose you over the Spirit Hall. Tang Dongfeng declared with righteous fervor. For the sake of Shui Qinghe, he would rebuff any enticements from other factions. Even if the holy maiden Qian Rengshu herself were to come, it would not sway his loyalty to Shui Qinghe. Dongfeng, your loyalty to Brother Shui is commendable, but should you offend the Spirit Hall, their retaliation could lead to dire consequences. Shui Qinghe gritted his teeth. She braced herself, her fists clenched in frustration. This scoundrel dares to accuse her of shamelessness while speaking so eloquently. Where is her angelic holy sword? Do not stop her. She intends to strike down the scoundrel Tang Dongfeng. Brother Shui, what do you take me for? Others may fear the Spirit Hall, but I do not. If they push me too far, I will retreat home for a few years, and once I become a titled Daw, they will not dare to provoke me again. Otherwise, it would be their own undoing. Tang Dongfeng chose to ease his grip on Shui Qinghe, though he did not fully relinquish it, still holding her wrist, exuding the determination to stand against the Spirit Hall for Shui Qinghe. It is truly tempting to give him a good thrashing. Dongfeng, do not underestimate the situation. Though you have the protection of title de Loa Hailong, two fists cannot contend with four hands. In this land, your safety must be paramount. The relationship between the Empire and the Spirit Hall has not yet deteriorated. If the Spirit Hall truly seeks to trouble you, even my father may not be able to shield you. Shui Qinghe spoke earnestly. She could already envision how Bibi-Dan would react upon discovering Tang Dongfeng's talents. If Bibi-Dan could treat his own daughter with such ruthlessness, how much more so would he be towards someone unrelated to him? Should Tang Dongfeng's existence threaten the Spirit Hall's impending plans, Bibi-Dan might not hesitate to eliminate him at any cost. When the Spirit Hall attacked Sea God Island, it was destined that this debt would need to be paid in the future. Tang Dongfeng snorted coldly, exuding the aura of someone prepared to confront the Spirit Hall to the bitter end. Shui Qinghe thought, I warned you against making enemies with the Spirit Hall. Yet you choose to argue with me? She tightly clenched her fists, suppressing the urge to strike Tang Dongfeng. Stay calm, stay composed. You are Prince Shui Qinghe, the poised and affable future monarch of the Tiando Empire. Tang Dongfeng is merely acting from the Empire's perspective, playing a part in the grand theater of life, not genuinely. This scoundrel has claimed he never keeps his promises. Consider it mere bluster. Shui Qinghe continually tried to remind herself not to lose her temper in public. Even surrounded by members of the Spirit Hall, there are no walls that do not have ears. She must restrain herself, avoiding the delusion that others could keep secrets. Even if discovered, it would not matter. She could attribute everything to the Spirit Hall, protecting her true identity. Brother, you are finally back. Suddenly Nar, having received word from the guards, rushed out of the room. During their time in the Starry Forest, Tang Dongfeng had instructed the Snake Lady to return her to the prince's manor, which had caused her great worry. Nar was quite astute and sensed that something had occurred. Brother and Uncle Hailong had not yet taken her to hunt soul beasts before sending her home, indicating that they were in danger. Nair, upon seeing Guyuna, Tang Dongfeng immediately released his hold on Shui Qinghe and embraced Guyuna, who was rushing towards him. Nair has been talking about you for days. It is wonderful to see you safe again. Shui Qinghe rubbed her wrist, which had been painfully gripped by Tang Dongfeng. While she was furious when he took advantage of her, she felt a twinge of loneliness as he distanced himself. It seemed that with Nair's arrival, all of Tang Dongfeng's attention had shifted away from her. Nair feared that her brother no longer wanted her. Guyuna wrapped her arms around Tang Dongfeng's neck, resting her head against his collarbone. Finally, she had found home, feeling warmth and no longer having to wander. In Guyuna's heart, wherever her brother was, that was home. Do not let your mind wander, little one. Brother has promised to protect Nair and will never break that vow. Tang Dongfeng caressed Nair's silver hair. Sensing her vulnerability, her body trembled slightly, like a small boat adrift on the vast ocean, at risk of being submerged at any moment. Really? Guyuna lifted her head, her silver eyes meeting Tang Dongfeng's gaze. Brother would never deceive you. Let us make a pact. Deceiving someone is the act of a little dog. Tang Dongfeng nodded, cradling Nair with one arm while extending his pinky finger with the other. Not only did he cherish Nair, but title Doa Hailong was equally devoted, always at her service. This fellow must have learned this from the sword Doloa. Title Doa Hailong seldom stayed by his side, often seeking battles with the sword Doloa at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. The bond shared between these two old fellows was forged through combat. Otherwise, title Doa Hailong would not have defended the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, allowing him to benefit from their little sister, Xiao Wu. Yes, Nader believes in her brother. Guyuna extended her pinky and hooked it with his. Witnessing this affectionate brother-sister moment, Xueqing's fists clenched once more. How could you, Tang Dongfeng, who claims to be untrustworthy, take Nara's promise so seriously? Why does your promise to her seem so genuine, even offering your life-saving soul guide, the red dust protection? Your blatant favoritism is so glaring. It does not belong to me. This damned sister complex. May you meet a miserable fate. Chapter 61. First Soul Skill, Silver Dragon's 1000 Junebreak. Tang Dongfeng. My father has laid out his conditions. Do you wish to hear them? Xueqing seized the opportunity to interrupt the intimate scene before her. This is my prince's manner. I should not feel like an outsider. Brother Xue, what conditions has His Majesty presented? Please tell me, so I can relay them to Uncle Hailong. Tang Dongfeng set Guyuna down and inquired of Qian Rengshu. Xueqing's expression gradually softened, a smile gracing her lips. Despite Nader being Tang Dongfeng's sister, for some reason, Qian Rengshu felt an unease. Perhaps it was due to Na's constant disparaging remarks about her in the Starry Forest. Dear brothers of the East Wind, through my relentless efforts, my father has consented to bestow upon you the national treasure of the Heavenly Do Empire, the Hanhai Chinkoan cover, demonstrating our utmost sincerity. Additionally, the Sea Dragon Doloa shall be conferred the title of a noble of a different surname, with the territory yet to be determined. Furthermore, Brother East Wind, you have also received the title of Viscount. Xueqing laid out, in detail, the conditions set forth by the Snowy Knight Emperor. This represents the utmost limit of the Emperor's concessions. After all, the weight of a noble of a different surname is profoundly significant. Moreover, the Heavenly Do Empire has also offered the Hanhai Chinkoan cover, a national treasure. As for Tang Dongfeng's viscountcy, it is merely an embellishment. I appreciate Brother Xue's hard work. Allow me to consult with Uncle Sea Dragon shortly. Tang Dongfeng did not immediately acquiesce. Although he was drawn by the allure of the Hanhai Chinkoan cover, he could not appear too eager. Brother Xue shall await your favorable response at the prince's residence. Xueqing was momentarily taken aback. Such terms warrant contemplation. What conditions did the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School propose? Was it offering the entire sect as a dowry? Upon reflection, this possibility indeed existed. The current generation of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School boasts two law without heirs, and their leader, Ning Fengji, has but one daughter, Ning Rongrong. This circumstance necessitates that the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School seeks an extraordinarily gifted spirit master to become Ning Fengji's son-in-law. Undoubtedly, Tang Dongfeng, along with the backing of Sea God Island, possesses the means to wager the entire sect. Were she in the same position, she too would gamble the entire sect for Tang Dongfeng. After all, should someone from the sect ascend to divinity, it could shine for a century or even a millennium. Furthermore, with divine protection, those beneath would feel emboldened. Brother, do you find my spirit ring beautiful? Suddenly, Guyuna tugged at Tang Dongfeng's sleeve. She stepped back, revealing her silver dragon spear, while a purple spirit ring slowly rotated at her feet. Nar, which spirit beast did you hunt? Tang Dongfeng furrowed his brow. He had originally planned to take Guyuna to the Setting Sun Forest the following day to hunt a spirit beast. However, Guyuna had already absorbed a 1000-year spirit ring. On our way back, we encountered a 1000-gene ant, and Grandpa Meng Shu helped me capture it, allowing me to successfully become a spirit master, Guyuna joyfully recounted. Although she had not personally captured the spirit beast, she felt a twinge of regret. Nevertheless, she now possessed the strength to protect herself. Nar, use your first spirit skill to attack me. Do not hesitate. Unleash your full power. You cannot harm me. Tang Dongfeng declared, a sea blue flame appearing in his palm. The shock of one yellow, one purple, and one black spirit ring left Xueqing utterly astonished. Tang Dongfeng, when did you become a soul master? In his astonishment, Xueqing forgot to maintain the fa-ade of brotherly affection. I was originally at the 29th level of spirit power and merely made a successful breakthrough Tang Dongfeng replied nonchalantly, fabricating a lie. Xueqinghe shot him a glare. Just a few days ago, you claimed to be at the 24th level. That third spirit ring, its blackness is rather deep, even deeper than her sixth spirit ring. Although this revelation was unexpected, it was also within reason. After all, Xueqinghe, as a soul emperor, could not contend with Tang Dongfeng, a soul master. Brother is so impressive. Nar also want a third spirit ring and to absorb a black one, Guyuna resolutely stated. For the next time they faced danger. She did not want to be the one who was protected. She wanted to grow stronger step by step. If her brother could achieve it, so could she. Nar, attack me. Tang Dongfeng nodded in acknowledgement of her words. With Guyuna's physical strength, it was indeed possible to absorb a 10,000-year spirit ring with some level of suppression. However, absorbing a 50,000-year spirit ring was out of the question. First spirit skill, power amplification. Guyuna called out, her purple first ring illuminating. Immediately, a stream of white light surged into her silver dragon spear, and she propelled herself forward with a powerful leap. Her small frame shot towards Tang Dongfeng like an arrow. Tang Dongfeng, cautious, realized that as a mere mortal, he could not withstand being pierced. Second spirit skill, Dark Gold Guardian. He enveloped his hands in a dark golden luster, bracing himself to absorb Guyuna's first spirit skill. A crisp clang resonated as Guyuna's spear struck his palm, leaving a faint white mark. Initially, Tang Dongfeng believed that this would be the end of their exchange. However, Guyuna suddenly leaped, her silver dragon spear shifting its technique. With a tremor, the spear unleashed a second wave of dark energy, forcing Tang Dongfeng to take a step back. It was in this brief moment of respite that Guyuna's silver dragon spear swept toward him once more. Tang Dongfeng reached out to intercept. After all, he did not need to resort to extreme measures against a 13th level spirit master. Yet upon contact with the silver dragon spear, he realized the sheer force behind Guyuna's attack was astonishing. Her might rivaled that of a 25th or 26th level power type spirit master. With a sudden flourish, Guyuna swung her silver dragon spear, sending Tang Dongfeng soaring. He quickly released the spear, regaining his balance to land steadily. Simultaneously, Guyuna's silver dragon spear struck like lightning, forcing Tang Dongfeng to retreat repeatedly. The surprises this young girl presented were simply overwhelming. First spirit skill, Silver Dragon 1000 Gene Break. Suddenly, Guyuna's first spirit ring shone brightly once more. Goodness, the spirit ring bore a built-in amplification. This was truly a first spirit skill. A silver dragon coiled around the shaft of the silver dragon spear. In the blink of an eye, the spear surged forth with unstoppable momentum, reaching Tang Dongfeng. At the moment the silver dragon appeared, Tang Dongfeng distinctly felt his second spirit skill, Dark Gold Guardian, weakened. The silver dragon spear was indeed a divine artifact, capable of significantly diminishing even the most extreme attributes. If a purely power-type spirit master were to face Guyuna's silver dragon spear, they would undoubtedly suffer greatly. Third spirit skill, Greenwood Prison. In a moment of urgency, Tang Dongfeng invoked his third spirit skill. As his third spirit ring illuminated, a green light wall enveloped Guyuna instantly. Her relentless advance was abruptly halted. The forceful thrust of her spear collided with the green light, producing a deafening roar. The tip of the silver dragon's spear exploded, dimming the Greenwood Prison slightly. Nar, are you trying to kill your brother? Xueqinghe remarked with exasperation. This girl was far too reckless. Tang Dongfeng was clearly holding back. Nonetheless, the fact that Nar could breach Tang Dongfeng's defenses suggested that her divine-grade martial soul was likely more formidable than his angelic martial soul. Was she truly just a 13th level spirit master? How could she rival her brother's prodigious talent? Xueqinghe suddenly felt his innate level 20 was not as impressive as he had thought. Never mind, it was my carelessness that led to this. Tang Dongfeng shook his head, dismissing the Greenwood Prison and releasing Guyuna. Standing aside, Xueqinghe slightly parted his lips, but ultimately remained silent. You just continue to dote on Nar. In the Stardow Forest, during her sparring session with Tang Dongfeng, she encountered a ruthless opponent. A sudden onslaught of the Buddha's wrath Lotus nearly left her dazed. Fortunately, the Elder of the Serpent Spear intervened. Otherwise, she would have undoubtedly sustained injuries. The disparity in treatment was glaringly apparent. Brother, does it hurt? Nar, using her soul skill for the first time, was oblivious to its immense power. Grasping his hand, She leaned in to blow gently on his wound, which was deep and severe, one that could heal only with timely medical attention. Nair, I'm fine. Your soul skill is formidable. Equivalent to the strength of a 25th level soul master, Tang Dongfeng calculated, recalling his own earlier use of 20th level soul power. He had been thoroughly dominated by Guyu Na, even having his soul skill suppressed by the Silver Dragon's might. Only 25? Guyu Na appeared rather disappointed. With her 13th level soul power, she could only produce the strength of a 25th level. When would she become as formidable as her brother? Nair, Arente you fight. Look at me, your brother Shui, who cannot defeat anyone at all. Shui Qinghe expressed his frustration, feeling the stark contrast to her expectations. In the past, she had relied on her martial spirit's advantages to face opponents of higher ranks. Even her grandfather had proclaimed her the most gifted individual of all time, surpassing even her own mother, the current pope of the Spirit Hall. Yet here was her brother at 24, able to conquer that formidable woman of 60 levels. While Nair might struggle, Guyu Na felt a deep sense of disappointment, having once believed she could rival a soul sage. Wasn't it said that only soul sages absorbed millennium soul rings? Her first soul ring was indeed a millennium old. Your brother possesses unparalleled talent. Just strive to catch up to him without burdening yourself too much, Shui Qinghe reassured her, tousling her hair before squatting down to pinch her small face. The bad woman you mentioned is right in front of you. Calling her that in the Stardow Forest is one thing, but why repeat it at home? Sniff, sniff. Big bowl of blood, it's all over. Guyu Na struggled to articulate her words as Shui Qinghe's affectionate gestures left her speechless. However, she did not resist, knowing he treated her well. Brother Shui, I'll take Nair to the 7-treasure glazed tile school and return shortly with an answer for you. Tang Dongfeng rescued Guyu Na, taking her hand as they prepared to head towards the 7-treasure glazed tile school. He wondered if Uncle Hailong and the Sword Doluo had finished their sparring. Brother Dongfeng, you're heading to the 7-treasure glazed tile school? Shui Qinghe grasped the significance of this and felt a surge of anxiety. If it were just her, she was confident in forging a friendship with Tang Dongfeng. Even if she couldn't bring him in her fold, she wouldn't simply push him towards the 7-treasure glazed tile school. However, Bibi Dong posed a considerable obstacle. Someone she could not confront directly. A woman who did not even acknowledge her own daughter. What right did Qian Renxue have to influence her decisions? I'm merely accompanying Nair to learn from Uncle Hailong while he spars with the Sordo. Tang Dongfeng activated his flying soul bone, launching into the air with astonishing speed, rivaling even Qian Renshue's basic velocity. Gazing at the departing figures, Shui Qinghe remained lost in thought. Tang Dongfeng, just how far along are you? You possess a flying soul bone. She struggled to comprehend the changes in him. Perhaps only the divine examination could elucidate this transformation. Yet her grandfather had mentioned that the divine examination of the angel god would enhance the lifespan of soul rings. Clearly, Tang Dongfeng was not satisfied with such outcomes. His first ring remained at 500 years, the second at 2,500, while the third soared to 50,000 years. Was the leap between them not excessively vast? Even if he absorbed soul rings from ferocious beasts, multiplying the first 2 by 10, it still seemed far too advanced. What formidable prowess would he possess after the divine examination? In that moment, Qian Renxue began to doubt whether her decision to act as a spy in Heaven Do was indeed wise. There were many ways to prove oneself. It was not necessary to engage in political machinations. Her once proud talent now lay trampled beneath another's feet. Tang Dongfeng, as the heir of the sea god, could suppress her. She could begrudgingly accept that. But what of Nair? With her first soul ring absorbed at a millennium, and her 13th level yielding the strength of a 25th level. Had she been capable of such feats had she trained diligently? Qian Renxue realized that since encountering Tang Dongfeng, she had faced increasing setbacks. Yet she was Qian Renxue, a girl who would never give up halfway. In the outskirts of 7-Treasure City, on a clearing spanning a kilometer, 2 individuals were engaged in combat. Terrifying sword energy and the power of water elements erupted in the air, scattering violently. The surrounding trees had long been uprooted, leaving a barren landscape. Not far off, 3 figures stood watching: Ning Fengji, Ning Rongrong, and the Bone Doluo. The combatants were the Sword Doluo and the Sea Dragon Doluo, exchanging blows where neither could gain the upper hand. It was undeniable that the 7-killing sword was indeed the world's foremost offensive martial spirit. Although the Sea Dragon Doluo possessed a higher soul power level, he dared not confront the Sword de Law directly. Of course, the scenario would have been entirely different had they been at sea. Father, look, those are Tang Dongfeng and Nar. Suddenly, Ning Rongrong spotted two dark figures approaching from the horizon, capturing the attention of both Ning Fengji and Gu Long. Greetings, Uncle Ning, esteemed Bon de Law. Tang Dongfeng landed gracefully before them, offering a respectful salute, with Gu Yuna mimicking his actions beside him. Tang Dongfeng, you finally remember Uncle Ning. You come to Heaven-Do City and head straight for the Prince's mansion. Yet my seven-treasure glazed tile school seems unworthy of your visit? Ning Fengji playfully patted his shoulder, feigning annoyance, but with a smile that suggested a friendly exchange. Uncle Ning, you worry too much. I find being with you esteemed elders rather pressuring, so I sought respite with Brother Shui. Besides, my sister has a fondness for the pastries at the Princess Mansion. Tang Dongfeng replied with an awkward smile. He could easily navigate such social situations, deftly shifting the blame to Gu Yuna, since it was her fondness for the prince's delicacies that led them to stay there. Mish Nauer. The seven-treasure glazed tile school has plenty of delicious offerings as well. Later, I shall have Rongrong take you to try them all. I believe you will enjoy them. Ning Fengji remarked, for his school was rich in resources. If the prince's mansion could entice Nar with pastries, surely his school, brimming with chefs, could win over a young girl. Tang Dongfeng, why didn't you greet me? Ning Rongrong pouted, hands clasped behind her back, looking at him with playful indignation. Chapter 63. Sword Brother, I advise you not to act impulsively. Mississippi Tang Dongfeng was compelled to acknowledge Ning Rongrong. However, he addressed her with a formal title, much like he did with the Bon de Law, while he felt a closer bond with Ning Fengji, referring to him as Uncle Ning. Sister Rongrong, Guyana sweetly called out, since her brother had already addressed the young lady, and considering the many gifts Ning Rongrong had bestowed upon her. This affectionate Rongrong sister brought boundless joy to Gu Yuna's heart. Nar is indeed the most well-behaved. In a while, Rongrong's sister will take you out for a meal. Don't be shy around your sister. It seemed that Ning Rongrong had found her significant place in Gu Yuna's life, perhaps due to her lack of presence around Tang Dongfeng. Thus, this title of Rongrong's sister filled her with immense happiness. Nar, you may go with the young lady to eat. I have matters to discuss with Uncle Ning, Tang Dongfeng said, patting Gu Yuna's head. Gu Yuna's eyes sparkled, thrilled at the prospect of more delicious food. It appeared that in this world, only her brother and good food were worthy of her devotion. After the two departed, Tang Dongfeng turned his attention to the battle unfolding in the arena. The clash between the Sword de Luo and the Sea Dragon de Luo had reached a fever pitch. With his self-created soul technique, he merged with his sword. The Sword de Luo's 7 kills sword pointed skyward, his martial soul materializing behind him in the shape of the sword. He then charged a massive 7 kills sword toward the Sea Dragon de Luo. The essence of his spirit was entirely infused into the 7 kills sword, causing him to momentarily fade from view. The Sword de Luo unleashed his most powerful strike, hurtling toward the Sea Dragon de Luo with thunderous force. The speed of the 7 kills sword was akin to lightning, reaching the Sea Dragon de Luo in an instant. Although the outside world claimed the Sword de Luo to be a level 95 title de Luo, this old fellow's strength was far beyond such simple classification. With his 9th soul skill, the dragon regrets, the Sea Dragon de Luo, his 10,000-year spirit ring glimmered, and a cerulean divine dragon burst forth. The surrounding water elements swiftly coalesced around the divine dragon, forming an exquisite water dragon. This 10-zhang-long water dragon, with a flick of his hand, swept toward the Sword de Luo's 7 kills sword, accompanied by a thunderous explosion. The sword's aura shattered the water dragon's form. The devastating sword surged toward the Sea Dragon de Luo. However, the Sea Dragon de Luo wore a calm demeanor, as though he had anticipated the failure of this strike. Suddenly, the head of the water dragon returned to a direct line with the two combatants. After circling around, the massive dragon head collided fiercely with the great sword. The Sea Dragon de Luo's dragon tail maneuver was designed to allow the 7 kills sword to penetrate the water dragon's body. 4 ultimate water not only weakened the sword's power, but also diminished its speed. Although the Sea Dragon de Luo was an offensive spirit master, the ultimate water dragon's defense was superior to that of ordinary defensive spirit masters. As expected, the 7 kills sword, after traversing through the ultimate water, lost some of its momentum. As the saying goes, one surge of energy leads to decline, and a third leads to exhaustion. The sword Doloa's formidable strike, imbued with his relentless spirit, was the culmination of his initial surge. However, the Sea Dragon Doloa's Dragontail maneuver allowed the 7 kills sword to pierce through the water dragon, marking the first weakening of the sword. In the end, when they clashed head-on, the 7 kills sword demonstrated its utmost potential. The power of the ultimate water dragon was concentrated in its head. As it struck the merged entity of man and sword, the sword's power was first diminished by at least 30%. In the air, the two overwhelming forces could no longer withstand the pressure and exploded. The massive sword dissipated, and the sword duel reappeared on the battlefield. The ultimate water dragon was shattered by the sword's energy, transforming into a torrential rain that poured onto the ground. This clash resulted in a draw for both combatants. Brother Sea Dragon, let us call it a day. If we continue, we may lose control, the sword Doloa stated. For him, this was the most powerful move he could restrain. The remaining techniques were too risky for friendly sparring. Brother Sword, I look forward to seeking your guidance again when the opportunity arises. The Sea Dragon Doloa nodded, having essentially exhausted his soul skills, without resorting to desperate measures. Neither could claim victory over the other. Brother Sword, Brother Sea Dragon, let us go inside the sect for tea and conversation. Ning Fengji stepped forward, inviting the Sea Dragon Doloa to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School for tea. After several hours of sparring, neither had managed to gain the upper hand. What do you think, Dongfeng? The Sea Dragon Doloa asked, not immediately agreeing, but seeking Tang Dongfeng's opinion. He merely acknowledged Chun Xin. This was not their first altercation. Previously, he had fought the Bone Doloa, who, unlike Chun Xin, had proven a formidable adversary. That old fellow was as resilient as a turtle, boasting incredible defense and spatial attributes. Without his third soul skill, which exerted a powerful suppression effect on dragon-type beings, it would have been nearly impossible to defeat the Bone Doloa within 1,000 rounds. Let us go sit down. Weren't you the one encouraging me to get close to Uncle Ning? Tang Dongfeng rolled his eyes. Since you have spoken, what can I say? As someone who struggled with social anxiety, the Sea Dragon Doloa's personal invitation suggested he had indeed struck a deal with Chun Xin. Dongfeng, I'm curious about your thoughts on Uncle Ning's proposal. Ning Fengji eagerly inquired as they traveled. It had been half a month since their last meeting, and Tang Dongfeng had promised to consider it. Uncle Ning, if it involves cooperation with the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, I could agree. However, regarding the engagement with the young lady, that remains a matter for further discussion, Tang Dongfeng replied sincerely. He truly found Ning Rongrong, the young lady, unappealing. Aside from her appearance, she seemed to possess little else of worth, and he genuinely had no need for assistance. Once he grew stronger, bolstered by the explosive power of the Buddha's Fury Lotus, he might even shift the continent itself. Who knows, one day, his nuclear explosion might cause the Sun Moon continent and Doloa continent to collide ahead of schedule. Dongfeng, you do not hold our little darling in high regard? The sword Doloa's expression darkened, his impulse to unsheathe his sword evident. Tang Dongfeng had repeatedly deferred, and anyone with a modicum of self-awareness would grasp the implication. Senior Sword Doloa, it's not that I wish to refuse, it's just that before leaving the island, Sister Xiao, she specifically instructed Uncle Sea Dragon to keep a close watch on me and ensure I wasn't swayed by terrestrial spirit masters. Tang Dongfeng quickly redirected the conversation toward the Sea Dragon Doloa. After all, on the main road, no one could likely contend with Poseidon, so he would divert the hostility toward her. The Sea Dragon Doloa nodded, momentarily forgetting about his predicament. It seemed that this opportunity could not be taken lightly. I must have a serious discussion with her. Just because she is not a sea spirit master, she dismisses Ronron? The sword Doloa, angered and humiliated, unleashed the 7-kill sword, felling a row of trees in the distance. Anyone who dared to obstruct his little darling from pursuing her happiness would first have to answer to his sword. Brother Sword, I advise you against being impulsive. The Sister Xiao she that Dongfeng mentioned is our Sea God Island's great offering, the Sea God Doloa Poseidon. The Sea Dragon Doloa did not wish to undermine Chun Xin, primarily out of concern that this old fellow might unwittingly provoke Poseidon, bringing trouble upon himself. Chapter 64. Establishing cooperation with the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School Senior Sword Doloa is not my intention to belittle you. But even Qian Daolu is no match for Sister Xiaoxi. It would be wise to temper your ambitions, Tang Dongfeng remarked, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. He could hardly believe that anyone would consider Sister Xiaoxi merely a youthful novice. After all, she is of the same generation as Qian Daoliu's father, appear among the unparalleled prodigies of their era, most of whom ascended to the status of super Daolu. Indeed, only Tang Chun and Qian Daolu have been deemed exceptional geniuses by Poseidon. A fierce glint flickered in Sword Daolua's eyes at the mention of Qian Daolu. The name was all too familiar to him, frequently invoked by his father. Sword Daolua's father was a formidable super Daolua of level 97, who had achieved this pinnacle at the age of 108. In that same year, he encountered his final opponent and suffered a narrow defeat. Before his demise, he imparted the knowledge of the vast chasm in strength that lay beyond the rank of 95 to Sword Daolua. Thus, when confronting someone of higher rank, Sword Daolua felt an innate sense of defeat, devoid of the audacity to charge forth with unyielding vigor. In truth, had he chosen to fight with all his might, even with the disparity in levels, he could have posed a formidable threat. A classic example is the battle of the level 82 Yang Wudi against the level 92 Serpent Spear Dawa, where, enhanced by Tang San's domain, he managed to seize the upper hand. It is often said that with daring, even the most insignificant creature can shake the mightiest of trees, let alone a human. Dongfeng, I have heard that you encountered the Saintess of the Spirit Hall in the Stardow Forest. What are your thoughts on this esteemed lady? Ning Fengji promptly shifted the conversation to spare Sword Daolua any embarrassment. His knowledge of their encounters came solely from the words of Long Gong and Shi Per. However, he only knew her as the Saintess of the Spirit Hall, lacking any other pertinent information. It is widely recognized that the Saintess is Hulaina, the vanguard of this golden generation, strikingly beautiful and immensely powerful. Reflecting on Qian Renxue, Tang Dongfeng could not help but acknowledge her beauty, far surpassing that of Ning Rongrong, who still bore the appearance of youth. After all, he had no inclination towards minors, and in his heart, adulthood was still defined by the age of 18 from his previous life. Once this saintess returns to the Spirit Hall, you may find yourself under the scrutinizing gaze of Bibi Dong. Ning Fengji subtly warned him, indicating that he had caught the attention of the Spirit Hall. Isolating themselves from allies, allying with the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School was their best course of action, and the most effective method of alliance would be through the marriage of the heirs of both factions. Uncle Ning, you are overthinking this. As long as the Offerings Hall does not intervene, I will be fine. The two titled Doluos, Guate Ju, cannot gain any advantage over me, Tang Dongfeng replied confidently. In the past, even at a level comparable to a Soul Emperor, he had managed to eliminate Tang Hao with the help of Sea Dragon Daolua. In terms of strength, Guiju was still inferior to Tang Hao. As for the two-instrument stasis domain, my soul power is not my only asset. Against the forces of a nuclear fusion reactor, true stasis is unattainable. Furthermore, the time it takes for them to unleash their martial soul fusion technique would be ample for me to create a nuclear bomb, resulting in a significant upheaval. Dongfeng, you must remain cautious of Qian Daolu and Bibi Dong. Ning Fengji expressed his bewilderment. How could Tang Dongfeng possess such unshakable confidence that the Offerings Hall would refrain from targeting him? Setting aside the antagonistic relationship between the Spirit Hall and Sea God Island, his talent alone would incite Qian Daoliu's murderous intent. Had it not been for Long Gong and Shipa, Ning Fengji might still be unaware of how Tang Dongfeng had concealed his abilities when facing Zhao Wujing at Shrek Academy. It was his belief that, as a teacher, Zhao Wujing would not unleash his full power. For Tang Dongfeng to have sent Zhao Wujing flying, injuring a soul sage renowned for his defensive prowess, was an unprecedented feat. Bordering on the fantastical, Ning Fengji leaned towards the notion that Tang Dongfeng must have employed some external means to inflict harm on Zhao Wujing. Yet, according to Long Gong and Shi Pe, Tang Dongfeng's inherent strength was indeed unfathomable. After all, he had been selected by Sea God Island, a figure of significance akin to a holy son. How could he possibly be an ordinary individual? In the entire Spirit Hall, it seemed only that Madwoman Bibi Dong would wish to eliminate me, Tang Dongfeng mused. As for Qian Daolu, that old man not only cherished Poseidon, but had also entrusted him with the care of Qian Renxue, even providing compensation. The two feathers adorning his left hand belonged to Qian Renxue and Qian Daolu, respectively. Dongfeng, you need not worry excessively. While the Spirit Hall is powerful, our three sects stand united against a common foe. We rise together, and we fall together, Ning Fengji constantly sought ways to draw Tang Dongfeng into his fold. Merely allying with Sea God Island and the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School would not suffice. Sea God Island lay far above the ocean, while the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School resided outside of Tiando City. Should any misfortune arise, he would have no time to seek assistance from Sea God Island. By the time reinforcements arrived, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School may well have vanished, and the mainland was not the stronghold of Sea Soul Masters. Unkle, Ning. I understand your intentions, but I truly cannot agree to this marriage. Otherwise, Sister Xiaoxi will surely not spare me, Tang Dongfeng replied with a resigned shrug. Every topic raised by Ning Fengji, though seemingly unrelated to his recruitment efforts, was ultimately aimed at drawing him closer. Brother Hailong, take me and Rong with you. I shall personally confront Sea Dragon Doloa, as long as his precious little darling is content. Even if the Sea God Island is fraught with peril, I, Chenexen, will venture forth. Sore brother, I fear I may be in for a beating, Sea Dragon Doloa nervously recoiled. When faced with the choice between his brethren and Poseidon, he would always choose Poseidon. Senior Sword Doloa, this plan may not be unfeasible. In a few days, we shall return to Sea God Island. Perhaps you could accompany us to demonstrate the sincerity of our intentions to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. After thorough discussion, Tang Dongfeng and Ning Fengji reached an agreement. They would take the 10,000-year-old beast belonging to Xiao Wu back to Sea God Island for safekeeping. Leaving it within the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School would ultimately pose a threat, as the Spirit Hall might arrive unannounced at any moment. Once they set a date, Tang Dongfeng departed with Nar. On their way back to the prince's residence, the three walked side by side, with Sea Dragon Doloa remaining somewhat silent, likely preoccupied with the thought of incurring Poseidon's wrath upon their return to Sea God Island. Uncle Hailong, do not fret. I will bear any issues that arise, Tang Dongfeng replied nonchalantly, contemplating how to acquire the Sea God's trident. With his current strength, wielding the Sea God's trident should suffice against lesser-titled Doluos, thus avoiding the need to rely on nuclear explosions in perilous situations. One cannot walk along the riverbank without getting their shoes wet. I might just perish one day under a nuclear blast. Get lost. When have I not been the one to endure the beatings while you stand by and watch? Sea Dragon Doloa retorted, his fists clenched. After 6 years away from Sea God Island, had he even taken a glance at the Sea God's 9 trials? He could almost envision Poseidon swinging her fist at him upon their return. Though it might sting a bit, he secretly relished the thought. Chapter 65. Preparing to flee after devouring everything. Are you not enjoying yourself? Tang Dongfeng mokin li in guit. This fellow harbored a secret admiration for Posey, and even while being struck by her, the corners of his mouth would curve upward. You speak nonsense. I was simply unable to resist. If I possessed the strength of a supreme Doloa, how could I have been beaten without the means to retaliate? The Sea Dragon Doloa retorted with indignation. Once he attained the esteemed rank of a 99-level Supreme Doloa, his first action would be to confess his feelings to Posey. It is said that hitting is a form of affection, and the fact that Posey only struck him must be due to his unique status. Awakened to reality. By the time you become a Supreme Doloa, I could obliterate deities, Tang Dongfeng said, pulling Nar along to hasten their pace. Deliberately distancing themselves from the infatuated Sea Dragon Doloa. In the world of the Sea Dragon, it was either Posey or fighting. This was also the reason he maintained a good relationship with the Sword Doloa, while ignoring Ning Fengji and the Bone Doloa. It was simply because Ning Fengji was too weak to pose a threat, and the Bone Doloa's Bone Dragon was conveniently countered by a Sea God Dragon, making it akin to childish play. Such trifles were hardly worthy of a Sea Dragon Doloa's attention. Dongfeng, have you truly considered this? The Sea Dragon Doloa was apprehensive that Tang Dongfeng might inadvertently offend both the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School of the Heavenly Do Empire. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was exceedingly generous, providing him with a 100,000-year-old beast, yet he was still greedy for gifts from the Heavenly Do Empire. This was rather excessive. What do you know? A 100,000-year-old beast cannot be compared to the treasures of the Heavenly Do Empire, Tang Dongfeng declared, disregarding the Sea Dragon Doloa and striding directly into the prince's palace. This time, the Sea Dragon Doloa did not leave, but followed them inside. Since Tang Dongfeng had departed that morning, Xueqing's heart had been in turmoil. She was deeply concerned that Tang Dongfeng might succumb to the enticing conditions presented by the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Yet he had promised her grandfather to look after her. Xue was worried that Tang Dongfeng, being brash and impulsive, would not withstand Ning Rongrong's charms, which is why she had chosen to reveal her true self and orchestrate a chance encounter with him. Logically, Tang Dongfeng should have favored her. However, could this fellow be understood through logic? Xue had never been able to see through him. Beneath that handsome visage lay countless secrets. Brother Dongfeng, Senior Sea Dragon. Sister Naer, you have finally returned. Xue exclaimed, having received a message from Elder Shimao. She immediately stood up to greet the trio. Finally back. Brother Xue, I miss you so much. Come here for a hug. Tang Dongfeng opened his arms as usual and approached Xue. However, the bewildered Xue found herself enveloped in his embrace, her entire being stiffened in place. What was going on with this guy? Did he truly not guess her identity? Or was he merely teasing her? Xue, along with the guard accompanying Qianrenxue, was the same person. How could the Sea Dragon de Luo possibly remain oblivious? Yet Tang Dongfeng displayed some aversion towards Qianrenxue while being particularly close to Xue, leaving her utterly perplexed. Brother Dongfeng, be gentle. Xue blushed crimson as she felt the pressure of his embrace. Fortunately, the simulation ability of the Angel Soul Bone altered the perceptions of those around them. Thus, aside from the softness of her body, Tang Dongfeng's hold felt akin to embracing a man. Only Xueqinghe's own sensations were authentic, as she truly felt taken advantage of by Tang Dongfeng. Brother Xue, you cannot imagine that old fox Ning Fengji insisted that I marry Ning Rongrong. Otherwise, I would not receive that 100,000-year soul bone. You know my character. How could I ever be coerced? Because of this matter, Uncle Sea Dragon even fought with the Sword de Law, leaving me filled with rage. They should have negotiated properly. Yet that old bastard insists I marry into the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Does he truly think I, Tang Dongfeng, would covet such a thing? Hee, you are the best to me, Brother Xue. Even the Emperor Xue, ye gave away the national treasure. Tang Dongfeng released Xue, playfully mocking Ning Fengji. It appeared as if their negotiations had faltered, resulting in the 2 titled Duos clashing once more. Then it seems you did not reach an agreement, Xue noted, a glimmer of delight flashing in her eyes. How astonishing that they could even produce a 100,000-year soul bone so readily. The Spirit Hall's understanding of the strength of the 3 upper schools was still woefully inadequate. She needed to find a chance to relay this information back to the Spirit Hall, necessitating a re-evaluation of the foundation of the 3 upper schools. For a long time, the Spirit Hall had perceived the Sword and Bone Duos as their greatest threat. However, Xue had one query. If the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School possessed a 100,000-year soul bone, why did they not have a 100,000-year soul ring? Perhaps there was a titled Law within the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School who concealed a 100,000-year soul ring. The Spirit Hall could hide their strengths. And so too could the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Of course, this was not entirely definitive. There was another possibility. It could be that the 90-level soul de Law perished alongside the 100,000-year soul beast during a hunting operation, leaving behind merely the soul bone. Regardless of the scenario, it was not favorable for the Spirit Hall. Speaking of this makes me furious. That old bastard Chun Xian believes he can coerce me into submission due to his profound strength. Is that even possible? If not for Uncle Sea Dragon's injuries preventing him from taking me far away, I would have obliterated the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. The fierceness in Tang Dongfeng's eyes caused Xue to believe him somewhat. Unfortunately, this fellow was notorious for breaking promises. Hence, Xue remained cautious and did not fully trust him, as she had a gut feeling that Tang Dongfeng was spinning tales once more. Why once more? Brother Dongfeng. Then I shall assume you have agreed. Tomorrow, I will report to my father, the Emperor. Xue face lit up with joy. As the Crown Prince, securing a super de Law for the Empire would undoubtedly bring him immense advantages. Absolutely. You should consider what relationship I have with Brother Xue. Uncle Sea Dragon. If you dare come to me again, I will have you thrown out. Tang Dongfeng gritted his teeth, seemingly bearing the weight of considerable grievances in the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Dongfeng, I assure you, as long as I, Xue hold my position, whatever you wish to do, both I and the entire Heavenly Do Empire will stand as your unwavering support. Xue laughed heartily, feeling unusually cheerful, having fulfilled a heartfelt desire. The following morning, news spread within the Imperial Palace. Emperor Shui conferred upon the Sea Dragon Delaw the title of Sea Dragon King and granted him the territory of Xuanji City. He even bestowed the national treasure, the vast sea universe cover, as a symbol of his new status. Consequently, both Tang Dongfeng and Nader acquired the title of Viscount. Upon receiving the vast sea universe cover, the Sea Dragon Delaw immediately informed Emperor Shui that they would be returning home for a while, with no certainty as to when they would return. This left Emperor Shui quite displeased, feeling as though he had been swindled out of his most cherished possession. That afternoon, the Sea Dragon King and his companions departed from the Heavenly Dose City in a carriage. This maneuver astonished the entirety of Heavenly Dose City, leading to Shui Qinghe receiving scolding for her inability to retain the three individuals. In the evening at the prince's palace, Shui Qinghe wore a gloomy expression, her heart brimming with resentment. Yet she had no outlet for her frustrations. Young master. Meanwhile, a shadow appeared at the prince's residence. Uncle Qianjun, what is the situation over there? Shui Qinghe inquired promptly. Due to the Sea Dragon Dolua's influence, the Hall of Offerings had retained the stabbing porcupine law within the spirit hall, assigning another elder from the hall to assume the duties previously held by the stabbing porcupine. News from the Dark Guards reported that Chunxin had announced a retreat into seclusion. Ning Rongrong had vanished without a trace, and I sensed 4 distinct auras while aboard Tang Dongfeng's carriage. The information relayed to her by Qianjun de left Shui Qinghe visibly shaken. Tang Dongfeng, you deceitful scoundrel. How could you bring that little vixen home? Chapter 66. Chunxin, Rongrong, do not throw a tantrum. On the road to Hanhai City, Tang Dongfeng leaned against the inner side of the carriage while Gu Yunan nestled against his thigh, lost in a blissful slumber. Sword Dolua sat cross-legged in meditation nearby, while Ning Rongrong rested against him, sleeping as well. As for the Sea Dragon Dolua, he naturally took on the role of the driver, guiding them toward Hanhai City. With a sudden halt, the carriage came to a stop, waking the 4 inside due to inertia. Dongfeng, there's a Baozi shop ahead. Nader must be hungry, remarked the Sea Dragon Dolua upon spotting the establishment, decisively halting the carriage. With his title as a Dolua, he could easily endure days without sustenance. And Tang Dongfeng was also quite capable of enduring hunger. However, Gu Yuna, only at a level above 10, was indeed a little foodie who required her meals thrice a day. Very well, let us eat something before continuing our journey, Tang Dongfeng replied with a nod, gently pushing Gu Yuna's small hand aside to lift her into a seated position. It was amusing how, despite initially resting her head on his shoulder, she had somehow migrated to clutching his thigh in her sleep. Brother, how much longer until we arrive? Gu Yuna rubbed her drowsy eyes. There had been no delicacies along the way, and the monotony of sitting in the carriage was quite dull. In a few days, we shall reach Hanhai City and take some time to rest, Tang Dongfeng said, affectionately ruffling her silvery hair. Meanwhile, the 10,000-year-old beast that belonged to Xiao Wu had been stored within a ring capable of preserving living creatures. Tang Dongfeng, your home is truly far away. Ning Rongrong bolted. She too had found the journey quite tedious, alternating between training and sleeping. Senior Chunxin, let us disembark. Tang Dongfeng addressed Chunxin instead of responding to Ning Rongrong. For him, his collaboration with the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School was primarily focused on the unparalleled sword techniques. Individuals like Ning Fengji and Ning Rongrong, who served as support soul masters, held no appeal for him, regardless of their strength. No one could shield support soul masters from a nuclear explosion. Take, for instance, Sword Delua and Ning Fengji. Should they encounter his most powerful nuclear explosion, Ning Fengji would likely perish immediately. Sword descended from the carriage first, understanding Tang Dongfeng's intent, allowing his seniority to guide the way. Ning Rongrong followed suit, jumping down from the carriage and stretching her limbs, feeling sore all over. Nar, let us proceed, Tang Dongfeng said as he leapt down, taking Gu Yuna in his arms and setting her down. This treatment made Ning Rongrong quite envious. Brother Hailong, thank you for driving, Sword Delua said somewhat bashfully. Throughout their journey, it had been the Sea Dragon Delua at the reins. As the son of Sea God, Tang Dongfeng and the young Lady Nader would not be allowed to drive, and neither would Sword Delua let his beloved Ning Rongrong take the reins. Thus, the responsibility for driving fell solely upon the Sea Dragon Delua and Sword Delua. However, since Sword Delua was covertly heading to Sea God Island, he could not reveal himself. Boss, I'll take 4 baskets of baozi, Tang Dongfeng said as he found a stool beneath the bamboo shelter. The 2 girls likely wouldn't consume much, so he ordered only 1 basket for them, while each of the men took 1 for themselves. Dongfeng, are you certain you want to bring them to the island? Asked the sea dragon Delaw, who had posed this question numerous times over the past few days. Sea God Island was immensely prosperous and had no need for an alliance with the 7 Treasures glazed tile school. If I were to bring a few more titled Doluos, it would suffice. Tang Dongfeng's demeanor suggested he had little interest in Ning Rongrong, let alone the saintess of the Spirit Hall. In summary, the Sea Dragon Doluo held little faith in the 7 Treasures glazed tile school. On the contrary, the Sea Dragon Doluo believed that if Tang Dongfeng were to take Qianringsha with him, it would be akin to Sea God Island conquering the Spirit Hall without a single soldier raised. Without comparison, there's no harm, he mused. Hurry and eat, so we could be on our way. Tang Dongfeng rolled his eyes. He understood that his uncle was concerned about Poseidon's displeasure. But was that really an issue? Brother Hailong, what exactly are you afraid of? Sword Doluo asked disdainfully. Where did that spirited sea dragon Doluo go during the sparring session? Tang Dongfeng had reassured him, yet he remained overly cautious. Although the strength of the 7 Treasures glazed tile school did not match that of Sea God Island, they were by no means pushovers. Why were they considered insignificant? Is the grand offering a tigress? Gil Yuna innocently quitted. Previously, while at the prince's estate, Tang Dongfeng had shared stories with her. Once, he recounted a tale of a tigress, and she had been perplexed as to why a story about a person included a soul beast. Tang Dongfeng explained that a tigress referred to a fierce woman. Since then, Shuige had seemingly become much gentler. However, Ning Rongrong's image gradually became synonymous with that of a tigress in Nater's mind. Nar, do not speak carelessly. How could the grand offering be a tigress? Tang Dongfeng admonished. Look at what you have taught Nar. The grand offering is beautiful and kind-hearted. How can you tarnish her image? The sea dragon Doluo exclaimed, flustered. The little girl was known for her bluntness. If she mentioned it on Sea God Island, he would be in deep trouble. I believe Nar is correct. The grand offering, as described by Senior Hailong, is indeed a tigress. Ning Rongrong nodded silently, ever one to escalate matters, readily, supporting Gu Yuna. Brother Hailong, Rongrong is still a child. Do not be upset, Sword Doluo hastily interjected. Their visit to Sea God Island would be far different from being at home. He needed to find an opportunity to have a serious talk with Ning Rongrong. Should she offend the grand offering on Sea God Island? Even Sword Doluo's prowess might not be enough to shield her. Did Natra speak wrongly? The little sister Shiyu mentioned is indeed a tigress. Wait until we return, and you'll be in for a beating. Tang Dongfeng used a handkerchief to wipe the sauce from Natra's face. This little foodie always made eating appear so appetizing. Even the most ordinary meat buns seemed like a grand feast when she ate. After several days of hurried travel, Tang Dongfeng and his companions switched to a ship in Hanhai City. Once aboard, they sailed directly toward Sea God Island. At last, we are heading home. The sea dragon Doluo remarked with a wry smile. Sea God Island is indeed a place that inspires both love and fear. Is this Sea God Island? Sword Doluo gazed ahead at the magnificent and resplendent island, sensing several formidable auras emanating from it. He could ascertain that those individuals were at least titled Doluos. Brother Jian, on the ocean, even the esteemed Qian Daolu of the Spirit Hall and Tang Chun, the venerable patriarch of the Haotian sect, find themselves unable to contend with the Grand Priest. I can only brace myself to endure the consequences. Do take this into consideration. The sea dragon Delaw approached the sword Delaw, gently patting his shoulder. On Sea God Island, any disturbance cannot escape the perceptive awareness of the Grand Priest. Thus, it is prudent for everyone to act discreetly. The sword Delaw swallowed hard and decisively moved closer to Rongrong. Rongrong, once we set foot on the island, please refrain from throwing tantrums. We must strive to leave a favorable impression on His Majesty, the Sea God. He is a 99th level unparalleled Dolaw, while our 7 Treasures glazed sect combined cannot hope to match him. The sword Delaw affectionately tousled Ning Rongrong's hair, speaking with utmost seriousness. It was indeed his and the old man's fault for having indulged Ning Rongrong in the past. He wondered if this meeting would proceed smoothly. Chapter 67. The Sacred Pillar Assessment of Dusty Heart on Sea God Island, at the dock. As Tang Dongfeng and his companion's vessel docked, Yellow-robed soul masters immediately approached to investigate. They traveled on a ship belonging to Sea God Island, primarily used for transporting goods from the mainland. We have encountered the sea dragon. Upon recognizing the sea dragon Doloa, the yellow-robed soul masters knelt in reverence, paying their respects. Please rise. Is the grand priest present in the sea god palace? The sea dragon Doloa maintained an air of aloofness towards these yellow-robed soul masters, as the hierarchy on Sea God Island was strictly enforced. Reporting to you, Sea Dragon. The grand priest has not departed. After receiving this information from the yellow-robed soul masters, the sea dragon Doloa swiftly returned to Tang Dongfeng's side. Dongfeng, let us proceed to the sea god palace. He took a deep breath, hoping the grand priest would go easy on him this time. Nar, let us go. Tang Dongfeng took Guyuna's hand and walked directly towards the sea god palace. The sword Doa nodded at Uncle Sea Dragon and followed closely behind Tang Dongfeng. Young master, Sea Dragon, the grand priest has summoned you. Upon their arrival at Sea God Island, Poseidon's assistant immediately invited them into the palace. The trident emblazoned on his forehead signified his status as a peer to the grand priest. No one could bear his greeting, not even Poseidon herself. Sister Xiaoxi, I have returned. Tang Dongfeng entered as if he were arriving home, devoid of any pretense. Within the Sea God Palace, he sensed his tranquil soul power automatically beginning to circulate. If his soul power was typically dormant, entirely still, then within the Sea God Palace, it operated with a speed approximately tenfold that of an ordinary genius. With the aid of the power of belief, it was likely that within a decade of cultivation in the Sea God Palace, he could ascend to godhood. Dongfeng, won't you introduce your friends? Poseidon's cold visage revealed no emotion, yet her gaze subtly flickered towards the sea dragon Doloa. Uncle Sea Dragon felt a chill envelop him, as if plunged into a freezing abyss. This is Nar, my little sister whom I picked up on the way. Nar, fate shister xiaoxi. Tang Dongfeng tousled Guyuna's silver hair, nudging her forward. Sister Xiaoxi? Guyuna timidly called out. She had been quite fearful of Poseidon, having heard from the sea dragon Doloa that she was a formidable matriarch. Reaching level 13 at merely 6 years of age, your talent is impressive. Since you are Dongfeng's sister, then this Sea God Island shall be your home as well. In the future, there is no need to bow when you see me. Poseidon's eyes brightened as she sensed a trace of divinity emanating from Guyuna. This divinity is a special trait acquired by those who have encountered deities. Typically, individuals possessing divinity are chosen as successors by the gods. For instance, the trident upon Tang Dongfeng's forehead embodies the divinity bestowed by the sea god. The seed of divinity is the core of divine inheritance. Nar, brother has told you that Sister Xiaoxi is very approachable. Do not heed Uncle Sea Dragon's nonsense. You believe me now, right? Tang Dongfeng pinched Guyuna's delicate face. Upon receiving Poseidon's acknowledgement, a smile blossomed on Guyuna's face. It must be said that Nar still possessed the innocence of childhood, with every joy and sorrow clearly etched upon her features. The sea dragon Doloa was taken aback. What the? Tang Dongfeng, you truly are insufferable. We agreed that if anything arose, you would shoulder it alone. And yet, the moment we meet Poseidon, you have sold me out. The elder of the seven treasures glazed sect, Dusty Heart, accompanied by the young sect, Master Ning Rongrong, bowed deeply. We pay our respects to your majesty the sea god. The sword Doa maintained his upright posture, not bending in the slightest. He merely clasped his hands in greeting towards Poseidon, expressing his respect. You two are honored guests, and since you're Dongfeng's guests, you shall be esteemed guests of Sea God Island. Apart from the Sea God Palace, you may explore freely elsewhere on the island. Poseidon had no choice but to extend this courtesy to Tang Dongfeng, for he was the inheritor of the sea god. In the future, the affairs of this island would ultimately be decided by Tang Dongfeng alone. She was merely a servant of the sea god, destined to sacrifice herself for the new sea god. In truth, Poseidon harbored a lingering regret, which is why she had not pressed Tang Dongfeng to complete the sea god's 9 trials. She was not yet ready to meet her end. Thank you, your majesty the sea god. The sword Doloa carefully noted this. The existence of the Sea God Palace was akin to a forbidden ground for the seven treasures glazed sect, typically guarded personally by Poseidon, underscoring its significance. Dongfeng, take good care to guests. You all may leave now. Sea Dragon, stay behind. Poseidon turned and ascended towards the Sea God Palace. Having met everyone and granting them permission to remain on the island was sufficient for her. Sister Xiaoxi, I will take them out first. Please be gentle. Tang Dongfeng swaggered out of the sea god palace, holding Guyu Na in his arms. The sword Doa hastily pulled Ning Rongrong along, quickly following suit, leaving the sea dragon Doa alone to face the impending storm. Tang Dongfeng, you have truly betrayed me. The sea dragon Doa lamented inwardly, regretting having trusted Tang Dongfeng's words. Sea dragon, you are becoming increasingly skilled. Have you even learned to make Dongfeng plead for mercy? Poseidon scoffed, and soon, the sea god palace echoed with the anguished cries of the sea dragon Doa. Nar, let us hasten. Tang Dongfeng picked up Guyu Na and quickened his pace towards the sacred seahorse pillar. He intended to absorb the vast oceanic energies contained within. He also sought an opportunity to acquire the sea god's trident, the goal of this journey. Brother, will this be my home from now on? Guyu Na gazed at her surroundings, each new sight sparking her curiosity. She found herself enamored with this place, with a scent of the sea enveloped her, bringing comfort. Brother's home is also yours. Tang Dongfeng playfully pinched Nar's delicate nose, while Ning Rongrong could only watch them with envy. She felt as if she were merely a tool, a mere mascot representing the seven treasures glazed sect, utterly devoid of any real purpose. Uncle Seahorse, I have come to see you. Tang Dongfeng strode confidently towards the seahorse pillar. Young master, do not approach. The people of Seahorse City do not welcome you. Hurry back to your sea god palace. The seahorse law swiftly distanced himself from Tang Dongfeng, still haunted by the psychological scars left by past encounters. Behold the colossal fissure upon the seahorse sacred pillar, an exquisite creation of Tang Dongfeng. Sister, is brother very fierce? A shadow crossed Tang Dongfeng's face as he noted the ever-timid seahorse Dolaw, who, upon his arrival, acted as if a mouse had encountered cat. Was it truly necessary to be so intimidated after merely experiencing a few nuclear blasts? Uncle Sea Dragon had endured dozens, yet showed no fear. Brother, you are the best person in the world, Guyu Na exclaimed without hesitation, unable to tolerate any disparagement towards her brother. Those who spoke ill of him were undoubtedly wicked, with Qianren Shue being a prime example. Now, Nar had also etched Seahorse Doloa into her memory. Uncle Seahorse, cease your hesitance and prepare for the sacred pillar assessment. Senior Qinshin, please step forward. Tang Dongfeng had brought Qinshin to Sea God Island specifically for this evaluation, demonstrating his sincerity towards the seven treasure glazed tile school. He eagerly anticipated the formidable combat prowess of the sword Doloa, endowed with a 100,000-year soul ring. Only such a sword Doloa could serve as a valuable ally on the Doloa continent. Chapter 68. The Calculating Tang Dongfeng. Are you truly conducting the sacred pillar assessment for land-based soul masters? Seahorse Doloa expressed his reluctance. It was common knowledge that Sea God Island marginalized terrestrial soul masters, and he was no exception. Even if the individual was a titled Doloa, he would still offer no courtesy. After all, it had been the land's titled Doloa who had once launched an invasion against Sea God Island. Unfortunately, their strength fell short. Otherwise, Sea God Island might have been overrun. For sea soul masters, the presence of land soul masters was akin to desecrating their sacred ground. Do not waste time. Proceed swiftly. Tang Dongfeng signaled the sword Doloa to advance, leaving Seahorse Doloa with no alternative. As the guardian of the Seahorse sacred pillar, he was essentially a black-clad soul master, subordinate to Tang Dongfeng. Despite being a titled Doloa, he dared not show any negligence, especially since the Seahorse sacred pillar had already been bombarded by Tang Dongfeng multiple times. If it were to suffer further devastation, it could very well cease to exist. Experience the blessings bestowed by the Lord of the Sea. Seahorse Doloa wasted no more words and activated the blessing, causing the Seahorse sacred pillar to emanate a radiant light. Dark clouds began to coalesce violently in the heavens. Following a tempest of thunder and lightning, a solitary yellow beam broke through the clouds, illuminating the sword Doloa. As time passed, the radiant column enveloping the sword Doloa underwent a transformation in hue, shifting from yellow to purple and then to black. At the pinnacle of the Seahorse sacred pillar, 6 cards materialized, swirling like shooting stars before entering the sword Doloa's forehead. The black level 6 assessment is quite commendable, Tang Dongfeng remarked with satisfaction. The enhancement from 6 evaluations should yield a qualitative leap in the sword Doloa's power, as he was already at the pinnacle of level 95, on the verge of reaching level 96. Thank you, Dongfeng, the sword Daw expressed, realizing that the opportunity he had received was akin to a divine trial. However, he was limited to 6 assessments. Even if he succeeded, he could not attain divinity, only enhancing his strength somewhat. Senior Qinshin, with your talent in the black level, 6 assessments, you could likely inherit the legacy of a secondary deity. Tang Dongfeng calculated that to ascend to godhood, one would need at least a black level 5 assessment. Of course, if one were to become a divine servant or officer, the requirements would be less stringent. A secondary deity? The sword Delaw was momentarily taken aback. Having thought that divinity was beyond his reach, he was uncertain of the status of secondary deities. In the divine realm, primary deities were referred to as the main gods, totaling 18, with Sea God being the most powerful. In contrast, there were significantly more secondary deities, numbering 108. Tang Dongfeng elucidated the hierarchy of deities in the divine realm, and even Seahorse Daw listened intently, as he too was unaware of these divine secrets. It turned out that the Lord of the Sea was the most powerful among the 18 main gods. Dongfeng, are you suggesting that I have a chance to undergo the assessment for the secondary deity's inheritance? The sword Dolawa's heart swelled with joy. If he could attain divinity, the 7-treasure glazed tile school would no longer be vulnerable to oppression. Senior Qinshin, being able to undergo the divine inheritance assessment is one matter, but finding the divine inheritance is another entirely. This was not to dampen his spirits, but as far as the known deities were concerned, the sea god's legacy resided within him. The Rakshas's inheritance belonged to Bibi Dong, and the angel god was aligned with Qianren Shue. Aside from that, only the god of slaughter from the Slaughter City and the ice god from the extreme north remained. As for secondary deities, Tang Dongfeng had little knowledge, deeming them too insignificant to warrant attention. Dongfeng, is there a chance for Rongrong? The sword Dolawa's selfishness surfaced. Since Ning Rongrong was also present, could she not have a try? Forget it. Tang Dongfeng cast her a dismissive glance, shaking his head in disdain. In the original narrative, Ning Rongrong had undergone a red-level assessment, comparable to Poseidon's top-tier evaluation, due to her 7-treasure glazed tile having transformed into 9 layers through the divine herb. As for now, it was utterly hopeless. Dongfeng, do you look down on me? Ning Rongrong felt deeply aggrieved. She was clearly a level 9 innate soul power. How could she be considered weak? Others had proclaimed the 7-treasure glazed tile to be the strongest support in the continent. Yet in Tang Dongfeng's eyes, she seemed like a mere waste, nothing more. Dongfeng, it wouldn't hurt to give a try, would it? The sword Daw suggested tentatively. Observing Ning Rongrong on the verge of tears, her heart melting in empathy. Senior Qinshin, you should be aware that the 7-treasure glazed tile can only cultivate up to level 79. The young lady's martial soul has innate deficiencies. Participating in the Sacred Pillar assessment, she would only achieve a purple level assessment at most. However, Tang Dongfeng paused and did not continue. Dongfeng, do you possess a means to remedy Rongrong's martial soul deficiencies? The sword Dolua inquired excitedly. He saw a glimmer of hope in Tang Dongfeng's potential to rectify the flaws of the 7-treasure glazed tile. From the attitudes of the people on Sea God Island, it was evident that Tang Dongfeng's identity was not simple. That esteemed elder held him in high regard, and looking at Sea Dragon, who had been easily subdued, it was likely he would be bedridden for several days. Moreover, the trident upon his forehead bore an uncanny resemblance to Sea God Island's totem. Even several titled Duluos showed him profound respect, lowering their postures significantly. The sword Dulua harbored a bold conjecture that Tang Dongfeng might have received the sea god's inheritance. There were indeed solutions. Certain sacred sites on the Dulua continent housed divine herbs that absorbed the celestial light of heaven and earth, capable of remedying innate deficiencies in martial souls and even facilitating their evolution. After deliberating for a moment, Tang Dongfeng shared his knowledge with Qinshin and Ning Rongrong. Dongfeng, are you speaking the truth? Ning Rongrong exclaimed with unbridled joy. If such divine herbs truly existed, could she not also attain divinity? Even with her innate shortcomings. If the 7-treasure glazed tile could achieve a purple level assessment, what level might it reach after rectification and evolution? Black level? Perhaps even red level? In the heart of the sword Daw, he had always aspired to surpass his father and defeat his nemesis, Qian Daolu. In this moment, he glimpsed a path to vanquishing Qian Daolu. As for Ning Rongrong, she yearned to alter the fate of the 7-treasure glazed tile. which was cursed to never surpass level 79. Countless ancestors of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School have failed to accomplish what now seems possible through her. Since Tang Dongfeng is aware of the celestial herbs, it stands to reason that he might also be capable of locating them. Both Chun Xin and Ning Rongrong hold unwavering faith in Tang Dongfeng. Within the Sea God Palace, Poseidon gazes intently at the water curtain mirror before her, which displays the image of the seahorse sacred pillar. You are far more adept at scheming than I had anticipated. She cannot help but acknowledge that Tang Dongfeng has made an exquisite move by first enticing the Sword de Law and then using the evolution of martial spirits as bait. He has maximized their expectations. It seems that the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School will have to serve him diligently in the future. After all, in this world, no one can resist the allure of becoming a deity. Great Elder, you are well aware that Dongfeng is cunning. He speaks naught but falsehoods. And yet you have dealt such a heavy hand. It is painfully unbearable. The Sea Dragon Delua gasps, his once handsome face now swollen like a pig's head. The Sea Dragon Delua feels deeply troubled. According to past customs, he would typically endure only a few minutes of punishment, but due to Tang Dongfeng's plea before leaving, he was mercilessly beaten by Poseidon for a full half-hour. Dongfeng, you wretched scoundrel, do you not regard me as human? Chapter 69. The Light of the Sea God, what use are you to me if you cannot accomplish a single task? Poseidon coldly stares at the Sea Dragon Delua, who has utterly botched the assignment she entrusted to him. The Sea Dragon Delua has indeed improved his prowess over the years, nearly becoming Tang Dongfeng's subordinate. Great Elder, you cannot blame me for this. Dongfeng refuses to listen to me. Upon returning to the Heavendo Empire, he has been mingling with the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall. I fear he may not withstand the temptation of beauty. Perhaps you could find him a Sea Spirit Master? The Sea Dragon Doa suddenly recalls that the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall they encountered in the Stardo Forest, Qian Rinxue, is none other than the Crown Prince of Heavendo, Xue Qinghe. The Spirit Hall harbors grand ambitions, but they bear no relation to their Sea God Island. The more the Land Soul Masters engage in their endeavors, the more excited they become. Yet, Tang Dongfeng is an indispensable part of Sea God Island. Why do you not restrain him? Poseidon's expression grows increasingly grim. She wonders if half an hour of punishment was perhaps insufficient. Great Elder, please do not come over here. Meanwhile, within the Sea God Palace, anguished cries resound, a relentless wave of torment. The following morning, Tang Dongfeng sits cross-legged within the Sea God Palace, having just absorbed the vast sea cover. Thanks to the Sea God trident mark on his forehead, the process is remarkably smooth. In merely half an hour, he successfully integrates it into his sea of consciousness, avoiding the fainting spells that befell Tang San in the original tale. Old Sea God, Tang Dongfeng tentatively calls out within his consciousness. However, the Sea God trident on his brow remains unresponsive. Instead, the vast sea cover, upon merging with his forehead, further solidifies his sea of consciousness. It remains unclear whether the remnant soul of the Sea God is in slumber or has been effectively obscured by the system. This treasure artifact from the Heavendo Empire has bestowed upon him 4 skills: a protective technique, single target attack, area attack, and a control technique. However, compared to the Sea God Trident and the Sea God's 13 styles, these skills seem rather ordinary. It appears that he must undergo the 7th trial of the Sea God to obtain the Sea God Trident, but should he first complete the preceding trials? Tang Dongfeng hesitates, realizing he is yet to find the Sea God Trident within the entirety of Sea God Island, likely hidden in another dimension. With no shortcuts available, the old Sea God remains indifferent to him. You may ignore me now, but in the future, you shall find it impossible to reach my heights. Tang Dongfeng resolves to first explore the light of the Sea God, as the Sword Daw had gone to partake in the first trial the previous day. Upon arriving at the light of the Sea God, he discovers 2 figures on the stairs. One is the Sword Daw, seated and meditating on over 100 steps, while the young lady Ning Rongrong practices on a mere 10 steps. Miss, I did not expect you to be diligent at times. Tang Dongfeng remarks, somewhat surprised. The slight pressure before him does not affect him in the slightest. I have always been hardworking, you just have not noticed, Ning Rongrong retorts with a huff, refusing to engage in conversation with this rogue. The Sword Daw had advised that the light of the Sea God aids in cultivation, and if she wishes to be worthy of Tang Dongfeng, she must diligently strive for godhood. Then do your best. Tang Dongfeng continues upward, seemingly unfazed by the minor pressure of the light of the sea god, which feels as inconsequential as air to him. On the first 100 steps, he feels no difference. It is akin to walking normally. However, upon stepping onto the 101st step, it is as though he has plunged into the ocean, with immense resistance accompanying each advance. Dongfeng, how many steps must you ascend for your trial? The sword of law, standing on the steps above, quietly senses the pressure emanating from the light of the sea god. Under this weight, he feels the faint loosening of his 95th level bottleneck. Therefore, he resolves to harness the pressure of the light of the sea god to directly break through to 96th level. The sea dragon de law had remarked that although he is at the pinnacle of 96th level, he surpasses the sword de law by a whole rank. However, on land, the sea dragon de law's strength may only manifest at around 80 to 90. Thus, the sword de law, at his peak 95th level, can match him evenly. Yet once they return to the ocean, the sea dragon de law's power can reach 110 to 120. In other words, on the sea, the sword de law would be utterly outmatched. If they were near the seahorse sacred pillar, the sea dragon de law is confident he could contend even with a 98th level elder. This is why, within the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, the sword de law constantly clamors for a confrontation with the sea dragon de law. However, upon arriving at Sea God Island, this combative spirit has found peace, choosing instead to cultivate in the light of the sea god. Senior Chinexian, what did you say? I did not hear you clearly. Tang Dongfeng quickens his pace, leaping up 2 or 3 steps at a time, swiftly arriving before the sword de law. Jian Xin. This person truly infuriates one with his ease. On these hundreds of steps, Tang Dongfeng appears more composed and relaxed than he. Meanwhile, the 12-year-old Ning Rongrong is still playing in the mud on her 10 steps. Nothing much. I was merely curious about how many steps you can ascend. The sword de law swallows hard, realizing he knows next to nothing about Tang Dongfeng. The latter's identity as a potential descendant of a deity warrants the utmost respect from the sword de law. I am uncertain. The sea god trial requires me to ascend 333 steps. This is my first time at the light of the sea god, so I shall give it a try. With a powerful push, Tang Dongfeng accelerates up the steps. In a matter of breaths, he reaches the 200th step. As he steps onto the 201st step, the pressure from the light of the sea god envelopes him, bearing down heavily. It feels as though he is submerged in the depths of the ocean, walking under immense pressure thousands of meters beneath the surface. His second soul skill, Dark Old Guardian. Tang Dongfeng's sea heart flame martial soul surged forth from within him. The azure flames enveloped his entire body in an instant, transforming into a dark golden armor. With the protection of this armor, his speed surged once more. Under the radiance of the sea god, the slower one moved, the longer one endured the impact. Thus, Tang Dongfeng chose to unleash the flight soul skill of the blue-silver Emperor Soul Bone without reservation, soaring forward with great speed. He pushed his velocity to its utmost, charging straight towards the summit. Indeed, this place was quite suitable for body refinement. Upon reaching the 300th step, the dark golden armor on his body was shattered into fragments by the sea god's light. The sudden surge of pressure caught Tang Dongfeng off guard. Do not underestimate this step. It increased the impact by 100-fold. The third soul skill, Azurewood Flame, enveloped him in blue flames, activating the automatic repair of his 100,000-year soul bone. The surrounding plants within 100 miles of Sea God Island, with their 20% vitality, converged towards Tang Dongfeng, nourishing his meridians. Harnessing this life force, Tang Dongfeng surged forward like a raging torrent. After 300 steps, how could he possibly slow down? Inside the Sea God Palace, Poseidon's expression changed drastically. When she underwent the red level assessment years ago, the first test took nearly 3 years. The assessment under the Sea God's light, starting from the 300th step, felt akin to descending into hell. Before it, mountains of blades and seas of fire seemed trivial. Great Elder, it seems you took a year for those last 20 steps, the Sea Dragon de law added thoughtfully. Tang Dongfeng truly lived up to being the chosen successor of the sea god. His body's flexibility and strength were astonishing. Even Poseidon, with her extraordinary talent, found herself lacking in the first assessment. Silence. Poseidon's face darkened. Do you need to be lectured by someone who has only ascended a little over 100 steps? Oh, I'm so tired. I'll head home to rest and ascend again tomorrow. As Tang Dongfeng, with unwavering momentum, reached the 332nd step, his pace abruptly halted. He turned around and waved at the sword Dua. Then, with his back to the sea god's light, he sauntered down the mountain without a glance back. Meanwhile, the sea god trident mark on his forehead suddenly flickered brightly. Sea god. Sea god. Are you kidding me? Chapter 70. In the repeated jumps of the sea god's light. Dongfeng. Aren't you going to continue climbing? The sword Dolua's lips twitched. He had never encountered someone so infuriating. Ning Rongrong had struggled to ascend a mere 10 levels. Yet here was Tang Dongfeng sprinting up to 332 steps, only to turn around and come back down. The sword Delua felt like tossing him back up to finish the ascent. I am hungry. I'll go eat something before continuing, Tang Dongfeng remarked nonchalantly as he passed by. His carefree demeanor bore no resemblance to someone undergoing an assessment. The sword Delua, with his black grade 6 assessment talent, had only reached a little over 100 steps himself. This fellow walked around as if he were at home, completely disregarding the significance of the over 100 steps. No, he didn't seem to regard the sea god's light at all. Dongfeng, you are truly impressive, Ning Rongrong exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she watched him approach. Your running style is so cool. Just average, Tang Dongfeng replied modestly. Just as he was about to leave for a well-deserved rest, he noticed Guyuna's petite figure. She too had arrived at the sea god's light. Nar, what brings you here? He crouched down to her level, feeling a twinge of nervousness. Brother, I want to ascend as well. Guyuna had observed everyone cultivating under the sea god's light and wished to grow stronger. Nah, you are still quite young. There's no need to rush your training. Tang Dongfeng was not worried about her ability to withstand the pressure of the sea god's light. Even someone like Ning Rongrong, an auxiliary soul master, could endure the pressure of the first 10 steps. As a battle soul master, Guyuna's robust physique would surely match or exceed that. Yet, some matters are not as simple as they appear. I want to become stronger to protect my brother. Guyuna summoned her silver dragon spear and resolutely gazed towards the sea god's light. System. Will not training under the sea god's light be detected by the sea god? Tang Dongfeng was deeply concerned that her identity as the Silver Dragon King might be discovered by the sea god. His sea god mark was of no consequence. As the system had masked his aura, the sea god within could only sense him as an ordinary being. However, Guyuna, in the eyes of the sea god, was merely a remarkably gifted little girl. Yet entering the sea god's light was different. This was a testing ground laid out by the sea god, and it could easily attract his attention. Help Guyuna's persona, mask the dragon god's aura. Requires 500 points. The system quickly provided an answer. It seemed that in the sea god's light, these testing grounds were all susceptible to detection. Mask it. Tang Dongfeng unhesitatingly chose to spend 500 points. After all, he had earned several thousand points in the Star Do Great Forest. He could afford the expense. Masking successful. Simultaneously, the system issued a notification sound. Tang Dongfeng could finally rest easy, allowing Guyuna to train under the sea god's light. However, he firmly believed that the sacred pillar assessment of Sea God Island was still to be avoided at all costs. Not her. Let us train together. Don't push yourself too hard. Gradually adapt to the pressure of the sea god's light. All right? Tang Dongfeng gently pinched Guyuna's adorable face. The little girl appeared increasingly charming. This is quite taxing. I'm going now. Guyuna grasped her silver dragon spear and took deliberate steps towards the staircase. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong watched in disbelief as she passed by. How is this possible? Ning Rongrong felt utterly defeated. What kind of prodigious little sister was this? Only 6 years old and already ascending over 20 steps. Meanwhile, she, at 12 years of age with 27 levels of soul power, could only play in the mud on the 15th step. You should only train within the first 100 steps. The pressure beyond that is beyond your capacity. Tang Dongfeng patted her back, offering a stern reminder. Got it. Brother, you should also go train. As Guyuna reached the 32nd step, she was nearly at her limit. She placed her silver dragon spear on her lap and quietly sat in meditation. Under the pressure of the sea god's light, her soul power circulated at nearly double its usual speed. Moreover, the soul power in the vicinity of the sea god's light was far denser than that of the outside world. The concentration of soul power here was almost comparable to that around the sacred pillar. Unfortunately, once the assessment was completed, one would no longer feel the pressure from the sea god's light. Elder Qinshin, it's good to see you again. Tang Dongfeng passed by the sword Delaw once more, his expression calm and somewhat exasperating. Dongfeng, are you preparing to complete the assessment? The sword Dolaw, situated at over 130 steps, had his defensive soul power sword shield activated, albeit not expending much output soul power, alleviating some of the pressure from the sea goddess light. Upon reflecting on Tang Dongfeng's ascent beyond 100 steps, it became evident that he did not rely on soul skills at all. This stark contrast rendered his swordsmanship, dust-heart, seemingly inadequate. I shall give it a try, he declared, bidding farewell to the sword Dolaw as he continued his upward journey. This time, he did not hasten to summon the Dark Gold Guardian. Instead, he utilized pure core energy to withstand the onslaught of the sea god's light. As for the soul power within him, that rudimentary essence was merely sufficient to carry him through over 100 steps. Given his rank as a soul master, it was utterly impossible for him to traverse the dual waves of the sea god's light. In other words, he and the sword law stood on the same tier, experiencing only half of the impact felt by the latter. The Dark Gold Guardian manifested as he ascended to the 230 steps, his body already showing signs of impending collapse. His bones creaked beneath the relentless pressure of the sea god's light. If he continued onward, he risked inflicting irreparable harm to his body. Fortunately, the emergence of the dark golden armor significantly alleviated the pressure. As he persisted on his path, upon reaching the 300 steps, he was suddenly met with an overwhelming surge of pressure that caused the dark gold armor to shatter. Simultaneously, the sea god's light rushed towards him like a torrential flood, akin to a dam bursting and releasing its waters. In response, the third soul skill, Emerald Prison, ignited beneath his feet, enveloping him in a verdant aura. This restrictive control of soul power directly affected him, dispersing the massive impact of the sea god's light outward from his core. Following this, Tang Dongfeng activated the Blue-Silver Emperor's soul bone skill and continued his ascent. The subsequent steps bore a resemblance to the levels of a tidal Delaw, each step representing a significant challenge. After a brief interval, he found himself back at the 332 steps. Upon reaching this juncture, he paused, retreating amidst the anxious gazes of numerous observers. He promptly settled into a meditative position, bracing against the surrounding pressure as he quietly regulated his body. The sea god's light incessantly honed the resilience of his meridians and flesh. His extraordinary channels were torn apart by the sea god's light, only to be gradually mended by the life force of the Blue-Silver Emperor's soul bone. The azure flames, enhanced by the sea heart flame, continuously fortified his tenacity. Through this cycle of tearing, repairing, and reinforcing, the flexibility of Tang Dongfeng's meridians underwent a remarkable transformation. If, following the enhancement from the Blue-Silver Emperor's soul bone, his core energy capacity was akin to that of a level 70 soul sage, then at this moment, the pliability of his meridians had genuinely evolved to that of a level 71 soul sage. After all, the true manifestation of a martial soul signifies a qualitative change for a soul master. Simultaneously, the trident emblazoned upon his forehead gleamed once more. A resonant and profound voice echoed over the expanse of the sea god's light. Tang Dongfeng, having traversed the dual waves of the sea god's light, you have successfully passed the trial, resulting in a level increase in soul power, an enhancement of 500 years to all soul rings, and a tenfold affinity with the sea god. Tang Dongfeng retorted, "What nonsense! I have merely ascended to the 332 steps." The sword Doluo found himself bewildered. Could it be that he miscounted? Hadn't Tang Dongfeng halted at 332 steps on 2 occasions? The last time, there was no indication of passing the trial. Brother is truly remarkable. I must strive harder, Gu Nam mused as she opened her eyes to glance at Tang Dongfeng before resuming her meditative practice. Ning Rongrong, positioned beneath the sea god's light, wrinkled her nose in disbelief. Indeed, Tang Dongfeng's trial differed entirely from that of the sword Dolaw. The sword Dolaw had only ascended a little over 100 steps in his black level 6 trial, whereas Tang Dongfeng had surpassed him by more than double. Enduring the dual waves of the sea god's light, it was likely that he was facing a top-tier red-level trial. Perhaps, as the sword Dolaw had suggested, she truly needed to possess divine potential to draw closer to him. In the sea god's sacred land, within the sea god hall, Poseidon observed the unfolding scene in the water screen with an overwhelming sense of helplessness. My lord, even you are urging me now? She gazed, entranced, at the figure meditating in focus. Poseidon initially believed that the sea god S9 trials would take decades to complete, as Tang Dongfeng had shown no inclination to undertake the trials upon his return to the island. Yet, this time, he had once again paused at the brink of success, stopping just shy of reaching the 333 steps. Poseidon speculated that Tang Dongfeng intended to delay the trial by a decade. It seemed he was not yet ready to ascend to godhood, mirroring her own reluctance to make sacrifices. However, as the grand offering of Sea God Island, Poseidon could not display her feelings so overtly. Consequently, she directed her frustrations towards the sea dragon Delaw, punishing him each time he returned to the island. In truth, Poseidon shared a profound bond with the sea dragon Delaw. He was the sole companion who had journeyed alongside her through the transitions of the previous and current sacred pillar guardians. Eastwind, I hope you do not disappoint me. Poseidon sighed deeply. The current circumstances had spiraled beyond her control. At the moment, the sea god S9 trials were completed ahead of schedule. These 9 assessments would become the benefits granted by the sea god. Having spent an hour, Tang Dongfeng's meridians were finally restored. The oppressive pressure of the sea god S light had dissipated, leaving only a handful of figures still meditating below. Awake, you little rascal. Suddenly, the golden trident between his brows shone brightly. Who are you? Tang Dongfeng frantically searched his surroundings, but found no one aside from the system and the lingering spirit of the sea god. The system, however, offered nothing more than textual prompts without conversational capabilities. You little rascal, I am the sea god Poseidon. You must clarify who the illiterate is. Though the sea god was unfamiliar with the term illiterate, the context suggested a clear insult. You, a deity, cannot count the steps? Do you not feel ashamed? I feel embarrassed for you. Tang Dongfeng Dito Dit Daifun. This elder sea god seemed to have lost his faculties, failing to notice his incomplete ascent. Oof. How could I possibly miscount? It is you, you little rascal, who toy with me by not ascending. The sea god, too, possessed a temper. He had been repeatedly teased by Tang Dongfeng, leaving him in a foul mood. Nevertheless, the rewards he provided for Tang Dongfeng's divine trial were exceptionally generous. Indeed, I relish in leaping through the sea god's light. I am merely playing. Tang Dongfeng openly admitted to his playful intent, as even a fool could discern that. It appeared the old sea god's mind was not quite functioning, even less so than a fool. As my successor, you ought to diligently complete the sea god S9 trials instead of frolicking about. Hurry up. Tomorrow you shall undertake the second trial. I await your ascension to divinity so that you may take your lady out for a stroll. The sea god finds himself in quite a predicament. Ever since his wife discovered that he had found a successor, she has been incessantly urging him to relinquish the burdens of his divine role. Together, they could gaze at the starry sea and traverse the shimmering expanse of the galaxy. However, days have passed, and this troublesome lad has yet to complete his first trial. The sea god had initially hoped to pass on his divine position within 10 days, for in the realm of the gods, a single day equates to a year in the human world. After waiting for 6 long days, he finds himself dealing with this insufferable situation. Unable to bear it any longer, he hastily grants Tang Dongfeng a pass for the first trial. Old sea god, why the rush? You already have a wife, while I have yet to find a partner. Why not wait until I have found my bride and enjoy a leisurely century or so? Tang Dongfeng remains unfazed. For now, he cannot contend with the sea god and thus chooses to remain modest. Once he harnesses the nuclear energy from the fusion reactor capable of obliterating the Dolawa continent, he will negotiate with the sea god. At that point, the sea god will be powerless against him, left with no option but to stare in disbelief. If pressed too hard, he could always ascend to the divine realm and bring about mutual destruction. At that juncture, there would be no matter that could not be discussed. Brat, did you not encounter the angel's successor? And what of those 2 young ladies? Simply choose 1 or 2, or even all of them if you wish. Hurry and accomplish this task, the sea god said impatiently. This was his final ultimatum to Tang Dongfeng. Should the successor fail to complete the inheritance in a few days, he would have to resort to extreme measures. Old sea god, lend me your trident for a while, and I assure you, I will complete your divine succession within a year. Tang Dongfeng noticed the old sea god was about to leave and quickly broached the subject of the trident. A true artifact among divine weapons. Among the supreme deities, few possess such extraordinary artifacts. Even the angelic sword and the silver dragon spear are merely considered divine weapons. Remember your words. The sea god replied with a certain generosity, offering not only a substantial reward, but also the possibility of negotiating the content of the divine trials. Suddenly, from the trident mark upon his forehead, a divine trial card flew forth. Sea God's 9th trial, 2nd trial. Without killing any sea soul beast. Break through the blockade on the circular sea and reach the opposite shore, without utilizing any soul ring skills. The golden lettering on the trial card promptly vanished at a visible pace. Subsequently, golden letters recoalesced upon the card. Sea God's 9th trial, 2nd trial. Draw the artifact. The Sea God's trident. The golden trial card then returned to the mark on Tang Dongfeng's forehead. Within the Sea God Hall, Poseidon gasped in astonishment. The content of the Sea God's 9th trial had unexpectedly changed. The sea dragon Delua swallowed hard. After all these years, he had never witnessed such an absurd occurrence. The assessments for the black and red ranks had always been nearly identical, differing only in difficulty. It was commonly understood that the assessment procedures were predetermined. The 7 holy pillars of Sea God Island served merely as tools to evaluate the Soul Master's qualifications and issue the trials. Yet today, the content of Tang Dongfeng's Sea God assessment had undergone a transformation. It seemed that the day of Dongfeng's ascension to divinity was not far off. Poseidon's eyes dimmed slightly. She had never disclosed to the sea dragon Delua that the day Tang Dongfeng ascended to godhood would coincide with her own sacrifice. Such is the fate of the divine servants. Both she and Qian Daolu were bound by this destiny. Their return was already a foregone conclusion. Great offering. Dongfeng mentioned he lacks control methods, and the sea god's trident possesses formidable control capabilities. He stated that he came to Sea God Island for that very trident. Now that his divine trial has changed, it is likely he has reached some form of agreement with the sea god. The sea dragon Delua analyzed carefully. Although Tang Dongfeng is not one to keep his promises, the pact between him and the sea god is unlikely to be disregarded. That is not a significant concern, Poseidon said, letting out a sigh of relief. If the alteration in the sea god's 9th trial was indeed a result of an agreement with Tang Dongfeng, then it is highly probable that he would not adhere to it. The sea god could compromise for the divine trial once. Surely, he could do so again. To Poseidon, Tang Dongfeng seemed like a successor of divine lineage, likely descended from a higher realm. The sea god's position had long been reserved for him. Yet this mischievous fellow appeared reluctant to inherit it so soon. Great offering. I will go see Dongfeng and inquire about the situation. The sea dragon Delua furrowed his brow, sensing Poseidon's reluctance for Tang Dongfeng to inherit the divine position. Yet this was clearly the will of the sea god, and none dared to defy it. He decided to investigate the matter with Tang Dongfeng and relay the information back to Poseidon later. Yes, go ahead, Poseidon nodded, dismissing the water curtain and ceasing her observation of the sea god's light. Comparatively, she understood Tang Dongfeng better than the sea god himself. Beneath the baptism of the sea god's light, Tang Dongfeng's first soul ring transformed from yellow to purple. The configuration of 2 purple and 1 black soul rings left the sword Delua utterly astonished. This fellow was truly a prodigy. Tang Dongfeng's original first soul ring was merely a 100-year soul ring, yet the soul skill it bestowed was already remarkable. Now, starting from a minimum of 1,000 years, he was no longer an ordinary individual. Dongfeng, if I complete the first trial, will all soul rings also be upgraded by 500 years? The sword eagerly grasped his arm, fearful that this fellow would vanish without a trace at any moment. Indeed, Elder Chinshin, the divine trials can indeed enhance the age of soul rings. Even if your first trial does not yield an upgrade, the rewards from the subsequent trials will. The 6th trial of the black rank should easily elevate your 9th soul ring to 100,000 years. Tang Dongfeng warned the sword Delua to seize the time, as he could only remain for half a month before returning to Heavendo City. Typically, the content of the sea god's trial for land-based soul masters spans a year. Unlike Tang Dongfeng, who is regarded as a sea soul master, each assessment has a duration of 10 years. Of course, should he choose to undertake the trial, he would not require such an extended period. Dongfeng, is it true? Can it genuinely be elevated to 100,000 years? The once conceited sword Delua who had looked down upon the world before entering Sea God Island, seemed to be returning to form. Rest assured, I, Tang Dongfeng, never deceive. Tang Dongfeng bid farewell to the Sword de Law and made his way down to Guyuna's side. Brother, congratulations on completing the trial. Guyuna opened her violet eyes, her deep gaze fixed intently upon Tang Dongfeng. Nana, focus on your training in the Sea God's light. Once I complete the second trial, we shall return to Heaven Do City, and I will bring you back to Sea God Island for a visit next time. He gently patted Guyuna's delicate face. Little girl, you must grow up quickly. Brother, you may go now. Nana needs to train. Guyuna pulled his hand down and promptly pushed him away. This little girl turned her back on her brother as soon as she began her training. Very well. I shall take my leave. Tang Dongfeng, somewhat dejected, was soon greeted by Ning Rongrong. My goodness, the young lady has already ascended to over 20 levels. Lady Rongrong. Quite impressive. Tang Dongfeng casually reached out and pinched her cheek. The texture was quite pleasant, though not as tender as Nara's skin. Tang Dongfeng, you underestimate me, but I'm not to be trifled with. Ning Rongrong's charming face flushed as she touched her heated cheek. Did that rascal Tang Dongfeng actually think she was somewhat appealing? If only Ning Rongrong knew that Tang Dongfeng merely hadn't had his fill of pinching Nara's face and had acted on impulse, she would likely be utterly incensed. Uncle Hailong, your new look is rather impressive. Just as Tang Dongfeng stepped down from the sea goddess light, he noticed the battered face of Hailong Delaw. Sister Xiaoxi really knows how to hit hard, always targeting Uncle Hailong's face. Hey, you young lad, don't understand a thing. This is the favor of the grand offering towards me, Hailong Delaw replied proudly. Upon hearing this, Qinshin, who was over 100 steps away, immediately turned his gaze away, pretending not to notice the foolishness. It would be better for him to have his face bruised than to be cut a dozen times and bleed. A true man never backs down. Yes. Perhaps I should show some affection for Uncle Hailong too, especially since I've made some minor breakthroughs. Let us head to an uninhabited island for a little nuclear peace. Under the pressure of the sea goddess light, Tang Dongfeng experienced a qualitative transformation in his body. It was akin to a level 70 quasi-soul, saying obtaining a soul ring and unlocking their martial soul's true form. However, his martial soul's true form had always been in a state of activation. At this moment, the energy output from the nuclear fusion reactor within him had become more solid. If previously his nuclear energy output was as clear as water, now it resembled thick rice soup. The same quantity, but with a significantly different explosive power. Get lost. If you want to kill me, just say so. Go find a seahorse for your nuclear peace. Hailong Delawa's pig-like face twisted with rage. Nuclear peace? If you have the ability, don't use nuclear bombs. We real men confront each other physically. Uncle Hailong is so dull. I think I'll just seek out Xiaobai instead. I have a gift for her. Tang Dongfeng shook his head, no longer wanting to comment on that coward Hailong. Ever since he had blown up Hailong Delaw a few times, every time Tang Dongfeng sought him out, the fellow always wore a face like he had lost his entire family. Wait, Dongfeng, are you planning to inherit the sea god's position now? Hailong Delaw asked candidly. There were no outsiders here. Qinshin and Ning Rongrong were from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, partners in Tang Dongfeng's land ventures. The sea god inheritance he mentioned was one of Tang Dongfeng's bargaining chips. As for Guyuna, aside from her youth, which prevented her from engaging with overly negative matters, everything else could be discussed freely. Uncle Hailong, I haven't even found a wife yet. So what is the point of inheriting a god's position? How about I compromise and have a passionate romance with Sister Xiaoxi? Tang Dongfeng pondered deeply. What good was becoming a god? The divine realm was a mere cloud, the space too small, and all the beauties were quite similar. It was far less interesting than the Dolawa continent. The gods sought to pass on their positions and then flee. Why would he voluntarily walk into that trap? Then what is the reason for the changes in the sea god's 9 trials? Hailong Delaw finally inquired. Oh, I merely wished to borrow the sea goddess trident for a bit of fun, so I promised him I would complete the sea goddess 9 trials within a year and inherit his position. Tang Dongfeng stood. He was simply being capricious and playful. All right then, but let me reiterate. You are not allowed to covet the grand offering. Hailong Delaw warned sternly. While other matters could be discussed, he would not yield an inch concerning Poseidon. Understood. A man without a sense of humor. Tang Dongfeng waved him off with casual indifference and turned towards the circular sea. Up until now, he still did not know the exact location of the sea goddess trident. The sea god had instructed him to seek the king of the magic soul Great White Shark, and Xiaobai would lead Tang Dongfeng to retrieve the trident. The so-called Circular Sea was the testing ground for the second trial. As Tang Dongfeng arrived at the shoreline and gazed out at the distant sea, he spotted a dark shadow. "Xiaobai, I've found you. You've grown quite plump, and you can't hide from me. I've come back this time specifically to bring you a gift." Tang Dongfeng cupped his hands around his mouth, and the nuclear energy within him immediately began to resonate. Amplified by the nuclear energy, his voice echoed throughout half of Sea God Island. "Tang Dongfeng, I'll kill you. How dare you call me fat?" Concurrently, the towering figure of the magic soul Great White Shark King leaped from the circular sea, hurtling towards the land where Tang Dongfeng stood. Chapter 73. Xiao Wu. Do you wish to offer a sacrifice to Dongfeng as well? The enormous magic soul Great White Shark King swiftly transformed mid-air. Its originally colossal body shrank into a human form during its descent. This was Xiaobai's innate ability, akin to that of a mermaid. Once in human form, she could roam freely on land, but if she did not return to the water within an hour, she would perish. Furthermore, in her human state, her strength was limited to 70. Nonetheless, it was sufficient to intimidate Tang Dongfeng. "Wow, Xiaobai, you're quite heavy." Thankfully, Tang Dongfeng activated his Dark Golden Guardian just in time to mitigate the force of Xiaobai's descent. "Tang Dongfeng, you better clarify who is heavy." Xiaobai pressed one hand against his chest, glaring fiercely at him. Every time he returned to the island, he caused chaos. "Go away." He was not one to be trifled with. He tugged at Xiaobai's hair, pulling her to the side. In truth, Xiaobai was quite beautiful after transforming into human form. Her hair, like Nader's, was silver, though styled in a shortcut. Her attire resembled a vampire rose style. "Tang Dongfeng, my hairstyle is a mess again." Xiaobai sat up and obediently adjusted the stray hairs atop her head. "Humph, do you still want the gift?" Tang Dongfeng also sat up, casting a casual glance at Xiaobai. Although she looked quite lovely when silent, it was unfortunate that she had a mouth. "Of course, why wouldn't I want it?" Xiaobai spread her hands, presenting a "do as you wish" gesture. "Think again. The gift I have for you is too large for your hands to hold." Tang Dongfeng slapped his palm against hers. Xiaobai, who usually guarded Sea God Island, often complained of her boredom. As the heir to the sea god, Tang Dongfeng hadn't forgotten about this little shark. "Oh, then hurry and bring it out." Xiaobai looked at Tang Dongfeng with eager anticipation. She had never been to land, having only played around Sea God Island, mostly swimming in the ocean. "Here." Tang Dongfeng's left-hand ring gleamed, and the gift he had for Xiaobai immediately appeared beside her. 100,000-year-soul beast in human form? Xiaobai was momentarily stunned. She never expected Tang Dongfeng would gift her a 100,000-year-soul beast. If she consumed this soul beast, could she break through the 100,000-year barrier? However, given her relationship with the sea god, she likely wouldn't perish under the tribulation. After all, she was the guardian beast of Sea God Island and the sea god's mount. "Tang Dongfeng, where have you taken me?" Xiao Wu glared at him. This boy who had nearly become her classmate. "This is Sea God Island, a place far removed from the land. You can rest assured and cultivate here." Tang Dongfeng had no intention of harming her. After all, a 100,000-year-old rabbit, even roasted, would not be palatable. It was better to keep it as a companion for Xiaobai. Moreover, Xiao Wu's soul ring did not match the attributes chosen by Tang Dongfeng. Sea God Island? Xiao Wu looked utterly bewildered. She had no idea what Sea God Island was. Sea God Island is the territory of Lord Sea God. My name is Xiaobai, the guardian spirit beast of Sea God Island, and I'm also a 100,000-year-old soul beast. Xiaobai curiously examined Xiao Wu, circling her to get a closer look. It was her first time seeing a 100,000-year soul beast from the mainland. "Are you also a 100,000-year soul beast? Then Tang Dongfeng, are you as well?" Xiao Wu gazed at the two in astonishment, her mind struggling to comprehend. In that moment, she regarded Tang Dongfeng as one of her own kind. Otherwise, why would he refuse her soul ring? A 100,000-year soul beast, with treasures all over its body. How could anyone turn it down? Initially, Xiao Wu thought that being close to Tang San, and specifically attending Shrek Academy, such a remote institution, would prevent anyone from discovering her identity. However, the reality was often contrary to expectation. She had been discovered 6 years ago by her brother's father, as a soft bone charm rabbit. She was merely a soul ring kept near Tang San, despite her affection for him. Dongfeng is not a soul beast on Sea God Island. I am the only 100,000-year soul beast, Xiaobai declared proudly. On this island, who would dare to disrespect her, Xiaobai? The king of the magic soul great white shark, who once served as the mount of the sea god, albeit not accompanying him to the divine realm? Xiao Wu, you should follow Xiaobai, Tang Dongfeng said, ruffling Xiaobai's tuft of fur. Xiaobai was one of his few friends on Sea God Island. If Xiao Wu follows me, she will become a title Doluo in less than 10 years. Xiaobai was quite fond of this new friend. Xiaobai, don't you feel uncomfortable if you don't brag for a day? Tang Dongfeng bluntly called out Xiaobai's exaggeration. Do you really possess such prowess? ISNT at you, who has that kind of soul spirit technique? When will you be able to use it? I'm about to die of boredom. I just want to offer a sacrifice to you now. Xiaobai had resided on Sea God Island for 2,000 years, growing from a small magic soul great white shark into a 100,000-year entity, never once slacking off. The soul ring she would produce from sacrifice would undoubtedly be formidable. Calm down. My strength is still insufficient. If you wish to perish, you may sacrifice now, Tang Dongfeng replied. Having long marked the soul spirit technique created by the saint of the undead, Ilex, in the system shop. Although it involved sacrifice, the soul spirit could retain the complete soul and consciousness of the sacrificer. Xiaobai, are you going to offer sacrifice to him? Xiao Wu could not comprehend how a soul beast would choose to sacrifice itself. Sacrifice was an irreversible ritual, giving up one's soul entirely. Meaning once the soul was sacrificed, the soul beast would be forever lost. If there were a next life for the sacrificed soul beasts, there would be no future for them. Sacrifice meant relinquishing everything. Xiao Wu, do you also wish to sacrifice yourself to Dongfeng? What attributes does this little rabbit possess? Xiaobai furrowed her brow in confusion, suspecting it might not be a favorable attribute. Tang Dongfeng's soul rings were all of extreme attributes. The current 3 soul rings were either divinely granted or derived from extreme soul beasts. Don't even think about it. I have no vacant soul ring positions for her. Tang Dongfeng immediately interrupted Xiaobai to prevent her from spiraling into an uncontrollable discussion. Xiao Wu, no vacant soul rings? Xiao Wu felt as if she were losing her mind. Either Tang Dongfeng was insane, or this world was utterly mad. I never even considered sacrificing myself to you, and you still claim to lack vacant soul rings? Who do you think you are? Do you think a 100,000-year soul beast would line up to sacrifice themselves for you? It was unclear what sort of persuasion Tang Dongfeng had employed on Xiaobai, but she seemed eager to offer a sacrifice to him. She would need to find an opportunity to have a serious talk with Xiaobai. Dongfeng, you promised to reserve the 4th soul ring for me. You are currently at level 32. You must not go back on your word. Xiaobai was already impatient to go out and play. Tang Dongfeng intended to gather the 5 elemental soul rings of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, but he still needed the water and earth rings. The water attribute soul ring would be provided by Xiaobai, while the earth attribute soul ring would need to be sought from the Titan Great Ape in the Stardew Forest. Hey Xiaobai, how about you switch to the 5th soul ring? My spirit power is growing a bit too quickly to contain. Tang Dongfeng Zuke Hakwadili. He truly had not meant for it to happen. It was purely accidental. To exchange for the soul spirit technique required 10,000 points, which he could not gather in the short term. Once he obtained the Sea God Trident, he would need to return to Heaven Do City to plan for the divine herbs. It seemed he would also need to seek out Tang San and Dai Mubai for more points. Chapter 74. The clueless Xiao Wu. What the heck? Tang Dongfeng, you're not trustworthy. Xiaobai bared her teeth at him. Honestly, the great white shark's teeth were quite attractive. Xiaobai felt powerless against Tang Dongfeng's lack of integrity. Although she was the chief examiner of the second trial, the individual before her was the sea goddess heir. In the future, she might very well have to stick with Tang Dongfeng. Take it easy. I'll first conduct an experiment with the Titan Great Ape. Tang Dongfeng ruffled Xiaobai's tuft. Despite her age, she had a rather straightforward character. You must not have any designs on Erming. Xiao Wu anxiously stared at him. In the entire Stardew Forest, only Erming was a 100,000-year Titan Great Ape. While both the Ming and Erming were powerful, they were no match for Tang Dongfeng's cunning. What if he used himself as leverage? Erming, that foolish simpleton, might genuinely offer sacrifice to Tang Dongfeng. Tang Dongfeng, never force others. I merely engage in fair transactions. In fact, Tang Dongfeng believed it did not necessarily have to be the Titan Great Ape. The Stardew forest was vast. They could search slowly. Even if there was no 100,000-year Earth attribute soul beast, a 90,000-year one would suffice. Eventually, through the divine examination, he could ascend, or if not the sea goddess trial, there was always the Shura god, and if that didn't work, there was the ice god. There were many divine inheritances on Dolua continent. Xiao Wu, why did you transform into human form? Xiao Bai could no longer bear to watch. This foolish rabbit was jeopardizing her beastly opportunity. Soul beasts that cultivate to 100,000 years only have 1,000 years of lifespan. My lifespan has reached its critical point. I can only transform into human form to preserve my life. Xiao Wu simply did not want to die. Thus, she transformed into human form. As for her future goals, it was probably to avenge her mother. However, human lifespans are merely a few decades. Even as a title de law, one does not live much longer. Soon, Xiao Bai's words jolted Xiao Wu into realization. Indeed, on Dolua continent, the lifespan of a title Dolua barely exceeds 100 years. Unless one cultivates to the level of a peerless Dolua, one would only live a few hundred years. Soul beasts cannot ascend to godhood. Once I become human, I might have the potential to ascend to divinity. Despite knowing that the chance of attaining godhood was exceedingly slim. After all, it took tens of thousands of years to produce even a single deity. Xiao Wu still clung to a glimmer of hope. A slender thread that compelled these soul beasts to pursue it fervently. Indeed, as you mentioned, achieving divinity is our sole opportunity. Xiao Bai shrugged her shoulders, exuding an air of wisdom. Unlike other soul beasts of 100,000 years, she could continue to thrive on Sea God Island. Yet, being eternally tethered to that place felt like a chain constraining her spirit. Xiao Bai despised this sensation. She yearned to accompany Tang Dongfeng and explore the world beyond. To witness the starry seas he spoke of, the vastness that surpassed even the ocean. Can Xiao Bai truly become a god? Xiao Wu asked with palpable excitement. If she ascended to divinity, could she resurrect her mother? Could she prevent a Ming and heir Ming from perishing? Well, I cannot become a god, but Dongfeng certainly can. Once he attains divinity, I too shall achieve immortality. Although her power may not rival that of higher-ranked deities, she would be free to roam. Do you believe Tang Dongfeng can become a god? Xiao Wu gazed at Xiao Bai, astonished. How had she failed to notice any signs of divinity in him? Of course, at the tender age of 6, he was chosen by the sea god as the sole heir. Xiao Bai shot a glance at Xiao Wu, incredulous. Did you truly think I was foolish? Why would I not enjoy being a guardian soul beast on Sea God Island, relishing its offerings? I still retain my formidable presence as Xiao Bai. Then, if I sacrifice myself for him, I too can attain immortality once he becomes a god? Xiao Wu began to grasp the implications. It wasn't that she was enamored by Tang Dongfeng. Rather, there was genuine fortune at play. No wonder Dongfeng was so formidable. He had been appointed as the heir by the sea god at the age of 6. This revelation made sense of how he had been able to injure the Soul Saint Zhao with his 23rd level soul power. Brother San had once unleashed a divine strike on her behalf, ultimately leading to Tang Hao, the title de law who had secretly nurtured her. Xiao Wu believed that Tang San's feelings for her were sincere, yet the shadow of Tang Hao loomed over them, a thorn in their hearts. Could she truly assert that Tang Hao had no ulterior motives in nurturing her to become Tang San's soul ring? Reflecting on this, she considered that remaining on Sea God Island, away from Tang San, might prove to be a favorable choice. Perhaps in the end, she could still offer herself as a sacrifice to Tang Dongfeng and attain immortality. Stop daydreaming. Your soul rings are not suitable for me, but heir Ming's certainly are. Dongfeng's blunt remarks shattered Xiao Wu's fantasies. Damn it, she exclaimed in frustration. One day, 100,000-year soul beast offers a sacrifice, and yet I'm met with disdain? In light of this, it seemed clear that Tang Hao and his family existed on an entirely different plane from Tang Dongfeng. Dongfeng, are your next 4 soul rings going to be of the space, darkness, ice, light, and time attributes? Xiao Bai had never heard of any soul beasts possessing temporal abilities, a thought that sent shivers down her spine. As for ice attribute soul beasts, there were quite a few in the extreme north. Regarding space and darkness attributes, I plan to converse with the 800,000-year golden-eyed Black Dragon King in the Stardew Forest. For ice attributes, there are nearly 700,000-year snow maidens and close to 400,000-year ice emperor scorpions in the extreme north. As for the other attributes, it seems there are none exceeding 100,000 years. If memory served, the only time a tribute soul beast was the dark demon, Evil Tiger. This creature, being merely several tens of thousands of years old, could hardly qualify as a soul ring. Far too weak. Moreover, the dark demon, Evil Tiger, possessed an inner core, suggesting it was an ancient beast. How could there possibly be an 800,000-year soul beast in the Star Do Great Forest? Xiao Wu felt that Tang Dongfeng was speaking nonsense. Having resided in the core region of Star Do for countless years, she was utterly oblivious to the existence of the so-called Black Dragon King. You a rogue rabbit. Think you are qualified to know about the dragon race? Tang Dongfeng shot her a disdainful glance. You don't even have the qualifications to enter their circle. Meanwhile, you brothers have been their gatekeepers for so long without realizing it. There was nothing surprising about it. The ocean also harbored a 99,000-year deep-sea demon whale king. Xiaobai chuckled lightly, noting that the understanding of this 100,000-year soul beast was akin to that of a mere tens of thousands. 99,000 years? Xiao Wu swallowed hard, realizing the absurdity. This being was 89,000 years her senior. The sea was indeed teeming with riches, yet it also brimmed with peril. All right, Xiaobai, take me to retrieve the sea god's trident. I must return to Heavendo City in half a month. Tang Dongfeng had made a pact with Shui Qinghe, stating he would return in about a month. It would be acceptable to leave Shui Qinghe waiting for a month or two, but not to keep him waiting for a year or two. Tang San was not yet dead, and the immortal herbs in Dugubo's possession might still present unforeseen complications. He needed to reach Dugubo before Tang San could secure the vital herbs, although he wouldn't take all of them. The crucial ones would not be left for Tang San and his companions. Understood. No need to rush me. Xiaobai propelled herself forward, leaping into the circular sea, transforming into a colossal 10-zhang-long demon soul great white shark. Tang Dongfeng promptly followed suit, perching on her neck. Tang Dongfeng, move your posterior, Xiaobai exclaimed, her voice laced with indignation as her swimming speed surged, nearly tossing Tang Dongfeng off. The action was simply too embarrassing. Chapter 75, The Sea God's Trident Secured. Stop fooling around. It's not like I've never ridden before. Tang Dongfeng patted Xiaobai's head, bemused by her sudden temper. We've ridden the great white shark before, and you didn't cause a fuss then. Dongfeng, the sea goddess trident is no simple matter to acquire. Do not force yourself. It's best to wait until you reach the spirit master rank. Xiaobai carried Tang Dongfeng through the circular sea, entering a unique marine region. In this area, Tang Dongfeng observed an absence of any fish. It felt like a vast, empty ocean, devoid of life beyond the two of them. A man must not claim inability. Tang Dongfeng retorted, casting Xiaobai a sidelong glance. A mere trident, while somewhat heavy, is hardly beyond my capabilities. The sea god's trident, originally the sea god's martial soul, was believed to have been left behind on Duluwa continent after the sea god ascended. To most, this grand trident weighed an astounding 8,000 pounds. However, once it acknowledged its wielder, it would only weigh a mere 108 pounds, a truly rare artifact. We've arrived. Xiaobai suddenly leapt from the surface of the sea, with Tang Dongfeng gracefully stepping off as his 10,000-year blue-silver emperor soul bone activated his flight abilities. Initially planning to give him a surprise attack, Xiaobai had no choice but to revert to her human form and jump down from the air. It seemed she was always the one at a disadvantage, never managing to pull off a win. Behold, that is the weapon of the sea god. Xiaobai pointed towards the large trident embedded in the rock. Tang Dongfeng had expected the sea god's trident to be golden, exuding grandeur and elegance, especially since the trident mark on his forehead was golden. To his surprise, it appeared rather ordinary. Sea god, you lack style? I'll pull out and take a look. Tang Dongfeng stepped forward and casually grasped the shaft of the trident. With a slight exertion, the sea god's trident emerged effortlessly. He weighed it in his hands and confirmed it was indeed over 100 gene, without any discrepancies. Was it really that simple? Xiaobai gulped, her face a picture of bewilderment. Could this truly be the weapon of the sea god? How could it be so easily drawn without any dramatic signs such as dark clouds or lightning? This seemed rather hasty. Was there a problem? Tang Dongfeng felt there was none. When he had consulted the sea god, hadn't he mentioned it would be given directly to him? This was not a test, but merely a generous gift from the sea god. The trident was entirely jet black, with the two prongs on either side being relatively slender, while the main blade in the center extended 2 feet in length and half a foot in width, appearing remarkably broad, almost like a sword. Overall, apart from lacking extravagance, it sufficiently met Tang Dongfeng's daily needs. However, the trident of Erlang Shun was still more impressive. Put down the sea god's trident, I wish to try it, Xiao Bai said, seriously doubting the authenticity of the trident. How could it possibly be that light? It should weigh tens of thousands of jin. Yet in Tang Dongfeng's hands, it was as if he were pulling a mere twig. Oh, Tang Dongfeng casually tossed the trident back to its original position, causing a tremor that nearly knocked Xiao Bai off her feet. It seemed this weapon could not be carelessly thrown. It needed to be returned to the sea god's mark afterward. Now let me give it a try. Xiao Bai rubbed her hands together, grasped the shaft of the sea god's trident, and pulled with all her might. Yet, the trident remained utterly immovable. Tang Dongfeng, you try again, she said. Having already concluded that this object was beyond her ability to lift, it was simply too heavy. Perhaps if she transformed into a soul beast, there might be a slim chance. In her human form, she could not budge the sea god's trident at all. It's quite light. Tang Dongfeng effortlessly lifted it with one hand, swinging it a couple of times before gliding it gently forward. The sea god's 13 styles unstable winds. A sea blue light enveloped Xiao Bai in an instant. This was the sea god's 13 styles, presumably one of the sea god's ultimate techniques. Why are you binding me? Xiao Bai exclaimed, unable to move under the influence of the unstable winds. It was hard to fathom that this fellow had just acquired the sea god's trident and already mastered the sea god's secret move. Hee. Tang Dongfeng's mark glimmered, and the sea god's trident vanished from sight. He reached out his hands to pinch Xiao Bai's cheeks, pulling them apart. As expected, her face was soft and pale. Tang Dongfeng, I'll fight you. Xiao Bai glared at him, furious. Every time he returned, he always sought to tease her. All right, take me to practice with the trident. Once I master it and can wield it with ease, I will leave Sea God Island. Tang Dongfeng's expression turned serious as he dispelled the unstable winds surrounding Xiao Bai, holding the Sea God's trident. He knew that if he did not control his strength properly, a single thrust could potentially obliterate his opponent. If it were an adversary, that would be one thing, but if it were merely a spar, it would be quite unfortunate. I want to argue with a little brat like you for now. Despite her resentment, Xiao Bai, wanting to challenge Tang Dongfeng, saw the seriousness on his face and refrained from further provocations. She transformed back into the magic soul great white shark and took Tang Dongfeng to practice body refinement with the tides, along with the sea god's 13 styles. In the following period, everyone became busy. Sword Law was preoccupied with completing the 6th black level examination, which was a simple task for Chun Xian, a peak 95 level title de law. If he couldn't pass this black level examination swiftly, it would mean his years of training had gone to waste. Merely the next day, Tang Dongfeng encountered Sword de Law amidst the tides. By then, he had progressed to the 3rd black level examination. Shortly after, he assisted the magic soul great white shark in defeating the evil demon Orca for the 4th examination and defeated the seahorse de Law for the 5th. The earlier stages had gone smoothly. However, during the 6th examination, Chun Xian confronted the last person he wanted to see, the sea god Poseidon. Although he passed the examination, he ended up battered and bruised, much like the sea dragon Doloa. His previous bravado about not losing face even when bleeding led to Sword Law becoming somewhat withdrawn. Inside the sea god's hall, Poseidon's strength was nearly divine. Even the former Tang Chun could not have defeated her within the sea god's hall. Nonetheless, the 6th black level examination rewarded Sword de Lua handsomely. For the 1st examination, his soul ring was enhanced by 500 years. For the 2nd examination, his soul ring was enhanced by 1,000 years. For the 3rd examination, his soul ring was enhanced by 2,000 years. For the 4th examination, his soul ring was enhanced by 4,000 years. For the 5th examination, his soul power was enhanced by half a level. For the 6th examination, his soul power was enhanced by half a level. Thus, Sword de Lua reached the pinnacle of level 96 and obtained his first 100,000 year soul ring. That very night, Sword de Lua challenged the Sea Dragon de Lua to a duel, but unfortunately, he was ultimately defeated. Even though Sword de Lua was adept at offense and had a level equivalent to the Sea Dragon de Lua, he was still pinned to the ground. After lingering on Sea God Island for about a month, they finally departed. Upon arriving on land, Chun Xin could hardly contain himself. Sea Dragon brother, the sun is still high. While they dine, let us have a bout. Sword Dolua exclaimed eagerly, not caring whether the Sea Dragon Dolua agreed. He summoned the 7-kill sword. His configuration of 2 purple, 6 black, and 1 red soul rings was particularly striking. Brother Sword, I've been beaten to a pulp by the grand offering. Can you spare me for now? Otherwise, let Dongfeng be your sparring partner. We all suffered at his hands, Sea Dragon Doa said, a slight smirk on his lips. It was clear that Sword Dolua was looking to bully him. Why didn't you challenge me on Sea God Island? It was time to pass Chun Xin to Tang Dongfeng for some fun. It was also time for Sword Dolua to understand what it meant to engage in a fair fight. Chapter 76. Engaging in fair combat with Sword Dolua Coward. You wanted to spar with a child? Sword Dolua scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Sea Dragon Dolua. Even though Tang Dongfeng was exceptionally gifted, it was inconceivable that he could suppress a title Dolua in the body of a soul master. Moreover, since Tang Dongfeng was the grandson-in-law he favored, what if he were to injure him? Brother Sword, do you truly look down on Dongfeng? Sea Dragon Dolua, relishing the opportunity, immediately spoke provocatively. Even if Sword Dolua was reluctant to fight, could Tang Dongfeng endure? Nonsense. I regard Dongfeng as my grandson-in-law. How could I possibly look down on him? Sword Dolua was indeed curious about Tang Dongfeng's true strength. He estimated it to be around the level of a soul emperor or soul sage. Yet there remained a significant gap between that and title Dolua. As for crossing the sea goddess light, Poseidon had already engaged in some underhanded dealings. So what more needed to be said? Tang Dongfeng had not even climbed the 333 steps, but had inexplicably passed the examination. Meanwhile, Chun Xin, who had been stuck at one stage of cultivation, had not seen Poseidon pass his examination either. Uncle Hailong, you all bicker among yourselves, but please refrain from involving me. Tang Dongfeng stood behind Nar, using a comb to style her flowing silver hair. Nar sat on a stool, her feet swinging freely, appearing in good spirits. Senior Sword, my brother is truly remarkable. He can contend with title Dolua. Gu Yuna's competitive spirit was ignited. Tang Dongfeng had always been her aspiration. During their time in the Stardow Forest, although she had been taken by the Snake Lady, she had also discovered the hidden title Dolua. At that moment, she had been unable to comprehend the extent of their power. It was not until her encounter with the Sea Horse Dolua and others on Sea God Island that she began to grasp the concept. Dongfeng, can you truly engage a title Dolua? Sword Dolua gazed at Tang Dongfeng in astonishment. He had never heard of anyone capable of facing a title Dolua at the Soul Master level. Here, the term engage was used not merely to instruct. Brother Sword, look at you so naive. Even Nar is unconcerned about Dongfeng's safety. Do you think he would fear you? To put it bluntly, he severely injured the Sea Horse Dolua when he was just 6 years old. Hailong Dolua continued to unveil Tang Dongfeng's accomplishments. Regardless of past grievances, he felt it necessary for his dear friend Sword Dolua to experience the reality of Dongfeng's prowess. After all, how could their deep friendship be honored otherwise? Injuring the Sea Horse Dolua at 6. Sword Dolua was left astounded. He saw too many impossibilities in Tang Dongfeng. Had anyone else claimed that a soul master could injure a title Dolua, he would have deemed them insane. Yet, with Tang Dongfeng, he held unwavering belief. After all, Dongfeng was a descendant of a deity known for miracles. Thus, everything could be reasonably explained. Although the sea horse was merely a fish, he was still a genuine title Dolua. Brother Sword, if you do not take this seriously, you might very well find yourself defeated by Dongfeng. A playful smile lingered on Hailong Dolua's lips, seemingly mocking Sword Dolua for being too timid to face Tang Dongfeng. Let us not hesitate. We shall find a place to spar. Sword Dolua refused to be belittled. After all, he wanted to see just how formidable Tang Dongfeng truly was. He could not be fooled into thinking that defeating Zhao Wujia and injuring the Sea Horse Dolua meant he could easily handle him. Chun Xin. Sword Dolua, Chun Xin. A pinnacle super Dolua at level 96, with 2 purple, 6 black, and 1 red soul rings, would not shy away even from the Pope of the Spirit Hall. This was the confidence bestowed by 10,000-year soul rings. There existed an insurmountable chasm between soul masters with and without such rings. Brother, may I watch? Gu Yuna turned, tugging at Tang Dongfeng's sleeve, her eyes filled with pleading. Very well, you may stay close to Uncle Hailong, but do not wander. Tang Dongfeng pinched her cheek, utterly defenseless against her charm. Initially, he had no intention of battling Sword de Law, preferring instead to return to Tiando City swiftly and seek out Dugobo to acquire the celestial herbs. Tang Dongfeng could foresee that absorbing 2 more celestial herbs would significantly enhance his strength. Indeed, his soul power might leap directly to level 40. In this world, numerous elements were permeated by nuclear radiation, including celestial herbs, soul beasts, and water sources. Fortunately, soul masters had discovered methods to harness nuclear radiation without compromising their health. Those unable to become soul masters, however, faced shortened lifespans. Essentially, a soul master merely concentrated harmful nuclear radiation into a cohesive form. Only through cultivating soul power could one evade the destructive effects of nuclear radiation on their genetic structure, thereby extending their lifespan to that of an ordinary person. This explained why even Title Delaw only lived for a little over a century. Undoubtedly, the soul power within Tang Dongfeng represented the impurities accumulated over the years. Upon leaving this world, he would need to refine it entirely with the Sea Heart Flame. After all, it seemed that only in this realm did nuclear radiation hold any significance. Indeed, Gil Yuna nodded obediently. Since they had decided to spar, they needed to find an uninhabited island. Unfortunately, such islands were nearly non-existent around Hanhai City. Tang Dongfeng carried Gu Yuna, while Sword Delaw accompanied Ning Rongrong, and Hailong Delaw moved independently. They flew a considerable distance before locating a deserted island to land upon. Uncle Hailong, please take them to the sky for a better view. Tang Dongfeng was acutely aware of his destructive potential, which could be perilous for the 2 girls. Thus, before the battle commenced, he instructed them to observe from above. Do not worry, I will ensure their safety. Hailong Delaw took Nar by one hand and Ning Rongrong by the other, activating his martial soul's true form. He summoned a pair of wings formed from water elements behind him, ready to flee at the first sign of danger. On the island, Sword Delaw wore a solemn expression, noting Hailong Delaw's extreme caution, which heightened his regard for Tang Dongfeng. One could never know how many hidden trump cards a divine heir might possess. It was wise to remain vigilant. Senior Chun Xin, please. Once the others had distanced themselves, Tang Dongfeng's expression solidified slightly as he turned to Sword Delaw. He was eager to test his current capabilities. During his time on Sea God Island, he had previously experimented with Xiao Bai, but had refrained from engaging seriously. After all, Xiao Bai was a girl and a dear friend. Teasing her was one thing, but sparring was another. Chun Xin, a level 96 assault type Title Delaw, Title Sword. I seek your guidance. Sword Delaw spoke earnestly. Subsequently, he unsheathed the 7 killing sword, revealing his 2 purple, 6 black, and 1 red soul rings. The oppressive aura emanating from the 10,000-year soul ring enveloped the space. Sword Delaw had always held deep respect for his opponents, and despite Tang Dongfeng's tender age of 12, he treated him with utmost seriousness. Tang Dongfeng, a level 32 assault-type soul master, I welcome your guidance. With a flick of his left hand, a sea blue flame, devoid of heat, began to dance in his palm. In comparison, the phoenix's flames elicited a scorching wave that commanded immediate respect. In contrast, this sea heart flame appeared rather unremarkable. Yet the 2 purple and 1 black soul rings beneath his feet assured he could not remain understated. Suddenly, Sword Delaw's 7 killing sword was the first to strike. Wow, this cowardly man actually made the first move. Hailong Delaw was utterly taken aback. He had never expected Sword Delaw, a level 96 super Daw, to initiate an attack against a mere level 32 soul master. Jen Xin, are you so reckless as to abandon all semblance of dignity? Should you win, it would be acceptable. However, if you were to lose, your reputation would be shattered. How could this be? Ning Rongrong stared in disbelief at Sword Delaw, who had already swung the 7 killing sword. Did her incredibly powerful grandfather truly need to strike first against 12-year-old Tang Dongfeng? My brother will undoubtedly prevail. Gu Yuna's unshakable confidence was puzzling, yet her unwavering faith was undeniably comforting. Nar, I have finally come to understand why Dongfeng is so fond of you. It is because, regardless of the circumstances, you consistently stand in his corner, offering him your unwavering trust. If the Sea Dragon Delaw were to choose, he would undoubtedly dote on you, Nar. Neither Ning Rongrong nor the Saintess of the Spirit Hall could ever match the unconditional faith you bestow upon him. In your eyes, among all in the world, your brother Tang Dongfeng is the most formidable. Moreover, no matter what he undertakes, you are always ready to support him without reservation. This level of trust is something even Uncle Hai Long lacks. Uncle Hai Long, could you teach me to fight? Gu Yuna expressed her earnest desire to learn, hoping to harness even a fraction of the silver dragon spear's might, so that her brother would not be distracted during perilous encounters. Nar, why don't you let Dongfeng teach you? In the eyes of the sea dragon, Dala, the sea god trident wielded by Tang Dongfeng is quite similar in application to the silver dragon spear. Although he can manifest the deep sea dragon spear, his expertise in spear techniques is limited, primarily utilizing it for throwing. Certainly, his self-created soul skill, floating 1,000 kills, is a formidable trump card. Should he inadvertently injure his brother, Nar would surely feel heartache. Last time at the prince's mansion, I merely scraped Tang Dongfeng's skin. I felt terrible and even received a scolding from Brother Shui. Nar, do you not feel concern for your Uncle Hai Long? The sea dragon Dala gazed skyward, lamenting his unfortunate fate. So many people cared for that scoundrel Tang Dongfeng, who is nothing but a promise-breaking rogue. Uncle Hai Long, you are a title Dala. You are even more powerful. Nar's small flattery brought great joy to the sea dragon Doloa. Ha ha ha. Indeed, I shall go home and guide you. The sea dragon Doloa readily agreed. However, as their conversation unfolded, Ning Rongrong appeared lost in thought. Her gaze was fixated on Tang Dongfeng and the sword Doloa, devoid of any focus. From their earlier dialogue, it seemed she had uncovered the reason for her lack of favor. It transpired that Tang Dongfeng sought a girl who would wholeheartedly and unconditionally believe in him. This notion had never crossed Ning Rongrong's mind, revealing a profound disparity between her and Gu Yuna, one that could not be bridged in a fleeting moment. Given Tang Dongfeng's character, any change in her demeanor would likely be met with suspicion, ultimately jeopardizing their relationship. Meanwhile, the two on the island had truly commenced their duel. The first soul skill. Sword draw. The sword Dala's 7 kills sword plummeted from the sky, embedding itself vertically between the two. A ripple of sword energy emanated from the 7 kills sword, reverberating outward. Although the sword Dala utilized only a fraction of his strength for this initial strike, it was sufficient to easily dominate a soul sage. The second soul skill. Dark Gold Guardian. Tang Dongfeng was not idle. The temperatureless sea heart flame instantly enveloped him. Subsequently, the azure flames transformed into a dark golden armor, fortifying his entire being. Tang Dongfeng was not one to remain passive. Sea God Trident. With a swift motion across his brow, the trident from the sea god emblem materialized in his hand. He then propelled himself forward, thrusting the ebony trident towards the sword Doloa. As the trident sliced through the air, it emitted sounds akin to explosions. The sword Doloa's expression shifted as he summoned back the 7-kill sword, increasing his soul power output to counter Tang Dongfeng's assault. The fourth soul skill, Killing Intent, unleashed. As the sword Doloa confronted Tang Dongfeng directly, he began to comprehend the truth in the sea dragon Doloa's words. The pressure exuded by the young man before him rivaled that of a title Doloa. Indeed, the sword Doloa sensed a profound danger emanating from him, feeling overshadowed by the forceful momentum. Thus, he activated his fourth soul skill, an amplification type that also possesses the ability to weaken adversaries. This soul skill operates similarly to a domain, albeit only affecting a single target. Given that this soul ring had ascended to 10,000 years, its potency had significantly enhanced. Be cautious, Senior Qinshin. Tang Dongfeng surged forward towards Qinshin, yet he refrained from employing the sea god 13 styles. In the original text, Tang San, at over level 80, had previously utilized the sea god trident to dispatch a tidal Doloa in an instant. Although Tang Dongfeng had barely mastered the art of weightlessness through the tide refinement, he remained uncertain of how much pressure a tidal Doloa could withstand. A resounding clang echoed through the air as Tang Dongfeng's sea god trident collided violently with the 7-kill sword. The tremendous recoil forced him to stagger back a step, while the sword Doloa was sent flying over 20 meters before barely regaining his balance. How could this be? Ning Rongrong gazed incredulously at the scene before her. How could her invincible sword grandfather be sent flying by Soul Zune? Nothing is impossible when it comes to Dongfeng. In terms of destructive potential, I cannot compare to him, the sea dragon Doloa reflected. When it comes to sheer destruction, Only those at levels 98 or 99 could possibly create a nuclear explosion's worth of devastation. Typically, a Tidal Dalois at level 95 would only possess destructive capabilities within a 20-mile radius. Looking back at Tang Dongfeng, he had previously flattened the Stardow Forest, impacting an area of nearly 100 miles, equivalent to dozens, if not hundreds, of times the destructive power of a level 95 Tidal Dalois. Even though Chunxin had reached the pinnacle of level 96 and was significantly stronger than before, the Sea Dragon Dalois believed this strength had its limits and could not bridge the gap. Senior Chunxin, you should unleash your full strength. I only used 30% of mine just now. Since it was his first time employing the Sea God Trident in combat against a Tidal Dalois, Tang Dongfeng had initially held back. Even so, the formidable impact of the Sea God Trident had already left the Sword Dalois somewhat overwhelmed. 7 kills true body. A colossal figure composed of soul power emerged behind the Sword Dalois, surrounded by swirling 7 kills sword energy. A deep blue sword aura erupted from within the Sword Dalois, resembling a peak that pierced the clouds. The overwhelming pressure caused Tang Dongfeng's expression to shift dramatically. Indeed, the 7-kill sword, known for its offensive prowess, exuded a pressure more pronounced than that of Tang Hao. In a duel against the Sword Dalois, if he were to be suppressed in sword intent, it would signify a considerable disadvantage. Tang Dongfeng lacked a domain, rendering him incapable of effectively countering the Sword Dalois' sword intent. Instead, he found himself ensnared in the illusion of being unable to best the Sword Dalois. Self-created soul skill, Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus. Since he lacked a domain to dismantle the unique aura established by the Sword Dalois, he resolved to obliterate it with an explosion. Chapter 78, The Indeterminate Buddha's Wrath Lotus. In a straightforward comparison of aura, those with domains might not necessarily overpower Tang Dongfeng. Though he lacked a domain, he possessed soul skills of immense destructive capability. When it comes to this matter, he must consider whether to find some time to explore a few domains for himself. The most straightforward approach to acquiring domains is to seek out ferocious beasts for sacrifice, thus obtaining their gifted realms. Alternatively, one can venture to the City of Carnage, winning 100 battles in the arena to conquer the path of hell. For Tang Dongfeng, neither option poses a significant challenge. However, his need for domains is not particularly strong. He would rather enhance his physique and harness more nuclear energy instead. Meanwhile, on the small island, the battle between the two has reached a fever pitch. Tang Dongfeng envelopes the entire trident in a layer of azure flames, transforming the once dark and ominous Sea God Trident into a striking weapon of fiery elegance. Should the Sea God behold such a super artifact, he would undoubtedly exclaim, "I am the Sea God. You dare to play with fire." Although the Sea Heart Flame is born from the depths of the ocean, representing a top-tier martial soul with both water and fire attributes, it does seem somewhat incongruous for an heir of the Sea God to engage in combat using flames. His first soul skill, Golden Crow's Inferno, his second, Dark Gold Flame, and his third, Verdant Wood Flame. Under Tang Dongfeng's skilled manipulation, all 3 soul rings illuminated simultaneously. It is unfathomable that a soul master of merely 30 levels could control 3 soul skills at once. As the Golden Crow's Inferno seeped in, the Sea God Trident instantly transformed into a vibrant crimson hue. The second Dark Gold Flame emerged from Tang Dongfeng's left hand, which he forcefully pressed towards the Sea God Trident. A magnificent bicolored fire lotus gradually coalesced at the tip of the trident. Indeed, this was Tang Dongfeng's newly researched version of the Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus, now supercharged by the Sea God Trident. Bolstered by the power of the ocean, this bicolored fire lotus immediately reached the level of a soul Dalois. Continued to merge, Tang Dongfeng exerted more force, fusing an even more potent third flame into the fire lotus. Elder Chunxin, taste my move. Unbound Buddha's Wrath Lotus. With both hands gripping the trident shaft, he displayed an exuberant grin towards the Sword Dalois. This enhanced version of the Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus was then hurled towards the Sword Dalois with the trident, akin to a baseball strike. Goodness, starting off with such intensity, the Sea Dragon Dalois swiftly lifted the 2 young girls into the air, ensuring they were not caught off guard. Sea Dragon, what's happening? Ning Rongrong gazed down in confusion at the receding island. With her keen eyesight, she could no longer spot the Sword Grandfather and Tang Dongfeng. In contrast, Naer quietly observed below. With her heightened perception, She could distinctly sense the situation between the two on the island. Dongfeng is about to unleash a powerful move. Let's keep our distance to avoid being affected. If it were only him, it would be fine to watch from below. Even if he couldn't escape, he could withstand it with his beast martial soul. However, Uncle Sea Dragon's Sea God Dragon cannot directly protect the two girls. If he is careless, they could be obliterated, so caution is advisable. Was that the explosion from Stardow Forest last time? Gil Yuna inquired, perplexed. During her retreat with Long Gong and Shi Pe, they felt the terrifying force of that explosion, but she could not ascertain its true magnitude. Nah, last time, both your brother and I were exerting ourselves. He certainly wouldn't use such techniques during our spar. The Sea Dragon Doll understood that such nuclear fission and fusion required time to cultivate. However, he often overlooked that Tang Dongfeng had nearly perfected his techniques by that time. Tang Dongfeng had mentioned that creating nuclear explosions required a special substance, necessitating prior absorption of these materials. The longer the preparation, the greater the power. Previously, Tang Dongfeng had the protection of the worldly dust, allowing him time to absorb special substances even when facing formidable foes. As for now, his strength has already reached a level where he can confront powerful adversaries head-on. Moreover, Tang Dongfeng has thrived both on land and sea. Apart from the Haoyan sect, it is likely that only Tang San holds a grudge against him. Oh, that means my brother was holding back. Nar had developed a comprehensive understanding of Tang Dongfeng's abilities. Yet, deep within her heart, an inexplicable voice urged her to learn more about him. Why, despite her reliance on her brother, did she feel compelled to seek out information? On the small island, the tricolored Buddha's wrath fire lotus, propelled by the sea god trident, soared towards the Sword Dolaw like an arrow released from a bow. The Sword Dolaw, sensing the force of a tidal Dolaw, was momentarily taken aback. Qinshin swiftly devised a countermeasure, merging himself with the 7-killing sword, becoming one with the blade. This was his proudest and most formidable technique. The 2.5-meter-long 7-killing sword pivoted, charging directly at the Buddha's wrath fire lotus. 9th soul skill, divine and demonic dual slash. The massive 7-killing sword, emanating a faint blue glow, trailed a long flame tail as it collided with the Buddha's wrath fire lotus with an overwhelming force. Shattered? A glimmer of shock flashed in the Sea Dragon Doloa's eyes. The 7-killing sword truly lived up to its reputation as the continent's foremost weapon of attack. The last time he witnessed the Buddha's wrath fire lotus shatter was when Tang Hao, at the pinnacle of his strength, obliterated it with sheer power. Yet, Qinshin managed to accomplish this solely with the 7-killing sword. Elder Qinshin enjoyed the explosion. Simultaneously, Tang Dongfeng was suddenly encased in dark golden armor, activating the flight ability of his 100,000-year blue-silver Emperor Soulbone. Now was not the time to hesitate. He poured all his energy into the Soulbone skill, propelling his speed to its utmost limit. The Sword Dolua sensed something amiss. The tricolored fire lotus he had shattered did not dissipate. Instead, it erupted with several times the previous ferocity. If the earlier tricolored fire lotus posed a threat merely to weaklings like Dugabo or the seahorse, the energy now unleashed made even the Sword Dolua feel a chill run down his spine. Cannot move? Just as the Sword Dolua contemplated fleeing, he found himself utterly immobilized. Even with all his soul power unleashed in an instant, he could not break free from this state. His soul power, though unsealed, rendered his body completely paralyzed. Even the merged state of man and sword, he could not escape the binding. However, the shattered Buddha's wrath fire lotus would not wait for him to regain his freedom. It erupted with cataclysmic power. The so-called unbound Buddha's wrath lotus was the latest fusion technique developed by Tang Dongfeng, integrating the Buddha's wrath fire lotus with the sea god's power while retaining the unbound wind wave on the Buddha's wrath fire lotus. Thus, as the Buddha's wrath fire lotus advanced toward the enemy, it also carried the formidable control skills of the sea god's 13 styles. With a thunderous roar, a massive hemispherical shockwave surged outward in all directions. Grandfather Sword, above the vast sky, Ning Rongrong exclaimed anxiously. She never anticipated that the clash between a soul sage and a tidal Delaw could result in such a predicament. Chapter 79. The embarrassing state of Qinshin. Do not worry. Dongfeng knows how to exercise restraint, comforted the Sea Dragon Delaw, noticing Ning Rongrong's concern for the Sword Delaw. What do you mean by Dongfeng exercising restraint? A soul sage battling a title d'eau, only to be described by another title d'eau as having restraint? Who is truly the soul sage here? Who is the title d'eau? This is what you call restraint? The island at the center of the explosion was visibly sinking. In midair, despite using the soul bone to fly with all his might, Tang Dongfeng could not evade the shockwave. Reluctantly, he began to wield the Sea God-S trident vigorously. Gold 13 trident, 4th style, Sea God-S light. Tang Dongfeng positioned the Sea God-S trident before him, and a sea blue halo rapidly blossomed from its tip. A ripple-like shield expanded outward from the trident, forming a protective barrier 3 feet wide. The rich, deep blue radiance illuminated Tang Dongfeng's face, bestowing upon him an ethereal aura akin to that of a deity. In an instant, the explosive force of the uncertain Buddha's fury lotus collided with the sea god's light. After the initial thunderous impact, silence gradually enveloped the scene. Remarkably, the explosion capable of injuring a title d'eau did not so much as rattle the sea goddess light. Tang Dongfeng Yinan deeply. Truly, the 13 styles of the sea god are extraordinary. The overwhelming effect alone surpasses that of any 10,000-year soul skill. This is merely the 4th style. The Sea God-S Light stands as the only defensive skill among the Gold 13 Trident techniques, capable of withstanding over 95% of damage, with the remaining 5% falling upon the user. At first glance, this may not seem particularly formidable. However, as long as the opponent's strength does not exceed 10 times that of the user, it remains unbroken. It is the quintessential choice for the Sea God to triumph over the strong while defending against formidable attacks. Furthermore, within the Sea God's light, Tang Dongfeng had activated the Dark Gold Guardian. With both abilities combined, the impact of the uncertain Buddha's Fury Lotus had negligible effect on him. Dongfeng, you have grown significantly stronger, remarked the Sea Dragon Delaw, who had withstood the wave of energy with his defensive soul skill, even though they had distanced themselves considerably. This shockwave was still comparable to a full force strike from a soul Delaw. What magnitude of impact would the sword Delaw, situated at the explosion's epicenter, endure? Uncle Sea Dragon. This is my first time using it. I'm not entirely sure of its power, Tang Dongfeng admitted. Aside from his nuclear explosion, this move was his most formidable. He had only mastered the first 4 styles of the Gold 13 Trident. The subsequent 9 styles would only be available to him after achieving Title Delaw status. You've certainly gained a wealth of experience during this trip back, noted the Sea Dragon Delaw, understanding Tang Dongfeng's character. He was typically unflappable, but once flustered, it signaled something significant. Take, for instance, their previous expedition to Stardo. Tang Dongfeng had felt a sense of urgency while with Tang Hao, prompting his immediate return to Sea God Island after acquiring the Hanhai Qiankuan shield. Otherwise, he would have indulged himself in Heavenly Do City for an extended period before returning. As it turned out, his haste was driven by the desire for the Sea God's trident and to grow stronger. Moreover, after obtaining his prize, he had simply departed. Most astonishing to the Sea Dragon Doll was Poseidon personally seeing him off, seemingly delighted at his departure. This made the Sea Dragon Doll wary. Uncle Sea Dragon, why not test my nuclear explosion? I still lack clarity regarding its overall power, Tang Dongfeng suggested, extending an invitation for a duel. As the ancients say, it is impolite not to reciprocate. The Sea Dragon Delaw had instigated a conflict with the Sword Delaw. How could he remain uninvolved? Yet, Tang Dongfeng was unconcerned about the Sword Delaw. He could distinctly sense that, despite the Sword Delaw's chaotic aura, he was not in mortal danger. Get lost. If you wish for my demise, just stab me directly. The Sea Dragon Delaw's expression darkened, his face resembling a coal ball. Previously, the Buddha's Fury Lotus had only been capable of producing a commotion comparable to a Soul Delawa's strike. Who could fathom the magnitude of Tang Dongfeng's nuclear explosion? Even though the Sea Dragon Delawa could exert 110 to 120% of his strength at sea and was a beast spirit master with remarkable defensive capabilities, he could not withstand a nuclear explosion. Did he not witness how the Haotian Delawa Tang Hao had been reduced to ashes? In the past, the Sea Dragon Delawa, when unleashing his full power, could have retreated a distance and created a deep pit to evade, sustaining only minor injuries. However, not until you see how the Sword Dolawa could hardly move just now, he can only endure. Could he withstand a nuclear explosion? Old Sea Dragon, you are truly cowardly, Ning Rongrong wrinkled her nose, casting a disdainful glance at him. Didn't you see how Grandfather Sword could withstand the explosion created by Tang Dongfeng? Observing the two in their relaxed demeanor, it seemed that Grandfather Sword was indeed unscathed. Little girl, you know nothing. In the face of such an explosion, even if I stood still, it wouldn't ruffle my hair, the Sea Dragon Doloa retorted in exasperation. This is an entirely different caliber. The Buddha-S Fury Lotus is a mere small explosion, akin to setting off firecrackers. With my Sea God Dragon's defensive strength, how could the Sword Doloa compare? The most terrifying aspect is that nuclear explosion, which is akin to facing the sun. The moment it detonates, the terrifying heat is beyond what a tidal Doloa can withstand. Even if I summoned the ultimate water or transformed into the ultimate ice dragon, it would still be unbearable. Ahem, brother Sea Dragon, do not boast so boldly. The Sword Doloa, standing atop the 7-killing sword, approached with a staggering flight. At this moment, Chen Xin, with his long silver hair matted with mud and a portion missing, appeared rather disheveled. His moon-white robe bore multiple tears, muddied and tattered, presenting a rather unkempt appearance. His once angelic face was now smeared with an unknown dark substance, resembling a coal miner. It was hard to imagine that he, the Sword Doloa Chen Xin, had been reduced to such a state by a mere soul sage. Father, your dying words were all a lie. You said that after level 95, each level presents an insurmountable chasm. Here I am, at the pinnacle of level 96, utterly devastated by a 32-level soul sage. Is my status as a pinnacle title Doloa merely a fade? What a coward, truly disgraceful for a title Doloa. The Sea Dragon Doloa seized the opportunity to mock the Sword Doloa. Just a moment ago, he had been so formidable. Arriving on land, he brandished the 7-killing sword, eager to torment the Sea Dragon Doloa. Now he had been utterly humiliated, not only overpowering the weak, but also making the first move. His dignity was thoroughly shattered. With this leverage in hand, the Sea Dragon Doloa would have ample material to tease the Sword Doloa in the future. Get lost. You try it yourself. I could hardly move and almost got blasted to bits by that brat. The Sword Doloa's frustration grew. He had clearly been set up by the Sea Dragon Doloa. The old rascal undoubtedly understood that Tang Dongfeng's strength bore no relation to soul power. Perhaps the Sea Dragon Doloa had suffered even greater losses at Tang Dongfeng's hands. It is truly lamentable that, under his instigation, the title of Doloa of Sea God Island has been thoroughly ravaged by Tang Dongfeng. Now, he seeks to bring calamity upon Chun Xin once more. How can such a despicable creature as the Sea Dragon Old Rogue exist in this world? Uncle Sea Dragon, Senior Chun Xin, please cease your quarrel. We must tidy up and return to Heavenly Do City, for I have a matter of utmost importance to attend to. Tang Dongfeng interjected, interrupting their endless bickering. These two old fellows, once they commence their disputes, seem to have no end in sight. It makes one wonder when they will ever return to Heavenly Do City. It has been quite a while since they last met. Xue Qinghe must be yearning for him, perhaps even to the point of gritting his teeth in frustration.